withstand it. The only flaw is that it's impossible to hold back, and if I accidentally kill you, there are some things I won't be able to find anyone to ask about. It's not worth it. It's not worth hitting him. There's no need to break my sword, Her Highness told herself. I'll spare your life for now. Damn it, the masters of the main world, damn it, are all lunatics who don't value their lives. Before I can restore the strength of the Feng Tian sword to the peak of the small world, this daddy won't use Sword of the Great Tao to mobilize the power of the heavenly lightning again. If your highness is unwilling to spar with me, Chumanu naturally has no intention of actively provoking a fight. If your highness has anything to ask, please speak. Let me reintroduce myself. This princess is the gospel emissary, under the command of old ancestor Mara, Chengsheng Tian's heretic, heavenly sword, Xie Shilan Wei, Chu the Great Confucian. What is your identity? The system displays a notification. Received 0.01 surprise points. Chu Yan Ping. Ji Jinye. Previously, a pseudo-Taoist and heretical sect appeared in the Jianghu of Great Han, using human sacrifices, killing people cruelly, and there were even rumors that old ancestor Mara, their belief, was an immortal in the Chongqing realm. Although the mistakes continued to spread, it can be seen now that, with such subordinates in front of him, the strength of that old ancestor Mara is not low. Chumu has heard of the rumors of Chengsheng Tian, admired the great name of old ancestor Mara for a long time. But for your highness to be a deputy sound envoy of Chengsheng Tian, it truly surprises me completely. But Chu Mu's identity, didn't your highness already know it a long time ago, in the thatched cottage? Why ask again? Meaningless. This princess has revealed herself. Chu the Great Confucian can't cooperate with me, Xie Yan thought to herself. Very good, Heaven 7 and Heaven 12 did a good job. Even this guy knows the name of Chengsheng Tian, saving me the trouble of bragging. If you don't speak, then let's change the subject. Chu the Great Confucian, you used the treasure trove as bait. How long did you arrange it? Just to target the people in the demonic sect. This shows that your feud with the demonic sect of Great Han is not small. The demonic sect is an evil path, causing chaos and disrupting the righteous. It is only natural for a Confucian scholar like me to defend the Tao and eliminate demons. This cliché is too common. If I didn't know the detailed origin, I might still believe these words to some extent, but now that I think about it, you actually control the means to control the two gates of sun and moon. You should have been able to create such a situation long ago, luring the demonic sect into the treasure trove. Why bother waiting until today? You are waiting? Could it not be for the 9 sects conference once every 40 years, but waiting for the 2 demonic sects to merge? Creating new blood, then investing all the sex elites into the Jilan situation, eliminating evil to the end? Chu has thought about this. Of course, you have to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, but that leads to another problem. The demonic sects of the world, Great Han alone has 9 of them. Why must it be Liu and Qiliang sects of the 100 refinement realm? As far as I know, the 2 great demonic sects have very close ties with the Great Han royal family and have countless connections in the army. They are considered the largest cooperation partner of the imperial clan in the folk. If the elites of these 2 great demonic sects completely fail, it would be equivalent to cutting off an arm of the imperial clan. Under normal circumstances, it will definitely lead to the extreme anger of the imperial clan, asking to the end, pursuing the truth, digging out the murderer. All that can be investigated will be just the 2 families obscuring their eyes for the benefit of the Jilan treasure trove, killing each other to have this situation. No matter how much the imperial clan endures, they can only take a breath of anger. Initially, standing behind inciting Tu Lan's death, leading to the internal strife of Xilan, was just to have this result. I'm not wrong, am I? Former minister of the Liu dynasty, the former royal family of Great Han, Chu Yanping. Chu the Great Confucian system displays another notification. Received 0.01 surprise points. Chu Yanping. Jin Jinye seems that Yan Ruyu not only betrayed the agreement but even revealed the secret of her body. Women are indeed incomprehensible. Didn't she ever think that if this matter is exposed, she will also be chased and killed by the imperial clan? What is the relationship between Chengsheng Tian behind you and the 2 great demonic sects with the imperial clan of Great Han? It's even very likely that they are enemies rather than friends. Why not stand by and watch? Stand by and watch. You didn't hesitate to change the situation that had been set up for a long time, and sent a ghost substitute into the treasure trove, running around with the 2 great demonic sects. What is it for? Isn't it to drag this princess out? Are you afraid that this princess will also be trapped inside, like the 2 great demonic sects? Isn't it just proving that Chu Mu doesn't have malicious intentions towards you? Are you treating me like an idiot? No, you provoked me first, you great Confucian Chu. You're still being stingy and making me stand aside to watch. It seems that your misunderstanding of Chu Mao is quite deep.
but getting involved in this matter won't benefit you at all.
Benefit. Something like that, of course, you have to fight for it yourself.
Thanks for the intel. My lord has successfully clarified Xie Yanping's purpose and identity. The whole reason behind this, heaven has granted us a golden opportunity.
If I don't make those two great demonic sects bleed this time, then I'm not a Xie Yan. Moreover, my Chengsheng Tian also has arrangements within the demonic sects. Now that we know your goals, how can we stand by and watch you cause chaos, ruining the grand plan of our old ancestor?
If that's the case, are you just trying to fish in troubled waters? Rumor has it that the Mara old ancestor is an immortal of the Chongtaitian realm. But if he truly has the power of the Chongtaitian realm, why hide in the shadows? I fear there's another secret to it, something he doesn't dare easily show others.
Are you referring to my old ancestor, or the person behind you? So, siding with Yaruyu initially, using your divine powers to attack me, yet hiding in the dark from beginning to end. Are you afraid to show your true face? Or are you afraid of causing a stir?
If you figured this out a long time ago, aren't you worried that today's actions will cause the chaos of that time to reappear? Can you even do it? If you can freely borrow divine power at will, why waste so much time talking to me? Furthermore, if the person behind you likes to bully the weak, do you really think that my old ancestor wouldn't take action?
Last time he took action on Mount Jikun, he already revealed some traces. Let's test it again this time, and see if my old ancestor directly strikes into his lair, to see his true identity.
Xie Yanping was stunned on the spot after hearing these words.
The system issued another notification, received surprise origin points, 0.01 points from Xie Yanping the Jinyi Guard, received anger origin points, 0.01 points from Xie Yanping the Jinyi Guard. Xie Yanping said angrily, "Don't overestimate yourself. Dealing with you doesn't require my backer."
Xie Yan said,
"Shameless, excellent, it worked. Ji Jinye really can't act at will." Adding the prestige of Mara old ancestor, the chance of him taking action is even lower than before.
This princess hasn't even started going all out in my little hut. That fake in the treasury was so weak he bored this princess to sleep. What monkey am I afraid of? Let's just fight it out first. Xie Yan entered a battle-ready stance. He rushed towards Xie Yanping like lightning.
I hope you, great Confucian Chu, won't disappoint this princess.
With that, he raised his sword and charged straight at Xie Yanping. Xie Yanping dodged the attack while saying,
"Power cannot be exhausted. If exhausted, the situation cannot be changed. Can't you even understand such a simple principle? Your strength and tone do not match each other at all." As he spoke, Xie Yanping attacked Xie Yan until he was battered and exhausted. I underestimated you, great Confucian Chu, but who said I used all my strength just now? As he spoke, Xie Yan unleashed a move that shocked Xie Yanping.
Xie Yan attacked so fast that Xie Yanping only heard the sound of the sword flying in the air
before he could regain his senses. Xie Yan's sword tip was already close to his neck, making Xie Yanping panic. Your sword does indeed have some demonic properties.
But for Chu Malzo, it really doesn't pose any threat at all. Xie Yan thought in surprise. Huh? Before he could react, Xie Yanping waved his hand to counterattack,
only to see Xie Yan flying a mile away with one move. How is this possible? Just now, the Fengtian sword seemed to have become heavier.
Looking at his Qingfeng Fengtian sword,
he saw that the treasured sword was bound by chains.
Xie Yanping said, "Confucian cultivation techniques are indeed not strong in attack, but what Chu Mu has learned is the great Daoyo that has the most influence on combat.
Dao lies within objects. Fairness is the standard. The great Dao now embraces the sword. You can hardly bear its power without a sword. I wonder how much of your moves can still be displayed. Martial arts relying on external objects like this doesn't suit you. I'll say what I said back at the thatched cottage. What suits you best is still the Tao of my Confucian school. You talk too much. You think you're the only one who understands the Confucian Tao? Let me show you the true Tao of the Confucian sage." The Tao of the Confucian sage? This is impossible. The cultivation of the Confucian school takes literacy and learning as the great Tao. The illusory Dharma image is clearly an unorthodox method, but the pure and holy aura before my eyes cannot be faked. The suppression from this great Tao is undoubtedly from a Confucian sage. But why haven't I ever seen this person in the portraits of the sages?
The Confucian sage Tao that I'm best at is, words become law.
Holy crap, what you say is what you get. It's laughable that you call yourself a Confucian Orthodox, but everything you've done goes against the great Dapio of Confucianism.
Using the great Tao of the sage to expose hypocrisy, aiding the wicked, and disrupting justice.
This is the power of the Confucian great Tao.
Breach of trust, concealment of evil, broken promises, abandoning good intentions.
At this moment, Xie Yanping has been beaten to a pulp. Overly self-important. recklessly engaging in battle, plotting rebellion, and bringing misfortune instead of blessings. A heartless, unjust, impolite, unwise, and untrustworthy person like you deserves these teachings of the 5 evils. You even dare to call yourself a great Confucian. Competing for this great Dabo, you're absolutely no match. No way. I must reactivate the formation.
Zhao Yanping, with the last of his strength, barely managed to rise. It seemed as if Xie Yan already predicted his next move. Xie Yan cast a spell. The master does not speak of strange forces, disorders, or supernatural beings. Zhao Yanping could only lie there, muttering to himself. My cultivation and techniques have all vanished in an instant. Is this the power of a sage whose words become law? The system rang out with a notification. Received astonishment points. 0.01 from Zhao Yanping, the Brocade Knight. Received astonishment points. 0.01 from Zhao Yanping, the Brocade Knight. Received astonishment points. 0.01 from Zhao Yanping, the Brocade Knight. Received astonishment points. 0.01 from Zhao Yanping, the Brocade Knight. Received astonishment points. 0.01 from Zhao Yanping, the Brocade Knight. Not bad. Seems like using Confucianism to counter Confucianism is really helpful. Got some emotions. Should I stimulate him with another slash of Heavenly Fire Hell, 18 levels? Not good. Crap. I was having too much fun and didn't notice the illusion had been broken by the Dabio aura of this 4th level of the Innate Realm guy. Looks like my current level of the Joy Demon Heaven Realm can only deal with the 3rd level of the Innate Realm. The 4th level is still too much. Zhu Yanping exclaimed in surprise. My wounds are healing. Everything just now was an illusion. I once fought a 3rd level of the Innate Realm monster, and it brushed off my technique with ease. Zhu Daru, can't you do that? You couldn't even see through this lousy illusion. If your cultivation weren't high enough, you'd be drinking a pot of that this time. You don't know the true Tao of my Confucian school. How dare you deceive me? Xie Yan replied smugly. What if I deceive you? What can you do to me? I, Zihao, have always been measured with you. You really think I have no way to deal with you? So should I thank you for that? Everyone knows Xiao Daru is good at bullshitting. Show me your real skills if you have them. Your techniques are endless. If I hadn't prepared, I admit it would be difficult to defeat you. But since you escaped from the treasury, I've been interacting with you. You really think I've been wasting my time? Zhu Daru? You really can ramble on? I just don't believe in this heretical path. Xie Yan slashed towards Zhu Yanping. He widened his eyes in shock. Zhao Yanping easily blocked his sword with just one hand. This move, I've been preparing for you for a long time. So the key to victory lies in the principles of Yan. All that could be seen was Xie Yan's treasured sword shattering into countless pieces. He was horrified as his sword broke. In the blink of an eye. The reason why I didn't use this method earlier was because I, Chumaku, wanted to hold back a little. But since you don't know what's good for you, I have no choice but to use the power of the great Dafio to break your sword and extinguish your fighting spirit. Now that you no longer have a weapon, perhaps we should end this fight, don't you think? Just as Zhu Yanping finished speaking, a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on his face. Well, you broke my sword, so you were able to completely conceal your cultivation level because of this evil sword. Now that the sword is broken, your true power will be revealed, this aura, only at the Heaven 2 realm. Your real strength is actually this low. Honestly, I've always felt that it's stupid for the 2 great demon sects to fight to the death with Chu the Great Scholar. So from beginning to end, like Chu the Great Scholar, I've always kept a way out. But Chu the Great Scholar, you should never have broken my sword. I can't even bring myself to mistreat this sword that I spent so much effort forging, but it was destroyed here. I'm in a really bad mood right now. When I'm in a bad mood, I don't like to think, I just want to fight to the death. So hey Chu the Great Scholar, I want to beat you to death now. What big talk. Now that the evil heaven sword is broken, what can you do? Are you going to use illusions again? With that, Xie Yan charged towards Zhu Yanping like an arrow. The speed was so fast that flames ignited, almost burning his clothes. The true Q of fire is very powerful, and it can also distort the power of the great Dalo used to balance my Confucian techniques. It's quite miraculous. It's just a pity that you are only at the Heaven 2 realm, and you used that special kind of true Q so many times earlier. How much strength do you have left now? Water can overcome fire, but a single flame has no chance to struggle against a vast ocean. Your cultivation level is too low. Surrounded by shackles, Xie Yan struggled to break free. Her nirvana strange true Qi was completely restored in an instant. Not good. This speed, this strength is not weaker than before the sword was broken. Could this be pure physical strength? Could it be that the evil sword wasn't what she was relying on? Got you. I know you're good at running away. So many people from the 2 great demon sects couldn't catch you. Too bad you ran into me this time. Get inside. With that, Xie Yan grabbed Chu Yanping and pulled him into the treasure vault he controlled. A loud sound rang out, sending Chu the great scholar flying. He was startled as he looked around at the golden inscriptions. Looking at his surroundings, he thought to himself, this is a sealed cave world, isolated from heaven and earth. This person actually has a space treasure of this level. Suddenly, a voice boomed from afar. Heaven and earth are the furnace, and I am the fire. A girl in tattered clothes appeared. Even though you bookworms have 1,000 tricks, once you're in here, there's no escape. She walked up to him, saying savagely, even this Dharma treasure is something you can carry around. The profoundness of the eternal celestial scripture truly makes people look at you in a different light. What's wrong? Only scared now. Too late, Chu Dainuo's face was as white as a sheet, drained of all blood. She roared terrifyingly. Too late. This is just a small pocket dimension that can restrain you. With that, she jumped down, causing the surrounding ground to crack. With a loud bang, all the ground there shattered. She's using the virtue non-existence art to carry the weight of the heavens. He said, can Chumo leave this place? She looked up. The gravity is only this much. It can't even inflict a fatal wound on me. She stabbed her own chest with her hand, blood splattering everywhere. So let me do it myself. A dragon's head appeared, her hand now holding her own heart. She had successfully activated Jing Tian before this scene. Chu Dainuo couldn't believe it. She's ripping out her own heart. At that moment, she clenched her hand and crushed her heart. Ah, that's a lot lighter, but the pure attack power is almost insufficient. The system displayed a notification. Title Jing Tian is activated. Current effect. You have received a counterattacking concept of a world. When severely injured and near death, the title effect is automatically activated. Before the battle ends, your life value will remain fixed at near-death state. No attack can defeat you. Your power surges continuously, and your attack power is doubled, maintaining the title effect. Each second consumes 1 origin point. Changing the title can be done when the origin point runs out, and the title effect will automatically stop. Lan Shi laughed loudly. Now she has reached Malazhen Qua Nianhuo Realm's 4-fold amplification, saying that Nianhuo quadrupled amplification, plus doubled attack power. This is a treatment that even that monster didn't initially enjoy. The strongest combat power at this stage is mine. This time you're getting a bargain, Chu Dainuo. She also thought to herself, who told me to be in a hurry? Luring you in here has already cost me origin points. She waved her hand, using the Eternal Tyrant Fist with 4-fold amplification, and the surrounding ground shattered. Lan Ji glanced down and shouted, look closely, Chu Dainuo. From now on, I won't use sword moves, broadswords, or rely on demonic fire. Just these 2 hands. As she said that, her feet stomped on the ground even harder, causing it to sink in. Each punch. She flew to Chu Dainuo. In the blink of an eye, Lan Shi's fist was in front of his eyes, causing him to panic. She shouted, beat you to death. In this moment, he still couldn't believe it. No way. She punched him, flying from here to there, throughout the space. Jilan laughed terrifyingly. Ha ha, so good, so fascinating, so addictive. Ha ha. After a few rounds, he was lying flat on the ground, covered in blood, thinking in his head. Can't block it, can't defend it. Too strong, comprehensively strong, much stronger than before. What kind of monster have I unleashed? Jilan rushed straight in front of his eyes, her eyes sharp, and said, Chu Dainuo, the appetizer is finished. Watch me bring you the main course. She used almost all her strength. The massive body-demolishing intellect, touring labor strength, rushed straight to his position. After she finished the move, she realized that he was no longer there. She exclaimed, huh. Then looked around, but couldn't see him. Jilan said to herself, Chu Dainuo's ability to escape is really great. But it's a pity, falling into this ghost domain hidden heaven. Suddenly her eyes glanced to one side, grinning evilly. You can't escape from the palm of my hand. Chu Dainuo used teleportation. He teleported to the border of the pocket dimension, panting. This place is the border of this pocket dimension. As long as you use the power of the great Dao to punch a hole, escaping won't be difficult. Before he could catch his breath, he sensed an energy rushing towards him from the left. He turned his face and was extremely horrified. A punch from Jilan rushed straight to his face, catching Chu Dainuo off guard. A big collision occurred. Smoke filled the space. When the smoke cleared, Jilan couldn't see Chu Dainuo's figure anywhere, so he used teleportation again. She rushed forward like a madman, laughing and saying, That's the move again. No matter how fast you run, everything in this pocket dimension is still in the palm of my hand. Lan Shi charged straight at Zhu Daneng. Where do you think you're going to run? She said 1 hit, and it was a hit. 2 hits, and they landed. This time, she's going straight for Zhu Daneng's vitals. A surge of purple energy sent Zhu Daneng flying, she continued. Then 10 times, 100 times. When the time comes, even if you use all your tricks, you won't be able to escape. With that, she unleashed Eternal Life Overlord Fist. True Azure Dragon Skyripper and a purple dragon appeared. Zhu Daneng, exhausted and gasping for breath, thought, "This isn't good." Transferring the wound with the power of sacred texts has reached its limit. But her attacks show no sign of stopping. This guy has a huge hole in her chest, yet it doesn't affect her combat power at all. On the contrary, she's even more dangerous than when she had a sword. Clearly, the aura from beginning to end has always been at Heavenly Second Realm, without ever fluctuating. Before he could think further, she charged again like a ferocious beast, but Zhu Daneng still stood there, thinking. The biggest difference compared to before is the Dharma wheel behind her, some kind of martial art that relies on self-mutilation to increase power. I've never heard of it, but in the end, evil is evil. I don't believe it has no limits. Lan Shi raised her chin and laughed. Not bad. The feeling is getting better and better as I fight. Looks like you've used up all your life-saving tricks, if that's the case. Suddenly, something appeared, causing a brief flash of surprise, as countless pieces of paper filled with characters swirled around Lan Shi. Zhu Daneng, clutching his chest, said, "The battle has come to this point. Zhu Mu has nothing more to say, since you're using a suicidal attack." How could Zhu Manu not play along to the end? As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his arms and cast a formation without a hint of hesitation. Lan Ji said clearly, "A suicidal attack? Who gave you that illusion? You think my combat power right now is just barely holding on, and then I'm about to collapse?" She laughed like a devil. "Want to risk everything for one last strike? Fine. Then I won't dodge, and will take your attack head-on." Lan Shi activated Major Immovable Qi, snatching Heavenly Giant Art, hinting at 4 words of utter despair, followed by countless pebbles and clods of earth flying towards Zhu Daneng. He was now like a dying man, without any strength to resist. He couldn't believe the scene before his eyes, weakly uttering a few words. How can it be? Looking into the distance at Lan Shi, unexpectedly a person from the Zhengsheng heaven, could it all be him? He looked up at Lan Shi's figure, thinking, in the end, is she a monster? Space was now bloody everywhere, and only the voice of Lan Shi could be heard softly saying, "Zhu Daneng, farewell." Xie Yan, covered in blood, made the cold smile on his lips a bit tyrannical and savage. With a majestic aura, he placed one foot on Zhu Daneng and said in a low voice, "This is the result of destroying my Feng Tian sword. Whoever messes with me gets chopped." Soon, a terrifying pain from the wound on his chest traveled to Xie Yan's brain. He frowned and grit his teeth in pain. Finally, he rolled out and collapsed to the ground. Releasing his body, Xie Yan lay flat on his back on the ground. Xie Yan roared angrily, accusing, "Damn system, couldn't you let me heal the wound before taking back the Xing Tian characteristic? Sooner or later, you'll be the death of me." Xie Yan directly recalled the Nirvana finger, simultaneously recovering and connecting the wound on his chest while also restoring his strength. So convenient. Xie Yan smiled contentedly, saying, "The Nirvana finger is truly a divine skill. It just costs a bit of origin points. What's this other reminder?" At this moment, the system interface suddenly appeared, reporting to Xie Yan that it cost 300 origin points to replace the consumption of the Nirvana finger this time. When Xie Yan saw those lines of text from the system, he was immediately so shocked that his eyes almost popped out, checking to see if the words on the system interface were misspelled anywhere. After realizing that he hadn't misread it, he cursed loudly subconsciously. Holy SHT! The system interface changed and issued another notification, stating, "Detected damage to the wall in the Dongdation of Ghost Domain Lotus Puppet, a postnatal spiritual treasure. Do you want to spend 3,000 origin points to completely restore this damage?" At this time, Xie Yan really wanted to smash the interface and system in his hands, glaring fiercely at the electronic panel. He was so angry that he wanted to claw at the walls, while cursing, 3,000? Are you kidding me, system? I only spent 10,000 to get the Lotus Puppet. Fixing it 3 times is almost enough to trade for a new one." Xie Yan finally chose to spend those 3,000 origin points. His tone was clearly dissatisfied, and with a very imposing button-pressing motion, he loudly declared, "Fix it, I got money to burn." After a while, it was completely restored. Xie Yan breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "The Ghost Domain Lotus Puppet has the function of probing and isolating divine sense. In theory, the origin of my existence should not be revealed to Jin Jinye. Although I was a little impulsive this time, there's no major problem. But fighting a life-and-death battle with a heavenly fourth realm also requires repairing the Lotus Puppet. and it was just a Confucian scholar not strong in offensive abilities.
It seems that I still have to find some other ways to make this lotus puppet into a deadly cage. The consumption of surrogate life, the consumption of lotus puppet, the consumption of opening Xingtian, Nirvana finger, and finally the consumption of restoring the lotus puppet to kill the heavenly fourth realm also cost too many origin points. Zhu Deneng, oh Zhu Deneng, this time, if I don't find a big fortune on your body, I'll turn your corpse into dust.
Xie Yan was in a bad mood, searching Zhu Daneng's clothes, and finally only found a few pieces of paper, so he couldn't help but curl his lips. Is that all? So Xie Yan was disappointed, throwing the ordinary pieces of paper straight away, while curling his lips and saying, "Some scraps of paper. To be a dignified member of the Confucian school, why are you so stingy when you go out?" He continued searching, still saying the same thing. "If I don't find anything good, I'll burn your teacher."
After searching Zhu Daneng for a while longer, Xie Yan found a rectangular jade pendant of a small and compact size in his pocket. He took it in his hand and observed it carefully. Why does this jade pendant feel so familiar? Xie Yan stared intently at the small rectangular jade pendant in his palm, which was emitting a faint glow. At that moment, Xie Yan used the system to scan it. The interface quickly displayed, "Damaged system fragment detected, initiating fusion process." Seeing this, the eyes of the Shilanwei girl, whom Xie Yan was disguised as, twitched slightly, first in surprise, then with a flash of brilliance.
Xie Yan mused, "A damaged system fragment, huh?" His eyes lit up like headlights. Feeling like he'd struck gold, Xie Yan happily said, "It's already a fragment and damaged. System, you sure have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. But for Chu Yanping to have a system fragment on him, this is a pleasant surprise." Suddenly, Xie Yan became suspicious, and the girl's expression turned serious. "Wait a minute. If it's a system fragment, why didn't I get a notification before? I always get a notification when I get close to one. Could it be because it's damaged? Does the damaged system fragment need to be in my possession before the system gives me a notification?" Then, he clicked his tongue and said, "TCH. It's a shame Chu Yanping died too soon. I couldn't pry more secrets from his mouth, whether it's their conspiracy or why they had a system fragment on them. The clues have been cut off for now." Xie Yan glanced at Chu Yanping's corpse, which was attracting flies, and muttered, "He doesn't have a mask on him, so he's probably not a body double. But, oh well, I'll play it by ear. Now I'm in the light, and they're in the dark. I can always find an opening and a chance." At this moment, the system's loud voice rang out like a bell. The noise was like a hook punch that knocked Xie Yan away, along with a new notification: "Fusion of damaged system fragment complete. System upgraded. Current level 5. New function unlocked." Xie Yan gritted his teeth and cursed. "System, what do you mean by new function? If you wanted to screw me over, you shouldn't have fused it. You fuse it, and then you want to leave me hanging." 3 minutes later, Xie Yan stomped his foot in frustration. He'd been trying to understand these function panels for a while, but he still didn't get what the heck they were. This trash system is getting worse and worse. Whatever, no more dallying. I'll find a chance to figure it out later. Gotta deal with Chu Yanping's corpse first. Xie Yan looked around, feeling a sudden discomfort in his stomach. Through the connection, Xie Yan's expression turned ashen. "Wait, why do I feel a little hungry?" Even stranger, an alluring aroma suddenly emanated from something, and Xie Yan couldn't help but curse. "The heck? Why do I feel hungry looking at Chu Yanping's corpse? No. That's not my feeling." Xie Yan retreated in fear, distancing himself from Chu Yanping's rotting corpse. Xie Yan quickly realized it was Hu O's feeling. It's connected to Chu Yanping's corpse. Xie Yan chanted a spell quickly. The starry sky seemed to warp space and time, creating a terrifying giant hole, long and wide like a worm opening its mouth towards Chu Yanping. Xie Yan thought to himself, "As long as I allow it, the ghost domain Hu-O will be able to devour the entire body." With that, the ghost domain Hu-O swallowed Chu Yanping's corpse. The ghost domain Hu-O digested Chu Yanping's corpse, directly transmitting the sensation to Xie Yan. Alright, the ghost domain's space is a little bigger now. Even the thickness of the boundary walls has increased slightly. It seems this blessed land can absorb energy by devouring corpses to sustain itself. Seeing this, Xie Yan smiled and said, "Interesting." As expected, a high-level immortal cultivation civilization's acquired spiritual treasure has this kind of power. It's not too surprising. If I can constantly provide it with energy from corpses, what will this blessed land become? Can it return to its peak state? I can try it out when I get back. But for now, I need to go out and deal with those tales. The Shilan Palace, surrounded by tall buildings and ancient architecture made of golden sand, now looked like a pile of desolate ruins. Xie Yan bent down to pick up the crimson jade stones on the ground, grinning.
Luckily, the aura of the evil god seed hasn't been lost. The loss isn't too great. I can still retrieve them.
Xie Yan put the crimson jade stones into a small bronze cauldron and continued, Feng Chen, Chu Yanping has already been beaten to a pulp by me. Next time, I will definitely refine you into your strongest state. At this time, Xie Yan thought, as expected, even though Chu Yanping is dead, Feng Chen is using the unblemished holy fire, so he still hasn't disappeared. If I want to release the people from the two great demonic sects, I still have to put in the effort. He contacted Qing Prier. I'm done here. How is it over there? Did they agree to my request? Qing Prier replied in a strange and troubled tone. My lord, they are still hesitating.
Hearing this, Xie Yan's face darkened, and he said with murderous intent, They won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Tell them that if they don't agree to my request, Chu Yanping is too strong for me, and I won't be able to hold on much longer. I might just slap my butt and leave. They can't blame me. At this moment, Qinger replied somewhat awkwardly. Qinger has already told them, but they said they'll consider it immediately. Xie Yan snapped, Consider my ass. Give them 10 more minutes. If they have the ability, they can stay in there for life.
Hearing this, Qinger replied, Okay, Qinger will give them the final message.
However, Xie Yan was still furious and continued to curse.
That's ridiculous. Do the two great demonic sects think they can trick my strength?
At this moment, he muttered, I'll take this opportunity to experiment with Feng Chen for a bit.
After a while, Xie Yan sighed with disappointment. It's not working. The Mara True technique isn't reacting. It seems there really is no way to make the oddity absorb and refine it. Maybe it's because the unblemished holy fire was changed by Chu Yanping when he was beaten.
Thinking this, Xie Yan became even more annoyed, but the next second, Qing Shi returned with news that cheered Xie Yan up somewhat. My lord, they agreed. He asked in surprise. So fast, I haven't even been threatening them for a minute yet. It's caused the treasure vaults startin' to collapse, Xingtella replied, kinda bummed, while dodging huge rocks that were about to fall and crumble. You mean the Xilon treasure vault is about to collapse? Xie Yan asked, skeptical. Qing Shi immediately confirmed, Yup, Your Grace, they're dying. Hearing that, Xie Yan perked right up, clapping his hands and saying, Awesome. Time for action, Qingger. Keep an eye on these two brethren.
Xie Yan continued, I'm saying, once it's sealed, who knows how many people will be trapped and die? What if something goes wrong? Wouldn't that be a waste of my effort? Turns out Zhu Danuo still had a backup plan. This time, I'm getting a sweet deal. Then, Xie Yan gathered his Quid and unleashed his firepower, stance ready to attack.
An incense stick's worth of time later, the Xilon treasure vault's archway, with its chains of true key, remained unmoved by Xie Yan's fire, he muttered. Underestimated the sealing art. One incense stick isn't nearly enough. At this moment, on the other side, Qinger urgently warned, Not good, Your Grace. The collapse inside is speedin' up. The collapse was slow at first, but now it's like a mountain fallen apart. Pretty scary.
Xie Yan clicked his tongue and replied, I see it. At this rate, the whole vault's gonna kick the bucket in less than 2 hours. This Zhu Yanping is dead. How did he even pull this off?
Qinger quickly answered, Your Grace, they're saying, it's because Your Grace took away the Spirit Stone Chi source. The vault lost its support, so it started to collapse. Hearing that, Xie Yan seemed to realize something. I get it. Their analysis is probably right. Zhu Yanping entered the vault and took away the immaculate sacred fire.
It's totally possible he also took the Spirit Stone Chi source.
Actually, the Spirit Stone Chi source is still in the vault. If the Spirit Stone Chi source's purpose is to stabilize the vault, then once it's removed, the vault will collapse quickly. That explains everything. Zhu Yanping wanted to lure the two great demon sects into the vault. Naturally, he couldn't take the Spirit Stone Chi source away, or the vault wouldn't have lasted until the official start of the plan. Xie Yan told Qing Wire, Tell them to chill. Come up here, I'm almost done. Afterward, he directly gathered his cue. The fire blazed, transforming into a phoenix, soaring towards the vault's archway with a mighty presence. Another incense stick later, the chains wrapped around the archway gradually dissipated. Xie Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally done.
Suddenly, the ground shook violently, immediately cracking open, revealing a giant serpent demon, its body long and thick with thorny armor, its eyes a terrifying red, bearing sharp fangs, and lunging towards Xie Yan. Hurriedly grabbing her skirt to run, she cursed, Ah, I'm dead.
A shadowy male figure with wrapped hair vaguely appeared in the dust like mist. Before long, Xie Yan recognized the person, angrily accusing, Hey, Vice Sect Master Yan, is this how you treat your benefactor?
Hui Li coldly replied,
Your Highness looks pretty healthy, huh? Doesn't look like you just went through a fierce battle.
Vice Sect Master Yan said in a low voice. That's a heartless thing to say. This princess even lost her sword. Isn't that enough? Xie Yan stood up for Xie Yan, replying irritably. No one knows if your majesty's battle was tragic or not, but everyone saw your highness taking advantage of the situation to force me and Xie Yan to make a great demonic heart oath. Hui Li coldly replied. Hearing that, Xie Yan sneered and replied, Call it taking advantage of your danger. Call it reaping benefits while sitting idly. This princess has no obligation to save you guys. If there's no profit,
why would I take action? Chingor's ghost flame soul returned, happily saying, Your Grace. Chingor successfully completed the mission. Xie Yan also smiled contentedly, patting Chingor's head as he replied, Good job. Chingor is always so capable. He turned to Shigu Yan and Hui Li, continuing, Besides, I've already been benevolent enough. Making you two swear the great demonic heart oath was just because I needed someone to do something for me. I said beforehand that it wouldn't make you guys sacrifice your lives, nor would it seriously harm your sect's interests. So many restrictions. What do you guys even complain about? Hearing that, Shigu Yan was silent for a moment before replying, What your highness said this time actually makes a bit of sense. But unexpectedly, a male figure suddenly appeared in the vault's archway, bursting out in white light. Hui Li and Shigu Yan were both momentarily shocked and disoriented. That mysterious guy. Don't even think about Levin. Who is it? The two of them gathered their cue to attack, but that mysterious man was faster than them, seemingly treading on the wind and riding on Kia, dodging the attacks from Shigu Yan and Hui Li one after another. However, at one point, he completely disappeared, splattering dark yin energy. He actually got away, Shigu Yan said. Unwilling, Hui Li couldn't contain his anger, saying, Soul sacrifice ghost art. You also worship the spirit Tao. Xie Yan slightly raised an eyebrow, watching him leave, thinking in his heart, Isn't that the unlucky master? When did he sneak into the vault? Shigu Yan and Hui Li turned to Xie Yan. At the same time, Hui Li's Shidi said in a low voice, That's your highness's man. The soul sacrifice ghost art of the spirit worship island is extremely harmful to the body. I hope he's okay, Hui Li coldly sneered. That guy was being sneaky. Don't blame us for acting without permission, your highness. What does the spirit worship island have to do with me? Consider him unlucky if he gets killed. Xie Yan replied distantly. Your highness can use yin ghosts, so we thought your highness was related to the spirit worship island, Shigu Yan suspected. Indirectly questioning him, Hui Li looked around, asking, I remember that Beauty Wei Yu was with your highness, right? Where is she now? That person just now didn't seem like Yan Ruyu, right? You guys don't need to worry. The spirit worship island is not as important as worrying about Jiangnan, Xie Yan coldly replied. Hearing this, Martial Aunt Yan jumped off the giant spirit snake, questioning, Does young Master Ji from the Jiangnan Ji family have any evidence to suggest this matter is related to them? Xie Yan frowned slightly, replying, No evidence. You're free to disbelieve me. All I know is that Ji Jinye is the one backing Zhu Yanping. This is my dying intel. If you want to investigate further, this might be a clue. All right. We will investigate the evidence ourselves after this matter is settled. Martial Aunt Yan nodded slightly, replying, Okay, I've said everything I needed to say. This princess is busy. I don't have time to waste here talking to you. I'm leaving. With that, Xie Yan turned and walked away. As for what I want you to do, I can't think of anything right now. I'll find you when I do, he thought to himself. The favor of two great demon sects 4th level pre-heaven experts is in my hands. It'll be useful sooner or later. I'll let them go for now. At this moment, Martial Aunt Yan hurriedly said, Your Highness, wait. We still have many things to discuss with you. Jilan Wei is still in the vault, waiting for our people to bring him out for interrogation. Perhaps we can get more information related to this matter. But Xie Yan didn't reply and directly walked away, smiling to himself. Do you think I'm an idiot? I gotta run fast? If the Balian GDU all rush out and put some kind of chain seal on me, it's better to just fight Zhu Yanping comfortably? I really can't break that thing right now. Suddenly, Xie Yan sensed the aura of immense power lingering nearby. Perhaps overwhelmed by the oppressive energy, Xie Yan couldn't hide the surprise and disbelief on his face. What's that? At this moment, a burning ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky, growing larger and larger towards Xie Yan. Not daring to be careless, he immediately used his lightness skill to jump away. The ground where the ray of light struck shook and cracked. Xie Yan continued to leap high into the air, but before he could recover, the ray of light suddenly changed direction and shot up, quickly catching up to Xie Yan's speed. Xie Yan couldn't help but be shocked when he noticed and immediately unleashed the 6th Division Demonic Luo Body Technique. 7 Xie Yan clones, disguised as Jilan Wei, shot out in multiple directions. Unexpectedly, the light also split into branches.
chasing after both Xie Yan's clones and Xie Yan himself, thus increasing the speed of his escape. They quickly destroyed Xie Yan's clones one by one, until finally finding Xie Yan and attacking as a beam of light. The light slammed Xie Yan down to earth like a comet, causing a loud explosion. As a result, his meridians were inevitably damaged, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood. Xie Yan trembled and knelt on one knee on the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, sighing in his heart. This guy's really strong, so violent. Who the hell is this? Hidden in the hazy smoke and dust, an iron hand suddenly shot out, striking a pressure point on Xie Yan's back. Balian Mecha Technique, Qi Meridian Seal. Instantly, Xie Yan felt small explosions in his limbs and body, and he became stiff as if petrified. This power, my true Qi, can't be used at all. Xie Yan struggled to turn his head, looking at the culprit who had made him tremble so much that he couldn't resist. This guy is so strong, could it be? Martial Aunt Yan appeared not long after, respectfully saying, "Greetings, sect leader." The sect leader of Yanxi Jiyu and Hui Li is a tall, gaunt, humanoid mecha warrior, without a face or mouth, without any facial features. On the front, there is only a large red button on the back of the hand and chest, he replied. This seat has sealed this person's Q meridians. No matter how capable she is, she can't use her skills. Speak. What's the situation? Yanxi Jiyu cupped her fists and replied. Reporting to the sect leader, the vault battle did encounter an accident. I'll tell you about it later. The person in front of us is the only heir to Xi Lan's vault. Not only did she compete for spirit stones and key origin, but she also took advantage of others, danger, and forced me and Great Elder Hui Li of the Qi Liang sect to swear a Great Heart Demon oath. Hearing this, Xie Yan immediately retorted indignantly. Hey, Vice Sect Leader Yan, people should have a conscience. If it weren't for me, you'd still be eating smoke in the vault, he thought to himself. I was careless. So the reason why he and Hui Li hesitated in the vault before wasn't because they didn't see the situation clearly, but because from the beginning, they only hoped that the Balian Jiu's sect leader would secretly send reinforcements to help. If the vault hadn't collapsed, I'm afraid they wouldn't even bother with the Heart Demon Oath. Do people in the demonic cult only act based on their conscience? When your Highness forced us to swear the Great Heart Demon Oath, you probably had psychological preparation. Xie Yan glared at Yanxi Jiyu, snarling, 2 for your conscience! But secretly he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. This time is troublesome. The sealed true Q is secondary. The Everlasting Overlord first is not affected. But the problem is that the Balian Jiu's sect leader's speed is faster than me. Using the Everlasting Overlord first, in a situation where I can't escape, even opening Jing Tian is meaningless. I'll just be beaten like a whip, wasting a little origin points. Can I only use Demonic Luo Rebirth to escape? No. My whole body is full of treasures, I can't leave them here. It's better to choose a day for the Great Heart Demon Oath than to meet one. If your Highness can't think of a demand, just turn your life into a request. How about it? If so, is also considered. Who took it? What that person needs. Yanxi Jiyu said softly. Hearing this, Xie Yan sneered, as if mocking. Spare my life? Then what? Are you going to release me? Are you going to stop chasing me? I only have one request. No matter how many things you can do, sparing my life is useless. At this moment, Xie Yan secretly calculated. Pretend to surrender first, then take advantage of their carelessness. Spend 2 minutes to use magic teleportation to escape. No, that won't work. Activating magic teleportation requires forbidden magic breath. In the situation where I'm sealed, I can't use forbidden magic chi. And Flower Interspace True Chi is fine, but Demonic Luo True Chi is rooted in the soul. What does he intend to do to me after all? Your Highness is very smart. But your Highness doesn't seem to have another choice, Yanxi Jiyu replied coldly. At this moment, Xie Yan was also silent, thinking, Yao Ming, then find an opportunity? No, for the time being, not to mention that Qi Yi thought, I don't have enough control over the thought flame. My true Q realm is sealed, using Demonic Luo True Skill. That Q, the speed of sword escape, is much faster than the Everlasting Overlord Fist, and it doesn't belong to this true Q system. But, Zhu Yanping, you bastard! If it wasn't for him breaking my Sealing Heaven sword and using sword escape to run away, damn it! Who could beat me? Unexpectedly, a deep, hoarse male voice rang out. If I didn't hear wrong, Shilan Wei's Spirit Stone Qi origin is on this person. Immediately, Xie Yan, the Ji family sect leader, and Yanxi Jiyu were startled and looked up. Well, that's simple then. Hand this person over,
And we, the Lingxi Qi Yuan Shinmo sect, will take the spirit stones, the mysterious man said in a low voice. Radiating an unpredictable and dangerous aura, Xie Yan quickly recognized the other party. Secretly surprised, Ge Yi, why is he here?
Ge Yi, the deputy sect leader of the Shinmo sect? You want this seat to hand someone over just by opening your mouth? Since when did the 3 words, Shinmo sect, carry such weight? The Ji family sect leader mocked coldly.
The Lingxi Qi Yuan has been in our Shinmo sect for a long time, but now you're trying to take it by force. If you hand it over, that's naturally the best. If not, Gen Yi began to circulate yin energy, his green eyes flashing with demonic energy, glaring down.
Then Gi can only take it himself.
The clear sky suddenly turned into pitch-black night. The vacuum gradually distorted, revealing a terrifying, giant, 2-horned, 4-eyed demon head, incubus of the myriad transformations demon god. Xie Yan observed, and couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. WTF? Isn't that the myriad transformations demon body? Is his name really Ge Yi or just a front? What did I say? Suddenly, the Getheng sect leader is acting so arrogant?
So he's broken through to the 5th level of the immortal realm,
gaining a bit more swagger. But battles at the same level also have differences in the depth of cultivation. Even if this is just a puppet of this seat, the Ji family sect leader said as he circulated his energy, emitting white light.
In the end, he's still too young, he said, imposing, launching an attack at the same time.
The white light clashed with the black demonic energy, creating a fierce reaction. The explosion roared, threatening to shake the heavens and the earth.
They're fighting.
No one's paying attention to me. Opportunities here. Xie Yan smirked slightly, then shot into the sky like a rocket.
A puppet.
The Ji family sect leader couldn't help but be surprised.
Yan Shigu was no less surprised.
At this moment, the system interface opened, announcing the acquisition of origin points from Gongshuban, Yan Shigu, and Ge Yi. Ge Yi watched the back of Xilan Wei, transformed by Xie Yan. Suddenly, Ge Yi smirked.
At this moment, Xie Yan had already flown to the outskirts of Hang City.
Qingxi handed Xie Yan the qi-concealing jade pendant to undo the acupoints on his chest.
As soon as the acupoints were released, damaged meridians passed through the blood that gushed out of his mouth.
Qingxi was so frightened that she cried, hurriedly asking, "Are you all right, master?"
Xie Yan sighed inwardly and replied,
"I'm fine. After more than 30 cycles of torment, I finally managed to expel that foreign true qi from my body."
Hearing this,
Qingxi hugged her chest in relief and said, "You scared me to death. I thought you had gone crazy, always hurting yourself."
At this moment, Xie Yan used the Nirvana finger to recover, thinking in his heart,
"No choice. The foreign true qi that the sect leader of the 100 Refinements realm Liu injected into my body is like a living thing. As soon as my true qi moves a little, it dissolves and seals it. I can't even self-destruct my dantian, let alone use other basic true qi techniques. So, son of a BTCH, I'm still not injured? The Nirvana finger isn't working," he worriedly thought. In the end, I can only use the Eternal Life Overlord Fist to restore my body bit by bit, forcing the foreign true qi out through the wound. Only then can I solve the key point. This thing is extremely cunning, knowing how to avoid me hurting myself. At least 2 out of 5 times it avoids me. If it were someone who didn't know the Eternal Life Overlord's Fist and the Nirvana finger, I really wouldn't know how to break this move.
Afterward, Xie Yan sighed with some helplessness and said, "Having spirit-infused qi? Having primordial spirit true qi? Having spirits? So this is what true spirit-infused true qi is like." The experts I encountered before were at most at the 4th level of the immortal realm, without much emotion. This time, it's truly an eye-opener. The 5th level of the immortal realm is indeed worthy of the 5th level of the immortal realm. They've walked longer on the path of qi with primordial spirit than those at the 4th level of the immortal realm.
Xie Yan looked outside. Under the dim and gloomy sky at that time, an evenly matched battle between demonic qi and white light was taking place. If it weren't for Ge Yi this time, how could I have escaped so easily? Xie Yan said in a low voice as he watched. At the same time, he thought in his heart, just now the system reminded me, the origin point is Xi Yi, not Yi Dao Ji. It seems I was overthinking it. I didn't expect that fierce old man to appear here. He won't chase after you, will he? Qingxi asked suspiciously.
Xie Yan?
Xie Yan was silent for a moment, then replied, "Probably not, Eddie. Initially, I used the identity of Ge Huayu to tell him about the information of the Xilan treasury and the Lingxi Qiyuan.
According to Geiyi's personality, it's reasonable that he'll personally make a trip after the nine-sects gathering. At this moment, he secretly asked. The problem lies in how Geiyi managed to take action so timely. Is it a coincidence or intentional? Even if he saw me fighting with Xie Yan, it doesn't matter. This identity of Xilan Wei will have to disappear completely later. Even if Geiyi has the intention, he can't touch Xie Yan. Thinking this, he turned around and initiated the transfer magic. Xie Yan said to Qingxi, Heaven knows if the master of the Scarlet Alms sect and Ji Jinye will come. Right now, it's gods fighting here. Staying for a minute is dangerous for a minute. We should still scram early.
At that moment, but in a different distant horizon, the pillar of luck disappeared.
Yu, my aura observation art can't find him anymore, Mi Ling, sitting next to Yan Ruyu, said. She gently rubbed her chin and replied, Perhaps it's little Qingxi's methods. She knows the aura observation art, although not as much as Mi Ling. But if she has discovered something and helped senior brother block it, little Qingxi is that powerful, I don't believe it. Mi Ling puffed her cheeks. Looking both incredulous and sulky, Yan Ruyu raised her hand and gently stroked her head, replying, Pets follow their owners. My senior brother is so powerful, how could little Qingxi be inferior? But if it weren't for me discovering Geiyi's whereabouts early and leading him near the entrance of the dim realm, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been so easy for senior brother to run. Hearing this, Mi Ling was puzzled. But how did Yu know that this person could help? At this moment, Yan Ruyu shrugged and replied, Whether he helps or not doesn't matter, whether it's facing Zhao Yangping or the two great demon sects. With the Xinmo sect's overbearingness, there will be conflicts. With senior brother's nimbleness, the more chaotic the situation, the more he can fish in troubled waters. How could he suffer losses? But it's not just senior brother who can take advantage of the opportunity to act. Staying here to watch, there will indeed be unexpected gains, Yan Ruyu said in a low voice, her right eye flickering with golden light. Then they circulated their energy and flew into the sky. Yan Ruyu said, Let's go, we should do our own thing. Not long after, at a cliff outside the West Lam treasury, a middle-aged woman was sitting on the ground, clutching her wounds, looking utterly miserable. She gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it, what rotten luck. I barely waited for the West Lam treasury to open, thinking I could secretly sneak in and rob some treasures. Plus, the burial ground discovered in the treasury would have been a great help to Xuanhao. This trip should have been fruitful, but who knew the treasury would collapse? I almost died in there. I barely escaped, only to be attacked by two Xiantian Fourth Realm experts. The sword wounds from before haven't healed, and now I've taken 2 more palm strikes. I don't know when I'll recover. Then, as if unable to suppress her frustration and anger, she blurted out, If it weren't for that traitor Yan Ruyu providing the intel, I'd definitely use the sect's power to capture her after these wounds heal. Suddenly, another seductive female voice echoed from the darkness. Master's words really hurt this disciple's heart. She was startled and turned around abruptly. Yan Ruyu stepped out from the cliff, smiling charmingly. Although the intel was provided by this disciple, if Master hadn't suddenly attacked, turning us against each other, how would we have ended up like this? Even if the West Lam treasury was a trap, didn't this disciple retreat safely? Look at Master now. The source is damaged, the Guaiwu is gone, and you don't even have the strength to save yourself. It's really a bit pathetic. Yan Ruyu covered her mouth and laughed mockingly. Yan Ruyu's master felt the situation was very unfavorable for her, so she was startled and recoiled, asking suspiciously, what do you want to do? Yan Ruyu walked closer to her, answering, Now that things have come to this, no one would believe me if I said I never resented the sect for my relatives, right? Maester probably informed the sect before entering the treasury, explaining everything. Either way, this disciple can't go back to Yonglingdao. Since that's the case, this disciple wants to choose a new place for myself. If things go smoothly, the benefits gained might be more than everything in the West Lam treasury. But in the meantime, this disciple wants to borrow something from Master. At this moment, Yan Ruyu revealed a sinister, dark smile that made her shiver with fear. Trouble you to take a trip to Xilan Guo. The 3 masks of Sijun Shenzhong are still there, a deep male voice said. He turned around, the darkness engulfing him, making his face blurry. He continued, This thing is a treasure from another realm. After all, it's not convenient to borrow the hands of others. The other person's voice came over. I have something to do. Of course I'm willing. But the hard work to end up falling apart. Even the pain of my own life. It seems that Zhao Yanping has met a formidable opponent. It's a pity that when Zhu Yanping was sucked into that different dimension space treasure, my eyes were blocked as well.
and I couldn't know how he finally failed. I have a hunch that this Chengsheng Tian organization of unknown origin may be more difficult than the Ma Men of Dahan. When you pass by, take the opportunity to find out the inside story of the other party.
Half a month later, Jianghu Entertainment Road in Zhao City, guarded in the border of Dahan, in the living room on the 3rd floor, Chinger poked at the board. When will Lord Zhao Tong come out? Chinger is so bored. Xie Yan was in the Giyu Hutian, holding up a bright red sword in his hand, observing and saying, Feng Tian, Feng Tian, spending half a month, I finally restored you. Even the intensity is one level higher than before. Xie Yan held the sword and danced a sword shadow, muttering to himself, still lacking the peak state, but barely using some of the world's power of the main world is not a big problem. But when I really use it, I find that the extreme destructive power is at most about the 5th level of Xiantian. Higher than that, it's not just a matter of the sword body shattering, even the sword spirit will be severely damaged. Don't even think about recovering in a few years. Xie Yan said as he tapped his finger on the sword, then sadly said, if it is possible to not spend money, and not limit the transport of the destructive power of the 5th heaven, then that is not bad. However, I can clearly feel that if it keeps like that, Feng Tian will break. My sword practice road will carry a heavy burden for a long time. At this moment, Xie Yan sheathed the sword slightly smirked, and said, it's a pity. After practicing the evil god seed, I can't get rid of this red color no matter what. I really don't dare to take you swaggering around everywhere, even Ji Jinye or the 2 great Ma Men. My current identity as Xilan Wei is just a passerby, right? It's better to be humble recently, so I can only leave you in the lotus pond. A short time later, Xie Yan suddenly leaned out of the bowl. Zhao Tong made Qingger startled, but even so, she happily said, my lord is finally out. Hearing this, Xie Yan replied, yeah, Feng Tian is fixed, let's go. In the hall below, a guest hit the wooden table with a sound, and then the voice of the old man telling the story rang all over the place. The last time the book talked about how the princess of Xilan Wei defeated the Confucian student, Lord Zhao Yangping, but encountered the siege of the 2 masters of Bailian Jiliu and Qiliang Zhao. At this time, the vice master of Xin Mozong, Ge Yi, came to kill. The 3 sides did not give in to each other and fought a battle in the Huangcheng Xilan. I saw in Ji that Princess Xilan Wei raised her longsword. The swordlight swept away the sky, disregarding the destruction of all the mist illusions and mechanisms, and suppressed the attack of the 3 masters of the 5th level of Xiantian with her own strength. The common people who heard this also felt curious and stunned. Among the listeners, only Xie Yan's face was melancholy, muttering, Qingrer, what kind of weird battle achievements did you make up for me? Qingrer was not polite, and honestly replied, in Qingrer's eyes, my lord is so powerful. Moreover, exaggerating a little bit, it is easier for adults to collect origin points. Hearing Qingrer say that, Xie Yan annoyed reply, Xilan Wei is not my Zun. Now I have restored my original form. What source points are you earning? At this time, Qingger realized in a daze. Qingger doesn't know. The common people listened to the story and talked about it, and even the people of Shilangguo contributed to the lively atmosphere. There is such a talented person in this small country of Xilan. It's really eye-opening. I just don't know how much of the play is true and how much is false. The other person heard and replied, God knows. There is another saying that the leader of Qiliang Zhao did not come at all. Princess Xilan Wei was suppressed by the leader of Bai Lian Jiliu. It was Ji Yi, the vice master of Xin Mozong, who came to the rescue. In the end, the master of Bai Lian Jiliu and Ge Yi fought for half an hour. Without distinguishing the winner, this matter is still unclear. Immediately, the Zhilangguo people retorted, the place where you are not belonged to the Princess Xilan Wei Fuguoji, not the original. I have heard the Princess Xilan Wei Fuguoji 3 times, and in the end, the Princess Xilan Wei left the Jianghu. The 2 great demon sects admired that person, and together pushed Xilan Che to become the master, and Xiliu became the regent, and finally, Xilangguo was peaceful again. Hearing this, the other person immediately dissatisfied and said, how can people reveal that? Do you have any morals? The other person immediately retorted, what I want to say is that the chaos in Xilan is now peaceful, and business is becoming more and more frequent. So recently, many people have heard about it, wanting to entrust the Western merchant group to explore a little bit to see if it is true or false, but they can't find any traces. Xie Yan, listening to the lively chatter of the crowd, couldn't help but be surprised. The 2 great demonic sects didn't just casually deal with Xilan Che. He asked Qing Bir in a low voice, is Xilan Che's ending something you made up, or is it real? Qing Zhenger thought for a moment, then replied, no, it seems Men Tian Xing Zi
added some information.
Hearing this, Xie Yan nodded, thinking to himself,
looks like I underestimated the strength of the two great demons a bit. Come to think of it, they must be clear about Xilan Wei's strength. Why would they make an enemy if there was no benefit? But what's more, I still hold the demonic oath in my hands. If they are really forced, I'm afraid the two demonic sects will be in a state of chaos.
Xie Yan turned and left the tea house lobby amidst the bustling discussions of the people. If that's the case, is there a hidden Xiantian 7th Realm expert behind Zhu Yanping? Or is it related to the Liu royal family of the previous dynasty? Could it be that they want to rebel? The other person sighed and replied, who knows, though. The most famous people in the Ji family of Jiangnan are Ji Yundao, the gentle jade gentleman. I've never heard of this Ji Jinye. Maybe it's something scholar Shu wrote.
Our great Han's politics are clearly stable. How could it be shaken so easily?
Xingyan stepped out of the tea house, smiling to himself. Good, Jin Jinye. News of the Jie family of Jiangnan has finally been revealed. Jin Jinye, if I can't beat you, I can't scheme against you.
Then he grinned sinisterly. Relying on this rumor alone may not be enough to make the court wary. But when the two great demonic sects retreat to the great Han, comparing what happened in Xialan with the long-standing rumors, the Ji family of Jiangnan will be even more unable to escape the court's attention. Let them investigate further. Even if they find something, I won't fail. At this time, in the Mingyan pavilion of the Demon Sentiment sect, Yu Hongyan was meditating and circulating her energy in a tranquil atmosphere. She gently opened her eyes and tilted her head to look at the sky, her voice like melancholy, like a vague whisper. Another long dream. Only when I woke up did I realize it was the 10th month of autumn in the 19th year of the great Han Yuanwu era.
Qin Xinzi slowly walked in from outside the door, congratulating Yu Hongyan on her improved cultivation after exiting seclusion. And another level up, Yu Hongyan also thanked her for guarding outside for so many days.
Qin Xinzi said, it's what I should do, but I feel like after reaching the Xiantian 6th realm, Master seems a little different. Yu Hongyan only said that it was some after effects after seclusion, which would gradually disappear later.
Qin Xinzi didn't know there were still after effects?
Yu Hongyan then explained.
The Demon Sentiment sect's cultivation method is inseparable from people's hearts and nature, taking the great Tao from the mortal world to nourish oneself, and then giving rise to the 7 emotions. When you reach a realm like mine, if you still want to advance quickly, you must cultivate in a special way.
This cultivation method is a secret tradition of the demonic sect, only passed down to the main lineage, not to the side branches. Slightly different from the ordinary cultivation methods that can only be used after reaching the Xiantian 7th realm. But borrowing the Mountain Gate Grand Array, we can experiment first. After printing, there is spiritual Taoist luck. Now you mainly cultivate the Abandoned Maiden Sutra. Wait until the Xiantian 4th realm and you can use this cultivation method, and you will understand it then.
Qin Xinzi remembered something and informed Yu Hongyan that Xie Yan had returned from Xilan, saying that he had something to discuss with her and was waiting in the room.
Qin Xinzi added, he brought back the Spirit Stone Qi origin successfully, but he also said there was a secret matter related to the Xiantian 6th realm and above. Only Maester can study it in detail, but he still has to tell Maester the specifics.
An hour later, after listening to Xie Yan's story,
Yu Hongyan learned that so many things had happened on this trip.
Seeing so many of Xie Yan's achievements, Yu Hongyan spared no praise for him.
But she also added, the Spirit Stone Qi origin is very important to the sect, but your safety is even more important, reminding you not to risk your life like that in the future, otherwise you may not be able to return.
Xie Yan proudly said,
I dare to risk it like this because I have a way out. In fact, I have always been hiding a trump card. Even in the worst situation, running away is not a problem.
Seeing him so confident, Yu Hongyan reached out and tapped his head, telling him not to underestimate the heroes of the world.
Qin Xinzi thought to herself, this husband of mine is getting more and more powerful, but he's also getting more and more slippery. If it were someone else using his methods, they would have lost 10 lives. But I'm quite curious. How could this husband of mine kill Zhu Yanping alone? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Facing such an expert, I might have been defeated, even killed.
And those secrets,
the previous dynasty Liu clan, the person behind Jin Jinye, how did he find out? The other party is not an idiot. How could they leak important information so easily? Xie Yan, there are more and more secrets on you. Unexpectedly, Xie Yan turned to ask Qin Xinzi, is there something suspicious about this expression of my wife?
She replied, husband has once again shown great power. Xinzi is extremely envious.
It's just that after hearing the description just now, why does it seem like there are loopholes? Xie Yan asked in confusion, what loopholes? The only thing he didn't mention was the Ghost Domain Lake encounter. This enchantress shouldn't have guessed even that, right? Qin Xinzi suddenly mentioned the name Yao Ruyu, asking about the Xilan treasure trove. If it was her and Ge Huayu's scheme and husband had never intentionally abandoned her alone before leaving, why hasn't she taken any action from beginning to end? To which Xie Yan immediately retorted, "You think I'm having an affair outside." But she quickly interrupted him. If there was only a relationship with the Ruyu beauty, with husband's temperament, perhaps he wouldn't be vague in front of me. Right, I'm afraid that from beginning to end, husband never had any feelings for this Ruyu. On the contrary, she always used her beauty to attract him, but husband wanted to use this opportunity to benefit from her scheme. Yao Ruyu's mind is deep. Maybe in the end husband suffered a loss, felt ashamed, and kept his mouth shut, right? Xie Yan's face looked extremely ugly, suspecting that she could see right through him. Qin Xinzi glanced triumphantly at Xie Yan's face, as if she'd guessed right, but then immediately turned to comfort him. Although Xinzi likes seeing this look, at the end of the day, I still don't like my hubby being set up by others. This, Ruyu, I'm also well connected in the Jianghu. Hubby, don't worry. Xinzi will definitely take care of her for you later, Xie Yan reminded her. It was hard enough for me to get the suspicion off Xie Yan of the demon sentiment sect. Don't drag me into it, Qin Xinzi chuckled, telling him to relax. Suddenly there was a cough, and Qin Xinzi then realized that Yu Hongyan was still there, so she widened the distance between herself and Xie Yan. Seeing this, Yu Hongyan covered her mouth and said with a smile, "You two lovebirds should be a little more mindful when bickering." Xie Yan seized the opportunity to tease Qin Xinzi. "Did you hear that? Sect leader Gigi told you to behave yourself." Yu Hongyan also leaned in, wanting to know about that. Yu, did you really suffer a loss? Xie Yan recounted. Sect leader Gigi, don't listen to Xinzi talking nonsense. This time I was able to dig out so many secrets, and it has something to do with her. The thing is, after listening to Xie Yan's story, Qin Xinzi put on a look of extreme disgust. So you think you can use the arts of the heart to control Ruyu beauty? Xie Yan shouted. Arts of the heart, my ass? This is called sincerity for sincerity, plus a bond of mutual benefit. Yu Hongyan was a little regretful. If I had known you had this plan earlier, I should have gotten you a pair of Bai Suyuan's heart-severing GU before you left. For people like Ruyu, sincerity won't get you anywhere. Even a bond of interest isn't enough. You definitely have to use some tricks. Xie Yan, on the other hand, thought. Anyway, her identity as the last princess of the Liu clan of the former dynasty will be exposed sooner or later, and there's no benefit in controlling her. It will only cause more trouble for the demon sentiment sect, so it's better to just settle the score like this. Qin Xinzi also agreed with Xie Yan. Hubby's words are right. And once Ruyu rebels, Jinjinye probably won't spare her either. Yu Hongyan continued. No matter what the Liu clan of the former dynasty or Jinjinye want to do, this plan was drawn up before the two great demon sects even made a move, just waiting to cut off the Emperor clan's wings before taking action. In the end, although this matter isn't worth getting our demon sentiment sect involved in, the Emperor clan's desire to stir up the Jianghu will still cause waves. We can't just sit idly by and wait for something big to happen. Yu Hongyan ordered Xinzi to summon the elders for her, investigate this matter, and be careful not to mention Xie Yan, just say it's information received from the Jianghu. Soon after, all the elders gathered and discussed plans for the investigation. Qi Jiangnan Wu Lingxian was a little confused. It's unreasonable to start an investigation just because of a story circulating from a storyteller, thinking that Yu Hongyan is making a mountain out of a molehill. Qin Xinzi spoke up to explain, saying, "This isn't just a rumor. Yu Hongyan and the leader of the Scarlet Halberd sect have had private exchanges, and the news from that side has also secretly confirmed the truth of the story. The only clue in Western Gloom right now is one person, Ji Jinye, so the demon sentiment sect can start investigating from here." After listening, Yu Xuanji also felt, if we sit by and watch the chaos between the two demon sects develop, it could indeed affect the demon sentiment sect. Wu Lingxian was also persuaded. It's okay to investigate a little, at least to avoid the demon sentiment sect falling into a passive position. Yan Mi Ling suggested. Then let's summon our Changwu. He's from the Jie family. It's perfect to ask him about this. But when Ji Changwu arrived, he said, he's not too sure either. He's been away from home for many years, and his memories are fragmented. But he knows Jinjinye, who is also his granduncle. It's just that he died before he could remember everything, so he doesn't understand much. Qin Xinzi then asked him to say everything he knew. Ji Changwu began to recount. According to the elders in the family,
This granduncle of mine was more intelligent than others, studying Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, and was extremely talented at a young age, a very promising successor, and had accumulated a great deal of reputation for the Ji family. But these reputations are only between the emperor and the people, and have little impact on cultivators in the Jianghu. It was only in his later years that he became acquainted with the head of the Taishuan sect and had some friendship. Later, Ji Yundao's entry into the Taishuan sect was also due to this favor.
Wu Lingxian only felt that it was a normal, prominent family, and there were countless such families in the great Han Empire. Qin Xinzi, on the other hand, thought,
"That's precisely why we need to investigate."
The other elders also felt that it made sense, and said they would use all their manpower to help with the investigation.
Wu Lingxian also agreed to help, but at the same time asked, "Where's Yu Hongyan?" Qin Xinzi honestly replied, "During the 9-Sex convention, my master saw that hubby's cultivation was having difficulties, so she spent a lot of effort preparing."
"She's probably resolving cultivation obstacles for hubby right now," Yu Hongyan said. "It's been a few days since I've seen you. How's your condition? How much has your true energy improved? It's getting more and more lively again. I told you not to learn any more techniques casually. Why are there 2 more primordial heterogeneous 5-element attributes in your body? Although they're not in the category of true energy and have nothing to do with techniques, with 1 more variable like this, do you know how much it will increase the difficulty of compatible techniques?" He replied. "Gigi is right to teach me, but I can't help it. This thing just grew on me."
She sighed, exasperated. "I'm not even going to ask what kind of opportunity you stumbled into that got you all messed up like this. I already had a plan, but now I have to start from scratch."
He chuckled, saying, "Wouldn't that be a waste of you Gigi's effort then?"
She replied, "Not really, no biggie. I've had clues about your cultivation technique compatibility for a while now. Now it's just going to take a bit more work to get rid of this new interference. Anyway, those 2 weird core essences aren't messing with your true QI circulation. Might only take a few more days to finalize the original plan."
"You probably don't have anything urgent to do these days, right?" he replied. "Nope, not really." "All right then. While I'm figuring out your cultivation technique issues, sect matters can't be delayed. It's been a while since I had you by my side, so for now, you'll be my personal attendant, helping me with some tasks." In the following days, I stayed by Sect Master Yu Gigi's side, helping her deal with all the sect affairs that piled up during her secluded cultivation, and, conveniently, also probed into some key points of my cultivation technique compatibility. Luckily, the spirit root I obtained in the small world was perfectly compatible. It was just that the original key circulation pathway for my technique was a bit off, and adjusting it wouldn't be hard. However, Sect Master Yu Gigi said she seemed to have figured something out and needed a few days to prepare for a more stable solution.
3 days later, she said, "Anyway, handle these letters for the demonic sect masters like this. As for the branch master positions for those 3 branch halls, tell the Grand Elder on my behalf that her recommendations are fine, but the appointments need to be postponed. I have other arrangements."
He told her, "Yu Gigi, it's already this late. You should really get some rest, shouldn't you?"
She replied, "It's fine. After I'm done with this, I still need to check your core QI circulation again. After all, it concerns the very root of your cultivation. I can't be careless. Once your foundation is settled, you can go."
He and Qinger then turned and left. Qinger asked him, "Wow, Sect Master Yu Gigi really works hard, doesn't she? So, managing an entire sect involves that much work?" He replied, "Actually, most of the trivial stuff is shared among the elders. Recently, Yu Gigi has been pulling all-nighters, mostly because she's worried about my cultivation technique compatibility. But unfortunately, it's still a tough nut to crack. At this level of cultivation, I can't really interfere. All I can do is run errands for her and offer a few words of comfort."
Perhaps it's just a lucky coincidence. Major cultivation advancements happen roughly every 3 or 4 decades. But recently, geniuses have been popping up in the Jianghu, with Xiantian experts breaking through one after another. The fastest to advance is Sect Master Yu Gigi. I remember when I first arrived, she was only at Xiantian 3rd or 4th layer, and now it hasn't been that long, but she's already at Xiantian 6th layer.
This is just the first year of the Dao Rhyme's flourishing, and everyone's promotion speed is already this fast. Each period of Dao Rhyme flourishing lasts about 3 to 5 years, and even ordinary people can experience 2 or 3 such cycles. The sect master of the Scarlet Dual sect, Shi Weijiao, only just ascended to Xiantian 5th layer this year. The newly appointed Hall Master of Jile Guan, Bai Suyuan, started her cultivation in the Water Demon Cave and is already at Xiantian 4th layer. Yuan Sheng, the Mind Demon Sect Master, who leads the 2nd-ranked demonic sect, is only at Xiantian 6th layer. This is still the realm before the 6 Paths Dao Rhyme fully manifests in the mortal world. The hall master of Jile Guan back then was from the same generation as Yujiji's master. And even before her death, she was only at Shantian 4th layer. Those two fought for an entire lifetime, and Yujiji's master's cultivation definitely didn't exceed Shantian 4th layer. This doesn't add up no matter how you look at it, right? The glorious 9 great demonic sects, with thousands of years of heritage and countless heavenly prodigies, how could they not have any old monsters at Xiantian 7th layer or above by now? Could it be that a great calamity once swept through the Jianghu back then, and most of the Xiantian 7th layer experts and above all died off, leading to this stagnant situation we have now? An elder sitting in a tree called out to him. "You brat, you'd be perfect working for the full sky stars," he replied. "Greetings, Transmission Elder Xie Yan, Transmission Elder, what are you doing here?" He jumped down, landing right on Qinggrayer, and said he was just strolling around the sect. "I was originally looking for the sect master to discuss a few things, but I didn't expect to run into you, kid. Are you just letting your mind wander?" Actually, it's not as complicated as you think, it's just a generational gap. Those past few decades, it wasn't just our great Han demonic sect, including the righteous sects, the imperial court, and even other empires. No talents emerged. Even with the Dao rhyme flourishing period, mediocrity remained mediocrity. They were given opportunities, but couldn't climb up. "Isn't that just normal?" he asked. Such a coincidence. How could all forces suffer from a generational gap? Was there really no great calamity? Qing Shi had just managed to fly out when he grabbed her back and continued. That's exactly how coincidental it was. Later, people found it hard to believe, but reality is reality. Go read some historical records of the Jianghu. There are thousands of years of history, with verifiable evidence. Plus, historical records from all nations corroborate each other. What great calamity could there be with so many famous Xiantian experts who lived and who died? Whether masses perished or disappeared, it simply couldn't be hidden. He nudged Xinghe back towards the boy, and the boy said, "But what about even earlier than that? Where did the previous generation's Xiantian masters, like the sect master's master, go?" He said, "Their lifespan ran out, so they died. Where else would they go? Even if there are still 2 or 3 Xiantian 9th layer experts left in the Jianghu now, they won't have many peaceful days left, unless they achieve Dao enlightenment and ascend. Once a century-long lifespan is up, everyone has to die." He wondered. Died. That's not right. I used to think that Xiantian experts' lifespans were no different from ordinary people. But after personally clashing with a Xiantian 5th layer expert, I realized that at that realm, true Qi is no different from a living substance. Not only can you leverage cultivation techniques, but theoretically, you can even use it to transform your body, regenerate cells, and restore your very essence. Not to mention true immortality, human lifespans should have extended considerably. Experiencing a few Dao rhyme flourishing periods wouldn't be hard. Even with injuries, illnesses, or calamities, how could everyone die off? There should still be a few people left, right? Oh no, Transmission Elder, that's not right. You just said there might be a few people left, but they couldn't live past 100 years? How could that be? He said. A person's lifespan isn't just 100 years. Anyway, the fact that you can perceive this point in this world proves it, she kid. You really are special. But even if you sense the wrongness swirling in your heart, how long can you keep that up? Suddenly, Qinghe cried out. "Master, master, look!" He asked. "What, is this some kind of celestial anomaly? Are the stars in the sky being drawn to one place?" The elder said. "This isn't a celestial anomaly. It's a stellar alignment. The stars fall towards the North Star. Everyone bow your heads. Ziwei Yuan shines brilliantly. It seems that person has returned. 100 years have passed time and time again. Haven't you given up, old man?" he asked. "Who is the elder talking about?" The old man replied. "An unfamiliar old acquaintance. You wouldn't know even if I told you. Let's not talk about this celestial phenomenon anymore. That question you asked earlier, what about it? Do you want to keep asking?" He blankly asked back. The question from earlier. Besides the generational gap thing, did I ask anything else just now? The old man said. No, you didn't ask anything just now. I'm just old and confused. I must have remembered wrong. It's getting late. I'm going to go rest now. The path of the great Tao is a long one. Take it slow, and observe as you go. 3 days later, Qingtu flew in holding a stone ledger, excitedly saying, "Sect leader, I've brought the stuff. Where should I put it?" She replied. "Good work. Just dump everything into that basin over there." He asked. "Yueji, is this arrangement some kind of ritual?" she said. "That's right. The mysterious force separating the 2 types of cultivation energies in your body is too powerful. I have to borrow some ritualistic techniques to control it." He looked around and thought, "Ores, flowers, fragrant incense, these materials don't seem to fit the vibe," Yuichi said.
All right, Xiao Qingye, go back and get ready. It's about to begin. Spirit from the stone. Turn fire into smoke. Invoke the spirit. Manifest in form. Smoke weaves a net, severing heaven and earth, establishing this sacred domain to suppress the wandering souls. He watched intently. These are Yueji's methods. Doesn't seem like something a world master would do. He asked her, Yueji, where did you learn this kind of ritual? She turned to him and said, I'm not telling you. A girl's got to have her secrets. He thought, the world master has treasures from the immortal Tao civilization. Could it be that even the magic civilization left some things here? But sect leader has been in seclusion recently, never leaving her room. Could it be that she picked it up while stirring up the Yan River? She grabbed his hand and pulled him in. You come in too. Let me see if this ritual works. That mysterious force in your body is a double-edged sword. Although it prevents you from chi deviation due to the opposing energies, it's also too rigid, preventing the two types of true chi from merging and transforming, seriously affecting your future cultivation progress. I have to borrow this ritual to find that mysterious force, and then use it to influence the two opposing true chi you cultivate, so that they can mix like water and milk. I've found it. As expected, it's the primordial spirit secret technique. After examining 12,000 unique secret powers, sure enough, that mysterious force is also within Xie Yan's body. This time, I'm even more confident that I can help your two cultivation methods become compatible, he muttered. This ritual is awesome. It can manifest the invisible barrier that the system uses to separate the Huajian sword art and the Mara true skill, she said. Since that's the case, we should move on to the next step. I've prepared something in the back. Take off your clothes first. Take them off here. Take off my clothes. His face turned completely red, but then he took them all off. He said, Yueji, so this is the original essence circulation you were talking about. She replied, this is also necessary. I'm relatively familiar with the meridian paths of the Huajian sword art, but I'm very unfamiliar with the self-heart demon sect's technique that you secretly learned. If you don't take off your clothes, I can't make an accurate judgment. If something goes wrong, my sin will be very serious, he muttered. But isn't this a sauna? She explained. Under the influence of this ritual, I can use my true chi to guide the mysterious force on your body to gradually change, causing the two types of true chi in your body to permeate each other. He thought, sect leaders' methods have been verified by the system. Amazing. However, this second hint, damn system, the compatibility boost didn't happen sooner. It didn't happen later. But now that sect leader Gigi found a way for me, you jump out trying to lick my boots. You're dreaming. This time, I'm definitely not spending those origin points. No way. Absolutely not. She said, Xie Yan, don't mess around. If something goes wrong, all our previous efforts will be wasted. I replied, okay, I'm just a little nervous. I thought to myself, Gigi can't see the system panel. So the system's level is still above this mystical ritual. This thing claims it can observe all kinds of arcane power, but at most, it can only see the separation between the Huajian Jianzihi and the Mo Luo Zhen Gong. It's totally blind to the system, Gigi continued. Don't be nervous, sit still, don't move. Gigi will do her best. Half an hour later, the system announced, compatibility is 672%. Alert. The system barrier has been breached. Compatibility progress increased to 100%. Host may suffer from cultivation deviation at any time. Host can spend 99 million origin points to forcefully make Mo Luo Zhen Gong and Hua Jian Jianji compatible without suffering any drawbacks. The two types of true energy will coexist without conflict and can be freely switched at will. I said, here you come again, trying to lick my boots. Think I'll go along with you just because you're offering a discount? Bye-bye to you. This is way too much. For Gigi, she looks like she's about to faint. I immediately supported her. You, Gigi? Are you okay? She said. I'm fine. It's just that my mental power consumption was quite large. I'm just a little uncomfortable. I was about to use Nirvana Finger to restore her, but she immediately said, no need. Mental power depletion is different from other injuries. Using your Nirvana Finger technique to treat me would be too wasteful. Just let Gigi recover slowly. The mysterious power in your body is truly too powerful. Gigi underestimated the difficulty this time and couldn't help you complete the cultivation in one go. The healing of injuries now is just barely scratching the surface. It will probably take 2 months before the compatibility cultivation is completely successful. Don't go anywhere during this time. Just stay here with Gigi every day. Will you find it boring? I said. How can you say that? Being together with Gigi, don't even mention 2 months. I'd gladly endure even 2 years. She smiled gently and replied, you flatterer. All right, let's get to work. During this period, remember not to circulate your energy on your own, otherwise there is a risk of cultivation deviation.
This is very important, you must remember it. Okay, I got it, I replied happily.
In the wilderness, somewhere in the great Han Empire, Xie Yan was sitting in cultivation. Xing flew over and asked, "Master, how is it?" I replied, "Yes, it wasn't in vain that you, Gigi, and I spent 2 months of time. Now the two strands of true energy in my body can be regarded as coexisting together.
Mo Luo Zhengong and Hua Jian Jian Jihi can now be used in tandem without conflict, simultaneously cast. From now on, I can finally use all of my skills."
Xing eyes widened and her mouth dropped open, and she said, "So every time I fight with you from now on, can I use the 3-on-1 tactic with righteousness and justice on my side?" I said, "What is 3-on-1 with Mo Luo clones here and the Hua Jian origin spirit array? In the future, your master will fight 1-on-1 if I want to, and if I don't like it, I'll release the gang for a beatdown. Let's see if those demon bastards still dare to show off their formations."
Suddenly, something felt strange. This kind of feeling, the Ma Luo true energy, is restless and uneasy. Could it be a realm breakthrough?
She asked. "What was that just now, master?"
I also replied, "I didn't expect that after opening up the cultivation technique, I would also have this kind of gain. My current realm is showing as the 3rd level of the innate realm. The 2nd level of the innate realm's spirit transformation realm represents that my Hua Jian true energy is the 3rd level of the innate realm, and the Mo Luo true energy is the 2nd level of the innate realm. But now, the Mo Luo true energy is affected by the Hua Jian true energy, and it naturally leveled up. Both are now stabilized at the 3rd level of the innate realm. The system directly labeled it as integration, and now not only is the power stronger, but many techniques that were originally restricted have also become castable. Looking at it this way, in the future, the Mo Luo Zhengong and Hua Jian Jian Jihi can catalyze each other. As long as I focus on improving one aspect, the other will naturally rise with the tide. On the other hand, I can also use the true energy of Hua Jian to use the true techniques of Mo Luo. Hua Jian Jian Jihi is stronger in attack, but weaker in adapting techniques. The true techniques of Mo Luo are strangely varied, but lack sharpness. Now the two support each other, complementing each other's shortcomings. From now on, I can finally use my full power on the Jianghu as Mo Yugong Xie Yan.
After returning to his room, Xie Yan immediately opened the system to check the origin points of the cultivation techniques. Xing who was sitting on his head, felt bored. She saw that he was pondering for so long while looking at the origin points, and asked, "Master, why do I always feel like when you return to the demonic love sect, your mood is a little down? Could it be that checking the cultivation techniques didn't go smoothly?" Xing Yan frowned, staring intently as if he wanted to smash the system panel, and replied, "I suddenly realized a problem. My origin point gain speed seems to have slowed down recently. I feel like something is wrong with this situation. After vowing to be abstinent, the 7th and 12th should no longer be unsatisfactory, and I shouldn't be lazy about catching new fish."
At that moment, he irritably scrolled through the system panel of cultivation methods, suspecting something was up, like a bug or something, so he decided to personally check out the situation. But on the real, the production of origin points has stalled, so it could be a format error.
Real quick, he and Xiao Qinggrayer teleported to Hulu Town, a branch of the Blood Silk Tower, in the dead of night. Standing on the rooftop observing, he thought, "Right now, the Ganja sect is eyeing Ma La Lao Zu. They say they want to turn misfortune into blessing for the Eternal Bliss sect, but for the long haul, maybe the recruitment biz of the heavens should be cleaned up."
Just then, from above, he looked down in surprise. A bunch of disciples were sitting in the courtyard, all of them covered in wounds. Qinggrayer immediately guessed, maybe these guys got jumped. Xie Yan thought so too, but something felt off. Judging from the situation, they weren't attacked here. They most likely encountered some unexpected situation and just retreated back to Hulu Town.
Qinger then asked, "What do we do now?" asking if he still wanted to go in.
Xie Yan firmly said, "Of course we're going. It's just that. Under this atmosphere, it would be a bit sus to go in as Ma La Lao Zu. Clearly, the heavens are in trouble. Morale is low. And if Ma La Lao Zu shows up but can't conveniently eliminate these troubles, it'll only damage his representative."
He then took out a white mask with red crosses carved on both cheeks, wanting to impersonate Shangguan Zhao of Ma La Lao Zu. Looking at the mask in Xie Yan's hand, she flashed a sly smile full of schemes mixed with excitement. "Looks like it's time to give my heavens some new tricks."
Meanwhile, in a room at Hulu Stronghold, Tianqi and Tian Shimer were discussing matters. Tian Shimer told Tianqi about the situation after the battle, saying that the number of disciples killed in battle this time alone was over 100, and more than 10 had self-detonated to escape the pursuit, a terrible loss. Hearing this, Tianqi lost it,
angrily slamming his hand on the table, grinding his teeth in fury. "Damn it, I thought we were just taking out some fakes as usual, but who knew we'd run into such a strong one? If that hadn't suddenly happened back then, I fear both you and I would have paid the price there and then." Tian Shikar asked worriedly. "What do we do about him now, when this guy's power is many times greater than theirs? If he runs rampant everywhere without anyone to restrain him, won't the Eternal Bliss sect be affected? When they get blamed for that, they definitely won't be able to handle it." Moreover, Tian Shinur himself always felt that this imposter's scheme was too big. What if the other side makes the first move? Those in charge of spreading the Eternal Bliss sect's faith like you and him would probably take the blame. Suddenly, a mysterious voice spoke. "Oh, you two are that scared? Is it because the opponent is too strong? Or are you two just too useless?" The two of them immediately turned around in shock, and it turned out to be Xie Yan, disguised as Shangguan Jiao, a member of Ma Lao Zu. Seeing the demeanor and aura radiating from his body, the two of them were shocked and frightened, and someone guessed that this person must be a Xiantian level 3 expert. At this moment, Xie Yan unleashed the 9 Netherworld Ghost Claw with both hands, one side water and the other fire, attacking Tianqi and Tian Shiner, who immediately retaliated. They thought this was sent by that dude pursuing them. Suddenly, while fighting, the two of them were wrapped in a stream of ancient energy from Xie Yan, which gradually moved to their entire bodies, immediately being seriously injured by his aura, sending them flying backwards. Tianqi and Tian Shiger hurriedly sat up and asked, Who exactly are you?" Xie Yan, with a stern voice and still carrying the aura of his attack, replied, "Since when have you disciples of the Eternal Bliss sect failed to recognize your superiors?" The Eternal Bliss sect, under Ma Lao Zu, Gospel Envoy, Death Extermination, Son Shangguan Jiao, is ordered to patrol this place. Facing the Lao Zu's decree, are you two planning to defy it? As he spoke, he unleashed a terrifying hidden weapon. Under the pressure of this majestic aura, the two of them finally believed that he was a higher-ranking yin arts than heavenly demon blessing. He must be a disciple of the Eternal Bliss sect, and hurriedly knelt down to salute him. Eternal Bliss sect disciples Jackie Tian Shishir, pay respects to the Honorable Envoy. Chinger hid in a dark corner nearby. Watching him like this, she giggled. "It's been a while since you used the transformation spell. Looks like you're even more proficient than before, Master." Xie Yan felt the same way. Qingmader's transformation spell had clearly improved after increasing her strength. As long as he didn't need to go all out in simple combat, and just circulated some basic true energy, it wouldn't lose its effectiveness. Returning to the main topic, Xie Yan coldly looked at them and said, "HMPH, this attitude is acceptable. But you guys are strange here. I originally thought that just relying on appearance was enough to judge the identity of this envoy. But from your reactions, not only did you not immediately bow your heads, but you even attacked. If it wasn't for the two of you having bad intentions, then there must be suspicion. Could it be related to the enemy you just mentioned?" The name Tianqi trembled in fear and said, "Honorable Envoy, please understand, it's not that we pretended not to know, it's just that someone is impersonating Lao Tzu and doing improper things." Hearing that, the two of us immediately thought it was the opponent attacking, which is why we were so rude at this time. Please forgive us. After hearing this, Xie Yan became even more angry, staring at him and saying, "I've also heard about some elements impersonating the Eternal Bliss sect, but they are just some clowns." "How can you guys even get this wrong?" he hurriedly explained, recounting the whole situation, reporting, "Your Excellency, this time it's really different from last time. Not only is the other side using our Everlasting Heavens banner to expand their power, they're even impersonating Old Devil Mara, and have mastered a technique similar to the old ancestors. To tell the truth, more than 10 days ago, we also received news that someone was raising the banner of Everlasting Heaven, killing people for sacrifices on the border between the Great Tang and the Great Han, and recruiting similar mongrels as believers in the past few months. We have eliminated quite a few, but at the time we didn't think much about it, and directly led our disciples to crusade against them. But who knew that when we faced them, we discovered that the opponent's cultivation was several levels higher than the two of us, a terrifying Xiantian 4th stage. More importantly, the evil Zhenki radiating from the fake Devil Mara was extremely similar to the real old ancestors, incredibly so. When we first met, we even thought it was the old ancestor who had arrived, and we couldn't be sure if it was real or fake." Tian Shir continued. "Of course, only when we actually started fighting did we realize that the other party was absolutely no match for the old ancestor. Even though we couldn't beat him,
We were still trying to eliminate this hidden danger for our everlasting heaven. It's just that, according to intelligence, this fake devil Mara moved into the territory of the Great Tang after causing trouble on the border, and we haven't discovered any traces of him yet. Knowing everything, Xie Yan was about to lose it. I can't believe someone dares to copy my face. And they even copied my technique. This copyright infringement is terrible these days, and they don't even get taxed. How annoying. He clenched his fist, and the streams of aura burst out accordingly, secretly telling himself that he must personally make a trip. He wouldn't let even an ant dare to profane the divine might of the old ancestor. His anger erupted, and the powerful aura of divine power caused both Tianqi and Tianxie to be terrified, almost being blown away by the whirlwind of aura he created. Venting his anger, Xie Yan walked directly past them and left. Before leaving, he said, "This matter will be reported to the old ancestor. You don't need to think about counterattacking that guy. Just use the Bloodrobe Tower's intelligence network to continue investigating his whereabouts, and then I will come back to demand information from you." Tianqi and Tianxie immediately obeyed the order. Suddenly, he added, "This time, it's just an inspection. Your loyalty has been assessed by me. The old ancestor will naturally have rewards." Xie Yan sternly warned them not to be negligent or lazy about the everlasting altar. However, if the killing people for sacrifices encounters obstacles and fierce conflicts are unavoidable, I will also request a decree from the old ancestor to find other ways to develop the everlasting heavens rituals. The two looked at each other without daring to say anything. Seeing that he was about to leave, the two of them put on innocent faces and stopped him, taking out 2 books and asking Xie Yan to present the 2 plans they had been thinking about day and night for months to contribute to the great cause of everlasting heaven to the old ancestor. They were speechless. I didn't expect these two to be so enthusiastic about their work. The old ancestor reluctantly agreed. Got it, I will help you present this. Everything must wait for the old ancestor to decide. Returning to his residence, Xie Yan returned to his true form, leisurely enjoying tea. Meanwhile, Xingxie sat reading the 2 books that Tianqi and Tianxie had given him. She wanted to explode mind and lamented, "Oh my God, the stuff in here is so complicated, Xingxie can't understand it." Xie Yan took back the book and said, "Don't force yourself. Tianqi and Tianxie are smart and talented after all, and their ideas are still somewhat complicated. It's normal that you don't understand. From reorganizing the believers of everlasting heaven, designing new teachings, to using the principle of diminishing returns, and defeating the fake devil Mara to cut costs, these things, with past actions." There are really many points of interest in this plan. Xingxie asked, "Are you thinking of adopting their opinions?" Xie Yan smiled faintly. "How could I? These things are unnecessary, just the tricks and plans that ordinary organizations can think of. And if we really follow their suggestions, it will cause old Devil Mara's methods to fade and lose their mystique. For now, let's put it aside and talk about it after the Devil Mara true art is upgraded. Once it's upgraded, I might be able to spread the gospel more effectively, more optimized. As long as we can make the believers have faith, thinking it will be beneficial to pray, then their piety will surpass all the teachings and rituals that other religions create. Is Master so confident? But now the production chain is not affected. Not sure when I'll scrape together enough origin points for an upgrade, Xie Yan thought. Aware of Qingye's concerns, he reassured her. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Once I've nailed down the intel on those Mara clones, Tianqi and Tianxie, I'll swing by Daitang, who knows, might rake in another pile of origin points. Then, Xie Yan told her to drop the subject. Time for the main hall meeting. The elders investigating Jijinye are back. We're finally getting some answers. Arriving at the demonic sentiment sect's main hall, the elders investigating Jijinye reported quickly. Based on the intel we've gathered over the past 2 months, Man Tianjing Zilu has been pumping out conflicting versions of the truth about Xilan. The one secretly sabotaging the 2 great demonic sects hails from Hanoi, Zhang Jiaying, Chuan Wang family, Wan Liu Cheng, Song Jiayan, Yan Mi Ling, holding the intel sheet, handed it to Yu Hongyan and continued. Also, some say the Xinlan mess was just infighting between the 2 demonic sects, with Emperor Ra acting as a middleman to create a scapegoat. Wildest theory? It's all the heart demon sects doing. Bottom line, each version has its limits. More credible than remnants of the former dynasty, though. On the flip side, we've dug up absolutely zero dirt on the Ji family. Seems to me this whole thing was a baseless rumor from the start, messing with Changwu and causing him all sorts of grief. Ji Changwu, looking annoyed, chimed in defensively. Just like Master said, I only noticed it after returning home, when someone was poking around, fueled by those rumors. Not just those demonic sentiment sect guys, but the others were downright crude and disrespectful. They brazenly searched the Jin estate,
kept throwing hands, poking around without permission, even digging up my late uncle's grave to get to the bottom of it. My dad got so pissed he fell sick. The strongest guy in the Jin family right now is Xie Yan, but he rarely comes home after joining the Taishuan sect. And he's been MIA lately, no contact. Without him, the Ji family is powerless to stop them. If we don't send someone to watch over the governor, they'll tear the whole place apart. Yan Mi Ling, feeling sorry for her disciples, said, "The way the Ji family's reacting doesn't scream. Hiding a Harmony Realm expert like the rumors claim. Even if they're playing coy, with so little evidence we can't confirm the rumors, it's highly likely this is all made up." Another elder added, "Exactly. According to Star Martial Sect's Intel network, most of the Ji family in Jiangnan never cultivated, and they rarely travel to Jianghu. Doesn't look like they're secretly building up strength." Yu Xuanji chimed in. "Word is, the Ji family's reputation at court doesn't exceed that of a typical aristocratic family. In the Great Han, you can find at least 80 to 100 families like them, even if they're colluding with dynasty remnants. Trying to shake up the court now is like wishful thinking." Listening to the elders, Xie Yan wondered, "Did I misjudge Jin Jinye? Is the Ji Jinye of the Ji family just a coincidence?" Thinking about it made his head spin. If I'm wrong, this is one heck of a joke. Then, Yan Mi Ling turned to Ling Xian for her opinion. "Did the person you sent find anything?" Ling Xian shook her head. "Nope, nothing. But listening to your findings made me realize something else." These conflicting reports came out way too perfectly. In just a few months, the info spread everywhere. Even with Mantian Xingzilu's help, a normal force couldn't pull that off. Her face darkened. "Looks like someone's trying to mislead the public, covering up something. Whether this person's from the Ji family or part of Jin Jinye's group doesn't matter to the demonic sentiment sect. What we should care about is the current imperial court. But their reaction has been indifferent, which is weird. Either the court already knows, and they're afraid of stirring up trouble, or there's an insider in the court, someone from the opposing side, trying to downplay the situation. But no matter which scenario it is, it proves one thing. The Jianghu might actually be heading for chaos." Suddenly, she turned to Yu Hongyan. "Did you foresee today's outcome?" Yu Hongyan nodded and said sincerely, "Investigating the Ji family in Jiangnan, if there really is a Harmony Realm expert secretly plotting rebellion, being able to prepare and eliminate the threat is, of course, the best. Xie Yan, being sent to the demonic sects without returning, was preparing for this. But if we find nothing today, then we can only pull back to ensure the sect's safety, trying our best to avoid getting involved and preventing any chaos from affecting the demonic sentiment." Sect. Hearing this, Yan Mi Ling and Yu Xuanji exchanged glances, understanding something unspoken. Following that, Yu Hongyan immediately issued orders. From today onwards, scale back all external expansion plans of the demonic sentiment sect. Disciples, defend the sect's core assets, especially the 2 key locations in Jiangnandao and Jingcheng. Act discreetly, avoid stirring up trouble. Then, she assigned tasks. First, the Great Elder and Second Elder are in charge. Third Elder, stay in contact with the Orthodox sects. Fifth Elder, monitor the Jianghu's movements. Before taking another step, we must identify the direction of these undercurrents. Everyone, stay alert and cautious. The elders bowed to accept their orders. The sect master's task. Third Elder Yu Xuanji, seeing that she had to talk to those elders from other sects, started whining with a long face. "I don't want to deal with those old fogies of the Orthodox sects. It's so boring." Yu Hongyan comforted her gently, saying, "There's no other way. The sect has been declining for years, and we need to pick up where we left off in the past. If the Jianghu falls into chaos, we can't guarantee the conflict between Orthodox and demonic sects won't reignite. The Taishuan sect's actions back then were a clear warning. We can't be careless." Ling Xian sighed beside her. "Actually, when it comes to dealing with the Orthodox sects, if Elder Gongsun was still here, we wouldn't need to send Xuangji to talk to them." Hearing the name Elder Gongsun, Xian asked curiously, "The demonic sentiment sect has someone like that? I've never heard anyone mention her." Ling Xian's eyes suddenly dropped sadly as she recounted the old story. "Of course no one mentions her. By seniority, I should call her senior sister. Back then, she had an irreconcilable conflict with the previous sect master, and in a moment of anger, she left the main hall. It's been almost 20 years. Yu Hongyan called out to her. The events of that year were hard to judge. In the years after our master passed, she deeply regretted that incident, her decision, always saying that if she had been calmer, resolved the misunderstanding, perhaps Elder Gongsun would have been willing to return. Ling Xian then had an idea, thinking, it's not too late now. According to the news, Elder Gongsun is living in Dongdu. The information might not be accurate, but who knows? She might have already been considering returning to the demonic sentiment sect. Once this matter is settled, I'll definitely go find Elder Gongsun and persuade her to come back. Having said this, Xie brushed past Xie Yan and left. As soon as everyone left, Xie Yan asked Yu Hongyan to let him accompany Xie to persuade Elder Gongsun to return. At first, she didn't agree, since he didn't know Elder Gongsun, so going wouldn't do any good. But under Xie Yan's glib persuasion, Yu Hongyan agreed. If you really can't persuade her to return, at most, I'll help the sect deliver a letter to test the waters. Besides, I wanted to go to Daitang anyway. It's not just for this. This is just a convenient way to help the sect resolve a misunderstanding. If it works out, that's a good thing too. Why don't you let me try my luck, Yu Jiji? He then used his pitiful eyes to beg. Seeing him like that, Yu Hongyan was speechless. Her heart softened and she agreed to let him go, pinching his cheek and saying, "You just can't sit still, can you? I'll write you a letter to take with you, and put intel about Elder Gongsun's Jianghu power in the Great Tang into a book for you. Read it slowly on your journey, in case you accidentally cause trouble." Xie Yan took the book and quickly mounted his horse to go to Elder Gongsun's place in the Great Tang. On the way, he opened the book and read it attentively. After reading it for a while, he realized that things weren't as easy as he had imagined. This Gongsun elder of the Ma Jing sect was not simple at all. In her youth, her beauty was only a little less than the Grand Elder, before she cultivated demonic arts. She entered the Xiantian realm early, with a peerless sword dance technique, shocking all directions. She had performed dances before the rulers of both Han and Tang kingdoms, becoming a Jianghu legend. Later, she fell in love at first sight with the young lord of the second demon sect of the Great Tang, disregarding her sect's objections and rebelling to marry into the Mao Qing sect. Hearing this, Xie Yan couldn't help but admire. Jisk! Jisk! What a demon-seducing courtesan. Hen Tangyi, who was eating and gnawing on sugarcane, asked after hearing him mention the Great Tang second demonic sect, "So, compared to the Heart Demon sect, which one is more powerful?" Xie Yan found it hard to say which was better. Although the two kingdoms of Han and Tang were neighbors, there was some friction and infighting beneath the surface. The Great Tang was more martial than the Great Han, and its Jianghu status and power were otherworldly, comparable to the Great Han's righteous and demonic paths. In this respect, they were about equal. However, according to what Yu Jiji once said, the Jianghu sects of the Great Tang tended to dominate the country. From Huang Xitian down, the officials all came from the Jianghu, while the Great Han leaned more towards the righteous and demonic paths. The Great Tianmo sect held the position of Minister of War in the 6 ministries of the Great Tang. The sect's style was iron-blooded and valiant. Despite being called the second, it was somewhat antagonistic, challenging the Great Joy sect. Elder Gongsun, who married into the sect back then, is now the sect leader of the Great Tianmo sect, and holds the high-profile position of Minister of War in the Great Tang, with a reputation in both the Jianghu and the government. No wonder, with such good conditions, it's no wonder Gongsun didn't want to return to the Mao Qing sect. He wearily leaned back against the carriage and felt annoyed. It seemed his mission this time was going to be tough. He suddenly regretted asking to come along, but oh well. He was free anyway, and there wasn't any new intel from Hulu Town, so he could treat this as a mission while waiting for news. Besides, it's not every day he gets to go abroad, so he might as well let young Master Mao Yu Xie Yan build up some fame in the lands of the Great Tang. But before setting off for the Great Tang, Yu Hongyan had given him a long list of things to buy and do when he arrived. Because of her adorable pleading, he had to move non-stop, running all over the place, from the Ma Qing sect to inside the city, then to the Yamen, then buying things everywhere before he could leave the Great Han and head to the Great Tang. At this moment, he and Xingir were on a boat crossing the Wuliu River, which separated the two countries, officially entering the territory of the Great Tang. Man Tianxing also had a branch in the Great Tang, right on the riverbank. Xingir was admiring the scenery and happily exclaimed, "Awesome! It seems like Karma of Love and Hate has been updated." Xingir wants to go to Man Tianxing to catch up. Hearing Xingir say that, he turned to remind her, "Xingir, Karma of Love and Hate is a chaotic, gossip-filled mess of the Jianghu. Even fortune-telling is more reliable than that." "Why are you so obsessed with it?" the girl replied irritably. "It's good to watch. Xingir is watching the latest episode." A moment later, the two arrived at the Great Tang, Lu Kong Town. The two went to the Man Tianxing and were dumbfounded when they saw it was a little strange. It seemed they had gone to a fake shop, so they had to go upstairs. They drank a cup of tea to warm up. Coming right up, the shop owner immediately brought the tea. "Here is our shop's catalog. Please take a look. Are you here to rest or read, sir? Our shop collects news from both sides of the river, closely following hot topics. Feel free to look at anything you're interested in." Xie Yan was holding the paper in his hand and reading it when Xingir appeared and hugged his neck, her eyes shining with joy. "Great! It's the real shop! Master, I want the newest edition of Karma of Love and Hate." He immediately called out to the shopkeeper, one copy of The Customs and Culture of the Great Tang, along with Man Tianxing's main news on the Great Tang, plus the latest edition of Karma of Love and Hate. The shop owner brought out Karma of Love and Hate. Here you go, sir. Please take your time reading. As he brought it out, Qinger struggled, unwilling to accept that this wasn't the next new chapter. After reading for a while, Xie Yan found that there wasn't any interesting news. It was all made up. Only the flower chief of the eastern capital and the sword saint of the divine capital were somewhat interesting, but they were also unsubstantiated rumors, Xie Yan thought. Besides, what's with displaying offerings in a prominent position in 2 days? Suddenly, a strange wind came and caught Xie Yan off guard, almost blowing him away. The people there also panicked. Seeing them like that, Xie Yan asked the waiter, "It's just a change in the weather. Why are these people reacting so strongly?" He replied with a smile, "You must be new here. Don't worry, it's just that when the wind blows here, it rains monkeys."
As soon as he finished speaking, many monkeys fell from the sky. Qing Yi looked very excited at this scene, enjoying it. So it turns out to be Shanggong, only giving gifts to monkeys. But it's really strange, the two sides seem to be in sync. This must have been going on for a long time. Just at this moment, the sound of footsteps came closer. The monkeys there hurriedly knelt down to salute, looking very solemn. The mysterious person suddenly walked towards him and said, "The offerings are half missing." Hearing this familiar voice, Xie Yan, who was drinking tea, choked and spat out the tea. Xing Shiker asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" The system suddenly chimed in, "Congratulations on gaining memorial points from Xie Yan." Xie Yan, knowing it was her, coughed violently while doubting his existence. Why is she here? Qing Qir was confused as to how he knew this person, and stood frozen for a moment before it dawned on her. This is the young miss the great master has never met before. Xie Yan glanced at Xie Yan, then changed her expression, teasing him with a smile. "How interesting, there's actually a man in this world who looks so handsome even while choking on water." At this point, she turned to the water shop owner and, pointing her staff at Xie Yan, said, "As far as this humble monk is concerned, the remaining half of the tribute won't be necessary." They understood her meaning, and seeing such a good deal, the group rushed over to him, begging, "Please, be our tribute. We won't forget your kindness." Xie Yan's face darkened. Barely suppressing his anger, he shouted, "Qingri, quickly chase these people away." Qinger immediately obeyed. "Shoo them away, go, go, don't disturb the great master's sibling reunion." At this time, Xie Yan looked Xie Yan up and down, asking, "Why are your clothes torn like that? And it's been so long, Ran. Did Master Mi finally let you out? Does your cultivation level meet the requirements for release?" Xie Yan ignored what he said, focusing on Qing Shayer over there, raising a female ghost and using ghosts to chase people away. HMPH, how annoying. Then she turned to him and asked, "You know little TC's name, and even use a nickname. You must have come specifically for this humble monk, right?" Hearing this, Xie Yan suddenly lagged for a few seconds. Xie Yan smirked, threatening him. However, this humble monk prefers to take the initiative. "Man, you're playing with fire." Xie Yan then knocked her hard on the head. "You want to die? You're even messing with your own brother. Is your brain okay?" he suddenly worried. Xie Yan, although sharp-tongued, wasn't usually this abnormal. Did she suffer a Q deviation while practicing the Lotus Deus Convent's technique? He held her head and shook it back and forth, checking for any abnormalities. Suddenly, Xie Yan swung her staff at him. Luckily, he dodged in time to avoid being hit. She repeatedly lunged to hit him, while Xie Yan constantly retreated, dodging without retaliating. He angrily grabbed her staff, annoyed, and scolded. "Xie Yan, you dare hit me? This girl isn't listening at all. Could she really have suffered a Kiel deviation?" Although her moves are chaotic and disorganized, the aura she's emitting is very different. Could she already be at the first level of the innate realm? At this moment, Xie Yan smiled a sinister smile. "Man, don't struggle anymore. You only have two choices. Follow this humble monk, or be conquered by this humble monk and then follow this humble monk." But Xie Yan ignored her, not paying attention to her words. He broke her staff in half with one hand, loudly scolding her, "Xie Yan, I see you really don't know fear, and you even dared to beat your own brother so brutally." The monkeys, seeing this, panicked and fled. Half an incense stick later, Qinger happily flew over, saying that she had inquired about the situation of his little sister here. Flying down, she saw Xie Yan tied to a tree, struggling like a worm. Qinger then asked, "What's wrong with the little miss?" To which he replied, "There's something wrong with her head. She doesn't listen." Then she asked straight to the point, "Why did she become like this? What's wrong with her head?" Qinger only knew when the little miss arrived, and why she was the Monkey King. She slowly told him everything she had heard, that Lukong Town doesn't have any martial arts sects.
Half a month ago, a demon of slaughter appeared, kidnapping children to practice evil arts. It was the little miss who descended from the sky, leading the monkeys to drive away the demon of slaughter. But this demon of slaughter is still lurking around here, so the people of Tuman Tianxing and the little miss made a deal. As long as there is a storm, the townspeople will offer tributes to the little miss, and the little miss will stay to protect and prevent the demon of slaughter from returning. Xie Yan learned everything, and realized that Xie Yan's current state was due to being ambushed during the battle, but since she could drive him away, he probably wasn't a powerful character. He went over and untied Xie Yan, releasing her. The girl lay on the ground, spoke, and looked up at him. A cultivator. As expected, this humble monk had a fierce battle. That evil person's demonic arts were strange and unpredictable, if it weren't for the little benevolent Buddha light protecting the chosen one within me. I'm afraid I would have been buried here long ago. The wild monkeys in the mountains are very spiritual, and this humble monk intended to perform a few spells, who knew that an evil person would occupy the area and become king, killing innocent children. This humble monk's strength can only barely drive him back into the mountains. If the brave cultivator can kill him, that would be the best. It's just a pity that this humble monk's monkeys. Has the superior cultivator regressed to the point where they have to be tamed from scratch? Is this girl creating a new persona by combining Subhuti and Sun Wukong, the great Bodhi king? The yin energy in the mountains is too heavy. Xingjinger suspects that the demonic slayer is also raising ghosts. How about Xingjinger use the Zhihijing curse to investigate? Okay, go ahead. Why do you look so melancholic, hero? Why am I asking? I think you want to make your brother angry to death so you can inherit his soulmate status. I've interacted with Buddhist cultivators before. Aside from their overly high innate talent and frequent enlightenment, they're no different from ordinary people. How come such extreme changes appeared in you? What does this little monk look like in your eyes, hero? What do you look like in my eyes? Kind, obedient, intelligent, quick-witted, a little stubborn and willful, but overall a good kid that puts people at ease. When you were young, you treated everyone fairly. It's only after growing up that you became so understanding. I just hate that my sister is not as obedient to me. Being understanding, isn't that Xie Yan's thing? Xie Yan is a good daughter to her parents, a good disciple to her master, only letting loose a little in front of her big brother. Xie Yan, living life by the old rules, is the existence named Xie Yan, responding to the molding of the world. If this little monk no longer plays the role of the former Xie Yan, then wouldn't that not be Xie Yan? Rantran. What are you struggling with? People always change. Especially since you're traveling and broadening your horizons, it's only natural. If after seeing countless rivers and mountains, you're still homesick and never step out the door, wouldn't the purpose of your travels be a failure? Whether it's the obedient and understanding Ron of the past, or the Ron who's currently giving her brother a headache, aren't they all? So Rantran is having a headache over the question of who am I? Rantran is just at the age of adolescence, scared of her own shadow, but this feeling is, haha, found it, huh? What's going on? Who is he? Zhong Tian Zi Wei Zhen Jue. Not good. Qingjir. Use Haoran Zhengqi to level the entire mountain. So, the villains on the mountain are all dead. Awesome. Qingyi got sent back home with a slap, but this aura of Dao rhythm, Ji Yun Dao, this guy has indeed reached the Xiantian stage. Greetings, Xie Yan. It's him again. Why is he here? Yun Dao. Long time no see. Did you have to come bearing a big gift like this on our first meeting? Yun Dao greets Zhi Gongzi. I apologize. I came to track down a demonic cultivator hiding in this mountain. I discovered that all living creatures in this wilderness were killed and used for cultivation, so I used this thunderous method. I didn't expect Xie Gongzi's accompanying ghost to suddenly appear. My skills are lacking, and the move is hard to control. I hope Xie Gongzi doesn't blame me. If I'm not mistaken, the accompanying ghost of Xie Gongzi and the ghost that fought me in Jiangling last time should be the same one, right? After taking my move, even with an immortal body, it probably won't feel good. This Yuan Yin hidden pill, although it's a pill for living people, it's also beneficial to ghosts. Please help her take it after she wakes up to recover. As a small apology from me. It's alright. It's alright. I understand your desire to vanquish demons and defend the righteous. This Ji Yun Dao, he really doesn't give me a chance to get angry. However, the Ji family is in chaos. Why does Ji Guan have the leisure to run to Guang Prefecture and meddle in other people's business? Since we've met by chance, why doesn't Yun Dao explain a few things to me? Recently, there have been rumors all over Jianghu that the Jiang family intends to usurp the throne. I wonder if this news is true or false. Is it the rumors spread all over the sky kind of news? What kind of rumors spread all over the sky are? Xi Gongzi probably knows by heart. It's all fake. Fortunately, the imperial court doesn't believe it easily.
Otherwise, my Jeek family would have a hard time escaping this disaster. I don't know who's framing the Jeek family like this. It's truly a stroke of bad luck. Yeah, I also think it's fake. I can't see any flaws in Yundao, and he doesn't provide any negative points. It seems either I was wrong from the start, or even Ji Yundao doesn't know the origins of the Ji family. Oh, right. The person next to Shi Gongzi is my little sister, Ranran. Also a disciple of the Lotus Terrace Temple. She is currently traveling. Ranran, this is Warm Jade Gongzi Ji Yundao. So, Shi Ran Shimei comes from the Lotus Terrace Temple. Greetings, Ji Shizu. Shisu eliminates demons and defends the righteous. That is very kind. This small monk admire you. Although this little monk have never met Ji Shizu before, this little monk immediately felt warmth in the heart. As if we have known each other for a long time, today's meeting is just a reunion after a long time of separation. How about this little monk called Shizu, little brother? And we traveled together, haha. Yundao was joking. This girl must have made some mistake. Her temper has changed a bit. She's not usually like this. It's alright, I didn't expect Shi Ran Shimei to come from the Lotus Terrace Temple. The Lotus Terrace Temple and the demonic sentient sect. What a twist of fate. Well, although I don't agree with the cultivation methods of the Lotus Terrace Temple, but, in short, she's my little sister. How can I not acknowledge her? Why call people a traitor? You didn't do it, now you finally realize the problem. It's all karma. Ranran. What are you saying? Shi Ranran's current state is super similar to a cultivation method junior sister Dao Yun mentioned to me ages ago. Junior sister Dao Yun and I were just casually chatting. Turns out, the Buddhist school has some insights into the Lian Tai Temple's innate realm technique, the 7 emotions mirroring the heart lotus. According to junior sister Dao Yun, the 7 emotions mirroring the heart lotus demands ridiculously strict talent. If you're not a born genius, forget about it. To cultivate the Yai character of love, one must ignite their heart and transform it into a lotus. The heart lotus is nourished by the 7 emotions and 6 desires, using emotions as its foundation and memories as its trials. Every single experience and insight a cultivator gains in the world turns into pure nourishment for the heart lotus, until the lotus fully blooms and their cultivation reaches grand completion. To keep the heart lotus pure, Lian Tai Temple barely ever interacts with demonic sects, especially the demonic emotion sect. I mean, thinking about it, if all thoughts and feelings are just for nourishing the heart lotus, wouldn't the person become a total shell? This Lian Tai Temple's technique is even weirder than demonic methods. I don't fully get the actual power of the 7 emotions mirroring the heart lotus divine ability, but if its effects were only that, Lian Tai Temple wouldn't be one of the 3 great Han Buddhist schools, right? Controlling the heart lotus's growth and balancing emotions is a tough nut for cultivators. Ranran's current state seems more like she's completely locked herself down, focusing purely on nourishing the heart lotus. All her actions are driven by her ego, her true self, shedding the heart lotus's influence, letting her true self be trapped in some mysterious, hard-to-explain state that brings her ego to the surface, observing everything, every word, every gesture. Once her ego's thoughts are clear and she's reconciled with herself, this weird state will probably end, and she'll go back to being the junior sister young master Ji knows. So understanding clear intentions is how all Buddhist techniques work. Xie Daoyun was like that, and now Xie Ranran is too. Overthinking everything, piling up bad karma, being human is such a pain. Brother Yuntao, you've already handled the next target. Got any plans? To be honest, this guy wasn't even who I was looking for. Just a chance encounter, perfect timing, you know? The demon who bit the dust by my hand today wasn't some great Tang local, but a newly ascended innate realm dude from Chongling Dao. A few months back, the war between Chongling Dao and Heart Devil sect got super intense. Lots of Chongling Dao disciples went to the Great Tang's eastern Yu border to kill people and refine souls, all to help their sect. No wonder Qinger sensed demonic qi. Turns out it was Chongling all along. Chongling Dao isn't exactly a good bunch, not exactly famous for good deeds. Brother Yuntao, won't accidentally offing one of their guys get you into trouble? Nah, it's fine. Chongling Dao and Heart Devil sect are at war and have taken huge hits. Whether anyone will even bother looking for revenge is a mystery. And besides, they're all demons. If I run into anyone who shows up gets wiped out. Brother Yuntao, you're seriously radiating such awe-inspiring righteousness. No chance for a Nobel Peace Prize for you later. Yuntao, nah, not interested. But hey, speaking of which, young Master Shi, since you're planning a trip to Great Tang, there's one more thing I gotta tell you. Just a few days ago, Wei Qicheng, the successor of the Great Han's #1 demonic sect, Wen Dao sect, set up a sword stele in the Great Tang's divine capital. She wants to duke it out
with Great Tang's swordsman of her generation. Even though they say swords and blades have no eyes in the arena, she's injured a ton of people consecutively. So Great Tang, especially around the divine capital, isn't exactly friendly towards Great Han right now. If you go, you might get caught up in Wei Qichang's mess. She's that arrogant, huh? So Wei Qichang jetted off to Great Tang after the Grand Nine Sect Assembly. Good thing where I'm headed is the eastern capital, like 100,000, 8,000 line away from the divine capital. Should be fine, no impact on me, I guess.
I still need to chase that villain, so I'll be off now, young Master Xie. Please be careful, and don't trip up in Great Tang, haha, Brother Yuntao. You're truly like the unchanging green mountains and ever-flowing clear waters. Hope our paths cross again.
Calm as a white lotus in the mountain pass, yet dynamic as demonic chi. Such a fit junior brother for this benefactor. And just like that, I even missed out on recruiting him for my brother? He might as well just bathe and sleep. Everything's possible in dreams anyway. What a waste, that Chongling Dao guy who got killed. If I'd brought him back, I could have even bottle-fed him. Alright, enough about Ji Yuntao. Let's talk about you. Does Abbess Shimei even know you're in Great Tang? You're still a minor, after all. Even if she couldn't personally look after you, she should have sent someone along. Can't just let you run wild like a stray. Long-term gains versus short-term blunders. Even a 3-year-old knows which to pick. She'll totally get why this monk did what she did. Zhuangxi, no need to fret. Zhuangxi really has 0 wisdom roots. Let this monk explain in detail. Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Speak English? Well, yeah. Alright, fine. I'll explain. As a once-in-a-century, 1 in 10,000 genius, this monk firmly believes that heart-locking love, sealing technique, is absolutely impossible to pull off. I want to walk my own path, but Master just won't let this monk advance to the innate realm. Thinking about it drives me crazy. Master stubbornly refuses to say why I can't break through. So this monk seized the chance when the sect's scenic gate opened and Master was busy, and when I got annoyed again, I just peaced out. So you snuck out and then illegally crossed into Great Tang. You seriously dared to do that, little monk Xie Yan. You're just full of mischief, always making sure your special deeds can't be traced back to you every single day.
I swear, you're trying to drive me insane. My lord, is that Qing Beider? Oh, Qing Beider, help me keep an eye on her. I want to go carefully search for where that Chongling Dao dead ghost kicked the bucket. I'll be right back. You two stay put. Don't go anywhere, Qinger. My lord, you hit me too hard. But wait a second, your name is Qinger. Following that wicked woman from the demonic emotion sect, this guy has definitely gone bad. Flirting with every flower and teasing every moon, he won't even let a ghostess go.
Qingogre, no way, don't talk trash. My lord is super pure. Everyone else just lusts after his body.
No need to explain. Explaining just means you're hiding something. Qinger, if your 6 senses aren't kept pure, you'll just be all over the place, like a fair-weather friend. How are you ever going to achieve the 9 fruits of cultivation then? This monk thinks you've got real spiritual potential, so I'll save you the hassle and enlighten you a bit, helping you escape this sea of worldly suffering sooner rather than later. It's absorbable, all right, but deep down, it's kind of worthless, and honestly, I feel a strong sense of disgust. Well, it's still an innate first-stage corpse, I guess. This treasure is seriously hard to raise. But hey, picking up scraps is my thing anyway. As long as I don't get too attached, I'm good. I'm back, Ran. Have you two been good? You're back. What did you do to Qinglair?
Qinger's comprehension isn't bad. Why don't you let her follow this humble monk to cultivate? In time, she'll definitely reach enlightenment. Qinger, don't go west. Come back. Who am I? Where am I?
I'm begging you. Qinglair is my guardian spirit, closely tied to my soul. If you save her, your big bro here is going to have a headache. So what you're saying is, if you continuously chant Buddhist scriptures for Qingshire, I'll slowly become detached from worldly desires until I transcend this mortal coil. You just want to turn your big bro into a monk like that?
Ji Yundao said, only when your thoughts are clear can you cultivate smoothly. Come with me to Dongdu first. After I finish my business, I'll make sure your thoughts become clear, HMPH. You're just taking advantage of the fact that this humble monk dotes on you. Otherwise, someone as free-spirited as me would never listen to you.
Qing Bear, you're so perceptive. Come, this humble monk will teach you the no here, King 8 incantation.
Zhang Ran, I'm gonna sew your mouth shut, dude. Don't get so worked up. You can't sew this monk's mouth shut anyway.
This monk still needs to stay in town for another day to settle things for the monkey kids and say goodbye to the elders.
3 days from now, at the Datang border, what's with the commotion in Xianmian town? It's so lively. Did I just hear someone calling for young Master Jean? Looks like you're destined for chickens, bro.
Young Master Ji, young Master Shi, young Master, and Shimei.
Damn it, I was only off by 2 days. How could I still run into them?
What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you so soon. What happened, Yundao bro? Why are the townsfolk so grateful?
It's nothing, really. I was passing through here the other day and happened upon the Blood Dao sect attacking and oppressing the townspeople, causing needless bloodshed. So I just took care of it and brought peace to the area. The elders were so enthusiastic that I stayed until today. Didn't expect to meet you guys. Xie Gongzi. What the heck, I just killed some Chongling Dao psycho a few days ago, and now this guy ran into some Blood Dao thing. I didn't hear about that. Is Datang's underworld really that bad?
And this is Yun Dao. You can call her Qing Bearer. She's my personal ghost spirit. Thanks to your demon-burying pill, she's alive and kicking.
I was rude earlier. Please forgive me, Chinger. It's okay, I'm fine now. My lord. Unbelievable. A beam of heavenly fortune is emanating from Ji Yundao's head, a radiance of indescribable value. Seems like he's the chosen one, and he's carrying a lot of treasures too. Judging from the entangled fortune, a lot of them are newly acquired, so that's what the main character's luck aura looks like. People speculate that Ji Yundao is the reincarnation of the Ziwei star. If he really has this kind of luck, it's no wonder he attracts encounters wherever he goes. Since I'm here, can I leech some of his luck? The main character kills monsters, and I'll lick up all the opportunities. Awesome. This is too exhilarating. Yundao bro, we've bumped into each other several times. In this foreign land, I'd say we have a connection. There happens to be a tea house nearby. Let's sit down and chat. Yundao bro,
haven't you caught up to the person you're chasing yet, waiter? Bring a pot of tea and 3 cups. Since we're so faded, how about we travel together? It's always better to have more people watching your back. You and the Divine Jade Beauty teamed up to eliminate Yanji back then. Today, let Yundao bro and I work together to destroy the wicked. This will also be a memorable thing to have done. If Xie Gongzi wants to help, Yundao is naturally happy to welcome you. That demon's skills are bizarre and difficult to handle. Although I injured him, I still let him escape.
If Xie Gongzi joins forces, Yundao is confident that we can capture him next time.
What's the origin of this person who can escape from Yundao bro? Xie Gongzi should have heard of him. After all, he caused quite a stir in the martial world recently. A vicious force has emerged, specializing in destroying small sects. People initially thought it was an organization that was both righteous and evil, but recently, these people started killing innocent people.
The person we're chasing is the leader of this organization, the Changsheng Tianmo, Luo Laozu.
Ji Yundao calmly said. This sect's origins are unclear. Under the guise of sacrifices, it has caused a lot of bloodshed in the martial world over the past half-year. Initially, only some robbers and bandits were affected by it, or evil people from the underworld, but in the last 2 months, more and more ordinary people have become targets for sacrifice.
Previously, on the border of Han and Tang, I happened to encounter the top-tier Xiantian expert of Chengsheng Tian, known as Mo Luo Laozu. I saw him chasing down 2 assassins from the Blood-Robe Tower, and I happened to be there, so I eliminated the demon.
But that devil's methods are bizarre, and his cultivation has reached the 4th level of Xiantian. In the end, I still let him escape into Datang. With the intention of eliminating evil, I chased him here.
Xie Yan sat to the side,
quietly enjoying his tea, thinking to himself, so it was, Heaven 7 and Heaven 12. Luckily, the fake demon lost his opportunities to Ji Yundao, so there's no need to worry about the fake Mo Luo. But the person I want to find is chasing Ji Yundao. He might as well say, that useless thing ran away. If they casually die, Mo Luo Laozu, my strength is enough to suppress that Xiantian 4th level expert and make him run. If I encounter this guy before the fake Mo Luo, I can really step up. Only then did he speak up and ask the other party, Yundao bro, have you found any clues about Mo Luo Laozu on your way?
Xi Yuntao didn't mind telling him. It was a little embarrassing, but the old demon Ma Ga La seemed to know the terrain of the Great Tang very well. As soon as he entered Great Tang territory, his tracks became impossible to find. However, I recently learned a secret technique that is quite effective for finding people and things, which is why I was able to relentlessly pursue him.
Oh, what kind of secret technique? Xie Yan looked at him with curiosity. Ji Yuntao humbly replied, it's just a small trick, like the floating art. It's a bit useful for tracking objects, but it's not very precise when you're in a smaller area. Then he demonstrated his new secret technique for Xie Yan. The sun shines above. Qi senses the 4 directions. Essence and spirit, heads of broken armor, water mediums invite the gods. 10,000 phenomena descend with divine traces. 9th heaven's profound grade, as quick as the law commands. With this secret technique, Ji Yuntao could find the direction of his target. He looked at the water and said, nothing has changed. It seems he's still heading toward the eastern capital. Xie Yan was truly impressed. Amazing! If I'm not mistaken, this floating art of yours captures a wisp of heavenly chi and returns it to a medium above, using the medium's transformation to guide you. It's an excellent tracking technique. Then he began to have some calculations in his heart. Judging from the incantation he recited, this thing doesn't seem to be from the main world's style. This kid Ji Yuntao has some interesting tricks.
Xie Yan was happy to propose to Ji Yuntao. How about this? We are truly fated. I happen to be heading to the eastern capital to handle some business. And since your destination is also the eastern capital, Brother Yuntao, I'll just follow along with you. Let's look out for each other, brother. The other party also replied happily, with no intention of refusing his invitation. Ha, it's just a small skill. As long as young Master Xi doesn't despise me, that's all that matters. They each had their own thoughts, but decided to cooperate on this trip. Please guide me on the way, young Master Xi. With 3 people traveling together, someone needs to lead. Brother Yuntao shouldn't belittle himself. He had first met him as an equal, but after his own many trials and tribulations and unimaginable fortuitous encounters, he didn't expect to meet him again and find that he hadn't been left behind. Instead, he even had a vague feeling of apprehension toward him. This was a spectacle worth observing. Getting some wool from the sheep was just a bonus. If he could truly borrow Ji Yuntao's power to find the fake demon, it would save him a lot of effort. As for what to do after finding the person, whether to kill him or use him for another purpose, that could be decided later. The two finally reached an agreement to cooperate. Junior's sister, Xie Yan, must drink to celebrate, and not with a cup, but a whole bottle. The wine tasted good, and Lei Qingshi came to play, leaving Xie Yan to ponder on the side. I have to admit, as a famous second-generation rich kid and a major disciple of a sect, traveling with Ji Yuntao is very comfortable.
His IQ is online, and his EQ is good too. He's unconsciously attentive to his companions without making people feel like it's over the top.
So the group of 3 set out together for the eastern capital.
When night fell, they temporarily stopped to rest on a mountain. The 2 Jian siblings never ran out of things to talk about. Ruan, is it okay for a Buddhist cultivator to eat meat? Amitabha? This fish is clean meat, you can eat it.
Ji Yuntao also slowly approached and joined the group, offering Shi Ruan. This fish is delicious, but this fruit was specially picked by young Master Shi. It holds a piece of true sentiment. Junior sister Shi Ruan, if you don't mind, please try it. You might even gain some enlightenment. Shi Ruan quickly took it. Her senior brother smiled secretly in his heart. Even Ruan doesn't see his bad side. The intention to take him in as a younger brother is showing signs of coming back to life.
It seemed like a touching scene, but it quickly turned cringy. They heard Shi Ruan's voice ring out. This brave man's heart is truly too sour. Even if it's even more sour, it's a piece of true sentiment, so I'll eat it all. This made Yuntao burst out laughing. Ha, how deadly.
We'll be back, just you wait,
the bandits shouted as they ran away.
The old man thanked Ji Yuntao gratefully. Thank you, young hero, for your help. Although these bandits don't kill people, they rob 70% of what every passerby has. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would have done for the rest of my life, he calmly replied. This place is not safe to stay for long. Go home quickly.
The 2 siblings quietly stood to the side. Ruan naturally said her familiar line again. This is the 5th time, Cultivator Ji, you've stood up for justice. Cultivator Ji is truly a reincarnated saint. Amitabha. Xie Yan felt helpless at her overly dramatic display. You can just say he's a bleeding heart. From then on, he also had a different view of Ji Yuntao. I finally understand now what it means to not do evil, no matter how small.
Ji Yuntao is a good person. He really makes me want to cry myself to death. Those people will not be able to be bandits anymore, don't worry, Yuntao calmly said to Xie Yan. His demeanor was always so gentle, while Xie Yan quietly looked at him with a cluster of thoughts. Ordinary people who don't know martial arts or have low cultivation are just taught a lesson and released.
But if they are evil or wild demonic cultivators, he kills them on the spot without even letting them say a final word. Yuntao's way of solving problems was to get rid of the roots. Rest in peace, be a good person in your next life, and don't meet Cultivator Ji again.
This was said by Xie Ruan, a representative of half-assed cultivation. From Yuntao's actions, Xie Yan could conclude one thing. The truth proved that Ji Yuntao's luck was truly useful. Since they teamed up, they often encountered events that were rare in everyday life. Demonic innate cultivators seemed to spring up from the ground. Ji Yuntao hated evil like a sworn enemy toward these wild demonic cultivators of the Great Tang. He left no way out for them, and he himself could leave by teleporting the corpses into the mountains. It could be said to be a good deal, even though the corpses of innate realm cultivators were only considered trifles for the warm puppet. and the benefits from eating too many weren't that great. The only insufficient point was that Xie Yan's style of doing things was too low-key, often punishing evil without making a name for himself.
Although he gained a lot of innate master corpses by leeching his luck, he couldn't take advantage of the situation to get some origin points, so he inevitably felt a bit regretful. A month later, it was a familiar scene with Shi Ruan sitting idly on the side and the two men conversing. After this journey, I've observed that young Master Shi seems even more enthusiastic than I am when it comes to punishing evil. It seems that the difference between good and evil hasn't diminished the conscience in young Master Shi's heart. I, Ji, once again apologize to young Master Shi for my past prejudice.
Xie Yan humbly replied, "You're still too polite, brother.
In the martial world, drawing your blade when you see injustice is normal. My demonic heart sect has always acted with extreme passion. We are not the kind of people who can't distinguish right from wrong. What's more, we have just entered the martial world. We should both display our heroic names for the Great Tang and for the neighboring countries. Our Great Han can show them a little bit of its power to suppress them, right?" But Ji Yuntao didn't seem very interested in this. Just a bit of empty fame. What's the use? I only want to eliminate the evildoer of the longevity heaven on this trip to the eastern capital. Other matters are better left to fate. Empty fame may be an external thing, but sometimes it is needed. Otherwise, ordinary fools will inevitably harbor ill intentions and speculate. Their thoughts were truly very different.
For example, his expression became ugly. At this moment, a discussion also rang out at the next table. "Hey, have you all heard? Recently it seems another great Han master has entered the Great Tang."
And their topic was nothing new. It was about two people. Rumor has it they were two of the 5 beauties and 5 young masters. Young Master Wen Yu, Ji Yundao, and Demonic Jade, young Master Xie Yan.
Recently, quite a few demonic cultivators and wicked scoundrels coming from north of Dongdu have been dealt with, and many are guessing if these two young heroes were behind it. Ji Yundao was initially quite calmly savoring his wine, but his thoughts were immediately stirred by the next words from these gossipy folks. "Really? But I heard young Master Wen Yu hails from Jiangnan, from the Ji clan of Great Han. From the intelligence gathered by Man Tianxing in Great Han, wasn't it said that the Ji clan's old ancestor was secretly plotting to overthrow the imperial court? If that's the case, young Master Wen Yu's purpose in coming to Great Tang might need some rethinking. At the very least, I don't believe someone like him would have no selfish motives when, punishing evil and eliminating wickedness, an awkward, eerie atmosphere then enveloped the two's table." Young Master Xie, was this what you meant by ill intentions just now? Ji Yundao might have to change his mind a little. Brother Yundao is an upright gentleman. Naturally, he wouldn't measure others by ill intentions. I, Shi, on the other hand, happen to be a tad worse than Brother Yundao. Human hearts and nature aren't so unfathomable, nor are they hard to guess. That's also why I, Shi, have been so actively seeking fame along the way. The two of us? Xie Yan replied in a low voice, and enthusiastically added to the Jianghu rumors that were already unfavorable to the Ji clan. If Brother Yundao continues to act modestly as before, no matter what you do, it won't change the fact that rumors will spread. So why not just decisively use this journey to Dongdu to polish your reputation? It's a perfect chance for the Jianghu of both nations to hear a bit about the Ji clan simultaneously. And if you want to gain fame, 2 heads are better than 1 anyway. I, Shi, don't mind lending Brother Yundao a hand.
The tree desires tranquility, but the wind does not cease. It seems Ji Yundao has no choice but to do so. If that's the case, then let's follow young Master Xi's words. After we enter Dongdu and put an end to old ancestor Luo, the longevity heavenly demon, I shall follow Wei Qicheng's example, letting the entire great Tang Jianghu hear the renown of the two of us.
That suits me perfectly, I, Xie Yan, added with satisfaction.
Excellent. This young monk wants to drink the strongest wine and beat the wildest dog, Ran, sitting there, also caught wind of their conversation.
Xie Yan was about to say something else, but then stopped. Say any more, and my junior sister will probably spout some more incomprehensible stuff, Rantran, just forget it. As long as you understand and are happy, that's enough. Ji Yundao, meanwhile, couldn't help but crack up every time he saw Rantran.
Haha. When we reach Dongdu tomorrow, our great Tang journey will have only just begun.
10 days later, Dongdu, Great Tang. This place was truly bustling and crowded. A sea of people, a dwelling for immortals, yet also a home for the wealthy of the mortal world. Ears filled with songs, eyes filled with flowers, jade hairpins abundant, Surpassing the women of Wu, the three of them leisurely explored the city. This place truly suits my Ranran's mischievous personality. It's so lively and bustling. Xie Yan couldn't help but exclaim. I'd heard before that Great Tang had two imperial capitals, Shendu on the left, Dongdu on the right. This Dongdu was originally the old capital of the Liangtang dynasty, later left by Huang Chao for the major Jianghu sects who rebelled with him to manage. I expected chaos here, but I never imagined it would be so orderly.
Ji Yundao, who was enjoying the view on the other side, also chimed in. The chaos young Master Xi spoke of was over 100 years ago. The great Tang Jianghu has been deeply intertwined with the imperial court for many years now, long since merged into one. Forget about the entire nation, let alone a single city like Dongdu. Seeing him engrossed in something on that side, the Xi siblings quickly scurried over to snoop along.
It turned out Ji Yundao was once again using that secret art to track the whereabouts of the demonic Lu Bao. Sun's glory above, key senses all directions, spirit light flickers, shattering armor, wind spirits heed my call, myriad phenomena reveal divine traces, 9 heavens Xuanu. Quickly, as commanded by law, the pile of salt immediately shifted.
Xie Yan, of course, poked his head in to eavesdrop. What's up, Ji Yundao?
Seeing the direction of the salt pile in front of him, he joyfully exclaimed, Sure enough, old ancestor Luo is in Dongdu. He hasn't gone any further than this. But Dongdu is so vast, finding him won't be easy. Saying that, his eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. A moment later, he turned to Xie Yan and said, No good, young Master Xi. We won't find old ancestor Luo this way. I've decided to try another method. How about we split up? I'll come find you if I get any leads. He was momentarily puzzled by Ji Yundao's words.
Huh? A second later, he quickly and cheerfully promised, Brother Yundao, suit yourself. I also have a few things to take care of in Dongdu. Once I'm done, let's meet up at the best tavern in the city, all right?
Then this young monk will go explore the city too. Ran, like a fish in water, swiftly prepared to wreak havoc, but was immediately caught by Xie Yan from behind, who said, Hold on a sec, little sister.
He had fashioned a true Q bracelet on her wrist, using the flower amidst lust-seeking version of the demonic Luo true art. This is still the best way, Ran Shen, to keep an eye on this mischievous little ghost. I'm honestly so worried about your current state. One turn of my head, and you're gone. You can go out and play, but you have to wear this stream of true Q. I'll come find you once I'm done with my business. Oh, isn't this the legendary flower amidst lust true Qi, cultivated through carnal desires? Ji Ran curiously examined the true Q bracelet on her wrist.
There you go again, with that flirty tone. You know worldly customs forbid showing affection to a young monk, yet you charlatan, you certainly know how to play games, don't you? Before she gives me a headache, I'd better hurry her along.
And change the subject quickly. Xie Yan was a bit surprised to hear the other party say that, who then continued, That's right, the Madame Gongsun you mentioned, the original owner who used to live here. 2 years ago, she already sold the mansion to my master and moved away a long time ago. I heard her business wasn't doing well, couldn't keep the cash flow going, and even had to dismiss quite a few servants.
This made Xie Yan's head ache as he pondered. That's strange. Wasn't Madame Gongsun's husband a high-ranking official with great power? How could they be in such dire straits that they had to sell off all their family assets? Could the intelligence my sect receive be wrong? Now, I don't even know where to look for them. I'm afraid this trip might be in vain. Being in Great Tang, everything is unfamiliar after all. To find someone, I still need to rely on some local influence, don't I?
As he was lost in thought, he suddenly paused, noticing something unusual.
Xie Yan's gaze immediately fixed on the stall ahead, specifically that man. This feeling, it's the heavenly demon extreme pleasure art. Someone from the Blood-Robe Pavilion, just sitting here quietly enjoying the bustle of Great Tang, not looking like they're on a mission. Could they be the one responsible for contact and intelligence?
Xie Yan chuckled softly. Well, this is easier to deal with. As expected of Bloodclad Tower, the 4 young masters, go-to guys, always showing up right on time, perfect. Whether it's the fake Malay or Elder Gongsun, these guys, help will make things a lot easier. Chinger, time to work. Corn for me. Time for your little ghosty to get to work.
Shi Jian called out to the man embroidering in his sleep, cutting to the chase, and asking him directly,
I want to find Bloodclad Tower for a job. Lead the way. Take me to your leader. Of course, you've already used Chinger's magic to disguise yourself as someone else. At first, the man tried to hide it, pretending to be innocent. Miss, what are you talking about, Bloodclad Tower? I'm just a toy seller. I don't know what you're talking about.
He started calculating in his head. Where did this newbie from the Jianghu come from? Doesn't even know the slang.
Oh, you mean I got the wrong person? Xie Yan asked him again. The man kept acting, saying, Maybe you should ask, on the road ahead there are many Jianghu people there.
Just as he was about to leave,
he was immediately locked down by her secret technique. Showing his true colors, the man couldn't help but panic when he realized it was the heavenly demon blissful art. His act ended, and he hurriedly knelt down, begging,
No, Your Excellency, spare me. I was blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai. You didn't find the wrong person. Then don't waste my time, Xie Yan replied in a deep voice, then retracted her move. His body was restored to normal, and she coldly ordered him,
"Lead the way, I'm busy." The blood-clad tower man obediently brought tea to her, enthusiastically saying, "If Supreme Envoy is a big shot from the blissful eternal heaven, why bother teasing a little guy like me? Dingju is just a small fry. Of course I wouldn't dare disobey a single order from you. If I knew the password, why would I be looking for people like this? Don't ask too many questions. Handle what I tell you to do properly, and you'll get your share of the benefits." She leisurely enjoyed the tea, replying. Xie Yan remembered the information he had just said. So, Blood-Clad Tower's nickname in the Great Tang is so simple, just divided into 4 levels. Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding. Understood. That guy quickly took out a box, replying readily, "Of course. Although Jia Z department leader in charge of this place has taken his team out on a mission, I can do both things Supreme Envoy wants to ask. The former owner of that mansion went missing, and with Blood-Clad Sect's intelligence network, it won't take a few days to get results. As for Eternal Life Heaven and Old Ancestor Mala, our Blood-Clad Tower Dongdu knows quite a bit."
About a month ago, a mysterious expert claiming to be Old Ancestor Mala suddenly appeared near Dongdu, killing people at will, even killing 2 first-layer Xiantian experts in one go, wiping out a small sect. This event behind him led to the attention of the government, but then the opponent disappeared in the dark, no longer committing crimes. The government couldn't find any clues and didn't continue to investigate. But recently, there have been rumors in Dongdu that many people have been brainwashed and become followers of Eternal Life Heaven, secretly doing inappropriate things. The government originally wanted to take the opportunity to investigate, but the upcoming Huachao Lunkui meant they couldn't do anything, so they had to entrust this matter to Blood-Clad Tower. Everyone is out there now taking care of this. Xie Yan's eyes immediately sharpened after the information he provided. A month ago, later than the time of contact with Tianqi and Tianqi Er, and also quite consistent with the movements of that fake Old Ancestor Mala. If it's the same person, going back and forth, didn't Gao Yundao also say that the fake Mala he chased was also in Dongdu? Looks like it's mostly the same person. He suddenly remembered a piece of information, asking him, "Right, you just mentioned Huachao Lunkui. What's that?" Man didn't dare to delay, replying immediately, "Supreme Envoy doesn't know about this? The Great Tang's Huachao Festival is more than a month away, and this year is the Flower God Sect's treasure. Every 10 years, the Bai Chala blooms once, starting more than 100 years ago. Every time this happens, Dongdu will invite talented people in the Jianghu to set up a fighting ring, find the winner. This competition is called Huachao Lunkui, and it's an important event in Dongcheng. The original organizer was the Flower God Sect, Bai Chala. It is also one of the rewards given to the champion. It is said that after absorbing it, one's power can increase sharply, directly increasing cultivation, which is something everyone in the Great Tangjianghu wants to get." Finally, as the scale of the party grew larger, people such as Lu Guan Sect, Great Heavenly Demon Gate, and Zhuke Temple also brought their treasures to participate, either to cheer for the participants or to display them at the conference. So he collected a little more useful information. Xie Yan silently calculated. Unexpectedly, these great Tang sects are willing to bring their treasures for others to compete for. The style of the Han Tang Jianghu is too different. But it's rare to go on a trip, and with such a good opportunity, when you have free time while doing official business, you can pay attention to it. Maybe you'll have the opportunity to get some benefits. Okay, that's all for now. You've done a good job, worth a reward, don't forget the rest. Make it clear to me. With that, he intended to leave. Yes, I understand. But of course he didn't intend to go alone. Also, the Jia-level expert in charge of this place that you said is investigating Eternal Life Heaven near Dongdu. It just so happens that you can take me to the scene to meet him. Xie Yan's suggestion made him panic.
Is this person his master? Seemingly Jiaqi Xiantian, second layer big shot from blissful Eternal Heaven? I've never heard of such a big shot coming to Dongdu. He looked at Xie Yan, wondering.
The man quickly pulled her aside, whispering, "But this person's heavenly demon blissful art is indeed far superior to mine. It can't be faked. I don't dare to act arbitrarily. I still hope your excellency will decide."
And Xie Yan was quietly examining the scene over there. So that's how it is. The sacrificial method of this fake mala is exactly the same as Eternal Life Heaven. It seems that market research is not bad. But Eternal Life Heaven sacrifices to promote the prestige of old ancestor mala, earning origin points. What benefits does this fake mala get from doing this besides attracting everyone's attention to himself?
Jia Qi slowly walked towards her, respectfully saying, Suzun Supreme Envoy, I don't know what instructions you have for coming to Dengdu. Does Blissful Eternal Heaven have any instructions for me?
If it's an instruction, I won't say it for now. I ask you, Eternal Life Heaven has been devastating the borders of Dengdu for so long, and Bloodclad Tower has intervened. Have you investigated anything? Xie Yan looked at her, replying in a deep voice.
Jia Qi immediately reported to her,
Old Ancestor Mala hasn't appeared in Dengdu for many days, and there aren't many followers of Eternal Life Heaven here, and they're always hiding very deeply. If it weren't for preparing for sacrifices, even the intelligence network of Bloodclad Tower would find it difficult to investigate their whereabouts.
Ignorant! Didn't you think of pretending to be followers of Eternal Life Heaven to thoroughly investigate this matter? Xie Yan lost his composure for a moment, shouting loudly. Then he heard Jia Qi explain that Bloodclad Tower was just acting on the money, and as long as these strange criminal believers were eliminated, they could be handed over to the government. Moreover, those followers of Eternal Life Heaven in the Dark have taken special black-purple true Q as a power to confirm each other's identities. Even if I want to disguise myself, it is difficult to infiltrate the center.
How much of what the masters say is just empty theory?
Still hoping, honored envoy, to clarify the purpose of your visit? What exactly does Blissful Heavens want our Eastern Capital Branch to do?
The purpose of my visit. After all this, you still don't get it. This longevity celestial pretender is my purpose. And about the dark purple true chi you mentioned.
Xie Yan's voice became increasingly demonic.
Is it true chi like this? Xie Yan immediately waved his hand, and the dark purple true chi they were talking about appeared, causing the Bloodcloak Tower's members to panic. This feeling, my demonic celestial body, what's happening, the aura is too powerful, it's changing my physique.
You're not from Blissful Heavens. Jia Qi accelerated towards him, intending to attack Xie Yan, but she was no match for him, Longevity Celestial's blessed envoy. Extermination. Twin sons of Shengguan deliver the ancestors' decree, spreading blessings to the great Tang, killing the impostor in Eastern Capital. If that Mara pretender wants to turn fake into real, then I'll turn real into fake.
From now on, you will spread the true blessings of my longevity celestial,
Xie Yan said in a deep voice.
I won't make things difficult for you, just listen to my orders and do as you're told.
Jia Qi's subordinate shouted loudly at her,
Milord, hurry and leave. Master, go now. Those heavenly demons of the ultimate bliss hell, they just self-destructed. Extreme shadow divine movement. Such decisive action? That actually surprises me. They actually self-detonated to clear a path for their superior. Are the Bloodcloak Tower's assassins in Great Tang all this hardcore? Unfortunately, self-detonation by post-celestial martial artists, no matter how many there are, won't cause any harm to me. Even Chingare's transformation incantation can't be broken through right now. As for that one who escaped, I want to see if you have the guts to self-detonate too. Jia Qi was running as fast as she could over there. Crap. Where did this longevity celestial guy come from, this blessed envoy thing? How can he impersonate Blissful Heavens? And even change the Bloodcloak Tower's demonic celestial body? I couldn't even do this before. No. Just as she was about to self-detonate like her subordinates, her chest suddenly swelled. Jia Qi understood that she was no match for him, and directly knelt down to beg for mercy. I won't run anymore, I won't run anymore, please spare my life, milord.
She actually practiced a higher level of the demonic celestial blissful art and can control my self-detonation.
Xie Yan, like a demon, slowly approached Jia Qi.
I really thought you would rather self-detonate than fall into my hands.
Jia Qi's body trembled as she replied, It wasn't easy for me to cultivate to initial celestial second realm. If I can continue to live, of course, I want to continue to live.
Her body was also released, and gradually recovered. Xie Yan continued to question her. I saw your subordinates self-detonating their chests quite decisively. It wasn't because you forced them. Are the Bloodcloak Tower's assassins in Great Tang all this loyal?
Then received Jia Qi's reply about a secret. I have some tricks when it comes to controlling them. They're quite obedient to me. Has a way to control underlings that I like so much? Very good. I'll leave the development of longevity celestial in Great Tang to you. He was starting to get interested in this girl.
With no way out, Jia Qi had no choice but to serve him unconditionally.
This subordinate is naturally willing to do anything for my lord, but Blissful Heavens still holds my own and my family's lives in their hands. This subordinate, she was being obedient. Xie Yan wasn't losing out either. I've changed your demonic celestial body into a Mara body. From now on, you won't be bound by blissful heavens anymore, but you can still control those who are still demonic celestial bodies. I don't know what relationship longevity celestial has with blissful heavens, Xie asked Xie Yan cautiously. What relationship? He replied in a deep voice.
See for yourself. Immediately displayed some magic to broaden her horizons. Illusory Mara celestial realm. This scene really shocked Xie.
The meaning of these scenes. The true person who can pluck the sun and moon with his hands and step on thousands of stars is the Mara ancestor. On the contrary, the blissful old man is the plunderer. So this is an illusion. But the sensory experience is so real, without any artificiality.
The reality within even makes my emotions somewhat resonate. When I first entered the celestial realm, that invincible experience was too amazing. That refreshing heroism of sweeping the world and successfully building a business.
Even when it came to the end, finally encountering betrayal, the resentment, disappointment, and unwillingness in my heart.
So the heavy truth is like this. So the creator of the Blood-Cloaked Tower is not the true creator. And that blissful transmission heaven is also. She was in pain when she learned this cruel truth.
Oh no. Jia expression suddenly changed. The next second, her body automatically burst violently, shouting crazily, "Ugh, Xie Yan used the Nirvana finger to heal her. Only then could Jia recover." What's wrong? He asked in a low voice.
Jia said with difficulty.
Thank you, my lord.
Quickly recounting the matter, she said, "My lord, I've been poisoned with the GU worm by someone. It acts up every month. If I don't take the medicine on time, it'll be incredibly painful. That was the poison acting up just now, and I didn't have time to take the medicine."
So you had the antidote with you all along? Xie Yan's expression turned slightly sour. Yes. Hearing that answer, he really wanted to smack someone, wasting my 200 origin points.
Putting aside his stinginess, Xie Yan needed to get some information from her. Who poisoned you? Crazed heaven shouldn't need to do something like that, right? Oh, right, don't keep kneeling like that. Stand up and talk.
Lord Xie, this subordinate was just about to report to you, Jia replied carefully. The GU worm poison on this subordinate was placed by a mysterious person claiming to be the longevity heaven's old ancestor, Ma Luo. Isn't this the person you're looking for? An incense stick later, Jia told him everything. Apparently, it's because this subordinate was investigating matters concerning longevity heaven that I caught their attention. Not long ago, they actually came to my door. That person was a 4th level innate expert. At the time, this subordinate was seriously injured due to an accident, and there were no other subordinates around, so I couldn't escape. In the end, I could only be captured and poisoned. That person didn't ask this subordinate to betray the Bloodrobe Hall, only said that in the future, besides the Bloodrobe Hall's orders, I would also have to obey his orders. This subordinate had no choice but to comply.
Xie Yan, hearing this, casually said, "That guy's a fake. The old ancestor is an immortal of the celestial realm, and some 4th level innate dares to impersonate him."
This subordinate knows now that he's a fake. I really didn't know the situation before. A fake Ma Luo, 4th level innate? What a coincidence. Could this be the same guy that Tianxi and Zhu Yun were talking about? Xie Yan seriously pondered, but I still need to ask a few more things to be sure. How do you usually contact that fake? Plant a willow with no intention, and it thrives? Might as well take this opportunity to catch that guy. Jia immediately answered him. He always takes the initiative to find this subordinate. This subordinate has no way to directly contact him. However, besides the first time he poisoned this subordinate, he only came to find me once, 3 days ago, telling me to investigate the Longevity Heaven's Eastern Capital sacrifice recently. What? It wasn't his subordinates who did it. And now another incident occurred. Xie Yan couldn't help but be surprised. Jia continued. No, according to him it was done by his subordinates at first, but recently it wasn't related to him, so he's also very curious. Who did it? However, this subordinate has actually investigated it clearly. The recent incidents were actually caused by some local small Jianghu gangs, taking revenge and blaming it on Longevity Heaven.
Earlier, you told me that you hadn't investigated anything yet, he asked her back in a low voice. She explained. This subordinate didn't know your identity before and thought you were someone from Crazed Heaven here on patrol, so I just wanted to go through the motions.
Therefore, a man like Xie Yan didn't want to dwell on these things. Being ignorant is no crime. If he told you to investigate, then he'll definitely come looking for information or results. When that time comes, I want to see what kind of background this fake has. Alright, next I'll transmit to you the true Heavenly Devil Blessing sound art. Develop followers of Longevity Heaven well within the Bloodrobe Hall. If you do well, the Longevity Heaven business of this entire Great Tang can be left to you alone. So, the initial plan has made progress.
Qing Zier couldn't help but wonder to Xie Yan.
Is it really okay to entrust things to someone from the Bloodrobe Hall like that? What if she stirs things up? He calmly replied. It won't. Jia Qi still has a few antidote pills on her, and I didn't completely pull out all the GU worms in her body. That fake Maluo can't detect any clues. When he contacts Jia Qi next time, the opportunity will come. If the human world didn't forbid it, Qingdier could use the 100 ghosts to find him. Little Ghost chimed in. Xie Yan was also at a loss with this kid. Smiling wryly. Forget it, this Juke Temple sect is near Dongdu. Heaven knows if there's some bald donkey in this city who wants to convert you.
To be safe, try to show yourself less during this time.
Qinger understands. With that, she quickly hid. He now had to go find his little tail. It's not early anymore. I have to find that little girl, Ran, first.
Xie Yan was still focused on her path of universal salvation.
With this level of comprehension, and the little monk's guidance, you can definitely achieve enlightenment in the future. Amitabha. Truly immeasurable merit. I don't know what she did to make the boss cry. Buckets like that. These 2 white snake pets are my money trees. Master, please withdraw your divine powers. Ran still had no intention of stopping. Non-form is form. Excessive desires will accumulate karma.
Let this little monk chant a passage of the great Prajnaparamita Sutra to purify this benefactor a little. Fortunately, Xie Yan arrived in time, quickly blocking her troublesome mouth. He smiled bitterly at the boss. Sorry for the offense. This younger sister is still young and doesn't understand things. Please don't mind. His hand also quickly resolved the situation for the 2 pitiful snakes. Here, returning the snakes to you. After finishing, he sped off, carrying Xie Yan and running like he'd never run before. Let's skedaddle. While the boss was busy hiding the 2 snakes. Seriously, even you can't handle this restless little junior sister. Monkeys in the wild. Fine. But why did you save 2 snakes? You're no freaking Fahai. Ran Karen calmly replies. This snake is fated to me. I must save it. The first time I saw such a big snake, just a few glances in the crowd, and this humble monk can't forget their beauty.
Such seductive whispers echo in this humble monk's heart. There's definitely a Buddhist fate up ahead. She's about to find a new obsession. Zhu Feng looks at her, bewildered, but before he can even speak, she's already zooming off. This humble monk is off, and you just know he's yelling after her, resigned. Xie Yan, pay 50 coppers to enter. The woman sitting in front of the bustling, elaborate entrance shouts. Xie Yan actually showed up. The woman glances at her and says gently, see that fake Mountain 5 line to the left? Stand on top of it and you can see fireworks, and I only tell cute people.
She replies with some incomprehensible scripture. Goodness. Pink skeletons are all just dust. This humble monk will recite a Dharani Sutra for you.
Just as she finishes, a cold aura envelops her. Then she feels a chill. Of course, it's none other than her senior brother, Xie Yan. Ran, you're hopeless. This humble monk is broke, no money to donate. Meanwhile, the woman is gazing at him with adoration. Such a handsome young man. Xie Yan speaks to the woman. Excuse me, my junior sister is young and doesn't know any better. May I ask what kind of event is going on here? Before a handsome guy like him, the woman eagerly explains.
Young master, you're not from around here, are you?
This is the Lantern Festival. A festival organized jointly by all the businesses in Dongdu. She's internally swooning over his looks. Even buying a ticket for the cute little one, beautiful person and beautiful soul. Acrobatics, plays, fireworks, Ming lanterns. Anything fun is here, I guarantee it's worth the ticket price. He finally buys tickets for both of them to enter, and it's quite lively, Ran. Where's this Buddhist fate you were talking about? Xie Yan can't help but ask. Ran. Oh, there's candied haws being sold up ahead. Do you want candied haws? Her senior brother is anxiously asking, but Xie Yan suddenly darkens for some reason.
It turns out she's reminiscing about the past, when she, her father, and Xie Yan also had fun together like this. Ran, what do you want to eat? How about spinning the wheel yourself? Dad will buy it for you.
That one, Dad, she said, a little surprised. Ah, a tiger. This tiger is a little scary. Thought to himself, this shop owner has some skill. Fran, who wasn't speaking clearly at the time, still pleaded with her father to buy it for her. Fierce tiger. If she wants to eat wild beasts, she eats wild beasts. If she wants to eat rabbits, she eats rabbits. 2 bites like this are gone, I'll eat. Her father couldn't help but laugh. What is this child thinking? In the end, he bought her a rabbit-shaped candy. It's better for a daughter to be gentle. The tiger is the king of all beasts. It's not suitable for you to hold. Dad bought you a rabbit. Look how cute the rabbit is. Just like Ran. Xiaoyan, which one do you want?
This one is fine. Dad's going to the restroom for a minute. You two stay here and don't wander around. Dad'll be right back. Xie Yan, watch Ran. Okay. Xie Yan also looked very much like an older brother at that time. Offering the candy to her, here's the tiger for you. Let's quickly switch and eat it before Dad comes back. The tiger is candy, the rabbit is candy. What's the difference?
Cheater. Who knew that Ran would turn around and eat his candy all at once, which was painful. Give me the rabbit, Xing Ran. Why did you eat it all? Ran ate the whole candy in one big bite, not forgetting to tease him, I want everything. Xie Yan was wronged, and tears welled up in his eyes. Their father came back at that time and saw Xie Yan crying and asked, I'm back, Xie Yan. Why are you crying? Ran ate all my candy.
Back in reality, Xie Yan looked at her and couldn't help but wonder. Ran, I've been calling you for a long time. What were you thinking about? Nothing. This humble monk just remembered some fun things, Xie Yan replied slowly. What's the matter, senior monk? Could it be that you just call me casually? Attracting the attention of this humble monk is the real Ran.
This is what makes senior brother Xie Yan have a headache. If you are not stunned, then you are fussy. You are not cute at all.
Want candy? I remember you like tigers. But one thing hasn't changed. Xie Yan still cares about her as always. This shop only knows how to draw tiger cubs. Eat it temporarily. Ran is still so innocent, she swallowed the whole tiger in one bite.
Burping, then continuing to tease Xie Yan. Well, this humble monk's Buddhist fate is ahead, senior monk. Come here quickly.
She had only just said her surname when he saw her fly away somewhere. Ran, that little girl is as old as a monkey. What a water. She disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone here is very busy, and suddenly someone speaks up.
Hey, beggar kid, run slowly. Be careful, the elephant is about to trample on you.
Everyone rushed to the rescue. Don't be scared, young miss. I'm here to save you.
Suddenly, they were stunned.
She's lifting 2 elephants by herself, one in each hand. The crowd roared. Damn, her skills are off the charts. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Lit. Xie Yan and his crew sighed in relief. This kid, oh well. Now that she's in the Xiantian realm, I don't have to worry about her safety anymore. I rarely get a chance to show off my moves, but who knew this place was actually full of talented people? Even a young lady can't be underestimated. Brother Zhu, Brother Liang, looks like we still need to grind harder. First elephants, now she's painting. Xie Yan freaked out and yelled, Hey, what are you doing now? He flew over to grab her, but she just zipped off somewhere else. A man passing by saw her painting and was instantly blown away. This one stroke, just one stroke. This is truly a divine brushstroke. Incredible, absolutely incredible. My painting is complete. Thank you, young miss. She put on an air of wisdom. This little monk merely glanced at your painting, and now it's clear. Your heart holds countless thoughts. Every stroke is brilliant. But this little monk merely helped you pinpoint the direction to solidify your resolve. The calamity is still in your heart. Xie Yan stiffened. Seriously, that worked. The atmosphere here was vibrant and bustling, from fire breathing and street performances to delicious food. Fiery girls were doing silk dances, alongside singing and dance acts. The guys below couldn't tear their eyes away, shouting, You're a star in the sky. I'm a stargazer. I'd cross 10,000 lying mountains just to see you blink. Young Miss Mengji, just look at me. First glance, stunning. Second glance, I'm totally lost. Little sister Jing, your spirit soars. Your big brother will always be by your side. She's electric. She's light. Mengji is amazing. He asked Yan, where'd you run off to? Ran was being held back by a group, and she said, This little monk merely offered this benefactor some casual enlightenment. No need to thank me, the man fumed. You little beggar, I was being polite. Try saying that again, I dare you. 2 guys next to him tried to intervene. Bro, chill. She said, Goodness gracious, you're not lying, indeed? That's not liking, that's greedy and low down. He flew into a rage. Damn it, you little beggar. He suddenly stopped. Zhuangxi is here, Xie Yan said. Let's go, she asked him. Zhuangxi isn't going to ask this little monk anything, he said. Even though you're running around insulting people, being sarcastic, and even provoking them, I don't get what you're doing, so I won't interfere much. I can only try to help you in my own way, she replied. Of course. Wasn't this little monk just watching the performance? Everyone gathered with a shared purpose, yet masked by small differences beneath a veneer of greed. Joys, sorrows, anger, desire, whether hidden or outwardly expressed, it was all futile, and the reality manifested externally was simply too frail, unforgivable when exposed to the light. It's rare to see such raw emotions, truly worth a deep experience. He said, Sounds like you got a lot out of that. Should I take you to see some more performances? She replied. Everything has its own affinity. It cannot be forced. This little monk has seen enough already. A Luo Ying Yuan. So it's here. This little monk has been searching forever, he thought.
Observing others to improve themselves, that's exactly what a Buddhist cultivator does.
Before, there was Xie Daoyun. Xie Yan could totally follow her path of continuous enlightenment and raise her cultivation realm. In fact, Xie Yan is doing just that now. But this completely goes against the traditional cultivation method of Lian Tai'an. This girl's talent might be incredible, but her age and experience are still limited. The risks of taking a different path are huge. She's truly a source of worry.
She bumped into someone else again. By what right do you not let this little monk in? You're blatantly discriminating. This little monk heard there's the biggest wind and moon establishment in Eastern Capital here, so just because this little monk is a girl, I can't come in. Why can't girls come in?
This kind of favoritism is just unbearably archaic.
Do you know how many girls in that wind and moon establishment entertain men day and night? Their inner suffering has been accumulating day by day, month by month. They desperately need this little monk to enlighten them. He tapped her head and said, "Don't be silly. What does your gender have to do with it? Just look at what you're wearing. I told you to change out of these beggar clothes ages ago."
She grumbled. "Zhuangxi, quickly clear the way for this little monk. This little monk wants to go inside and explore this courtyard." He was at a loss for words, always feeling that ever since she relaxed her inhibitions, not to mention her already low emotional intelligence, even her intelligence quotient had dropped.
"Guard, my apologies, esteemed sir. While this is the festival area, Luo Yingyuan is the property of the Hua Shen sect. The owner has ordered that no beggars are allowed inside." Suddenly, he was immobilized. Xie Yan grinned. "What's the point of being a Xiantian master if you can't sneak in without using some tricks?" Yue Ru said, "This Taoist's heretical behavior is quite inappropriate. It seems that the demonic sect has corrupted you," Xie Yan retorted. "Stop yapping. He'll be fine when he wakes up. Either you come in with me, or you keep getting blocked." The scene was bustling and lively everywhere. Xie Yan stared blankly at the colorful sights. Yue Ru turned to her brother and said, "What's this? Not much different from the lantern festivals outside, huh? So where is Fengyue Academy after all?" Then she answered herself,
"This little monk can't wait to convert those soft, white-breasted beauties." Suddenly they both stopped. Xie Yan asked, "Why are so many people gathered at that platform ahead?"
An old man came up from behind and replied, "Is this your first time at Luo Yingyuan, young master? This is the most famous Luo Yingyuan. During the flower eating and flower appreciating festivals every year, the people of Dongdu come here after enjoying the flowers.
Anyone with a talent for poetry has the opportunity to leave an anonymous poem on this terrace. Dongdu's largest pleasure house, Umenglu, has invited Wen Tan Chi Lao to judge the poems. The winner will have all expenses paid and be treated as a guest of Umenglu tonight." Countless lines of neatly written poems hung from the large eaves. Xie Yan thought to himself, "Oh, interesting. No wonder it's the great Tang dynasty. Everyone writes poetry. Looking at it, the people who are qualified to write poetry are not ordinary."
"Everyone, look. It seems that Kui Rong is about to write a poem." Some girls squealed. It is said that in previous years, Kui Gongzi came to Liu Fang Terrace to see the predecessors, poems Zihu Sheng, constantly, and said that he would not leave poems that would humiliate the poems here. But now he is going to take action. Maybe there will be a wonderful work tonight. He is Kui Rong, a handsome young man studying with Wu Ming Xiansheng, and even accepted as a direct disciple by the sect leader of Lu Guan sect, the son of the Eastern Capital Prefecture.
Kui Rong stood upright on the platform, opened his mouth, and recited a poem to the applause of many young girls.
Shu e chu han shui, jiu shao hua bin nan, xiang zong bi yu yun jingji, biu zihan heng yi huo chao, ding shi ji yi bin gan.
Sefeng ruji, yi rong yi mo chui.
Wen Tan Chi Lao stroked his white beard and praised, "Good poem, good poem. Kui Gongzi is amazing when he speaks. This poem must be in the top 3 poems in Liu Xiang." The girl next to him even sobbed. "How wonderful is the line, Se feng ru ji yi, rong yi mo kui kan. Kui Gongzi's pity for flowers makes me a little moved."
This poem definitely deserves the title of Liu Fang. I hope Kui Gongzi will ink the poem for everyone to admire.
The audience kept praising Kui Gongzi's identity and poetic talent. I am afraid that it will not be necessary to wait until Shu hour and 4/4 to decide the winner. It seems that the leader of the flower night tonight is still poetry, isn't it? The poetic talent of our great Tang is the best in the world. If you want to contribute to the fun, no one can do better than Xie Yan.
He whispered to Yue Ru, "Hey, Zhuangxi, you are one of the 5 sons of the great Han. Can't you show something?" Xie Yan replied calmly. "Show what? What's up? Poetry is his strength. Your poetic talent is limited. What's so exciting about it?" Xie Yan gritted his teeth and said to himself, "I also want to pretend a little, but it seems that all the poetry I can memorize has been used up. A big sister standing next to him seemed to understand Xie Yan's intentions and said, "If this young master wants to enjoy flowers in other ways besides poetry, it is also possible."
This Liu Fang Terrace focuses on 3 genres: poetry, music, and dance. If you have talents in singing or dancing, you can record your talents with the Ying Liu Qing magic weapon arranged by the Hua Shen master here and keep it for future generations. It's just that the space on the platform is limited. If you want to sing, it is best to find a flower boat along the river. Look at that flower boat following the water. Maybe it is also someone who wants to leave their mark.
Xie Yan glanced in the direction he was pointing and found that it was none other than Ji Jun. What? He was so surprised when he saw him. Ji Yun Tao on the other side was chatting with a girl inside. He said, "No wonder you want to invite me to sit on the same boat. It turns out that there is such an elegant thing in Luo Yingyuan."
The girl inside smiled and said, "I have heard of the young master's fame in the great Tang dynasty. I am fortunate to know you this time. How can I miss this opportunity? If you have requested the Dongdu prefecture today and want to investigate Changsheng Tian together, I will take this opportunity to receive some reward. Maybe you won't mind, will you?"
Yun Tao turned his face away and gently held the flute.
"If it is just offering my talents to get Xiao Yin's pleasure, it would be disrespectful for me to refuse."
He put the flute to his lips and hummed an immortal melody.
The people who heard the sound suddenly listened. Where does the flute sound come from? So good! It can't be overwhelmed by the noise around it. The melody is a bit familiar. Is it Yun Han Xing of Sahuangyi, famous of the great Han? Obviously it is blowing in the middle of the river, but it is like right next to my ears. The flute player's strength is not ordinary.
Fluent and melodious, vast and boundless, it is indeed possible to deduce the vast galaxy to the point of ecstasy. One person saw it and pointed in the direction of the river.
The surface of the river quietly reflects the stars.
This scene is really suitable for this song. Still non-stop, everyone. Listen. The sound has changed again. Extremely quiet and cold. Vividly, under the water there are ripples and then dissipates.
The stars return to the human world, another beautiful scene.
Fish and fireflies are reflected by the stars and integrated into the melody of the song. This scene is really rare. This young master is definitely not an ordinary person. Have you seen the girl behind him? Does it look familiar? The girl stepped out from inside the boat, none other than Lian Qiluo, the right emissary of the flower god sect. The crowd got even more boisterous when they saw her. Isn't that emissary Lian of the flower god sect? Our Dongdu prefecture's Xiao Yun has her by his side. Could it be that this young master is also from the flower god sect? Xie Yan was dumbfounded, he thought. This guy, Ji Yundao, is really rubbing it in my face this time. Flower god sect, Xiao Yun of Dongdu prefecture. Looks like today he's gotten help from a big shot of the great Tang. As a disciple of the Taishuan sect, this approach isn't strange. Having someone help out is indeed quite convenient. He's in the open, I'm in the dark. And eventually, that phony demon will reveal its true form, Rongxi thought to himself. It wouldn't be bad if the flower god sect could gain some fame from this. He was so angry that purple and green veins popped out all over his face.
A moment later, Ji Yundao and Shi Lao came ashore. She softly said, "Young master's song just now was truly the sound of nature. On this stage, with the flower god sect's Baiyu Huiying magic artifact, I might have preserved the wonder of, drunkenly unaware of the sky, in water-filled boat, green dream pressing star river." She continued, "Consider it an added touch for this Liu Fang venue." Yundao smiled and replied, "Xiao Yun, you flatter me too much. I merely know a little about music theory. The energy of this song can only hope to toss a brick to attract jade."
Qi Lao stepped forward to greet them.
He asked, "Young master, you are too humble. That divine song just now is more than enough to be recorded here. If someone else had performed, perhaps tonight's song wouldn't have belonged to the young master. May I still ask for your esteemed name?"
The Xiao Yun reached out, wanting to speak on his behalf. "I shall introduce to Lord Lu. This young master is none other than..." Before she could finish, an ear-splitting voice yelled, "Hold on. No matter who this young master is, that song just now probably doesn't qualify to be recorded here, does it? Everyone here is knowledgeable. We all heard that this song was originally composed by a predecessor. Don't forget that ever since Liu Fang was established, anyone who comes here must present a unique work of their own to make their name."
As he finished, a few people agreed with him. He continued, "No matter how good that young master's flute playing is, it's not his own work after all, and thus unworthy of this Liu Fang. Tonight's best piece still belongs to young master Kui Rong."
Lord Lu Ma seemed a bit hesitant.
The Xiao Yun's reaction was sharper. Absurd. Poetry and literature are one thing, but in the realm of song and dance, where thousands of people possess thousands of talents,
How can it be justified to perform a predecessor's work? You still haven't. The Xie Yan was interrupted again. This time, it was Yun Dao. The young master pulled her back and said bluntly, "It's fine. Music isn't my strong suit to begin with. Just now, I merely played casually to add to the fun tonight, with no intention of competing with others. If there's such a rule, then of course, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I wouldn't dare to offend."
Xie Yan smiled and thought, "Ha ha!
This Yun Dao clearly has someone trying to stir up trouble, yet he's so calm and nonchalant, looking like he could take it or leave it. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to hold back. Too bad it wasn't aimed at me." Otherwise, Xie Yan jumped, hearing a booming voice by his ear. "Yun Dao, you're wrong to say that."
Clearly these good-for-nothings are intentionally trying to make things difficult for scholars. So much for the great Tang people's elegance and generosity. Xie Yan stepped onto the stage and said loudly,
"Isn't it a self-composed song you want? This, little monk, here has this strapping fellow by my side who can do the same. Let you, great Tang folks, see what my great Han has got."
Before she finished speaking, Xie Yan gave her a good thwack that echoed through the air. "Perform if you want, but don't cause trouble for me."
Lady Yun Dao saw them and greeted, "Young Master Xie, Junior Sister Xie. I didn't expect you to be here too," Xie Yan waved back. "Can't be helped. This monkey is too mischievous. I just can't keep an eye on her," Xie Yan pestered. "Sing the song you sang to this, little monk, on the way here. That song was great." The troublemaker from earlier, stung by Xie Yan's words, turned grim and glared at Xie Yan too. "Where did you come from? You dare to fight in Luoyang Garden. If you're her accomplice, quickly leave. Don't get in the way here."
Xie Yan snorted with laughter, saying loudly, "What's the rush? Do some people really think that if they can drag Brother Yun Dao away, they'll have a guaranteed victory?" Kui Rong felt a jab, and spoke up. Hearing the young master speak, "Could it be that you also have an outstanding piece you wish to present? Didn't you all say that Brother Yun Dao's song just now doesn't count, because it was composed by a predecessor?
If that's the case, then let me play something you've never heard before, and let you know just how limited your own vision is."
Kui Rong, having his thunder stolen by Xie Yan, showed his anger. "I'd like to see what he can sing that dares to call my vision limited." His followers echoed his disdain, saying, "He didn't even bring an instrument. Is that kid really going to sing a cappella? Why the need for special preparation?" The Xie Yan, who was beside her, took out a small pill and thought, "Is he planning to run away?" Yun Dao was also astonished by this scene. This young Master Xie is truly strange. Just now, he secretly transmitted a message, saying he'd create some stage effects later, that the commotion would be quite big, even affecting the surroundings of Luoyang Garden. He told me not to think too much about it, and to please forgive him for it. Yun Dao merely smiled lightly and replied, "If the Xie Yan says so, then I am also increasingly looking forward to his performance." The shocking appearance of the Xie siblings caused everyone present to buzz with discussion. "Who is this? Whose young master is that? So handsome. What exactly is he planning to perform? That fire looks pretty good. Is he going to dance? Never seen that before. Why is he even bringing a young girl along?"
At this moment, Xie Yan and Xie Ran were on the other side, preparing for their one-of-a-kind performance. "Have you remembered everything I said, Ran? The initial stage effects will be up to you?" These mischievous tricks were right up her alley. "Don't worry, brave one," she replied. "This little monk can't wait any longer. Let's start, here I go." They're about to be utterly dazzled. The scene immediately became ethereal, with wisps of hazy white mist. This caused a constant commotion among the onlookers, as there had been no fog there before. What's going on? Why is there mist rising from the river? What exactly is this young master planning to perform?
Only the Xie Yan and Yun Dao understood its cause. So this is the stage effect young Master Xie was talking about. Why is Junior Sister Xie hiding under the river, using her true qi to create mist?
Curiosity and excitement were mixed with doubts about the puzzling scene before them. What are they doing? It's been a while and they haven't sung. Now mist is even rising. Why is there suddenly mist? On the other side, Xie Yan had already opened fire. He used the flower interval sword finger, bending and straightening at will. With his one move, the space instantly became pitch dark, causing everyone to fall into commotion. What's going on? Why are the lights out? Why is it completely dark? I just saw a pink snake. The two managers were also curiously waiting to see what he was planning next. Was turning off the lights the trick of that grand Xie young master? It wasn't like no one had ever gone on stage ridiculously before, but turning off all the lights like this was a first. The old man heard his wife say that and replied with a laugh. "Ha ha, compared to the ridiculousness, I'm more interested in what masterpiece this young master will produce."
Meanwhile, Kui Rong, still arrogant, sneered, Young Master, HMPH. Another innate realm expert, but so what? Just trying to please people. This young master wants to see what tricks this pretty boy is planning. After a quick look, Xie Yan couldn't help but praise Xie Yan's talent. Absolutely brilliant, meandering and lingering. The arm movements seem heavy but are light, truly amazing. The control of true Q by that young master Xie makes me marvel endlessly. Even Ji Yundao, despite knowing him, was equally stunned. Young master Xi's methods are truly endless. The murmurs grew louder and louder. Look quickly, the fog is too thick. What's going on? Why can't you see anything on the river's surface? Where's the moon? You can't even see the moon anymore. The clock has struck. Everything is ready. This special performance should also be started by Xie Yan. The stage is set. Now listen to my performance of a song from Journey to the West. Cloud Palace triumphant tune. Biu biu biu. Xie Yan alone revels freely, parting the water and riding the wind, creating a strange yet pleasing sound that delights the audience. There's a sound. Can everyone hear it? Amazing. The fog is really thick. It's rushing here. That young Master Xie has started singing. How is that possible? This isn't a sound that a human can make. The current scene is everyone with their mouths agape, intently watching Xie Yan's every action and gesture. What sound is that? It sounds like bird calls, quite rhythmic. What kind of bird can unleash such cloud-scattering power? The divine condor of Zhu Kui, Phoenix or something. No, that's not right. It's the sound of a horn. It's the sound of a loud and sharp horn. I can hear the sound of drums, special percussion, and a wooden fish. And there's also a warm and deep bamboo instrument that I've never heard before. Everyone is dedicatedly enjoying this visually and orally satisfying performance. Except for a few people. Kui Rong is just irritated and uncomfortable. He clearly doesn't have any instruments, so how can he make these sounds? Is it some damn beatboxing? Can't see anything? He must be hiding instruments on his person. Creating music with true Q isn't that strange, but he can actually make so many different sounds at the same time like that. My eyesight can barely make out that he really doesn't have any instruments in the middle of the river. The sounds are being simulated. Truly amazing. The old man, the organizer of this gala, was so astonished by Xie Yan that he couldn't utter a word. Horns, drums, bongo drums, wooden fish, flute, pipa, bells, and some mysterious sound that I've never heard before. What kind of song is this now? It's actually harmonizing so many instruments like that. Such a novel style, yet so wonderful. When did this grand Xie young master bring such a powerful orchestra? Questions that no one can answer are constantly being raised. It's clearly just a sound, without any words, yet the spiritual energy flies far away like it's a natural sound. Kunshan jade essence, phoenix cries, lotus tears, orchid smiles. I was wrong. This grand Xie young master is indeed capable of being arrogant. This song probably only exists in the heavens. How could there be many like this in the mortal realm? The sound of the flute flutters, like a fairy descending to earth in the late night. The phoenix flute rekindles, wishing I could dance with the moon. Suddenly, the scene before them suddenly transformed as if it were a paradise. What is that? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes anymore. Am I seeing things? Sound. Sound can be seen. I can see the sound. The feast for the senses of both sound and sight created by Xie Yan, with beautiful fairies floating before their eyes. The crowd cheered in this wonderful atmosphere. Paradise! This is paradise! Fairies. They're even approaching at a very close distance to them, and their voices became stuttering. Th. This scene is exactly like the feeling in my heart. Is this a dream? Or is it reality? Did I unknowingly wander to the celestial palace? Or did the heavens hear the voice in my heart and cause the fairies to descend to earth? It's so real that even a cultivator couldn't help but exclaim. To see this scene in one's life, I have no regrets, even if I die. Xiao Yin was overwhelmed by it, and said in surprise, "This paradise is some kind of special mental attack technique. It can make the entire Luo Ying garden immersed in this special illusory technique. That's already impressive. Young Master Ji's teammate is using this song to create momentum again. Truly something that ordinary people can't do." Ji Yundao heard her say that, and just smiled slightly, saying, "Ha, young Master Ji is truly a free-spirited person, acting without any regard for consequences, as long as he's happy in the moment. This person always likes to do things that aren't afraid of making the world more chaotic. If it weren't for having a junior sister Xie Yan diverting his attention, plus being companions for a long time and gradually getting used to him, knowing that he wouldn't act recklessly, I really wouldn't be able to get along with him. But if he wants to do it, then let him do it.
I just hope his heart is always kind. Living so freely is quite admirable. The scene is filled with mystical golden colors and many palace maids. The paradise beside me is making old people like Lao Gong here unable to bear it. I even thought this was the real celestial palace. Truly amazing. Truly amazing. This peaceful posture, this dancing posture. I've never seen it before. I've never even heard of it. Could it be that this young master has really been to the 9 heavens? Otherwise, how could he create such a realistic illusion, simulating all kinds of musical instrument sounds that appear and disappear, truly worthy of the name Liu Fang? Suddenly, a scream rang out, as if calling him back to reality. Fairies, don't go. The dream is about to end. Wait, look over there. Strange scenes have appeared in the direction the fairies flew. Just now, wasn't that the heavenly court scene? Just like in the Journey to the West story, there's even an image of the Jade Emperor. Everyone has been completely captivated by it. Some people even want to follow the illusionary fairies, heavenly gods. A divine melody brings heavenly gods. Kneel down quickly. Divine beings of the heavens, don't look directly. To actually see the gods manifesting, I have no regrets in this life. Jade Emperor. Oh heavens. The Lao Gong couple are also blinded by the illusion. Xie Yan hurriedly called the two of them back before they went too far. You two, calm down. These are all illusions. This song has no words, yet it's extremely catchy. With the support of musical instruments, it really makes people feel good. He was moved by Xie Yan's performance, loudly exclaiming, wondering, what kind of earth-shattering, mind-blowing divine melody is this? Things are a bit chaotic right now. Some are bawling their eyes out. Turns out this song came from the heavens. Xin family, you're done for. Others are fainting from heart attacks. Someone help, someone's passed out. The angels are showering blessings. The angels are showering blessings, yo. The Kuirong crew's faces are blacker than the bottom of a pot right now, standing there like statues, speechless with shame. That pretty boy Zhu Fen. Could it be that Gongzi Dahan really went to the 9th heaven? Gotta admit, the singing's on point. Plus, the heavenly scene is crystal clear in my mind. With such gorgeous lyrics and rhythm in the song, I honestly can't believe it's coming from a human. The illusion fades, and Xie Yan emerges like a god in everyone's adoring eyes. He calmly asks them, I'm done singing. Are you all satisfied? How could these trivial matters stump me? Every profession has its specialty. If I actually tried to write poetry with them, I wouldn't stand a chance. I gotta take a different path. East meets West, they've definitely never seen anything like movies before. Combined with the real deal Huajian sword, I can give them a little modern shock without raising suspicion from the masters. Ran below also looks up at Xie Yan and quietly says, Jing Hua Shui Yu, is it all a butterfly dream of Zhuang Zhao? Such a beautiful scene is just a fake eye decorating a peacock's tail. Even just a little bit can mesmerize all living things. Bro, oh bro, you're really different from how you used to be. Can the Ma Qing sect really change someone this much? First time covering so many people with the Huangma heavenly scene. Luckily my Huangma Laji has been thoroughly connected. They can switch over to each other. Otherwise just relying on one type of true Kia, it wouldn't hold up. I'd be exhausted by the end. I give myself a 98 for this performance. The other 2 points are for that monkey. Can't help it. Having a monkey jump out like that at the beginning just doesn't fit. At this time, Lao Gong and Xiao Yun also slowly approach. She naturally has to give Xie Yan's performance a compliment. Perfect performance. And says regretfully, it's a shame that this Bai Yu Hui Ying can only record Shi Gongzi's natural voice. There's no recording of the immortal palace at all. Xie Yan calmly adds that music moves people's hearts, and people's hearts create the scene. But the scene is just a scene after all. No matter how powerful your sect's magic weapon is, it can't record what's in other people's heads, right? Haha. Shi Gongzi's words make sense. Ti Yun softly replies, followed by cheers and shouts from the crowd. It's a miracle, Gongzi. Leave your name, I'm willing to build a temple for you, offering incense, sob, this heavenly being. Gongzi must be a reincarnated angel blessing the world. Lao Gong announces to Xie Yan, Gongzi's spectacular performance is enough to top the Liu Fang contest. This old man won't be petty, may I ask. What song is this? Oh, this. Consider it a stage song from my hometown. Even a 3-year-old knows a couple of lines. It's called Yunggong Jin Yin, he replies, at Wu Meng Lu, Luo Ying Garden. The beauties here are also constantly discussing Xie Yan's shocking feat. Did you hear? There's been a huge buzz at Liu Fang Terrace tonight. 2 Gongzis have amazed everyone so much that even Liu Gong had to admire them. Isn't that right? Those 2 Gongzis are in the 2nd floor private rooms right now, and a lot of girls are trying to get a word in. I heard those two gongzis are from the gradually famous 5 gongzis of Dahan. One of them is Xie Yan, the devil Jade Gongzi, and Xi from Jiangling is also there. If I could get a few pointers from him. Aren't those two gongzis too famous? The girls in the building can't sit still anymore. I'll tell the extra girls to leave later so they don't block the gongzis' view.
Xie Yan will naturally not be foolish enough to refuse, and when the beauties serve him wine, he replies, "It's all right, it's all right." With beauties around, even the wine smells better. Why would I complain about too many? Even Jiu Yuntao got corrupted by him, happily saying, "I don't mind either. The girls are very attentive. It's fun to drink and compose poetry together."
Tai Yun is also present here, smiling as she toasts the two of them. The two gongzis are truly outstanding talents, naturally attracting female attention. I originally thought I'd be lucky enough to get to know only Ji Gongzi today, but I didn't expect Ji Gongzi's friend to be Shi from Jiangling in the rumors.
Xie Yan says leisurely, Xi Gongzi's great name has been heard even by this Tiai Shen in a remote hall for a long time. Today, seeing a Cao Gie, it really feels like an immortal. Lian Xiaoyun is too kind. It's just an unprecedented performance, like something novel.
The system immediately notifies him. Received 0. 01 points of Lian Qi Luo's admiration. Received 0. 01 points of Mo Shouyan's respect. Received 0. 01 points of Jiyu Rao's respect. Received 0. 01 points of Chuyan Er's respect. This elder sister is very beautiful, and her words are pleasant to hear. Smiling happily, he suddenly hears that familiar life-ruining voice, but before he can enjoy it for more than 3 seconds, he remembers his burden. Damn, how did I forget there's a chatterbox here?
Ran Heron's next innocent words are truly shocking, but what's the use of just pleasant words? So-called admiration can't just be lip service, gotta be real, gotta show it in practice.
As soon as she finishes speaking, Xie Yan flicks her forehead affectionately, forcing him to smooth things over with the other party. Kids don't understand things. Talking nonsense, Lian Xiaoyun, don't take it to heart. Hearing Ran Sharon's rough but honest words, Xiaoyun just laughs and says, "Oh, Ji Gongzi introduced himself earlier, saying he has a free-spirited companion with Ti Shen, so this is Xi Gongzi's sister? She really has a personality. But what your younger sister said isn't unreasonable."
Thai Shen is the Xiaoyun of Dongdu Prefecture, and has some power in this Dongdu world. If the two Gongzis need anything, just say my name Lian Qi Luo to the outside, and Thai Shen will definitely do my best to help you solve any trouble. Is she low-key simping?
Ran, not knowing when to stop, quickly adds, that's a bit more sincere, Xie Yan quickly shoves an egg into her mouth, blocking her voice. "Eat more of this Yunying Lu egg, little girl. You eat eggs and talk less. Only eating and drinking can make this little devil less mischievous." The beauties behind them keep shyly looking at Xie Yan and Ji Yuntao.
If I may ask, what are the two Gongzis doing in Dongdu? Did you come here especially to see the flower viewing festival?
Their questions were heard by the two, and they answered, without consulting each other, "I came to Dongdu to hunt down a wicked person. I came to Dongdu to find a friend." What did you say? All the good girls are busy, they were chatting happily, and someone's already making trouble below, ruining their fun.
The troublemaker here is none other than Kui Rong. Still holding in his anger, he roughly grabs the waiter's collar and scolds, "You damn bastards! This one's busy, that one's busy. You guys open Umang Lu to do business, and now you're telling me to wait outside."
It's these guys, again, addicted to getting slapped in the face, Xie Yan just sneers, not even bothering to acknowledge them.
The waiter lowered his head, saying in a meek voice,
"Well, young master, the ladies admire the esteemed guest's talent, and with Lian Xiaoyun's special instructions, a Meng manor didn't provide adequate hospitality." He was cut off before he could finish, with the water splashed straight into his face, stunning the waiter.
Kui Rong said arrogantly,
"Esteemed guest, they're just a bunch using petty tricks to please everyone. Nothing like this has ever happened in front of Liu Fang Terrace, and you're planning to rally allies."
He shouted loudly, "They're just two pretty boys from Dahan, trying to sit on the heads of us Tang people. So many guests came to Umang Manor today. Are we supposed to go home disappointed because of two outsiders?" Sure enough, everyone there was immediately swayed by his words and began to whisper, "Well, yeah, I've never heard of more than half the girls in the manor attending to one person. It's a bit much. I heard those two from Dahan have quite the background. When did Umang Manor get so stinky?"
The more they gossiped, the more pleased Kui Rong became. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out, successfully attracting everyone's attention. "I heard Datang was known for its tolerance and generosity, but this is all I see."
Isn't it enough for this young master to show off on Liufeng Terrace? You want to come here and show off again? Shameless, shameless. It was none other than Xie Yan. With Xiao Ranran's support,
Kui Rong pressed his advantage, sneering, "Now you've angered everyone."
Li Shan Xiaoyun then stepped forward and said, "Kui Rong, these are esteemed guests of Dongdu Prefecture. Don't go too far." He continued to cause trouble from below, threatening them with his family's name, Lian Xiaoyun. "Are you helping outsiders with an iron heart, or did these two take a commission from you to make things difficult for me? Does Hua Shen's sect really not take my Lu Guan sect seriously with actions like this?" Ji Yundao didn't participate, simply watching Xiaoyun quietly from behind. Kui Rong became increasingly outrageous, slamming the table and yelling, "Sever Xiaoyun! This young master must have this drink today. If Umeng Manor doesn't serve me properly, I'll have people tear it down tomorrow." Finally, she had to call a few beauties down to drink with him. He yielded. "You lead these ladies down to serve him. Don't give him an excuse to cause trouble, I understand, Lian Xiaoyun, rest assured."
Xie Yan replied, then said apologetically to Xie Yan and Yundao, "Two young masters, an unwelcome guest has arrived. I can't attend to you for the time being."
Sitting down at the table, Xie Yan quickly asked Xiaoyun, "What's that kid's background anyway? Why is he so arrogant?" Xiaoyun replied leisurely, "Young Master Kui Rong, his late father's martial arts were limited, only a pseudo-Xiantian, but his literary talent is quite good, with some fame in Dongdu. His father is an elder of the Lu Guan sect and the Dongdu prefect, with a prominent position here. This guy is vain and narrow-minded, and this time, he's probably clinging on because you two stole his limelight at Lufeng Terrace."
So he's a spoiled brat relying on his father. "After I finish eating, I'll go down and beat him up," Ranran said calmly. Hearing this, Xiaoyun quickly waved his hand to stop her. "Ranran, don't.
At the same time, Ji Yundao, sitting next to him, secretly transmitted his voice to Xie Yan. "Young Master Xi, things are getting a bit out of hand. If you trust me, advise your younger sister a little. Don't let her clash with that Kui Rong. Endure him for now." This made Xie Yan a little confused.
With his personality of hitting at the slightest provocation, it was naturally not easy to endure, but Xie Yan still listened to Yundao. "Forget Randran, I want to hit someone too, but Ji Yundao is no less intelligent than me, so if he said that, there must be a reason." At this time, small whispers of discussion rang out from below. Unsurprisingly, the whispers came from Kui Rong's table. "Ma Yu, young Master Xie Yan of Dahan, is famous for liking women, especially other people's wives. Look at the sloppy girl next to him. Her eyes and nose look just like him. She's probably from a secret affair with some madam, and they didn't want to be together, so they kicked him to the curb. Is that so? Xie Yan is barely over 20, and that girl is only 10-odd years old. Look closely again, and that's how it is." Damn it, karma. Created by Qin Shinzi back then, and Rantran's reverse evolution, Xie Yan couldn't help but curse under his breath.
Kui Rong's group competed to slander our two handsome men, and even when you, young Master Ji Yundao, don't let his looks deceive you, he's extremely lecherous to the bone. The widely circulated Zhu Yan Li Baihei collection was written under his pen name, Dai He. "I know about this. This really happened. Here. This seems to be the rumors from back then, and my spreading of this story even reached Datang. Brother Yundao, I'm sorry. How could he dare to look at Yundao now?"
A strained atmosphere gradually surrounded the wine table. Xiaoyun seemed to sense the discomfort from the two opposite her, and chose her words carefully. "I didn't expect Kui Rong to act like this." Finally, Ji Yundao decided to leave. "With petty people making trouble, this wine is undrinkable. Young Master Xie Ximei, let's go."
Ji Yundao was about to send them off, but Yundao stopped him. "Xiaoyun, please stop. There's no need to see us out. I and young Master Xie Shimei will leave on our own." Xie Yan also slowly stood up, holding a wineglass in his hand. "It's true that we should leave." But before leaving, Ranran also sighed. "My first experience in a beautiful brothel ends so early, what bad luck." So he was holding the wineglass too. "I'll go toast that young master a glass. We have matters to attend to first." "Before leaving, young Master Kui, I toast to you," Xie Yan said calmly to Kui Rong. "I wouldn't dare. How could Kui Mu be qualified to raise a glass with a devilish person like Mao Yu, young master?" Kui Rong sneered. Without hesitation, Xie Yan drank it all in one gulp, placing his hand intentionally on his shoulder. "It's okay. I've finished mine. Your turn, thwack. Plan accomplished. Let's quickly leave, and not disturb the young master from continuing to drink." "I'll take my leave," Xie Yan said, leaving Kui Rong behind, looking after him with suspicion. What does this guy mean? "Young Master Xi, just now, you, Ji Yundao, questioned him." Xie Yan replied noncommittally, "Didn't Yundao Sheng tell me to endure?" "So I endured. Perhaps it wasn't enough. A respectful toast is more effective. But I am quite curious. Yundao Sheng said I went too far. I wonder what that limit is. But inside, he was laughing to himself. Endure my ass. Having been hit by my divine hatred ghost grudge, this guy won't have peace for a while.
I also told you that Liankila had problems. Perhaps she wanted to use me and Kui Rong to create conflict to achieve some goal, and didn't want to involve young Master Xie and Xie Shimei in this mess, Xie Yan replied softly. So that's how it is.
As for that Kui Rong, he's getting a taste of his own medicine now.
This chaotic scene is everyone rushing to beat him up. Drink! Drink! You monkey! Kui Rong, I've put up with you for so long. Beat him up! All day long you call us to drink, isn't it because he has a good old man? Don't hit him anymore! Don't hit him anymore! Both Ran Ran and Yun Dao were confused and watching the fun, while Xie Yan was full of amusement in the back. What's going on? Oh-ho!
Hee. Everyone is fighting and saying, everyone, join forces, he's just a fake Xiantian, what's there to fear? My dad is a top disciple of Elder Kui, if anything happens my dad will protect me, don't be afraid of him.
Ji Yun Dao stood by and watched them beat that guy, and said calmly, Kui Rong is being beaten by the people around him. Could this be the arrangement of the Flower God sect? This doesn't seem to be in the interest of the Flower God sect, that's strange.
Xie Yan invited Ji Yun Dao and Ran Ran out of there. Let's go, let's get away from the center of the storm. Don't let Liankila throw dirty water on us, Ran Ran next to him said with a smile.
Little Monk wants to watch the drama. Liankila stood on the roof looking at the three of them. My plan has been seen through by them. Young Master Wen Yu is indeed a top disciple of the Taishuan sect, a smart and decisive man. Knowing when to stop, you ruined my calculations. But it doesn't matter, it was just a playful move. Then she smiled smugly.
Looking at the scene inside made Liankila's face darken, feeling really unlucky. Liankila, tell Hua Zhangzhang to stop all those troublemakers below and send them back to their homes one by one. Remember, everything that happened tonight must be told to their families. Don't add any embellishments, just tell the truth. Yes, ma'am, she wondered.
What's wrong with those guys around Kui Rong? Suddenly so brave today, what kind of spirit have they been hit by? Ji Yundao's methods don't seem like young Master Wen Yu's style. He probably wouldn't do that. Moreover, if he has seen through my plan, he wouldn't make things worse. He always repays debts. This looks more like the methods of someone from the demonic sect. You? Young Master Mo Yu? Xie Yan is in the restaurant.
How grand! Xie Yan and Ji Yundao were sitting and talking together, Ji Yundao said.
I'm still a little confused about the chaos tonight. If the Flower God sect used this method to put the blame on us, it would be too far-fetched. This doesn't seem like Liankila's methods.
Hearing this, Xie Yan said, that's indeed the case, but could it be that the young masters around Kui Rong got drunk and couldn't hold back anymore? After all, people aren't clay pots. If they accumulate grievances for too long, they sometimes can't bear it anymore. Hearing this, Ji Yundao felt even more suspicious, because he felt that it was not impossible, but the timing was too coincidental, just when Kui Rong had a conflict with us. But Xie Yan didn't care about this, he said. Let's leave him alone, deal with problems as they come. We should continue talking about Liankila. What is her intention after all? Ji Yundao poured tea and said with a smile, if we are talking about this, I must apologize to young Master Xie. I wanted to borrow the power of the Eastern Capital government to search for the whereabouts of old Demon Mala, but I almost got used and implicated young Master Xie and Shimei.
The situation, young Master Xie also knows. The Eastern Capital prefect is Kui Pei, the Guanzong elder of the demonic sect. Lu Datong, the deputy prefect, is Liankila Yu, an envoy of the Flower God sect, the righteous path of the Great Tongue. In normal circumstances, the two major factions, especially belonging to the two righteous and demonic paths in the same place.
Either the east wind overwhelms the west wind, or the west wind overwhelms the east wind, Xie Yan said while drinking. But this is the Great Tongue. The sects are still colleagues fighting in the officialdom. Sects are normal things in other places, but in the Great Tongue it is fratricide. If exposed, neither side will have a good ending. Hearing this, Yun Jidao also agreed with Xie Yan. He poured tea and continued. That's right, Liankila deliberately made me offend Kui Rong. If I have a conflict with Lu Guanzong because of this, things will go her way. Then, whether it is to induce hostility between the Taishuan sect and Lu Guanzong, or Lu Guanzong is afraid of the Taishuan sect, and I choose to endure and bear it to save face, it is a happy thing for the Flower God sect.
Xie Yan asked seriously. If that's the case, perhaps I am an accident. It seems Liankila didn't expect that there would be someone who would cooperate like this, Trisk. Although I took the initiative to come,
The feeling of being schemed against makes people uncomfortable, doesn't it?
Xie Yan said again. Fortunately, I appeared in time and was not used to the end. Being schemed against is of course uncomfortable, but we are new here, and Lian Qila is an official of the Great Tang. Turning against her too early would be more of a loss than a gain.
I know that young Master Xi is used to repaying debts, but there are some things, if you only rely on emotions to deal with them, it's comfortable, but only for a while. Then the situation will collapse, and in the end, there will only be regrets. All right. Xie Yan realized that this guy probably guessed something. He's worthy of being Ji Yundao, but it doesn't matter. With my current strength and status, as long as I'm not stupid enough to admit it myself or get caught on the spot, revealing a little trump card is nothing. On the contrary, it can threaten some people and conveniently harvest some origin points. Ji Yundao said to him, Young Master Xi, you came to the Eastern Capital also for something you need to do, right? Please be patient for a few days. Wait until you have finished your work and have nothing to worry about. Then it won't be too late to take revenge.
Hearing this, Xie Yan smiled. Haha, Yundao Xiong is really good at persuading people. All right, it's rare to go abroad once, and I don't want to make enemies, so I'll do as you say.
Ji Yundao continued. Lian Qila is not someone to associate with too deeply. I will find other ways to continue investigating old demon Ma La. If young Master Xi is still willing to eliminate demons, you can wait here for my news.
No problem.
I also find that old demon Ma La unpleasant. Let me know when you have news. It's getting late. Rentren and I are going back to our room.
He carried Rentren on his shoulders and went back to his room. Xie Yan thought to himself while covering Ranran with a quilt. Ji Yundao's temperament is really good. If I was treated like this, I would have gone to their door long ago. But he has no choice. From his point of view, there are too many things to consider, and many things he does are inevitably constrained.
I'm different. I can do it. Just now, these 2 times were the first time I used the Divine Hatred Ghost Grudge transfer magic in front of many Xiantian experts in the main world, and I also need to be a little careful to prevent others from ruining my plans. How could any genius predict the future like me? Comprehending the 8 calamities demonic art, the deathly hatred ghost grudge is too awesome.
After that, Xie Yan climbed out of the window to go out.
After that, he flew away. While flying, he said, Jinger, let's go to work. Let's go do some after-sales service. The target is the Kui family. My full-body demonic armor is, for this time, just right to try it out. Thinking about it before, if I need to use the after-sales service of the Divine Hatred Ghost Grudge now, then let's combine the 2 things into one. Then according to what Jiaqi said, the leader group of Lu Guanzong are all in the mountain gate. The outskirts of the eastern capital only have the prefect named Tian Sanzhong stationed.
After a while, Rentran suddenly woke up and asked, Who is disturbing the little monk in the Kui residence?
Kui Rong was kneeling on the ground, looking at his father with fear, visibly trembling.
Profound Heaven Realm, 3rd level, the Dongdu prefect said. The people from Lianqi Luo who brought you back here gave me a rough overview of the situation, but I still want to hear it from you. What exactly did you do? But Kui Rong denied it. No, father, I swear to the heavens, I really didn't provoke anyone. It's all those people.
But before he could finish, his father said angrily, You did nothing wrong. So many people, regardless of their status or face, are antagonizing you. What nonsense are you spouting? Hearing this made him jump. Suddenly, he realized something.
He turned back to Kui Rong, no longer scolding.
Fine. It seems like someone really did cast some kind of spell on you that makes people angry for no reason. Plus, your usual behavior is indeed a bit arrogant, so it's not strange that this happened.
Think about it. Have you offended anyone recently? Before he even finished his father's question, Kui Rong immediately kowtowed and said, I knew it. Someone must be plotting against me, father. What should I do? If this isn't removed, how can I ever face anyone again?
Then, he recounted everything that happened today. I was completely honest. I didn't do anything. On the contrary, that guy relied on being more knowledgeable than me, and the teacher favored him, always showing off in front of me. I went out for a drink to relieve my frustration, and then I found out that old geezer Shen Wantan gave my private room to someone else. After that, while strolling around, I saw a beautiful girl, but Lianqi Luo snatched her away, saying she was a disciple of the Huashan sect, but she wasn't wearing Huashan sect clothes. Who would believe that? In the evening, I wanted to compete for the top spot in the Wuhua to show you, father. But I ran into 2 clueless Great Han people.
TCH, Xie Yan on the roof heard everything and thought that Kui Rong was complaining so much that Kui Bei wasn't just blinded, but was about to burst a vein. If he doesn't have high blood pressure, his body is truly healthy, not bad. Today he even disguised himself as Shangguan Zhao for a stick of incense's worth of time.
Afterward, Kui Bei said to his son, "If that's the case, the Huashen sect is the most suspicious. Those two great Han young masters might have been used, but this method seems a bit crude. Since when has Lianqi Luao been so impolite?" Suddenly, Kui Rong remembered something and said to his father, "Ah, father, I think it's that Xie Yan, the Jade Devil. Now that I think about it, before he left, he specifically came to find me for a drink. There's definitely something fishy. Moreover, that guy is known for attacking the spirit." But hearing this made him even angrier, so he shouted, "What do you know? Do you think Xie Yan is as stupid as you? He just showed off his joyful art spirit techniques at the Liufang Wuhua, and then he'd use them on you so you'd get beaten up? Moreover, these two things aren't the same. The trick used on you wasn't any joyful art at all."
Kui Rong stammered. Then could it be Ji Yundao?
Jade Gentleman Ji Yundao. This person, don't you ever mess with him in the future.
Seeing this, Kui Rong wondered. The Taishuan sect is the leader of the righteous path in the Great Han, that's right. But isn't Ji Yundao just the sect leader of the Taishuan sect? Besides, this is still our Great Tang territory. Does father need to build up the prestige of others like this? Kui Bei believed that Ji Yundao was the Ziwei star of this era of the Great Han, and behind him was not only the Taishuan sect, but also a being known as an outer realm god devil, the great emperor of the North Star Ziwei. In history, anyone related to the Ziwei star never had a good ending. The matter of the Ziwei star is a battle between immortals. We don't need to interfere too much. Let the people of the Great Han worry about it themselves. Kui Rong unexpectedly asked his father, "The great emperor of the North Star Ziwei, is that the outer realm god devil in the secret manual of our sect's summon and command technique? The same one as the Shuhan, but could also be a single entity?" This isn't the point. Daring to use this title won't be low, at least at the 7th level of the innate realm. Hearing this, Kui Bei suddenly felt a chill and said, "It's also said that every time the Ziwei star of the Great Han descends, it can cause bloody rain and a stormy wind in the Great Han. The being behind Ji Yundao isn't at the Chongshin realm, is he?" Kui Bei turned his head and said to Kui Rong, "The Chongtiantian realm. That person is powerful, but still very far from the Chongtiantian realm. For the past 1,000 years, the so-called Ziwei stars of the Great Han have been wiped out several times. The last Ziwei star was destroyed by the Great Han court 100 years ago. The Great Han's emperor Kunlun, named Tian Jiu Chong, even killed the great emperor of the North Star Ziwei in the outer realms, catching the other party off guard. It's said he even plundered a bunch of outer realm treasures. I've seen the name of Emperor Kunlun in books. He was a heavenly genius of the same era as our Great Tang's God sect's Holy Lord." But Kui Bei shook his head and said to his son, "Unfortunately, life is not more than 100 years. Whether it's Emperor Kunlun or the God sect's Holy Lord, a hero for one lifetime, in the end, they couldn't prove the Chongtian, and could only be buried in the imperial mausoleum." Father, do you think the outer realm god devil described in the secret manual of summon and command technique really exists? Outside our world, are there really other worlds? If there really are those worlds higher than ours? But Kui Bei said, "The opening of the secret manual of summon and command technique talks about the outer realm heavens. This world is the highest. This is beyond doubt. As for those outer realm god devils, our place is the sacred land they yearn for. Besides this place, other worlds don't have the conditions to prove the Chongqian. Unfortunately, they can't enter, and we can't go out." Hearing this, Kui Rong wondered, why can't we go out? Didn't father just say that Emperor Kunlun defeated the central Ziwei to the outer realms? Well, that Tianju Chong has extraordinary methods. Isn't that very normal? Then Kui Rong continued, "Father, you've never mentioned these mysterious things before. You just heard about them, right?" Afterward, Kui Bei recounted, 3 months ago, the Supreme Elder came out of seclusion and mentioned that the Great Han Ziwei star was about to descend, and by the way, he said some secrets. Your father has no hope in this life. It's a pity that your aptitude is low. If not for your identity as a true disciple of the sect leader, one day you'd also miss the inheritance of the main lineage. To see the scenery in higher places. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. How could I give birth to a useless thing like you? Shangguan Zhao, sitting on the roof, had heard everything from the beginning. She felt like she had heard the ultimate drama. So the main world is really related to other worlds, but according to Kui Bei's words, the people of the main world probably can't go out either. In that case, the system's function of traversing the myriad worlds is unique. But what he said seems a bit contradictory, right? Xie Yan is indeed the Ziwei star, and behind him is the great emperor Ziwei star Beiji. But why do I feel like this Ziwei star arrangement is not right? Isn't he being raised as a pig by the outer realm god devils? Slaughtered after fattening, isn't that too miserable? Let's temporarily mourn for Brother Yundao for 3 seconds. Thinking of this, Shang Guanzhao smiled pervertedly. Seeing that there was no more sound, Shang Guanzhao ran away. She was worried that Kui Rong wouldn't be beaten to death. Besides, does it still have an effect if the dead are hated by the gods and resented by the ghosts? Phew, it's better to seal it. Your father is helpless too. It seems that I still have to take you back to the sect for the sect leader to see what's wrong with you. Take him back to the sect? How can I let you take him back to the sect? The one who wasn't wearing a mask said. Finally, I should show up. Shang Guanzhao raised her fist, a malicious smile blooming on her face.
Her punch made the smoke misty like a huge explosion had just occurred. Kui Bei and Kui Rong were sent flying by the attack. Kui Bei angrily questioned, "Who dares to barge into the Kui manor so brazenly?"
Shang Guanzhao replied from within the hazy smoke and dust, "I am the gospel, a messenger of Chengsheng Tian, Shang Guanzhao, here to eliminate traitors. I heard the manor lord is extremely attentive to Chengsheng Tian, which pleases me greatly."
Then, bursting with anger, she emphasized 5 words in particular.
Here to return the favor, Kui Bei created a shield to protect them both and questioned, "Your Chengsheng Tian has some nerve. Daring to attack a high-ranking official of the Great Tang," Shang Guanzhao sneered. "You're just a mortal, not a high-ranking official under Chengsheng Tian's celestial beings."
She flashed a conniving smile, thinking, if he takes Kui Rong back to Luguan's sect, they might actually be able to research the secret of the Ye, divine resentment, ghost grudges. Although the chance of reverse engineering the 8 difficulties demonic art is low, it's not worth the risk. I should just directly cause trouble. Reclaiming the divine monk, ghostly void, is one of my purposes for coming here. With that, she unleashed the Mara true art, urging on the silkworm immortals.
This attack sent the 2 of them flying in opposite directions, successfully reclaiming the divine monk, ghostly void. Shang Guanzhao was delighted. Now that I've successfully reclaimed it, I can cause some chaos without worry.
Kui Bei also took this opportunity to use guiding talisman assembled sword. Talismans flew about haphazardly, assembling into his weapon.
Kui Bei's eyes were sharp as he unleashed another attack. Heavenly Soldier's Seaver Painting. His weapon pierced straight towards Shang Guanzhao.
Kui Bei mocked, "Haka, is this all Chengsheng Tian has to offer?" But he finally noticed something was wrong, startled, and hastily turned to dodge.
Her true Kiwi clone surrounded Kui Bei. He hadn't noticed when it appeared.
While Kui Bei was panicking, Shang Guanzhao unleashed another spell, stirring impulses. Feeling it, Kui Bei's face turned green. Not stopping there, she added the controlling tentacle extension. Immediately, tentacles began to surround Kui Bei, as if showing him there was no escape. Finally, the finishing move, a sphere formed by tentacles enveloping Kui Bei, was complete.
Shang Guanzhao looked down from above, relaxed and carefree, reveling in the scene.
She summoned the false god devouring heaven of the 4 demonic manifestations of Wei. The family members standing outside, and Kui Bei's son, witnessed everything, and desperately called out his name. A lightning bolt struck down, shattering the circle of tentacles. Kui Bei felt a chill down his spine. He was in deep trouble, just when it seemed Kui Bei was done for. But when the smoke and dust cleared, Kui Bei's muscles bulged as he used the Invite Dingxi Divine General to help me overcome danger technique.
Undamaged, Kui Bei formed a glowing armor like a Buddhist statue. Shang Guanzhao was cold and furious. She thought, damn, one guy ruined my mountain stronghold. 4 demonic manifestations. As expected, this technique can't replicate the peak seen on the alien Min without reaching the 4th layer of the celestial realm. But Kui Bei's desperate move is amazing. Could this be the Divine Envoy General secret manual that Luguan's sect mentioned before?
No matter what technique it is, attacking a celestial 3rd layer, I only need to release a soul essence to help me shoulder most of the pressure. My main body doesn't need to use all its strength. Focus on whipping people from behind. No need to worry about Qingni's transformation curse being destroyed. Perfect! Then she transformed into the Mara Sword Life Soul Essence version. After recovering, Kui Bei didn't sit still and began to attack.
Spots of light flashed continuously around Shang Guanzhao. The 2 flew and confronted each other. Then Kui Bei attacked when he got close to Shang Guanzhao.
His weapon upgraded to God's Sword Severing Decision Maker. Looking at the giant sword towering down from the sky, Shang Guan thought, The sword technique from above looks a bit familiar. She also unleashed a move to counter and block the sword. From a distance, she looked like an ant compared to the blade. But PH released a huge source of dark power. Her dark energy took control of the sword, turning it around and rushing back toward the person who had just unleashed. Shangguan Zhao taunted. Perfect. Allow you to try the ultimate sword technique. Kui Bei was shocked. What kind of martial art is this? It can actually reverse control of the technique I unleash. The sword pierced through Kui Pei's golden armor and body, then shattered. Kui Rong, who'd been hiding in the shadows all this time, cried out in anguish towards his father, who died protecting him. Shangguan Zhao saw specks of light flying towards them, thinking reinforcements had arrived. Continuing to fight risked exposure, so she decided she wasn't playing anymore. Before leaving, she didn't forget to scoff at Prefecture Magistrate Kui, Lu Guan's sect. That's all you've got? You barely started fighting and got spun in circles. Remember this. This is the consequence of your disrespect towards Mo Luo Lao Tzu. From now on, when you see Chengsheng Heaven, remember to take a detour. Otherwise, this envoy will beat you every single time I see you. I'll trash your mansion every single night. She left with a mocking laugh. Severely wounded, Kui Pei stood on the ground, watching the streak of light flash across his mansion, only able to roar in anger. This is utterly despicable. You've gone too far. As Kui Rong rushed to support his father, the reinforcements finally arrived. They asked, who was Prefecture Magistrate Kui fighting with? It looked like a girl. Kui Pei replied, no problem at all, but clutched his chest in pain and coughed up blood. Songpo Jushi stroked his beard, pondering. Before, that Mo Luo Lao Tzu character even dared to ambush a small Xiantian first-layer sect. How dare this gospel envoy bully Prefecture Magistrate Kui? Kui Pei said hatefully. Chengsheng Heaven, Shangguan Zhao, I swear I won't live under the same sky as you. Then he rallied. Issue a command. Put Chengsheng Heaven on the highest wanted list. Capture them for a reward of 100 taels of gold, and kill Shangguan Zhao for 10,000 taels of gold. At the dining table, they were gossiping about last night's commotion. Someone actually attacked Kui Mansion. I walked by and almost got scared stiff by the assassin's Xiantian aura. I took another look, and the whole Kui Mansion was already a wreck. Not only that, but before they even finished repairing the entrance, they slapped up a wanted poster. Trisk! Trisk, that's messed up. Shao Ti went to check it out, and guess what? It was that Chengsheng Heaven's so-called gospel envoy, Shangguan Zhao, who stirred up trouble before. Seriously scary. The wanted posters are plastered all over Dongdu Prefecture. I hear Kui Pei lost a lot of face. Shangguan Zhao is really bold, daring to mess with Kui Pei. Prefecture Magistrate Kui losing face like this, I wonder if he'll stir up more trouble later. Here he received Fright Origin Points plus 0.01, Chapter Progress plus 0.01 Immortal Essence, then Cao Ying's Fury Origin Points plus 0.01, and then even more. He looked happy seeing the system panel show he was the top of Liu Fang top. Last night, the young master was so handsome. Even young master Kui couldn't compare. Received Great Tang Origin Points. What a truly good land. Using the identity of an obscure envoy to stir up trouble is truly the best way to earn origin points. None of his fictional identities exist in the current world. As long as no one impersonates them, all origin points received will be his. Mo Luo Lao Tzu and the old devil husband of Qiuming Mountain had already been harvesting origin points this way from the start. Thinking about Chengsheng Heaven, his attention had always been focused on the fake Mo Luo Lao Tzu, but in reality, he could totally create a bunch of obscure envoy identities to continue flaunting his power. With his own strength, he could just watch and laugh while everyone around him trembled in fear. As long as he updated his version fast enough, no imposter would be able to keep up. Today, he'd switch to a different alt account to beat up Lianqi Luo, getting revenge for being set up the other day. But fighting Lianqi Luo and that heavenly fourth layer guy might easily expose him, so he needed to figure out a plan. While Zhao Seng was asleep, he secretly snuck out. He hasn't been back all night. Where could this gentleman have gone? Then he shoved a piece of food directly into her mouth. Don't use such random idioms on me. Everything I do is perfectly proper. What plans does she have for today? What does she want to do? We'll buy her a few sets of clothes to change into. That'll definitely make her happy. He thought to himself, this beggar's outfit gets so many strange looks on the street. Every time she bathes, she just dries off with her clothes on, like she's washing them, Yun Tao. From don't look at what's improper to it's just a normal thing now, it's seriously scary. She defended herself. I may wear dirty clothes, but my heart is as clear as a mirror. When people look at me, their instincts make them dismiss me as dirt, laughing with pity or mockery. That's just human nature, but I also humbly use my clean eyes to look at all living beings. So do you need my help with anything? So where exactly is she being humble?
She pondered, then opened her mouth to speak.
No, it's fine, gentlemen. You can go have fun. This little monk doesn't need you. He walked over and patted her head. I'll go upstairs to catch up on sleep. Don't bother me unless it's important. A spirit flew over and opened the door. She told him to wait while she laid out the blanket first, saying he'd be more comfortable sleeping that way. But strangely, he said he didn't want to sleep.
But didn't you just tell me you were going to sleep? That was just to trick her into playing? This impish girl? Or rather, if she suddenly shows up and messes with my plans while I'm working, that won't do.
So he had to teach her a little lesson, to reduce the chance of her making unexpected appearances.
In a lavish place adorned with lanterns late at night, a pair of eyes watched a man dressed in rather dark clothes walk down the street.
The man turned a corner, and a girl spotted him as he did.
He's scouting.
Then, Floral Veil True Chi, Mo Luo True Art, was unleashed by the man.
Xie Yan was following him. Half-night Qingba couldn't sleep. She secretly came to the Flowery Moon District, afraid he might go down the wrong path, so she couldn't ignore him. Thanks to her, my chess-level tracking technique is Grandmaster level. You'd be lucky to reach my level even after another 20 years of practice.
The true Chi will automatically disperse after I leave. By then, hurry back to the inn. Otherwise, this elder brother will really hit you.
Saying that, he ran off, with his soul following behind them. They were going to attack the Lianqi stage cultivators at the Hua Shen sect branch.
A beautiful young woman was sitting and reading something. Suddenly, she noticed something was off and became alert.
Something was flying straight down from the sky. It was a rock about to fall right on her.
A loud explosion echoed around the castle, which was now covered by some kind of magical layer.
She narrowly avoided it, flying out through the hole made by the thing that had fallen. She angrily shouted, "Who's the little thief who dares to sneak attack the Hua Shen sect branch?"
But no one answered. This made her even angrier.
More attacks came, with rocks flying straight at her. She used her power to shatter them before they could hurt her.
The sneak attacker didn't have any aura of cultivation. If it's not a mechanical technique, this person is likely a body-refining martial artist who trains their muscles and bones.
The initial suspicion is the precept-breaking monk from the Great Vajra Temple.
This person is at 10 Mile Pin Nan. When you see this person, you don't need to engage in close combat. Use the inverse Luo Sutra needles to lock his tendons and meridians and seal him off from afar. Move out.
Saying that, her divine warriors immediately followed her orders.
A ferocious-looking demon grinned. Hua Shen's secret technique, the inverse Luo Sutra needles. So many attacks were launched to control him. Righteous Envoy locked him down successfully. They had come to stop him from causing trouble, waiting for him to come in person, yet they sent 2 small Xiantian first-stage fries. He felt like he was being looked down upon. Then he unleashed his power, tearing his clothes apart, his eyes shining brightly like a demon's eyes. He declared himself, Yan Ba Huang, the envoy of obscure doom from the eternal longevity heaven. Lian Xiaoyun, you are disrupting our sect's teachings and ruining our reputation. This envoy has come specifically to have a word with you. The 2 divine warriors were shocked.
Things looked bad. The opponent was Xiantian 3rd stage. She ordered Hua Zhang and Zhang Hua, retreat.
But at that moment, he unleashed his power, shaking heaven and earth.
She looked down at the ground, which had a large dent in it. Hua Zhang and Zhang Hua were lying flat at the bottom of the pit.
She went down and took their pulses. The Hua Shen sect, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. He left, but repeated his name, and that today was just a greeting. He told her that if she dared to belittle the eternal longevity heaven again, he wouldn't mind coming to the Hua Shen sect every day until she had no one left to use. She was furious, only leaving behind such weak yin ghost energy. What kind of martial arts does this person practice? The yin corpse undying art of the Mo Kui sect? The 2 ghost spirit hidden arts of the Chongling Dao of the Great Han? Or the Great Ming? What is his background?
She went crazy and swore that she would definitely take his life. 50 miles away, he and the soul were sitting on a tree. The soul asked if he thought Chinger's acting was good. The last sentence had 9 parts of this daddy's temperament. Spatial shift is indeed magical. Just send Chinger out first, switch positions at the critical moment, and then let Chinger self-destruct. No one can catch him. He restored Chinger. She worked hard.
After all, Lianqi Luo is also a Xiantian 4th stage. There's no benefit. And it's unnecessary, and it's easy to be exposed. Dealing with this kind of narrow-minded person, looking down on her, can make her even more impressed than defeating her, beating her little brothers, insulting her sect, and then revealing his name in such a chain. Lianqi Luo must hate him to death.
Perfect. This time he received quite a few origin points from Lianqi Luo and fear points from Hua Zhang And Zhanghua, what a huge profit.
Although this battle used the eternal longevity overlord first, the main world isn't without body-refining martial artists who specialize in training their muscles and bones. As long as he pays attention to showing off his true Q cultivation, there won't be a big problem. To enhance the difference between the characters, in addition to the Mara True Chi being the standard, the techniques each character uses should preferably be different.
Nirvana Twin Kill Spear technique combined with a Mara True Chi White Tiger version of the evil god's original spirit is the Longevity Overlord first version, Lala True Ki, covering it up. If there are new characters, they should also be combined with other martial arts combinations. Suddenly he realized that the tricks he could use didn't seem to be that many. So someone saying, "What is the joy of a nun? It is to eliminate desires and do good deeds. Being wise and staying away from joy is the first thing. The word extinction, internal awareness, joyful acceptance, focused and concentrated mind, without awareness or perception, definitely gives rise to good joy. That's the second thing."
Faint images of Buddha appear. Zhao Ran is sitting in meditation, wholeheartedly protecting, unwavering focus. Knowing one's body is a virtuous holy light, that's the third thing. Eliminating worries, neither sad nor happy, keeping the mind pure is the fourth thing. Someone advancing forward. That is the joy of a monastic. Xie Yan's little sister slowly opens her eyes. A nun is talking to the beautiful girl. You disregard the practice, run away from the sect, single-mindedly stepping into the mortal world, having chosen a path that no one explores. Things have come to this. Do you still want to persist?
Xie Yan replies, without hesitation,
I have reached the innate realm. The truth proves I was right. You, a monastic, are replying to her. Mei, Xie Yan, you are just someone with profound wisdom roots and superb obstinacy. Your realm comes from escaping shackles. Only after escaping do you obtain it. It's not truly thorough. 7 emotions are like a mirror, to illuminate the lotus of the heart.
She continues, before meeting the master, you hid in a shell, unable to let go of a stubborn, unyielding soul, yet always forcing yourself to submit to its state.
Saying that, the nun approaches Xie Yan. Master led you out of it, gave you courage, but you used this courage to restore your long-suppressed nature, satisfying your missed desires. A black smoke appears, surrounding her body. This is the gift after you accept yourself, not proof of successful cultivation.
The two girls face each other.
Xie Yan, little sister. Xie Yan asks solemnly, has your doubt found an answer? The beautiful girl quickly replies, not yet. The white-haired girl says, ugh. The hero disappeared again.
She looks up at the sky through the window and says, Yun Tao, little brother, going out, good or bad, you should have said you were going to greet the Vermilion Bird Temple.
The hero works secretly, not even telling this humble monk what he's doing, making this humble monk so worried. When will this hero understand things?
Xie Yan's face reveals sorrow. Meeting again in Luoyang, since we met again, he goes faster and faster, becoming more and more unfamiliar, yet more and more familiar. But his Tao has always been unchangeable, always progressing. When will this humble monk be able to break through the fog of his mind? When will it bloom?
Xie Yan's little sister is strolling outside.
2 men bumped into by the beautiful girl immediately complain,
oh my God, the road is so wide, why did you bump into me? It's so dark, I can't see clearly, and you bumped into me first.
A young couple is talking to each other. It's too dark, let's take another route. Come on, don't be afraid, we've walked this road so many times, nothing will happen.
Suddenly, Xie Yan is surprised, seemingly discovering something. A monk appears, carrying a lantern. The other hand of that person is holding a long blade. He laughs gleefully. Oh, little sister, Xie Yan is surprised. Little benefactor, is that you? Night covers Dongdu. The towers are illuminated with lights. A figure appears, floating in the air. Mara ancestor, today disguised as Shangguanyan, laughs and says, in the middle of the night, so many people working overtime. Being an official of the Great Tongue is really tough. He laughs sinisterly and uses the various styles of the Mara petal intertwined sword, already messing up Kui Bei's house.
The new house isn't even rebuilt yet. Tonight I can only force my way into the Dongdu mansion.
A corner of the illuminated city is now covered in darkness.
Bang Jun continues. Let you get off work early, don't thank me too much.
A beam of purple light is emitted from the man, causing a great shock. Ugh, isn't that the Eastern Capital Manor over there? What happened? Such a big commotion? The woman standing by the railing is worried. Something's not right with the Eastern Capital Manor. We need to inform Envoy Lianyu quickly. I worriedly think. With Prefect Kui and Envoy Yu both gone tonight, the highest power protecting the Eastern Capital Manor is just those 2 Tianyi guards. Nothing bad will happen, right? The patrol soldiers standing on the roof of a ruined building are cursing. Who is it? Who dares to attack the Eastern Capital Manor? Ma La Laozu continues using his techniques and says, I am Shangguan Yan, eradicator of Chengshengtian's Twin Shade Shadow Division. I heard you guys issued an arrest warrant for my sisters. Pretty brazen of you, he continues. Then allow this envoy to... Suddenly, Ba Jun is surprised. That's... A giant silhouette of a person appears. Tai Xuan Sec's Ji Yuntao is here. He looks at the man and thinks to himself, Ji Yuntao. The young man uses a technique and says, You audacious little thief, how dare you be so reckless? Ma Lao Zu thinks to himself, Wasn't this guy at the Vermilion Bird Temple? Why is he at the Eastern Capital Manor?
Beams of light erupt from the ground, illuminating the entire space. The heavenly meridian terrestrial warp 7-star alignment.
The man disguised as Shangguan Yan thinks, I clearly used the Mala six senses to scout ahead, and there wasn't any expert named Ji Yuntao nearby. Why did he suddenly appear? Those rays of light are too dazzling, Bao Jun winces.
Chinger panics.
Why are those purifying rays? Xie Yan replies with a sigh. Don't ask. If you ask, it's your master's doing. Even she doesn't know, he thinks to himself. Qingrei's transformation incantation is already collapsing a bit. Ji Yuntao hasn't even used his full power yet, as expected of the central celestial Ziwei true formula, which specializes in suppressing demons and monsters. Electricity crackles around Xie Yan's body as he resists, thinking, Ji Yuntao is sharp. If he finds out I'm causing trouble, I'm in trouble. Continuing to fight is pointless. Time to bail. But to escape smoothly without being exposed in this situation, I can only reveal a trump card. Ji Yuntao is standing outside, observing.
Suddenly, something surprises him.
A red beam of light cuts through the dazzling rays. The man is astonished. A figure enveloped in a red light source is flying into the sky. Ji Yuntao watches the red light fly away and says something. The soldiers are giving thanks. The man is expressing his gratitude. Young Master Ji, you drove back the evildoer, averting a fierce battle for the Eastern Capital Manor. The young man quickly replies, It was the right thing to do. You two don't need to be so polite. He thinks to himself, She broke through the blockade and escaped, yet she's controlling a portion of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. No, this little bit of spiritual energy could never have this kind of effect. It's clearly a type of great Tao power, spiritual energy of heaven and earth combined with a special power of the great Tao.
He seems to realize something, his face showing utter astonishment. A nascent cultivator of the transformation god stage.
Qing'er anxiously asks. Qing'er's transformation incantation is losing its effect a bit. Will Ji Yuntao discover Master's identity? Xie Yan calmly reassures the pretty girl. Relax, my Master's sword escape technique is unparalleled. He only saw a little bit, he couldn't even catch my shadow.
The young man picks up the broken mask and continues. Damn it, I even forgot to say a few threats to tarnish the reputation of this Shangguan Yan character. Half of this was a waste. This kid Ji Yuntao ruined my plans.
Qingxi reports to the young man. Master Jia Qi has appeared at the meeting location we agreed on earlier. He is surprised. La double. Did they find her? Let's go check it out. Someone is standing, sensing the surrounding atmosphere, and thinks to themselves, stagnant yin energy, accumulating and difficult to circulate. It's like some kind of ghost control technique. Could it be that the Great One even bribed the ghost control sect of the Dark Puppet sect and the like?
She continues to think to herself. Not only that, besides the Blood-Robed Tower, many other sects have long been infiltrated by the Dark Puppet sect, lying dormant in the shadows, just waiting for Mala Lao Zu to give the order to overthrow the Grand Dynasty. A person appears behind her.
What news do you bring? The notification pops up, backquote, received fear points plus 0.01 points Jia Qi, backquote. The woman panics.
This subordinate is blind and did something foolish, offending the Great One. I beg the Great One for mercy, Mala Lao Zu says. As long as you listen to orders and do your work, this envoy will not make things difficult for you. Tell me your news. Did a Mala double contact you? The notification continues to pop up, backquote. Received fear points plus 0.01 points Jia Qi, backquote. She tremblingly says, Reporting to the Great One, no. But this subordinate has investigated a clue about that, Madame Gongsun, where she is now, what she has been through these past years. This subordinate has investigated it all.
The person is disguised as Shangguan Yan, so that's good. Speak, he thinks to himself. Why is this person so afraid? Why is that? Is Xiaojiao's face that scary? Xie Yan and Qingxi read the words on the paper and say,
Based on Jia Qi's intelligence, Elder Gongsun, though she has moved away from her old place, has not left the eastern capital. Instead, she took her daughter and opened a pleasure house called Ji Yu Wang Pavilion on Xie Street. She built everything herself, and it's the only pleasure house that can compare to the flower god sect's Yumeng Tower. Impressive. The young man analyzes. After all, the flower god sect is an orthodox sect. Yumeng Tower is said to be a pleasure house, but in reality, it follows the path of selling art but not the body. Since ancient times, it has been a place for high-ranking officials and virtuous nobles. Without a bit of status, you can't even step through the doors of Yumeng Tower. Xinger shakes her head and says, "Too obvious. It's meaningless."
Xie Yan recalls the moment when he was with those girls. "Come here and play, handsome." His face darkened, and Gongsun Elder's Jiyu Wang Pavilion is just a very normal brothel, as passionate as fire, no holds barred. As long as you have money, you can get anything. Among them, the courtesan Gongsun Nyangzi specializes in longsword dances, and every performance is a beautiful sight that captivates everyone, Qingjie happily said. "That's right, and you can earn money," the young man continued. "The courtesan's maiden name is Gongsun Hao, and she knows how to dance with swords. Perhaps she is Gongsun Elder's daughter." Ji U Wang Pavilion, imagining longing for an old flame. Perhaps Gongsun Elder is also missing an old love, he thought to himself. Gongsun Elder is the sect master's wife of the great heaven demon sect, and her daughter uses her mother's surname. No one even knows that Gongsun Furen, the owner of Jiyu Wang Pavilion, is related to the great heaven demon sect. What exactly happened inside? In a vast city, the young man jumped through a window. Rantran. When did she go out? That's not right. The residual aura is almost gone. Why hasn't she returned yet? He looked visibly annoyed. That damn girl hasn't come back all night. I have to teach her a lesson. Suddenly, the young man was surprised, his face stiffening. Ugh, geez. Why is it him? Ji Yundao greeted the young man, thinking to himself, young Master Ji, why didn't he use the front door but climbed through the window?
Xie Yan jumped down from above, then greeted, Good morning, Dao bro. Didn't you go to Zhuxi Temple? Why are you back so soon? The man quickly replied, I was originally going, but these past 2 days the Xiao Yin of the Dongdu Prefecture has been repeatedly attacked, so I changed my mind and came to the Dongdu Prefecture. The young man raised his fan in front of his face and continued. Unexpectedly, I actually met someone claiming to be the flickering shadow envoy of Chengsheng Tian. Unfortunately, after I made my move, this person retreated directly for some reason. Xie Yan stroked his chin and said, Surely Dao Bro revealed his domineering aura, scaring those demons. That flickering shadow envoy originally didn't dare to confront Dao Bro. Ji Yundao laughed and said, Young Master Xi, don't joke around. That person was merely worried about lingering with me for too long, attracting more Dongdu experts here. Let's not talk about him anymore. As for young Master Xi, are you preparing to go out? Or didn't you come back all night? The young man laughed and said, Don't even mention it. That girl ran off to play without me and hasn't returned yet. I'm preparing to go look for her, the man realized. So that's how it is. Then I'll help you look for her too. Xie Yan didn't refuse his help. All right, but will Dao Bro helping me find Ran delay your search for the Mala old ancestor? If I mess up your plans, then I'm to blame, Ji Yundao quickly replied. It's fine, actually. I feel that the flickering shadow envoy that appeared this time isn't from the same group as the Malay old ancestor I'm still chasing. The two continued to exchange words, the atmosphere around them extremely tense. Oh, why do you say that? I once fought with Malaman old ancestor, and last night I met the flickering shadow envoy. The true Kui emitted by the two of them were similar, but not from the same source. The young man with platinum hair continued. I heard before that this organization has many copycats. If this flickering shadow envoy is a fake Zhangsheng Tian, under the circumstances of the Dongdu Prefecture having an incident, and there are also people impersonating for some other purposes, stirring up trouble for their own benefit, the difficulty of catching Chengsheng Tian will be even harder, he continued to analyze. Speaking of which, these flickering shadow envoys were previously secretly nameless, but after we came to Dongdu, they suddenly appeared and caused trouble everywhere. If their cultivation methods weren't significantly different from ours, I'm afraid that those with intentions would see the two of us as the biggest suspects. Xie Yan laughed and said, Dao Bro, you're overthinking it. The more coincidental it is that the two of us are suspicious, the more unlikely it is. Lian Qi Luo is a smart person who can easily understand the reasoning behind it. Moreover, to catch a thief, you must have evidence. Without solid evidence, given our status, position, and strength, the Dongdu Prefecture wouldn't dare to kill someone to get credit. Ji Yundao agreed. That's indeed the logic. Beside the city, flowers were blooming, and a young girl appeared, admiring the flowers. I urge you not to pity the golden thread garments. I urge you to cherish the prime of youth. Xie Yan was surprised. Ah, found her.
Xie Yan held a small flower. When the flower blooms, it is right to cherish it. Do not wait for no flower to hold the empty branch.
The young man called out to his younger sister, Ran. He thought to himself, finally, that damn girl changed her clothes.
The beautiful girl turned around and said, I only left the young monk for a moment, and you're already looking for the young monk. This strong man is too clingy. It's really unbearable.
The young man pinched his younger sister's cheek. Looks like you still haven't. Xie Yan's face showed disgust, and said, let go quickly. She pushed Xie Yan away with her hand, and then kicked him in the stomach with her foot.
Night was enveloping the entire space. The young man was extremely narcissistic.
Excellent.
So handsome. Xie Yan lay on the bed, and said, in the past, there was the rooster Lan Zihi crowing solemnly. Now this strong man looks in the mirror and praises himself. This strong man is indeed a refined person.
Xie Yan waved his fan and said, I have to go meet a friend I've never met. I have to leave a good impression on the other party. If all goes well, my mission will be considered half completed. You be good, don't run around, wait for me to complete the mission, and I will supervise your cultivation. His younger sister looked disgusted.
Oh, she sighed languidly. The beautiful girl opened the door and thought, my brother isn't here. What should the young monk do?
Looking down from the window, she discovered that Ji Yundao was standing below. Xie Yan glanced down.
The night was quiet. The houses around were without a light. The man's body was surrounded by clouds of violet light. Secret technique. Invisible feather transformation. Suddenly, he was surprised.
Shu Yongxuan.
Shi Shimei. Mei, Xie Yan.
Ji Yundao chuckled, then said,
this technique of yours is really something. If I, this humble monk, hadn't been watching closely, I almost fell for it. The young man laughed and replied, just a few cheap tricks. On the contrary, Shi Shimei, why are you following me?
The beautiful girl moved closer and said,
the moment that buff dude left, you immediately followed? Don't tell me you're trying to tail him and use the same stealth technique. Chisk, 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 the young man said anxiously. I just wanted to secretly confirm something, that's why I disguised myself and covered my tracks. It's nothing ridiculous, Shi Shimei, you misunderstand.
Xie Yan made a request. Don't be so tense. That buff dude never comes home. And I, this humble monk, wanted to give him some guidance, but he wouldn't cooperate. And bring me along. Bring me along. Now that you're willing, and I'm willing, why don't we go together and see what's up? Where did that buff dude go?
Ji Yundao replied. Xie Gongzi, comes from a demonic sect. Not returning at night isn't considered a flaw. Shi Shimei, you don't need to worry too much. As for me, I'm going to ambush the dark envoy, who might appear, not to stalk Xie Gongzi. He thought to himself, if my suspicions are false, I'll quietly retreat. If they're true, Xie Yan Shimei, with her special cultivation state, knowing the truth won't do her any good. He tried to explain, Xie Shimei, you're misunderstanding. I can't drag her into this. If you don't take me along, I'll tell that buff dude that you're following him, Xie Yan threatened.
Tracking device, she continued. I can't find that buff dude, but I can make him come find me. Ji Yundao panicked. Wait, Xie Shimei. The beautiful girl continued to threaten. If not, I'll call that buff dude over here. The young man hesitated. This, Xie Yan continued, don't even think about ditching me. Otherwise, I'll cause chaos everywhere, and maybe even run into that buff dude somewhere. The young man panicked.
So, are you taking me along or not? The beautiful girl asked insistently.
All right, he said dejectedly, without saying anything.
The two of them went together. The negotiation successful.
Ji Yundao said,
then it's settled. 3 chapters of medicine law. If you break your promise, I'll immediately take you back, Shi Ruan happily said. Don't worry, it's fine. The young man sighed and thought to himself,
Xie Yan,
I hope you don't have any problems. Otherwise, how will I be worthy of Xin Shimei? Xie Yan thought. Smugly, I carelessly revealed an opening and got caught by Ji Yundao shouty. But luckily I noticed. Buff dude, how are you going to repay the debt you owe me? Both disappeared into the dark night. Xie Yan, with an uncomfortable expression, was walking on the road. He frowned and thought, damn it, who the hell has been following me this whole time? It's so annoying. This feeling of being followed isn't like Ji Yundao at all. But if it's not Ji Yundao, who has the ability to make even my Ma La Liu Xin Tong unable to find any traces? Although no strong emotions will create an origin point, I have been causing too much trouble lately. Sometimes the origin point is there,
Sometimes it is not, so I really can't guess who it is.
The road was being illuminated by lanterns hanging on the roofs. He continued to think. But the emotion aimed at me combined with Mala Zhengong created a boiling idea, even if it is not strong. As long as there are no special methods, Feng Xin Suo Nian cannot escape. It's okay when there are a lot of people. I can't clearly distinguish the origin. After all, people as handsome as me, it is normal for passers-by to have emotions towards me. But when there is no one around, there are still emotions coming. This really makes my demon skills wasted. Suddenly, he turned around and said, "You have been following me all the way. Are you planning to continue following me?" "Just explore a little bit," the young man shouted and rushed over. "You should come out quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." Suddenly, luminous smoke appeared, and someone said, "We were still discovered." Ji Yundao and Xie Yan appeared. Xie Yan was extremely surprised. Yundao Xiang, Ran Mei. Xie Yan smiled triumphantly. The man spoke and thought to himself. The young man wondered, "If you two want to know where I'm going, you can just ask me directly. It's not like I won't tell you," he thought to himself. "Why are these two on the same side? Are they tailing me together?" Surprised, he asked back, Can this be said?" Xie Yan quickly replied, "What is there to be shy about? It's human nature. If you have met someone at Liu Fang Umeng Lu, then you can't favor one over the other," he continued, and pointed to a large mansion with a very glamorous appearance. "It is said that two King Lu must be visited in Dongdu. One is Wu Meng, and the other is Ji Wu Wang. Today is the day that Ji Wu Wangguan is holding a large-scale tian, and everyone is rushing to listen. It's said that the excitement is no less than Liu Fang Wu Hua. I want to go and see it. Let's go in and play," the young man asked. "Ran, why are you stomping on me?" his sister shouted angrily. "Damn it! I've been thinking about you in every possible way, but you're going to a brothel without taking me." Ji Yundao was surprised. "Shi Gongzi wants to go to Ji Wu Wangguan," the young man quickly replied. "Yes, it is said that the sword dance in Ji Wu Wangguan is extremely famous. I came to see it." The man smiled and thought to himself, "Sure enough. I thought too much. It's good that Xie Yan is not that person." Xie Yan made a suggestion. "Since we're here, how about going together, Yundao Xiong?" he exclaimed. "Sure enough, it's lively. But can't we get in, even with guards outside?" Xie Yan looked interested. Are there many beautiful women?" the platinum-haired boy said. "There are paper and pens on the table in front of the door. It seems to be the same as Liu Fang Terrace. You have to write poetry and draw to get in." Someone thought to himself, Jia Qi's intelligence only said that there would be activities tonight in general. Now it feels a bit like wanting to compete with Umeng Lu. A very petite girl said, "Tonight is Ji Yu Wangguan's Sifeng Tong Huang night. Guests can enter from different doors depending on their preferences. Those who successfully enter can not only gain the favor of the girls, but all the expenses at the door are also free for one guest." In the crowd below, someone asked, "Lu Guonyang, I see that all the doors are covered by screens, and there are tables in front of the doors. It seems that you can't enter and exit at will, so how do you enter?" Other people gossiped. "Entering is free? Good. Ji Yu Wangguan still knows how to do business, unlike Umeng Lu, which only entertains the top people. The guards are all beautiful women. Here." The pretty girl pointed at the papers on the table, then said something. A cheerful young man said, "A vanguard challenge, eh? Let this junior give it a shot." But Lu Guonyang smiled and said, "After all, this is a pleasure house. To enter my young master's gate, you can't write anything too rigid." "This humble one," she continued, "likes love poems." Hearing this, Xie Yan thought to himself, "Damn, Elder Gongsun sure knows how to have fun." The others were incredibly amused. "So, that's how it's done?" the young man proactively asked. "What if one can't write poems? Can they still enter?" the pretty girl quickly replied. "It's just that my gate focuses on poetry. If young master doesn't know poetry, you can choose another gate." She continued, "Like the East Gate, it's the music gate. I've prepared instruments that are very approachable. Guests who are good at singing and dancing can give it a try. Our dancing hall can also provide companions to play with. The gatekeeper there is Yuanyang Gunyang. She likes music." Lu Gunyang continued, "To the north is the painting gate, guarded by Feng Di Gunyang, our house's master painter. Her ink art is supreme, the most popular, Vanguard Diamond. Painting in Dongdu was drawn by her. As for how to pass the painting gate, hey, young master, I'm sure you'll understand." Ji Yundao exclaimed, "This place certainly has some style. No wonder young master Xi wanted to come." Xie Yan chuckled and said, Tisk. Which gate should this young monk choose?" The young man continued to provoke. What if one isn't good at poetry, song, or painting? Can they still enter? The others, hearing this, showed disdain. Hey, if you don't know anything, don't just come to watch the show. Is he a Zhuangxi? What a wimp, how can someone be so foolish? What a waste of a handsome face. The pretty girl said, Oh, that. Of course you can still enter. The men waiting heard this and were utterly surprised. What? Really? I still have a chance to show off.
The most charming girls, the gatekeeper of the West Gate, is our house's most famous Gunyang, especially Huang Gunyang. Her alluring eyes can make even the coldest, most formidable heroes fall at her feet. Lu Gunyang winked and said, At the West Gate, as long as you pass my physical examination and can withstand the attacks of 11 of our house's prized beauties for the time it takes an incense stick to burn without harm, not only can you enter the gate, but you'll also get to sit at the head of the young master's table. You can give it a try.
Xie Yan was utterly surprised.
That exciting. What's going on? If I fail after going in, won't I lose a lot of face? I definitely can't fail.
Hearing this, the others' eyes lit up as they ran towards the West Gate. Did I hear that right, Huang Gunyang? To have the most famous Gunyang do this and that, even if I can't get in, it'd be worth it, brothers. Follow this junior into the West Gate.
Ji Yundao worried. Isn't this a bit much? Junior sister Xi, little sister, Xie Yan, exclaimed excitedly. Beauty's gauntlet. This young monk is coming. It's decided. This young monk wants to go to the West Gate.
Xie Yan happily said, Brother Yundao, I've already accompanied you to Umeng Tower. This time at Guang Pavilion, you can't break your promise. The young man with platinum hair hesitated. Young Master Xi, fine then, I owe you one. Consider it atonement.
The young man cheerfully said, All right then, let's go. We'll enter through the poetry gate. With a sigh, the pretty girls were helping the young man set up paper and brush. This humble one will get paper for young master. This humble one will grind ink for young master. Hee hee. Young master, don't rush. This humble one hasn't lit the incense yet. This is tough. The man proudly wrote some wormy poems, thinking to himself, just a small poetry gate, and already red-robed beauties adding fragrance.
The scene at the West Gate is probably even more stimulating now. Huang Gunyang, reading the poem Xie Yan wrote, her face couldn't hide her delight. Anfang kui bai jing nan, jindong ku yang chun chan, fu chen lu shu dai feng fan, guilang honghua mao yu tao, fang xin qi fan chan, shang lian shuang yu ta ke nao, zhongdang wan jin wo qie, yan kan chu luo xin jian dao qi da sheng zhan. She exclaimed, Beautiful poem. It's worth copying down as a souvenir. Young master's poetry is truly wonderful. This humble one will draw the curtain to welcome young master.
The young man smiled and said, Thank you for appreciating it, big sister. A notification panel popped up. Received joy points 0.01. Qing Yunfei received joy points 0.01. Dian Tuki received joy points 0.01. Dian Baiziruo received joy points 0.01. Dian Hua Xiyun received. He thought to himself, Great! I just randomly copied a senior's poem from online. I don't even know who the author is myself. Looks like they really haven't read it before.
The young man was surprised. Brother Yundao passed the gate too, Lu Gunyang commented. This young master's poem is very good, but it was written by someone else. However, this humble one likes handsome and dashing men, so I'll let it slide. Yundao smiled and said, Thank you, Gunyang.
Xie Yan thought curiously to himself, What did Ji Yundao write? Let me take a look. The young man read the lines of poetry, then exclaimed, So it's one of Zheng Zhong's 3 poems from Yanzi Tower. Shang Kan Deng Ban Zhao, Xiang Du Mian Ran, Shi He Huang Chuang, Xiang Si Yi Ye, Qing Duo Xiao, Di Zhu Tian Ya, Wei Shi Chang.
This is indeed a famous poem. As expected, Ji Yundao is truly learned and talented,
Shen Ran said angrily. You're taking forever, Shen Yan chimed in. This young monk has waited until even the flowers have fallen. 2 men walked and talked. We've waited for ages, junior sister Shen. As expected, a daughter like you passes the gate so quickly. 2 figures suddenly appear.
Xing Yan noticed something. Not many people went in, huh?
Could it be that everyone succumbed to the charm? A young master nodded a greeting to the young man. Mo Yu Gongzi thought to himself. A handsome and otherworldly young man. Entering from the music gate, a pretty girl came out to greet everyone.
Young Master Ji, Young Master Xi, Little Sister Xi, are you all here at Guang Pavilion 2? Xie Yan, Ji Yundao, and Xi Ran greeted back. What a coincidence, Young Master Lian. Beauty Yin Lian Xiaoyun, the charming girl, continued.
Gongsun Niangzi herself is performing today. The three of you are blessed. You get to witness the top beauty of Dongdu.
Xie Yan's gaze turned sharp as he looked at the young master from before, thinking to himself, does this white-robed young man know Lian Qiluo? Who exactly is he? Xie Yan excitedly said, stop looking at men. This young monk wants to see some beauties. Let's watch the performance, haha. The young man boringly said, little sister Xie Yan, slow down, what's the rush?
Lian Xiaoyun secretly glanced at the three of them. The pretty girl finished looking and turned to say, young Master Mo, let's go in. The young man cheerfully replied, all right. Thank you for your trouble, Lord.
She softly replied,
it's no trouble at all, the charming girl continued. We have Shu Feng, one of the Kaiyuan 10 wonders of our great tongue, and Yu Longger, the young master of the great heaven demon sect, accompanying us. They are willingly offering their devotion.
Huang Huan asked, puzzled.
Didn't I just see Lian Xiaoyin? Why did you let her in? The pretty girl next to her looked disgusted and said, she's the young master of Dongdu, a righteous god of the Huashen Hall. How could we dare stop her? That girl has no shame. Before, when she copied us, she at least sent people to secretly imitate us. Now she's openly barging in.
With a displeased look, she went on, let's not talk about Lian Xiaoyin. We can't stop her from copying us anyway. I'm so bored guarding the door. I haven't seen any handsome guys for ages. How's it going on your side?
Sixth sister laughed and said, you're too strict. What man can resist your charm? But yeah, me and Yuan Yang have welcomed a few decent ones.
The charming woman perked up at this. If they caught your eye, they must be good. Who are they? Have I seen them?
Huang Huan replied.
You haven't seen them, but you've definitely heard of them. The one who came in through the music entrance is rumored to be Yu Longgeir, the young master of the heaven demon sect, and one of the Kaiyuan 10 wonders. His looks truly live up to the name Jade-Faced.
Yuan Yang was staring directly at him, almost inviting him in.
The two beautiful girls continued to gossip about the mysterious young master. So he's really such a rare talent? Why didn't he come through my entrance? Who else? Didn't 2 great Han guys steal the top spots at the previous Hua Umeng Lu event? They say it was the famous 5th master. He looked handsome from afar, but today he came right up to me.
Oh my God, how can he be so handsome?
As they were chatting, one of them noticed Xie Yan, Ji Yundao, and Xie Yan arriving, and the pretty girl exclaimed in surprise, hey, it's young Master Xi, the has-been beauty, and the vulgar Ji Gongzi. Hey, is that even a saying? These two truly deserve to be called romantic figures.
He knows poetry and painting more than music. So talented and multi-skilled. I'm in love.
A man with a very displeased face was sitting, enjoying his wine.
Oh, there's also a Kui Gongzi who came very early. Never mind him. Xie Yan's younger sister glanced at him.
He drank his wine, muttering to himself with a grim expression, I thought that after the mess with Fumo Shi or whatever, all that inexplicable energy on me would disappear, and my luck would finally turn around. But no, I even run into these 3 at Jiu Wangguan. My dad told me to stay away from Jiandao. Why does he keep bumping into me?
It's ruining my mood for waiting for Gongsun Niangzi.
Xie Yan reminded his little sister, Ran Ran, don't look at him, you'll get pimples. The pretty girl ignored the young man's threat. Someone thought to himself, that lady dared to let Kui Rong out. Isn't she afraid that her son will get taken advantage of? The guy with platinum hair spoke up. Shi Shimei should watch the performance. The next act is pretty interesting and worth seeing. A stunningly beautiful girl appeared, holding a small wooden stick. Feng Ri Jing He, Manchu Yu. The wooden stick fell in front of someone. She looked out from the window above. A person waiting down below. Wukong Lian, Xia Shi Chao Ti. Beautiful verses continued to be recited. Shi Ren Lan Shu, Kui Bo Zhuan, Ya Qi Chun Xin, Biu Ziyu. The girl said softly. It was just a gust of wind that made me lose my grip and hit Guan Ren. Please don't blame me. The other person seemed very interested. It's all right, Niangzi, please feel free. Someone was introducing the play in detail to the guests as they enjoyed their wine and watched the performance. The Fan Niang parody of Ximenlang is a classic Jiyu Wangguan act. The madam spared no effort in inviting the old master Luan of Yundanshi himself to adapt it. The 2 main actors are famous performers from the Pear Garden. The audience is full of praise. If she hadn't quoted such a high price, I would have already poached her. Guan Ren Fan Niang, Xie Yan's younger sister, asked curiously, why is Lian Mairen at Jiu Wangguan? Aren't Meng Lu and Jiu Wangguan competitors? Lian Xiaoyin took a sip of wine and quickly replied to Xie Yan.
Since we're in the same industry, We have to learn from each other.
Otherwise, if Jiyu Wangguan has some new tricks to steal all the customers, I can only stare blankly. Xie Yan thought suspiciously. Learn what? This is a deep reconnaissance to see if she can bring something back to copy, isn't it?
The people who knew about Meng Hui Yongqing Guan and Yun Wu Hui Guan was Xie Yan's party of three.
Yunji, Tao, and Ranran watched the play and chatted. In the melodious music, before coming here, I thought the acts at Jiyu Wangguan, besides Gongsun Nyangzi's sword dance, were all the same. Crude, red-faced slapstick. I didn't expect it to be so refined.
Although the principle is about worldly men and women, the adaptation is quite special. It's passionate without being lewd, and sensual without being vulgar. What is Feng Yazhuangxi thinking?
That handsome Xi Mende looks great. Suddenly, a man angrily slammed his cup on the table. He shouted out of dissatisfaction. It's all because of Master Lu's adaptation. Otherwise, based on those vulgar descriptions alone, it would be difficult for people to accept it.
This parody is long out of date. When you come to Jiyu Wangguan, you should still watch Gongsun Nyangzi's sword dance.
The man's face was flushed from the strong wine, he continued. If my family didn't forbid it, I would definitely bring Gongsun Nyangzi home right away. To watch her dance with a sword in front of me, Lian Xiaoyin worriedly reminded him, Cough cough Kui Xiao, Yu Gongzi is here. Please say a few words less. The man showed an angry attitude and blamed the pretty girl. He glanced at the Gongzi Yu and said, Lian Xiaoyin is really strange. What I say has nothing to do with Yu Xiaojun. Walk away from my face, woman.
Xie Yan at the next table silently tasted his wine, secretly observing, and thought to himself, Yu Gongzi, one of the Kaiyuan 10 wonders, Yu Longyear, jade-faced Lang Jun. If he's the Xiaojun of the Great Heaven Demon sect, then he should be the older or younger brother of Gongsun Nyangzi in Kuirong's form. I still don't know the background of this Gongsun Nyangzi yet. Based on the information sect leader Shi Ji gave me, Jiang Zhao's wives from the Great Heaven Demon sect are likely to be two people, both very secretive in the Jianghu and not famous.
On the contrary, the sons seem to be famous in the Jianghu.
The Great Tang young man smirked and thought, I wonder if the mother of this Yu Longyear is Gongsun Zhanglao.
Yu Gongzi calmly said, It's all right. I came here on purpose to watch the dance.
Ji Yundao asked curiously, Did Fumo Shi ever appear in Dongdu when Lian Xiaoyin was there? She quickly replied, No, the highest cultivation of those disciples was only Hao Xiaoyin 9th level. No one claimed to be Fumo Shi either. Someone thought to himself, I always feel that this family's relationship is very strange, but the stranger it is, the better. The stranger it is, the greater the chance I can persuade Gongsun Zhanglao to come back. The charming girl raised her glass and invited the young man. Speaking of this, it was fortunate that Ji Gongzi withstood the storm and drove away the intruders. Otherwise, Dongdu would have been unpredictable. I offer Ji Gongzi a toast, the young man politely replied. It was just lending a hand. Lian Xiaoyin doesn't need to be so polite.
He continued, I have some thoughts. Lian Xiaoyin can listen and see. The cultivation of the Changshengtian disciples is generally not high, and no one claims to be Fumo Shi. All three of Shangguanjiao are Xiantian 3rd level. It's like they suddenly appeared, and no relevant information can be found. The young man with platinum hair continued.
The appearance of the Changshengtian disciples is usually related to murder and blood sacrifices, while the whereabouts of Fumo Shi are very strange, especially the one who attacked Xiaoyin. It's more of a provocation. The feeling of separation is very clear. Lian Xiaoyin asked with a very serious face, What does Ji Gongzi mean?
Suddenly, the drunk Gongzi next table shouted and pointed in one direction. I understand. It must be that my father is an honest and upright official, and some villains don't like it. That's why they want to use the name of Fumo Shi to frame my father to cover up the fact that they attacked him for 2 nights.
He continued suspiciously. Why are you looking at me? Am I wrong? Ji Yundao calmly replied. Fumo Shi may not be targeting Kui Fuyin, but if Fumo Shi and Changshengtian are 2 groups of people, then the motivation for their actions is worth discussing. Lian Xiaoyin gently reminded him, Kui Xiao, you should watch the play. The young man with platinum hair continued seriously. Changshengtian hasn't appeared for many days. The investigation on all sides is about to relax when the Shangguanyan suddenly appear, using the name of Changshengtian to provoke court officials and destroy the dwellings of officials. This timing, this event, I can only think of one purpose, he said with such conviction. It took everyone by surprise. They want to get the authorities involved to continue investigating Zheng Shengtian. Xie Yan's little sister was shocked.
Huh? The young man thought to himself. Impressed. Classic Jin Yun. Great analysis, but no need to analyze next time.
But I'm already playing 4D chess. No one normal could guess my moves. My only goal is to farm those origin points.
Liu Xiaoyun couldn't help but shout angrily, "Who do those guys think they are?" Yan Bahuangqi Liu wouldn't dare confront Thiep Van directly, and that Shengguan Yan is nothing, thinking they can manipulate the officials. Suddenly, notifications popped up. Received plus 0.01 origin points of anger. Hello. Lian Qiluo received plus 0.01 origin points of anger. Lian Qiluo received plus 0.01 origin points of anger. Xie Yan grinned wickedly. Come on, get angrier. Just aim any negative emotions at me. Yan Bahuang, Shangguan Yan, they're all alt accounts of yours truly, the young master Yu then said.
Why is Lian Xiaoyun so triggered? Who exactly is this hidden misfortune everyone's talking about? After calming down, the beautiful girl replied, Forgive my impudence, young master Yu. Hidden misfortune is a wanted criminal. The Dongdu prefecture is after them. Suddenly, she was startled. Huh? Xie Yan exclaimed in surprise. This is Ranran. Holding a bowl of noodles, standing close to the staircase railing, she said, Shimenda Guanren's show is over. What's next? A red silk appeared in the room. A girl appeared playing the flute. Yi Fan Xian. Hui Bie Liu, Yun Xia. Another one, strumming a bamboo zither. Bai Feng Fu Qin Di Ren Jia Jiang Chun Shui, Zhu Fei Hua. The remaining person was dancing with a sword. Si Yi Wu Lai, Bi U Xiang Sheng Sha, Jian Chu Xing Han Guangyan. The girls appeared together. The red silk wrapped around the beautiful girl.
Shang Jiangling, Zhu Guahua, Dui Chunfang Long Jingche. My charm is like me, my romance loves the world. Also as heartless as me, waving to cut off peach blossoms. Ji Yun Tao sighed. That lyric is Shi Gongzi's famous Bu Wei Shi. To see it in the grand hall is truly surprising. Xie Yan, looking green around the gills, said, Yeah, I'm pretty surprised too, Ran asked in surprise. Is that a chivalrous song? The young man had an unreadable expression, thinking, I only performed Bu Wei Ji once with Meng Qinglian. Unless you were there, you couldn't recreate it perfectly. Which talented person who saw my performance ran to the grand hall and sold it to Elder Gongsun?
He continued to think. Or has Elder Gongsun actually been to Daihan? Lian Qiluo looks kinda sus. Liu Xiaoyun next to him was furious, black flames raging around her. She yelled angrily, Meng Ji, Ru Xia, Xiao Qing. You're from the Yumeng brothel, why are you performing at the Guang brothel? The three girls giggled, saying,
Sorry, Lian Yushi. Actually, we were originally from the Guang brothel. The madam said the Yumeng brothel knows the best ways to captivate people, so she sent the three of us to learn from them. Don't be mad, Lian Yushi. Haven't you already figured out how girl groups work? The madam said we're even, haha. Xie Yan took a sip of wine, thinking, Holy crap, I got ranked with the girl group and lost my IP. Lian Qiluo is about to explode. But I was the one who introduced the girl group thing at the Yi King Pavilion. Ran laughed gleefully, clapping her hands. Tear them up! Tear them up! The young man continued to think, Gongsun Elder is trying to kill me. The man suddenly spoke up. To praise such dirty tricks, how degrading. Xie Yan was surprised. The young man frowned, thinking, Why is the person with Yulongger so rude? Something's up. The young master Yu said calmly. She's coming out soon. A girl was standing, clapping her hands downstairs. A line of women was slowly coming out. They sat in their positions to prepare for the performance. Liu Xiaoyun was surprised, thinking, Not even half a Shishin has passed, yet Gongsun Nyangzi has already appeared. That was fast. But that one has also come knocking. Maybe Guang Pavilion is no longer in the mood to do business. Tonight is definitely a bust. Xie Yan was surprised. How grand. Is the final act about to start? What are those boxes? The young man with platinum hair said, I heard that over 20 years ago, there was a Gongsun family member who was extremely skilled at sword dancing and once performed for the monarch. Sadly, I wasn't born yet, so I didn't have the chance to see it. I wonder if this Miss Gongsun can recreate Gongsun Shi's style from back then. Xie Yan took another sip of wine, saying, Maybe she can. After all, they both have the surname Gongsun. He thought, what act is this even? Isn't the finale a little too early? The young master, drunk with wine, started a fight with the other wine tasters, yelling excitedly, Gongsun Nyangzi is here. It's been months, she's still as breathtaking as ever. Shi Jian's little sister showed her disgust towards him. Is this guy blind? Can't he see what's on her face? How can he tell she's beautiful? Young Master Yun smiled and said, Ransharan, you're too shallow. Beauty is a combination of face, body, attitude, and aura. This Gongsun Nyangzi, even without seeing her face clearly, is enough to enchant all living beings.
Appearing as a person wearing a gorgeous outfit,
With jade-like hands holding a sword,
a maiden wearing a face-covering ornament is stepping out amidst the cheers of the guests.
Xie Yan smirked and thought to himself, "Finally, I've met you." The beautiful girl seemed to radiate light, illuminating the entire hall.
The young man looked at the girl and thought to himself, Miss Gongsun, a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms, a beauty that stirs the heart, has appeared.
Two girls approached Xie Yan and said,
"Sorry for the interruption."
Suddenly, all the lights in the hall went out. Lian Xiaoyun angrily said, "Why does everything the landlady Gongsun do have to be copied? How shameless."
The young man with platinum blonde hair cheerfully said, "This act of turning off the lights feels a bit familiar." "What do you say, young Master Xie?" Xie Yan cheerfully replied.
"Ha ha, Brother Yuntao, don't try to set me up. The performance of the girls is about to begin." The drunken man was furious. "Why suddenly turn off the lights? It's so dark I can't see Miss Gongsun at all." He couldn't help but shout, "Someone! Where is everyone? Light the lamps," Rankred angrily said. "Stop making a ruckus. It's so noisy."
Suddenly, ropes appeared, binding the disruptive man. "Shh! Be quiet. Flower between the sheets. Style of the wind and moon."
Yuntao sighed. "Young Master Xi, is your method to seal his five senses? Isn't that a bit much?" Xie Yan quickly replied. "What? Not related to me? He just crashed on his own? Also, Sister Ranran, don't frame me. Those who make loud noises in public areas don't deserve to enjoy art. This hero is ridding the people of a pest." Others were whispering to each other.
"Shh! The Gongsun beauty is moving."
The beautiful girl began to draw her sword from its sheath.
A large circle of fire appeared around the Gongsun beauty. The onlookers were surprised. Why suddenly light a fire? Does Miss Gongsun know martial arts? Such a big fire, yet it doesn't burn the surrounding screens. How is that possible?
Ranran looked very interested.
Flowery flame sword Xie Yan observed the performance and said,
"Using a sword to control fire isn't considered a great skill, but using a sword to control fire to create such a large spectacle, without causing any damage to the surroundings, shows that her understanding of the sword is truly profound." Ji Yuntao couldn't help but praise. "Interesting. I didn't expect this Miss Gongsun to be a Xiantian expert." Lian Xiaoyun, sitting next to him, said, "Haha. There wasn't any of this before. Based on my understanding of the landlady, this is mostly because she saw young Master Xi performing at Liu Feng and was inspired, coming up with a new act for Miss Gongsun." The young man was surprised. Is it related to me?"
Others were enjoying the beauty of the scene. The dancer, Miss Gongsun, is moving. She's starting to dance. She's actually dancing in the fire.
The girl wearing the gorgeous outfit turned with the singing. Once there was a beauty of the Gongsun clan. Her sword dance resonated in all directions. She gracefully danced with her sword, making even the steadfast viewers tremble. Her beauty that could topple kingdoms was swaying with the rhythmic poetry of the heavens and the earth. Xie Yan, Ji Yuntao, and Ranran watched the performance and sighed. Trisk both. Using a sword to control flowers, Miss Gongsun's art is indeed much more impressive than someone else's. Worthy of learning. Worthy of learning. Amazing. It was as if the bright moon was covered by clouds, as if a sickly person like snow was blown away by the wind. The vibrant flowers made her gorgeous outfit and glittering ornaments shine, but could not steal away any of her grace. So beautiful. The wonderful lines of the performance were still being recited, bright as Hao Yi shooting down 9 suns, steady as the immortal lords riding dragons until the thunder ceases its anger.
The Gongsun beauty was playing with the flames around her, using them like a vast and clear pool.
A part of her gorgeous outfit was catching fire.
But the beautiful girl was still immersed in her dance. Crimson lips and jade robes are now gone, leading the fire to bring forth a student to pass on the profession.
The young man was very surprised. Why is Miss Gongsun's outer garment on fire? Is it intentional? Ranran was very interested.
Lian Xiaoyun observed and said, "Of course it's intentional. With Miss Gongsun's true key cultivation, it would be strange if she could burn herself. Perhaps she wants to create the meaning of rebirth in a purifying fire." Tutsk. Most of the tricks in this are taught by the landlady Gongsun.
The young man sighed. She knows how to play.
The onlookers were also very interested. One person couldn't help but shout, "Miss Gongsun, woo-woo, Lu Guan's life is worth it."
Xie Yan's little sister said, "Hero, why don't you also display some divine power to shut these people up?" The young man was annoyed when he heard this. Sister Ranran really knows how to drag me into more trouble. Those people were still shouting, my lady is so beautiful, I love you so much," Ji Yuntao secretly observed and said, Is the box next to the stage moving? The young man was surprised. A box. It really is moving. Is there sword key inside? It really is moving. Is there sword key inside? Ah, this familiar feeling. One person was beating a drum, and one girl was blowing a horn, as a series of swords appeared.
100 swords, singing. Gongsun Myron's dancing. As swords appear, she's gazing off to one side. A worried dude says, "That's freaking dangerous." My heart's pounding out of my chest. The guy next to him can't hide his excitement. So beautiful. Doesn't fear fire. Doesn't fear burning. Gongsun Nyangzi's gotta be a fairy descended from the heavens.
The heart-stopping beauty continues to dance in her burning outfit, Lin Ying Myron's, at the White Emperor's dance, trying to strike a divine pose. Even just her silhouette is enough to make hearts flutter. She leaps high into the air. Suddenly, the beauty's face changes. She looks like she's about to unleash an attack. A barrage of swords and flames are hurtling towards her, Xie Yan thinks to himself. With a single sword dance, those fiery blades are getting wrecked by Gongsun Myron, Immortal Emperor's handmaiden, eightfold heaven human. The young lad continues internally. 100 swords follow the row of swords stuck into the ground. Gongsun Sword Chi, #1 disciple. The young fellow continues. Whoa! Feels like I'm seeing Dako Capital's Nightfall Overlords again. That peerless flower god swordsman. The swords sheathed in a flash. Cheers erupt. Graceful as a startled swan. Lithe as a swimming dragon. Gongsun Nyangzi's sword dance is too beautiful. Nyangzi, look at me, look at me. This is the 8th time I've come to see her. Seeing Gongsun Nyangzi dance my whole life would be worth it. Wah wah wah, it's not enough. If Gongsun Nyangzi could be my wife, that'd be the best. The girl thinks, with someone so amazing here, beating Jiyu Wangwan's gonna be tough. Ladies and gents, the performance is over. Time to wrap things up. Isn't the night just getting started? The boss has spoken. As long as guests visit tonight, they can get a card, which can be used for free spending at Jiyu Wangwan for 3 consecutive days. Luo Xiaoyun hears this and thinks, figures? They're starting to kick people out. Xie Yan speaks up. I gotta go find Gongsun Nyangzi, dig into some deeper issues. You guys wait for me. Seeing this, someone asks, oh, Shi Gongzi knows Gongsun Nyangzi. Shi Ran also pipes up. You look awfully eager, big guy. Seuss, he replies. What's the rush, Ran Ran? Is that a tooth coming out of your mouth? Meanwhile, the guy next to them is still in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? AAA, where's Gongsun Nyangzi? Me and Gongsun Nyangzi. What's Yulong gonna do? Suddenly, a figure bursts out of nowhere, brandishing a sharp sword, the blade slashing straight into the ground in front of them, making everyone scream in terror. Ahaya! Murder! Yulong points his sword at them and shouts, Where ya going? You don't like scene? He continues, I'm not as cold as you. Seeing you dance with a sword makes me so happy. Xie Yan, on the other side, is busy restraining the loony. Even when tied up, he's muttering, Hey, don't you bully Gongsun Nyangzi. Seeing how noisy he is, Xie Yan yells, Shut up. They exchange glances. Why is this young Master Yu making things difficult for Gongsun Nyangzi? What beef do they have? Why is he bullying this beautiful hero? Shin Shinzi hears this and says, This situation's a little complicated. Everyone please don't interfere. Well. Gongsun Elder's family problems. Well, Gongsun Elder's family problems are indeed serious. Harmony, I really don't know how to mediate right now. Actions like this are where I can step in. There's an old saying, even a good official can't avoid family troubles. I gotta see how things play out before deciding my next move, to avoid wasting energy. On Gongsun Nyangzi's side, the handmaiden next to her asks, Young Master Yu, she replies. It's all right. Let's keep our distance. Another thinks, You've lost face outside. Have you ever thought about how much flank the sect leader has been getting? If you still have any conscience, hurry up and bring Gongsun Furen back with us. Kowtow and apologize to the sect leader. An air of tension gradually fills the space between Gongsun Nyangzi and Yu Long-er. The girl speaks up, I'm too lazy to argue with you guys. Get lost. The guy next to him yells angrily, What kind of attitude is that? However, Yu Long-er raises a hand to stop him. Dad's already investigated this matter clearly. He knows you were wronged, and has also explained it to the elders on your behalf. That's why he sent me to bring you two back. Gongsun Nyangzi retorts, Explained it. He still pretends to be all-knowing, but pretends to be confused as usual. Huh? Really want to bring us back? Fine. Cripple Guo Pingting's cultivation, and have her kowtow and apologize to my mother. Then I might consider it. The old dude snaps back, You dare suggest such rebellious ideas? It's a waste that the sect leader still has compassion and doesn't want to kick you out. You shouldn't keep such a disgrace to the great heaven demon sect around.
Seeing his attitude, the girl turns and walks away. If you can't do it, then just have him think I'm dead and gone so he feels less embarrassed, and I cause him less trouble.
Yu Longer interjected.
Father may think you're dead, but I can't, he said. You don't want to come with me? Fine, I won't force you. You will each make 10 moves. If I can't take you down within 10 moves, it stops here today, otherwise obediently do as I say. Then he shouted, Now draw your sword for me.
Hearing his proposal, she just glanced at him, not replying. Her hand gripped her sword tightly, so tight it trembled.
Then, not knowing what she was thinking, she relaxed her grip.
She said, I can barely control myself right now. I'm afraid I'll accidentally kill you. Stop staring at me. I'm perfectly happy with my current life. I don't want to fight with you, nor am I interested in your head.
Hearing this, he was stunned and gnashed his teeth. Then Yu Longer yelled, My good older brother, Yue Wushuang. Have you looked in a mirror, seeing you, neither man nor woman, going on stage to dance, twisting and posing to attract everyone's adoration, and saying this is the life you want to live?
No way. This earth-shattering information surprises everyone.
Liang Qila rubbed his forehead and said, It's finally out. The others were equally stunned.
Yue Wushuang. That name sounds familiar. I've heard it somewhere before. Neither man nor woman. What are you talking about, bro? Gongsun Nyangzi, despite being exposed, didn't seem angry at all. I don't use the name Yu Wushuang anymore. Now my name is Gongsun Hao, he replied. Whether your name is Yue Wushuang or Gongsun Hao, it doesn't change the fact that you're my older brother.
On the other side, the person Xie Yan had tied to the chair suddenly stirred. Strangely, he wondered. What's wrong with him? Xie Yan replied. The brave warrior seems to be reaching his limit.
Disbelief was written all over his face as he said, Shi Gongsun Nyangzi, how could she be Yue Wushuang? I don't believe it. It must be fake. That's Yue Wushuang. Impossible. The other two, seeing his appearance, asked, Hey, you all right? Who is this Yue Wushuang anyway? Sounds like a cool name.
Suddenly, someone spoke up.
Yue Wushuang. Yue Wushuang, I remember now. Yue Wushuang is the heavenly demon sword hero, one of the Kaiyuan 10 swords. Xie Yan was surprised, Kaiyuan 10 swords. Another one, the person's voice continued. Yue Wushuang, the heavenly demon sword hero, and Yue Longer, the jade-faced wolf cub, both come from the great heavenly demon sect, a demonic sect praised for having 2 outstanding talents. The 2 are half-siblings. If Gongsun Nyangzi is Yue Wushuang, well, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why die on one tree, young master? Don't be sad. Seeing the person hug their head and scream, Xie Yan said annoyedly, This is way too noisy. The little girl was delighted by the scene. Wow, so exciting.
The person cried and ran away, shouting, Lies, I don't believe in love anymore.
Liang Qila spoke up.
The situation of the great heavenly demons sect is a bit complicated, but after all, this is their family affair, so I don't want to say much.
He also said,
Looks like Lian Xiaoyun knows some inside information, she replied. I am the Xiaoyun of a prefecture. It would be strange not to know. But Gongsun Furen and her daughter have settled in Dongdu for a long time. They certainly don't hope to be disturbed.
Suddenly, a strange voice echoed.
Worthy of you and Xiaoyun being both innate stage 2, how dare you speak so recklessly? Are you afraid of killing him?
Xian Tian Yechia Ma appeared and said, If you're so confident, then let this old man, the Yechia Ma of innate stage 3, fight you. This strange appearance surprised everyone. Yechia Ma, some kind of true Ki-Dharma form. Such heavy murderous aura. The martial arts of the great heavenly demon sect are quite terrifying. Yue Longer said, Guo Elder, this is a private matter between brothers. Don't interfere, he replied. The mistress told me to follow you here precisely because she was afraid Xiaoyun would be soft-hearted. I have the authority to act accordingly, Xiaoyun. Just ignore it. He launched the first attack. Come, let this old man see, great young master, if your martial arts are more powerful than your words. The key from the old man's sword left behind a trail of red sword intent. This strike was powerful enough to destroy an entire building.
Jiehua Tianju, Tianren Hu. A golden halo of light immediately surrounded the woman to protect her, and a golden hand also appeared to shield her. I thought you had some skills, kid. Turns out it's just some meridian tricks, the Red Devil said. Rushing towards the girl, attacking continuously, Yue Wushuang was also injured quite a bit. Jiehua Tianju, Bu Tianxing, Yue Wushuang, used a speed-enhancing footwork to escape the old Red Devil's relentless attacks.
As the attack landed, she quickly escaped from her disadvantage.
Useless. Despite the woman's incredible speed, the old man still seemed calm and confident that he could control his opponent. I know all the martial arts you use, the old man told Yue Wushuang, then flung her away.
Moreover, he continued, Jiehua Tianzhu, greed, anger, calamity. Without delay, the great young master used a technique to create tiny dust particles, reducing visibility and obscuring her presence. Although in a hazy space with limited visibility, this old devil was still confident in his power. He seemed to know Yue Wushuang's actions all too well. I know you better than you know yourself. Instantly, he used the piercing sight technique, channeling power into his eyes. His eyes glowed with a crimson light, enhancing his vision to the max.
Dagongzi, what are you going to fight me with back in the sect? Weren't you famous for your sword skills? Now that you see this old man, you don't even dare draw your sword from its scabbard, he said, swinging his powerful sword towards the girl.
Ji Hua Tianzhu, Liu Dao Fenxian, Yue Wushuang used her techniques to block each wave of the old man's attacks. Yue Wushuang, you'd rather use a clone technique, damaging your foundation like this Liu Dao Fenxian, than dare to use your sword against this old man. The old man taunted. Indeed, his power was overwhelming the woman. He wanted Yue Wushuang to use her true strength and have a real fight with him.
If you insist on hiding, this old man won't be polite anymore. He channeled his power, using the technique Zhong Shengyu Ji, Yecha Zai San. The old man intended to use all his strength for a real showdown with Yue Wushuang. The scene was terrifying. The old man's red demon grew 2 more heads and countless arms. Moreover, a red aura emanated powerfully, engulfing the space.
Now things are getting real. And here I thought, innate masters fighting in the city, and the authorities don't even care. Let's get out of here.
The city officials and their lackeys in Fu City, after seeing the powerful aura emanating from the demon's body, scattered and fled, scrambling to escape.
TCH. This time the loss is too great, and this girl still stands calmly before the great heavenly demon sect elder while he is powering up to his peak. How boring. The peaceful room is now gone just like that. Who's going to pay for the damages later? That elder of the Datianmo men has used all his strength, but Gongsun Gugu, Gongsun Hao, seems to be holding back.
Ranran, isn't there something wrong with your concerns? Xie Yan and Ji Jinye were talking to each other while witnessing the great elder of the demon sect unleashed all his power. The red demon swung its sword to the ground, and countless sharp spikes shot up from the earth, causing the ground to tremble and debris to fly upwards. At the same time, Yue Wushuang skillfully and gracefully used her nimble footwork to evade each wave of the elder's attacks.
The sect leader only said to bring her back, not to bring her back intact and unharmed. This cunning old man plans to finish off the older sister and offer her corpse to his sect leader. If you insist on resisting to the end, the elder said as he swung his powerful sword towards Yue Wushuang.
Shu Sha. Then don't blame Daojian Wuqing. He shattered the immortal body that Yue Wushuang had created. The older sister was lying helplessly behind, but seemingly still keeping her true strength hidden.
Your immortal clone has been completely destroyed by me, and you still won't come out, the great elder of the demon sect confidently provoked. This true QI clone technique seems to be no ordinary one. Datianmo men's escape arts include Liu Dao Fenxian and Liu Dao Fenmo, with Fenxian being superior to Fenmo. Seeing it today, its reputation is indeed well-deserved.
Ji Jinye sighed at the power of the great elder of the Datianmo men, very similar to the Liu Yu He Huang Shen, Liu Fenmo Mo Luo Shen, but their essence is not entirely the same. Yet none of the 6 Qua orbs are his main body. Ji Jinye discussed Yu Wushuang's true strength with his brothers. Xie Yan pondered, analyzing the similarities of the power source.
Although I haven't mastered Liu Dao Fenxian, I've seen the pig run even if I haven't eaten pork. Of course, there's a way to break it, but today there are outsiders watching, and I don't want to reveal too much of Datianmo men's inner workings. Yu Wushuang, don't force me. It seems like this elder thinks he understands Yu Wushuang's strength, so he's so complacent. All the golden lights and clone powers gathered together, forming a human figure that appeared before the elder of the demon sect.
Don't force me. You're the one forcing me. Elder Guao, Yue Wushuang's older sister, appeared, holding her sword, with a face full of murderous intent and anger. It seems like she is now planning to unleash her true strength after being pushed to the brink.
So what if I force you? If you don't know your craft well, then you have to suffer the consequences? The great elder waved his hand, pouring all his power into this decisive attack.
Yue Wushuang replied, I once told Long Air, if I make a move, he will die.
The same goes for you, Elder Guo.
Now, Yu Wushuang's sword was drawn, emitting a mystical blue sword intent. Just drawing the sword alone created such overwhelming power, as expected of an older sister at the second level of the innate realm, with such terrifying sword intent. "Please, Elder, accept your death." Just a sentence, along with the act of drawing her sword, caused the Elder to go from confidence to wide-eyed fear.
This feeling, impossible. There's no way the power of the sword could overwhelm his spirit, causing the Elder to be terrified, as if he was truly facing death. His eyes turned bloodshot, staring intently at Yu Wushuang's sword-drawing motion, unable to react.
His body faltered with a speed at a different level, almost severing the demon's limbs. Perhaps this was the moment the demon sect elder was destined to die.
"Run, I must run." Guo Zhanglao was extremely frightened, only thinking of the quickest way to escape and save his old life. Ji Hua Tianju, Ye Chahu, Ji Hua Tianju, Bu Tian Xing, Ji Hua Tianju, Liu Dao Fen Mo. Techniques to increase speed. Movement similar to what Yue Wushuang had performed before, but it was just a clumsy display of skill. Death was already destined for the demon sect elder. With just a few sword strikes, the magical clones were shattered by Yue Wushuang's sword intent.
The speed was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. The old man was desperately trying to escape, but perhaps the speed was not enough when the sword was already right behind him. It was just that this elder was too confident in his strength and underestimated his opponent. "Phew, I'm alive," Guo Zhanglao said. With a simple sword strike, a top-ranking great elder of the demon sect was left panting, heavily injured, and feeling fortunate to have dodged the attack just now, sweating profusely, unable to believe his eyes. The moment of his death was approaching. Yue Wushuang flew into the sky, her sword not even fully drawn, yet she could make the elder tremble like this.
The image of the elder running away like prey, desperately trying to escape, was truly pathetic. The moment the last words died in his throat, the sword gently sliced across his neck, sending the old man's head flying. A truly bizarre sight. "I'm not dead. I won't die." Head severed, blood gushing. The old man's face was now pale, filled with disbelief. Shock etched in his eyes. "And, Yaksha rebirth, I won't die." A surge of power erupted from the old man's body, reattaching his severed parts, like witnessing a resurrection. This was his sect's technique. "I won't die, I won't die." Elder Guo kept praying for continued life. But prayers were useless. If rebirth was possible, then destroy him again. The sword slashed across his neck, severing the head before it could even reattach. Yaksha rebirth, the Bose, sever and reborn, technique of the Da Tian Ma sect, Doesn't seem to be based on the same principles as the Masala rebirth, but ultimately, it's still exchanging a fatal blow for a new life. Under normal circumstances, it might be effective, but this Elder Guanyo's chances of survival are rapidly diminishing. The marks aren't replenishing. He's dead. Xie Yan mused after witnessing Yu Wushuang's attack.
From beginning to end, she only used one strike, a strike that seemed to carry an undeniable must-die effect, instantly killing a third-level Xiantian cultivator while only being at the second level. If I'm not mistaken, Elder Guio was already dead the moment she drew her sword. The doppelganger died in his place. Then the life-saving move of the true QI rebirth didn't work at all. Just as Xie Yan said, Yu Wushuang's power when drawing her sword had already decided the fate of this careless elder. Considering Elder Guo's life-saving methods, if I couldn't pull him into the lotus pool and injure him, killing him would be difficult. He'd likely escape. Moreover, this was almost a one-hit kill. Gongsun Zhanglao's kid is way stronger than I thought. The battle ended. The Datian Ma sect's great elder didn't even have time to yawn before dying. Elder Guo, this powerhouse, landed amidst the wreckage, dumbfounded at witnessing the Ma sect elder's death after only 2 sword draws, even before Yu Wushuang's sword was fully unsheathed. To die instantly upon being struck and turn into smoke. And you actually mastered this technique. The Crimson Ma sect power was sparse after the attack ended. The legendary Sword Meridian's strongest forbidden art, it's faded. A death sentence with the blade unsheathed. The attack just now reached the peak. To die just by seeing the sword, that's a death preordained by the heavens, Yu Wushuang replied. Isn't this how you all expected me to become today? She sheathed her sword, but the sinister aura still lingered thickly around the scabbard. An evil move, she continued. I consider Guio Pingting my mortal enemy. I hate her so much. I want to eat her flesh and drink her blood. This hatred can't be resolved in this lifetime. So, I won't return to your side. Longer, don't force me to draw my sword a second time. Yu Wushuang warned her disciple not to act rashly, to die instantly upon being struck and turn into smoke. The Datian Ma sect's strongest forbidden art, Even guessing the Ma La rebirth right couldn't beat it. Lucky I have Xing Tian to counter his technique, but the evil intent on him is too heavy.
Is this even something normal people can cultivate? Now that Gongsun Hao is this strong, he doesn't give me any chance to act. Bestowing grace on the people of Datianma's sect. So useless. They didn't even find out about the opponent's strength before causing trouble, resulting in such a loss of face. And there's Guao Pingting. Could she be another of his mistresses? Two wives fighting for dominance. Gongsun Zhanglao is hiding in Dongdu. Xie Yan listened to the conversation between Yu Wushuang and her disciple and analyzed everything, the reason leading to the battle. Suddenly, Rangran cried out. Ugh! Xie Yan tenderly supported her. Rangran, what's wrong? It seemed the little girl sensed something. Rangran reassured him. Xie Gongzi, it's nothing. Gongsun Mairen and this little monk are on the same path, just not far enough away. This little monk was tainted by the evil intent in her sword. In this world, there's actually someone who can live so long while being entangled by 3 evil intents. This little monk's eyes have truly been opened.
Sure enough, the girl Ran had seen the evil intents on Yu Wushuang, not just 1, but 3, indicating that she must harbor deep hatred.
Ma Yu Gongzi was surprised by Ranran's words. Evil intent? Can Ranran see it? He thought, I can see it because of the Ma La true art. Using the emotions of all living beings as food, evil intent is naturally among them. Ranran can see it too? Ji Jinye continued. Those who cultivate Buddhism are very sensitive to the resentment of all living beings. However, Gongsun Hao doesn't seem like a bad person. Very strange.
The girl nearby explained the surprise of the 2 gentlemen.
The evil intent that Ranran Meimei sensed must be the forbidden Xiantian Gongfa of the Datianma sect, an effect of the Tianma Dao Dian, using evil to nourish qi. If the qi stays in the body for long, it will leave a sinister impression on people. Although it's a Xiantian Gongfa, because the cultivation method is too dangerous, it doesn't have any effect before success. Therefore, very few people cultivate the main Datianma sect technique. Even if the Qi meridian is Kaskinatian, it's just like skimming the surface. Gongsun Niangzi can actually cultivate to the point of concealing evil features like this. Truly admirable. The maid was also shocked by Yu Wushuang's revealed power, and had some admiration and fear.
Lian Yushi doesn't think highly of this Tianma Dao Dian, huh?
Gongsun Hao is, after all, the son of the elder, and his talent is outstanding. Why would he choose such a useless main cultivation technique? Because it's the strongest forbidden art in the sword meridian of the Datianma sect, a Gongfa, where heaven has ordained death, sword drawn, no survival. It's said that the conditions for cultivating that move are extremely harsh, and it's very easy to be invaded by evil intents, losing oneself. But after mastering it, it can be considered the best in the world.
These are just the words of the Datianma sect. If it were really that powerful, this world would have belonged to the Datianma sect long ago.
Of course, even if it's boasting, it's still very powerful in reality. From Gongsun Niangzi's sword just now, one can also see a few clues, but there are definitely still some limitations that outsiders don't understand. The little girl continued to explain. The dialogue between Xie Yan and the girl. The Datianma sect is divided into 3 veins: blade, sword, and quick. Core disciples use quick to enter the sect and then choose blade or sword. Whether it's intentional training or a personal choice, Gongsun Niangzi succeeded in the end. You must know that apart from him, the Datianma sect hasn't had a second person succeed in 200 years.
Success leads straight to the sky, creating the strongest sword. Failure leads to losing oneself. Even quit deviation and madness. Lian Yushi meant this, right? Strange, too strange. Why would Gongsun Zhanglao let her son cultivate such an extreme Gongfa? Does she believe Gongsun Hao can succeed? Xie Yan wondered. This humble one understands Xie Gongzi's doubts. In reality, the reason is very simple. As for what Ye Zhangjiao thinks, we won't mention it. But Gongsun Furen is impotent. She can't interfere with her son's choice of the Datianma sect's Gongfa, or which aspect of cultivation to choose. The girl answered Xie Gongzi. Because Gongsun Furen is a concubine, she has no right to interfere in the upbringing of the Datianma sect's heir. The girl continued to explain to Xie Yan. So it's not a position of equality. Gongsun Zhanglao is a mistress, and there's this rotten rule of the Datianma sect. If even the right to raise children is denied, what is Gongsun Zhanglao doing? Love makes you dumb. The scum is doing well, Ma Yu Gongzi exclaimed. Why is Xie Gongzi so agitated? The woman continued. I didn't expect Gongsun Mairen to have such a tragic childhood. Truly pitiful. Ranshran, the female monk, also sighed after hearing the woman tell Yu Wushuang's story. Speaking of which, she sighed, 20 years ago, the position of Zhang Jiao of the Datianma sect changed hands. Xiaojun Yutingsu hastily inherited the position. At that time, the sect was in chaos, and it was the vice Zhang Jiao Guolong who sent the Blade Meridian to suppress it, helping Yutingsu firmly secure the position of Zhang Jiao. The girl told him.
After stabilizing the internal strife, Yutingsu married Guolong's only daughter, Guo Pingting, as his wife. But it wasn't until Gongsun Yangzi displayed her talents that everyone realized that Yu Zhangjiao still had a Gongsun Furen.
The girl continued to explain. If that's the case, why did Gongsun Furen still marry Yu Tingshu? In this kind of situation, the correct approach would be for the two to stay away from each other. If it's a political marriage, then Gongsun Zhanglao would definitely make the marriage target unpleasant, whether it's to maintain the stability of the Yu-Guo alliance or Gongsun Zhanglao's awkward position, the two should decisively break up. Why would Gongsun Zhanglao jump into such a dangerous relationship? Not to mention Yu Tingshu, Gongsun Zhanglao shouldn't be stupid either, Xie Yan replied.
Shi Gongzi, you're not a woman, so you wouldn't understand. Gongsun Furen is a woman of love and righteousness. If Yu Zhangjiao was just greedy, of course Gongsun Furen would leave. If it's a political marriage, then Gongsun Zhanglao would definitely make the marriage target unpleasant. Whether it's to maintain the stability of the Yu-Guo alliance, or Gongsun Zhanglao's awkward position, the two should decisively break up. Why would Gongsun Zhanglao jump into such a dangerous relationship? Not to mention Yu Tingxue, Gongsun Zhanglao shouldn't be stupid either. The girl continued the story, letting Xie Yan understand. So that's how it is. Fate plays tricks on people, falling into a difficult situation because of love. Since ancient times, it's been said that being too affectionate tires out beauties, not being able to help Gongsun Zhanglao, and also falling into a pit of fire. How depressing, Xie Yan said listlessly.
Xing Gongzi felt something coming. His eyes changed rapidly. Jin Jinye immediately said to Xie Yan, Xie Gongzi, you felt something too. Heading straight this way, sure enough, something not so good is coming towards our position.
It's Kui Hongwu. So, he was still alarmed. Lian Yuxi guessed the identity of what was coming. You know his name, Xie Yan asked quickly.
Kui Hongwu is the head elder of the Qi Meridian of the Datianmo sect, the assistant sent by the other side to preside over the Huaqiao Lunkui. Gongsun Yangzi killed Guo Nu. There won't be a good outcome coming. Lian Yuxi explained the identity to the three. She's worried about the strength of the approaching character. Seems like he's not an easy one to deal with. He's here, the head elder of the Qi Meridian of the Datianmo sect, Xiantian 4th stage, Kui Hongwu. Why is Xiaojun here alone? Where's Guo Nu? Kui Hongwu asked Long Er.
Elder Guo was killed by elder brother with one sword, turned into ashes. Long Er lowered his head. Though only this Qi Meridian elder remained unfazed, without a hint of fear. De Gongzi killed Guo Nu? Guo Nu was Xiantian 3rd stage, and he's only Xiantian 2nd stage. How is that possible? The Datianmo sect's Blade Meridian elder, Xiantian 3rd stage Xiang Yu, pressed Long Er.
Is what Xiaojun saying true?
The Datianmo sect's Blade Meridian elder, Xiantian 3rd stage Guo Changyi, was in shock after hearing that his great elder died after just one sword from Yu Wushuang. Under normal circumstances, it would indeed be impossible for Da Gongzi to kill Guo Nu, but combined with a fatal sword turning him into dust, it seems the headmaster was right. You really have cultivated the strongest forbidden technique of the sword meridian. Heaven has decreed that the Xin sword cannot be taken. Kui Hongwu seemed to have realized. The move of killing the opponent with one sword standing before them was definitely not simple. But the swords of our Datianmo sect are used to resist external enemies, guarding and assisting each other, yet Da Gongzi uses his fellow disciples to test his sword, truly causing others to die in vain. Garo Elder's death cannot be simply ignored. Please follow me back to the sect to listen to the headmaster's instructions. He continued to say to the girl, demanding she return to the sect for punishment. No, Yu Wushuang definitely wouldn't agree to return. She turned her head sharply, with a blue sword intent still surrounding her body. If you want to take me back, you have to ask if the sword in my hand agrees. She challenged Kui Hongwu.
Kui Elder, I'll take responsibility for elder brother's matter. You don't need to exaggerate the conflict like this, he replied. Xiaojun is still too young. Guo Nunam died here. If we just let him off like this, how will I explain it to the madam and Guo Nunam's family?
The Nyan on your body is all revealed. You can't even suppress the evil visage anymore, it seems. Using the forbidden technique puts a lot of pressure on you. I won't take advantage of someone in trouble. Guo Changyi, Xiang Yu, Guo Nu was a person of your Dao Meridian. He died at the hands of Da Gongzi. Now the two of you should take action and invite Da Gongzi back. He said this. Xin Yan thought to himself. This guy's truly wicked. Doesn't want to get involved in the slightest bit of risk,
and yet he finds a grand reason for his disciples to go. Kui Hongwu warned the others. Go back with him. Da Gongzi, don't push your luck. Go back with us and await the headmaster's judgment. The elders increased their power and advanced towards Yu Wushuang.
No. He stubbornly refused to yield, raising his sword to meet the attack.
It seems we still have to use violence against Da Gongzi. A pity, Shang Yu warned Yu Wushuang.
I'm old and won't live many more years anyway. If I can personally witness the Sword Meridian's forbidden technique that hasn't appeared in our Datianmo sect for over 200 years, I wouldn't regret dying. Xiang Yu risked his life to attack, even knowing he'd die if he was hit, he continued. But resigning myself to death here would be a bit unsightly. At the very least, I have to let a dying Xiantian third stage like me struggle one last time, right? Da Gongzi, please draw your sword. He circulated his inner energy. The energy of the demonic path arose, forming a red demon like the previous great elder. Yu Wushuang seemed to be worried about something. Beads of sweat began to appear on his face. His voice rang out, Dai Gongzi, Guo Moyu also wants to experience your fatal sword. Please draw your sword.
Before Yu Wushuang now were two demons of the demonic sect heading straight towards him. Would the sword that decided souls be drawn again?
His hand was already on the sword, but he seemed hesitant. As expected, with Dai Gongzi's Xiantian second stage strength, even if you have cultivated that forbidden technique, the problem is still very big. Killing Guo Nu in this short amount of time, you couldn't unleash a second move anymore. Xiang Yu provoked Yu Wushuang. If that's the case, then we won't be polite anymore. The two elders finished speaking, immediately rushing towards him, then unleashing their attacks.
Wei Ji Hua Jianji, Bai Hua Diaoling
was unleashed. It was the secret technique of the Ma Qing sect.
Xie Yan, a voice suddenly rang out. The two of you are already so old, still fighting and killing with a young man. How unsightly. A shower of flowers was unleashed, stopping the footsteps of the two red demons of the Datianmu sect elders. Seeing their own unique skill blocked, the two elders looked back in surprise to see who had just unleashed a killing move to stop them. Shi Jian lightly walked to Yu Wushuang's side, he said with a smile. Why not sit down and enjoy the flowers with this Gongzi? Truly the demeanor of Ma Yu Gongzi, Xie Yan, used his own exclusive skill very skillfully, both in power and in his own demeanor.
As expected, the origin points from the system got added to my account, which proves everyone there was genuinely surprised by my timely rescue. Xi Yan's 100 flowers withering technique are flying all over the sky, Lian Shiluo said excitedly. What a beautiful sight. This is the ultimate move from the legendary demonic restraint sect's demonic finger swordplay, the 100 flowers withering, truly worthy of the title of 10th deadliest technique.
Ji Yundao also said. To be able to use such astonishing true key manifestation at the third level of the acquired realm, if these two young masters from the great demonic heaven sect hadn't met Shi Gongzi, they could be considered heroes anywhere. It's a pity that the 100 flowers withering specializes in countering such manifestations. When it comes to the origin spirit path, the demonic restraint sect's flower severing swordplay has always ranked above all other acquired cultivation methods.
At this time, Guo Chuyi used a secret voice transmission to say to Elder Xiang, this guy's move is strange. The Yaksha demon general took so long to get seriously injured, but then collapsed without a trace. Xiang Yu said,
his move has some kind of annihilation intent.
It's very effective against weak origin spirit manifestations, so definitely don't use pure, true Q manifestations to fight him.
After they talked, Chu Yi said to Xi Yan, you arrogant brat, who has time to admire flowers with you? Xiang Yu threatened with murderous intent. Who are you? Are you trying to oppose our great demonic heaven sect by meddling in this matter?
Xie Yan replied calmly. You're exaggerating. This old man's temper is really fiery, and I only came to persuade you, yet you're giving me such an unpleasant look.
Shouldn't this young master cool you down first? With that, he activated the sword origin spirit, Jie Dao Yun, and the two elders immediately became vigilant.
Qi Luo said, this is the sword origin spirit. It really is the sword origin spirit. Her figure is truly beautiful. I wonder which beauty in the world she is.
Gongzi, do you and Xie Shimei know her?
Ji Yundao said. This girl holding a sword always gives me a sense of familiarity. She's also wearing a bamboo hat. Could she be someone I know?
Xi Ren replied.
Could it be the enchantress Xin Xinzi? But she doesn't seem too much like the heroic gallant. Both of them pondered, trying to guess who it was. Qi Lugo then said, so, neither of you knows.
Xi Yan was secretly delighted in his heart. Ji Yundao didn't give any origin points, so it seems he didn't recognize the true form of the origin spirit. Shi Dao Yun. Too famous. Luckily, the disguise is effective.
Now the flower-severing swordplay and the demonic Luo True Art can support each other. It's good to use the demonic Luo True Qi transformed into the flower-severing swordplay to create a layer of same-color disguise on the origin spirit's head, although it's necessary to replenish True Q to maintain stability. The effect is very good, it's simple to say, but every small detail of operation is indispensable, which means I can do it.
Xiang Yu said to him, "It's not that we're hot-tempered. Yu Wushuang is a disciple of the great demonic heaven sect. This is an internal matter of our sect. Why would an outsider like you want to interfere?"
The young man smiled and said, "The title of outsider only applies to you people from the great demonic heaven sect. As far as Gongsun Hao and his brother are concerned, I'm not an outsider at all. Gongsun Hao's mother is an elder of the demonic restraint sect. I, as a close confidant of the sect leader of the demonic restraint sect, do you think I can ignore this?" As he spoke, he thought, "Anyway, this is someone else's territory. If I can reason with them, I will. Otherwise, even if I cripple these two guys, there will still be countless other troubles." The two of them then asked, "The demonic restraint sect, one of the 9 great demonic sects of the Great Han. So,
And you're from the demonic restraint sect, so you must be the demonic Jade Gongzi Xie Yan. But Gongsun Furen left the demonic restraint sect a long time ago." "You," Xie Yan interrupted, saying, "Who told you that Gongsun Zhanglao left the demonic restraint sect? Don't listen to fake news, don't spread fake news, these are basic principles of life. Even though she's gone, the demonic restraint sect still left a position for her. From beginning to end, she's been a person of the demonic restraint sect, and so is Gongsun Hao."
Yu Long stood there without saying anything. Xiang Yu said loudly, "Nonsense," he asked. "What? Whether she's a person of the demonic restraint sect or not, do you people of the great demonic heaven sect have more authority than me? No matter what, you have to confirm with Gongsun Zhanglao herself." Right? He thought again. Speaking of which, heads are about to be beaten into dog heads here. Where's Gongsun Zhanglao? That Xiang Yu gritted his teeth and said, "You," Zhang Chengyi, suddenly startled. "Wait a minute. This feeling, Elder Xiang too."
Thinking strangely, "Why is my heart so calm, without any fighting spirit at all? What's wrong with me? I've actually listened to his nonsense for so long."
Hong Yu then stepped forward and said, "True Key Transformation, Flower-Severing Spirit, Demonic Jade Gongzi, is indeed worthy of his reputation. To have cultivated to the 3rd level of the acquired realm at such a young age. This trick of eliminating fighting spirit with one hand is extremely wonderful. If you're not careful, you'll be caught off guard." The young man said, "I'm flattered. I've been discovered. It's just that the 2 elders were too aggressive, and I can only use a little trick to avoid conflict." When Lianji Yu Niang heard this, she thought, most of the great demonic heaven sect's cultivation methods rely on the word recitation. Whether it's swordsmanship, saber techniques, or Q circulation techniques, they all need to be recited in the mind before they can be smooth and successful. Xie Yan's flower-severing origin spirit just happens to calm people down. This is their nemesis. Hong Yu asked, "Using a little trick." The flower-severing origin spirit is not a little trick at all. Demonic Jade Gongzi is too modest. With your strength, you can indeed represent the demonic restraint sect. But that day, when Gongsun Furen returned to our sect with the sect leader, I was also present. She personally admitted that she had severed ties with the demonic restraint sect and no longer had any contact with them.
"Don't mess around here. Do you think I can't break this method of eliminating fighting intent of origin?"
How ridiculous. With that, he unleashed an extremely powerful aura. Yun Tao, flying above, asked in surprise, "What imposing manner?" Qi Luo wondered. Could it be that Kui Hongwu isn't affected at all? Did he actually manage to use the mind-blocking seal? Or is it the violent killing Qi causing a forced clash? But it seems this guy's strength has increased too. He's using the destructive potential of the Great Thousand Demon Sect's all-encompassing demonic Qi Meridian Sutra to the fullest. Just by suppressing the innate violent killing Qi, he can disturb the roots of the floral primordial spirit and cause it to collapse on its own. But I heard the floral sword spirit can regenerate endlessly, so it shouldn't be dealt with so easily. Could it be that Xie Yan is just playing dumb?
The elder said, "Young Master Mo Ying, you are indeed very powerful among the younger generation. Plus, with the backing of a major sect, you dare to meddle in anything. But you forgot that you're not in Dahan anymore.
In Datang, in Dongdu. You need to learn to mind your own business." With that, he immediately attacked. The boy, while parrying, asked, "Elder Kui is wrong. How is Gongsun Elder's matter minding one's business?"
Cutting off contact isn't cutting off relations. I suggest Elder Kui read more books. As Gongsun Elder's relative, I will manage this. The elder flared up and said, "What a silver-tongued devil, I've said it. Gongsun Madam's matter has nothing to do with the demonic sentiment sect.
Get lost." As he spoke, he controlled the demonic general to attack Xie Yan. Simultaneously, he cast Sword-born Primordial Spirit, summoning Guanyan.
The girl continuously struck the demonic general, gradually penetrating inside,
and immediately took control of the demonic general. Kui Elder, showing surprise, asked, "What? This primordial spirit can actually penetrate my true Q?"
Xie Yan then said, "Elder Kui wanting me to scram isn't that easy." The system showed, continuously receiving origin points, shock from the three elders, praise from Lian Gunyang and Ji Yun Tao, and happiness from Xie Yan.
Now, let's continue the previous topic. Regarding Gongsun Elder,
the primordial spirit gradually approached Hongwu. He immediately grabbed her hand and said loudly, "Impudent one, it seems I have to teach you a serious lesson today. I've controlled his primordial spirit, Xiangyu, Guo Jingyi, moved to capture him."
The boy then thought, "Holy crap, higher realm than me and still calling for backup, you really want to lose all face. Any more fighting, and I'll have to use my trump card. If it weren't for eavesdroppers all around, I would have mixed you all into Zhu Da Ru's food. Damn it, I've shown so much attitude already. Where's Gongsun Elder? Show your face a little."
"Oh wait, Ji Yun Tao, this is young Master Ji."
He immediately attacked, casting heaven-shocking, earth-quaking 7-star strike. He landed next to Xie Yan, saying, "Great Thousand Demon Sect, you're going too far." Hongwu revealed a wicked smile, and simultaneously cast Life-Possessing Realm, unleashing demonic transformation. Ji Yun Tao asked, "Taishuan Sect, are you sure you want to meddle in our Great Thousand Demon Sect's affairs?" He asked, "Do you really think this is your day Han?"
He replied,
"I don't intentionally interfere in this matter, it's just that you are bullying the weak with numbers and strength, which is a bit too much," Confucius said. "In the application of ritual, harmony is to be prized. I still hope everyone can calm down and not fight to the bitter end." He paused for a moment, then laughed loudly, saying, "Haha. Fine, I agree to harmony is to be prized, but wasn't it this Xie Yan guy who started the trouble first?"
Xie Yan clicked his tongue,
thinking, "Damn it, can this guy stop his habit of using true Kui to stroke other people's faces? Is it that fun?" But as expected of the top meridian of the Great Thousand Demon Sect, this true Q is truly majestic. Those previous 4th stage innates I met can't compare to him at all. "Our Great Thousand Demon Sect's internal affairs are none of your business," Elder Kushi said again. Yulong Longer now shouted, "That's enough. Aren't you guys embarrassed enough already? Back then, I let it slide because you're senior elders. But don't forget what the Sectmaster said. Bringing the Gongsun mother and son back is my responsibility, completely. I already said, if I couldn't beat Yu Wushuang in 10 moves, we'd drop this whole thing. But you guys kept bickering nonstop, completely ignoring my words. Looks like you don't give a damn about me or the Sectmaster's arrangements anymore." Elder Sheng was like, "Young Master Guo Nu can't just die for nothing." Elder Guo Chengyi said the same thing, but guess what? Elder Guo's dead. He continued, "So what now? When did this become your business to meddle in anyway?"
"Even if Elder Guo stepped in for me today, even if he died for me, this afternoon's debt still has to be paid.
This silver note should definitely cover our Guangguan's losses, right?" With that, he turned and walked away. Elder Kusi then spoke up. "If the young master is that decisive, then we can only follow along. But before I go, these 2 young sirs from the great Han Empire, I must bid farewell." He flew off, but didn't forget to leave a powerful demonic claw mark slamming down onto the ground, causing a violent tremor that shot straight towards Xie Yan and Ji Yun Tao. The 2 backed away, but it still kept coming. Hongwu said, "We've still got plenty of time." Yun Tao sighed. "Just let it go. I guess it's over now." Xie Yan looked annoyed, thinking, still got a flex before leaving, showing off how he can lift heavy as light and retract and expand at will. "Pure flexing," Yun Tao continued. "True Qi spiritualization, controlling like a god. It truly is the grand heavenly demonic sect's 4th stage innate Qi vein, a genuine, top-tier primordial spirit manifestation. Seriously, my 1 force shatters 10 confinement spells, technique just stuck to it like glue." He paused for a moment, then added, "Today has certainly been an eye-opener for this humble one.
The great Tang Grand Heavenly Demonic Sect truly lives up to its glorious reputation."
Over on the other side, Xiang Yu suddenly felt something,
immediately turning back to observe his manifestation slowly started to sprout peach blossom petals. A pink-hued manifestation began to emerge from within his own. The pink manifestation was smaller than him. The person had no idea what was going on. The manifestation slowly transformed into Guanyan, and he wondered, what the heck is that?
The girl flew back to Xie Yan's side, and he also chimed in, Elder Kui, you're not wrong. Our time is still long.
Immediately, system notifications flooded in. Obtained origin points from surrounding individuals. Xiang Yu was clearly fuming. Lian Qila, hovering above, looked utterly stunned, asking, this Flower Realm primordial spirit actually popped out of Elder Kubi's own primordial spirit manifestation? What kind of ability is that? Young Master Xie, where did such an amazing and eccentric person even come from? Xie Yan also quipped, one look at this trick, and you know it's from some demonic sect enchantress, with an obsessive desire for control. Those strong cultivators weren't treated as fertilizer, so they must have some seriously good luck. Across from them, Yu Longair used a secret sound transmission to advise, all right, Elder, chill. We know super little about the Flower Realm Swordfinger, and the Flower Realm Primordial Spirit's traits are just plain weird. Fighting them is a total waste of effort. Looking visibly dejected, he replied, the young master is absolutely right. With that, he dispelled his manifestation, causing it to detonate.
Xie Yan clicked his tongue, saying, everyone, travel safe, while thinking. To save face, he just blew up his own manifestation. Talk about badass. The Kui family head from the Grand Heavenly Demonic Sect is truly something else. Scared, reckless, and obsessed with face. What a rare combo.
Alright, guests are all gone. With that, he dispelled his Flower Realm Primordial Spirit too.
Qiluo landed, appearing eager,
and said, Flower Among Swords has a special technique that's been linked to the Jungian spirit realm since early on. Yet, it can still defy the odds and suppress a primordial spirit of an innate level 4 expert. It's truly an eye-opener for me. It's just a pity that Datianma's sect has ruined everything at Ji Yuan Convent. Gongsun Nyangzi's dance, originally a flower blooming under the moonlight, is all for naught.
Xie Yan said. Lian Xiaojun, you've been watching this show from start to finish. Tell me, what did you really come for? I don't believe you just came to watch the dance. She replied. I am, after all, a Xiaojun of a prefecture. When something like the Datianma sect entering East City happens, even if I don't do anything, I have to be present. Otherwise, I'd be derelict in my duties. Luckily, you two stopped the Datianma sect, preventing greater losses. It's just a shame about Ji Yuan Convent, which took so much effort to build. The flower parade is coming soon, and Ji Yuan Convent can't expand its performances anymore.
Otherwise, you two should come to my Yumeng Tower. I'll arrange something for you.
Xie Yan thought. If I hadn't seen you almost burst into tears because someone was messing with you, I might have believed it.
Gongsun Hao replied to her, Thank you for your kindness, but we won't trouble Lian Xiaojun any further. She then asked the two, So, what arrangements do you two young masters have next? Although I couldn't make it up to Gongsun Nyangzi, the performances at my Yumeng Tower are also extremely special. I just opened a 20-year-old jar of wine last night, and I'm worried I can't finish it. If you don't mind, why not come to Yumeng Tower for a chat? Ji Yuntao replied.
Lian Xiaojun, you're too kind. Unfortunately, I have an appointment in the next few days, so I can't accompany you.
Then, what about Xie Gongzi? She asked again. While the system reported that she had received original praise points from her, the boy wondered. What does this woman mean? Does she want to play the game of manipulating others again? Or is she, like Ji Yuntao, treating me as a tool, even though there are original praise points? For this woman, praise doesn't affect her scheming at all, does it? Then the system reported again that she had received original affection points. He asked blankly. The praise before was still normal, so why did it suddenly turn into affection? After thinking about it, he said, That's not convenient. There's a younger sister at home who I'm worried about. I promised her that I would accompany her in the next few days, so let's talk about it another day. As he spoke, he thought, You're a powerful, innate level 4 expert, with so much knowledge, yet you fall in love so easily. Damn it, another person is trying to take over my body.
Lian Xiaojun shook her head and said, If it's so inconvenient, then forget it, Xiangongzi.
I admire you very much, without any trace of favor or benefit. 3 days later is my holiday, which is to enjoy flowers, enjoy the scenery, and get drunk in the spring breeze. If Xie Gongzi is willing to go on an outing with me, enjoy the flowers and wine, I'd be very happy. After saying that, she flew away.
Xi Ran, even with her mouth gagged, tried to say, Xi Ge is too popular.
He flicked her forehead and said, Stop talking nonsense. Your brother has serious matters to attend to.
At this moment, Gongsun Hao suddenly fell.
Xie Yan shouted, "Wo Cow, good brother, wake up." Xie Yan quickly went over to ask, "Good brother, are you okay?" The delicate young man replied, "I'll be fine. After a rest. I can't control the evil thoughts in my body right now. Don't come near me." After a while, the boy calmed down and bowed. "Thank you both for helping me. Gongsun Hao is very grateful." Shi Gongzi put on a polite facade and replied, "No need. It's right to help when seeing injustice, especially given our relationship. Saying thank you makes us strangers." Ji Yuntao, standing beside him, also added, "It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. How should we address you?" The young man turned to tease. He should reply, "You can call me whatever you want. I don't care. How do you like to call me?" A straight man like him only knew how to feel awkward in this situation, he said in a voice, "Cough, excuse me. Then I'll take the liberty of directly calling you Gongsun."
Xie Yan also came forward to formally introduce himself. "I am Xie Yan, currently the most favored personal servant of the sect leader of Ma Qing sect." The boy was a little surprised to hear this introduction and asked, "Personal servant of the sect leader? With Xie Gongzi's ability, shouldn't you be an elder?"
He fanned himself with his fan and replied with a ha-ha. "This humble one doesn't like vain reputations. It's enough to say a few words in the sect. As an elder, you have to manage a bunch of people. As a personal servant of the sect leader, you only need to serve the sect leader. Under one person and above 10,000 people, I live much more comfortably and happily than an elder."
This answer was indeed worthy of people's admiration.
"So it seems Shi Gongzi is also an emotional person?" he continued. "Then can you take me to meet Gongsun Zhanglao? To be honest, my purpose for coming to Dongdu this time is to discuss something with her." The boy asked again to make sure. "Gongsun Zhanglao, you want to find my Niang? My Niang doesn't often come to Jiwan Convent. If Shi Gongzi wants to meet, I can arrange a time." An incense stick later. On the carriage heading to Zedai, Gongsun Ranran sat and sighed, expressing regret. Yun Tao Bro. Truly a tragic hero. He met a beauty at night, but he had to go to the monk's temple. How bitter, how bitter. Xie Yan immediately diffused the situation for the absent person.
"I'm looking for Gongsun Zhanglao to discuss internal affairs of the Mao Qing sect." Yun Tao Bro is a sensible person who avoided to reduce suspicion. "Don't casually distort other people's thoughts. If you weren't my sister, I would have to avoid you too."
The little girl joked again, nudging his arm. "Lian Beauty is also a sensible person, a beautiful woman with high power. This little monk is very satisfied. Why doesn't the hero consider stopping with his vixen and try her out?" Xie Gongzi replied perfunctorily. "Haha, I thank you."
Gongsun Hao then suddenly affirmed, "Lian Xiaojun is very popular, loved by the people of Dongdu. If you stay in Dongdu for a long time, it wouldn't be bad to associate with Lian Xiaojun." Xie Gongzi was a little puzzled. "Good brother, are you very familiar with her?" "That's right. After all, you two are competitors. However, such a big thing happened at Jiyuan Convent. Why didn't Gongsun Zhanglao come? Was she hindered by something?" Those words seemed to hit home, making the young man fall silent in thought for a long while. Finally, he changed the subject. "Dude, you are seriously weird. Usually when people see me, they treat me like a girl. They either get grossed out and avoid me, or they flash some creepy, perverted look, and those who awkwardly call me young master are super rare. Only you look at me so normally, it's actually kinda hard to believe." He chuckled, replying with complete ease, "Oh, what's so strange about that? Women can wear men's clothes, so why can't men wear women's clothes? People these days have such double standards. I think it's discrimination against boys." In his heart, he thought, "What haven't I seen in my past life? What am I going to say about 56 genders? If I can joke around with people of various non-binary genders, then Gongsun Hao is perfectly normal. To be honest, who doesn't want to be close to someone beautiful and eye-catching? The problem is, all the girls around me before used to look at me with abnormal eyes, always wanting something more than friendship. It was annoying as hell," he continued. "It's still an ongoing process. Plus, I've always thought it's best to look at a person's heart. And when judging someone, you should look at their character and morals." Young Master Xie secretly mused, "Being next to a beauty like Gongsun Hao and not getting thirsty, isn't my body just way too relaxed?"
So to me, Brother Hao is just Brother Hao. You shouldn't mind what others think."
The young man was stunned again upon hearing this, asking, "Is that so?" A system notification popped up. "Received joy points, no dislike, not a single point, from Gongsun Hao."
Xiaoran's face lit up. "See, it's all superficial. What's on the outside is just that. Outside, little monk, you seriously have a bright future. Come chant scriptures with me."
he flat out refused. No thanks. Seeing him tease Xiao Ran so playfully, Gongsun Hao said with admiration, "You two siblings are so interesting."
Recalling scenes from her childhood, she grew even more melancholic. "It's a pity. For me, everything's still the same, but the people have changed. Time will never turn back. Father and Long-er no longer look like they do in my memories. And now, among the relatives by my side, the only one who truly understands me and treats me well is Mom." The Gongsun young master's vision began to narrow, only vaguely hearing young Master Xi's suggestion. "Brother Hao, I actually haven't researched much about women's attire. Let's discuss it sometime." Subconsciously, he still managed to voice his assessment. "You truly are a strange person." His consciousness was overwhelmed by the stupor, and the last thing he heard was, "Strange in what way? Hey, don't fall asleep. Why don't you tell me what kind of person Elder Gongsun is? This is my first time meeting her. I'm a little nervous."
How? The young man's soft voice came out of nowhere, making young Master Xi confused as he asked.
The beauty in front of him, with eyes half closed, said,
"Brother Hao sounds so stiff. My mom calls me a Hao. You should call me that too."
The figure by the jade curtain gazed out, looking absolutely stunning, almost ethereal, and said, "My mom's not exactly gentle, but she's super pretty. She won't give you a hard time. Seriously, don't worry." These words were indeed 10 parts reassuring. At Elder Gongsun's residence, a line of servants rushed about, carrying things, urging each other noisily. "Young master is back. Hurry, get ready. Faster, faster." 2 maidservants over here were boiling water for tea. 2 others were preparing towels and water for washing faces,
and the rest were meticulously selecting incense. All tasks were distributed skillfully and professionally.
5 or 6 maidservants approached the study together, urging, "Hurry, hurry, young master is almost here." He gently pushed the door open, and inside, a few warm, spring-like rays of light streamed out,
welcoming the young master home. As soon as the door opened, the room was bathed in light. Servants respectfully bowed. Everything was already prepared inside, just waiting for him to return. The moment he stepped in, several maidservants rushed forward to help him change, constantly saying, "Young master, wash your hands. Young master, drink tea. How did young master's skirt get torn?" When they noticed outsiders, these sisters surprisingly turned and greeted them warmly. "Oh, what a handsome young master, and such a lovely little lady. Are you guests? This is the top-ranked beauty of Yuhua. Who knew she'd come here?"
Gongsun Hao immediately introduced. "They're mother's old acquaintances. Treat them well."
Seeing this exaggerated display, Xie Yan and Xiao Ran's jaws dropped, and they exclaimed.
Xiao Ran, with hands clasped, continuously chanted Jin Yu Nuan, Wah Wah, no more annoying people around. No wonder the Gongsun beauty can stay clear-minded despite being surrounded by evil thoughts. Turns out it's because she has a gold mine at home, big sisters. Little monk understands now. Young Master Xi quickly chased after him, asking, "What do you understand?" But without waiting for an answer, he already had a guess in his heart. But seeing the sprout, one knows the tree. To be able to raise a child who can act independently and has no psychological issues like Gongsun Hao, Elder Gongsun already surpasses most parents in modern society. From behind the screen, a Hao's voice drifted out. "I'll go report the situation to my mother first. Please wait a moment outside the Chonghua room, both of you." A maidservant stepped forward. "Guests, please come this way," both agreed. All right. As they left and sat under a small pavilion in the back garden, his heart filled with immense admiration. She can make money outside and enjoy comfort inside. Elder Gongsun truly is capable.
The little girl observed the scenery, commenting, "Moths love light, often flying into fires to self-immolate. Yet you use night luminous pearls as wind chimes to attract moths, preventing insects from seeking death. And it's very interesting. How clever. These butterflies are truly beautiful," the maidservant gently explained. "These are Madam's specially bred blue butterflies," Madam says, inviting the moon, enjoying wine, watching the ephemeral Chonghua bloom and fade, listening to chirping birds, and seeing insects bump into night. Luminous pearls are the 4 most delightful things at night.
Afterwards, she casually and dotingly offered a juicy berry to Xiao Ran, treating her like a child.
Xie Yan also took the opportunity to ask, "How delightful. With a personality like that, Madam must be easy to get along with, right?" The maidservant suddenly announced, "Madam is here." The little girl, excited, her eyes shining brightly, laughed. "Big Bro said there'd be 2 generations of Gongsun beauties here tonight. Little monk is so blessed to witness this." Watching the person being supported by a Hado Hakao approach, she had finally arrived.
Xie Yan had been waiting for this moment.
Finally meeting them, he quietly called out,
"Elder Gongsun."
Next to Gongsun Hao stood a woman wearing a stark white mask.
Incredibly gorgeous. Xiaoran immediately whispered to him, Gongsun's wife is so conservative, covered from head to toe. Hearing this, he sternly corrected her. Tresk. Be polite, Gongsun Xiao then introduced. Mother, this is Xie Yan, the devilish jade young master, and his younger sister, Xie Ran. Young Master Xi, this is my mother. Xie Yan immediately bowed. Showing respect, Junior Xie Yan pays respects to teacher Gongsun.
Hao must have told you already.
The junior came to. Before he could finish, Elder Gongsun couldn't help but step forward and caress his face, praising, Ha ha, no wonder you're able to cultivate the flower among swords finger. So exquisitely crafted, like reality and illusion, wonderful, even more beautiful than in paintings, causing him to cough awkwardly and ask in confusion,
Elder, years ago, when I was still at the devilish passion sect, I'd imagined what kind of man could cultivate the flower among swords finger, and it was just like you. Ha ha, come, show me.
He slightly smirked, agreeing. If Elder Gongsun wishes, then allow me to display my meager talents.
He immediately pointed his finger, releasing a pink stream of energy, surprising her, who exclaimed, This is using the Dao arts as a sword.
In an instant, petals filled the courtyard. This grand opening was met with applause and praise.
Great, 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 the system announced. Received 001 praise points from Gongsun Biangxian. The elder also joined the butterfly's evening dance performance. A return to the flower among swords. Xie Yan followed along, performing a beautiful move. The true essence of spiritual energy moved gracefully, like a real person. Hands gently touching, the two figures danced in parallel, painting a beautiful scene. He borrowed a line to explain, I was inspired by Ahao's sword dance before, so I borrowed it to perform a scene, hoping the elder will like it. Gongsun Biangxian didn't criticize but praised. The beauty enters the Tao of flowers, original spirit, worthy of the flower among swords finger. Very beautiful, very satisfying. The moment her hand touched the spirit butterfly, it gently dissipated. Received spirit points from Gongsun Biangxian. Received more praise spirit points from Gongsun Biangxian.
The spirit points continuously increased bit by bit. Young Master Xie was overjoyed that the audience was satisfied, and said, It's good that Senior Gongsun likes it. This time Junior came to. He was interrupted again, and directly ignored, leaving him dumbfounded. The elder was attracted to the little girl, and gushed, This is your younger sister? She's so adorable!
Like a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally unadorned. You two aren't all beauties in your family, are you? Would you like some lychee ginger? It's sweet and sour. A good match with this wind chime. Randran didn't think much and naturally replied, Yes, please, she continued. I've watched all of Floating Fragrant Silly Flower. That Cloud Palace advancing melody is very special, with an endless aftertaste. Even if Jiu Wangguan puts in all their effort, they couldn't recreate the same effect as you singing. How did you come up with that little head of yours? He had to awkwardly reply. You might not believe it if I say it, but I actually sleepwalked to the heavenly palace and was taught by immortals. She seemed to understand something interesting, so that's how it is. No wonder there were sounds of many musical instruments that I've never heard of in the music, so you really went to the heavenly palace. Back then, sect leader Wen had many encounters, and often encountered things that ordinary people couldn't imagine. I didn't expect you to be the same. Is this the destiny of cultivating the flower among swords finger?
He was a little surprised when he heard this, and the little girl curiously asked,
The destiny of cultivating the flower among swords finger, can Senior explain it clearly? Xi Xiao saw the little girl asking so directly and scolded.
She ran, but the elder didn't care, and even agreed.
Want to hear it? Okay, Mother will tell you. I know a lot of interesting stories. I guarantee you won't get bored listening. At the hour of Zen in the late night, looking at the sky outside, she said, Aya, it's so late, let's call it a day. Let's call it a day. My snack money has been lost to you guys. No more playing. Standing in front of the mahjong table, the elder lamented. Ahehao obediently obeyed. Mother, rest. I'll take them back. The elder just grunted and left tiredly. The two Xie Yan siblings stood outside in a daze, full of doubts. What's going on? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? This golden light makes me want to return to secular life. Ahakyo turned around and asked in a deep voice, Did you want to take my mother back to the devilish passion sect? Oh, right, he slapped his forehead. I totally came here to convince Gongsun Elder to return with me, but I ended up getting led by the nose the whole time, with zero chance to even bring up Xiao Ran.
He then quickly justified, Well, even if the hero got sidetracked, Gongsun Madam's story was actually pretty awesome. You gotta admit, she probably guessed your intentions. That's why she didn't let you get a word in, Gongsun. Young Master paused, then stated, Young Master Xi, you're still missing the point, he asked again. She didn't let me say anything. Does that mean Gongsun Elder doesn't want to come back?
The little girl heard this and immediately chimed in with her guess. Isn't it obvious? Gongsun Madam has money, fun, and lives a carefree life like an immortal. Why would she ever go back? He agreed. That actually makes sense.
Ahao remained silent for a moment, then approached Xiao Ran and suggested,
Little sis, go play somewhere else. I need to talk to Big Bro. She was pretty much told to scram out of nowhere, leaving the girl utterly bewildered. Huh, came a sound. Suddenly, a pink key enveloped the little girl. It was the flower chamber True Chi's six senses sealing technique.
Brother Xie smirked smugly.
All right, I've sealed her six senses. Now she won't hear or see a thing Ahao wants to tell me. With a troubled look, Ahao explained. Don't get me wrong, my mom really doesn't want to go back to the Moqing sect, but it's not because she's unwilling to let go of money and fame. There's another reason entirely. I knew Gongsun Elder wasn't like that, so what actually happened? Xie Yan braced himself for the real, deep reason. The young master spoke, his voice laced with pain. When she was breaking through to the innate fifth stage, something unexpected happened. She suffered qui deviation. Every single word was heavy with emotion. Scene shift. Gongsun Elder is sitting opposite herself in a large mirror.
She had taken off all her masks, even her gloves, and placed them neatly beside the table.
Her long, slender hands were covered in wrinkled skin. Gongsun Hao, as if still unable to accept it, finally blurted out, She became a cripple. Gongsun Bianxian's face in the mirror was thin and covered in wrinkles of old age.
Gongsun Hao continued. The first time Mom ever mentioned the Moqing sect was right after Jiuwangguan was built. Everything was a total mess, so much to deal with. By then, nearly 90% of her innate true Qi was gone. What little was left was only enough for her to conjure up a few true Q butterflies to entertain herself. She said the Moqing sect had a detachment pavilion, so she would try to open Jiuwangguan. That way, any Moqing sect disciples who came to Dongdu could stay for free.
Even amidst her sorrow and vain hopes for detachment, her sectmaster's senior sister was a good person. Though she and her fellow disciples often bickered, they were still harmonious, and her returning wouldn't have been difficult at all. I can totally get why she refused. You see, my mom is naturally super proud and stubborn. With her cultivation power drained and having become a cripple, she absolutely refuses to let any old acquaintances see her in this state.
Xie Yan pressed. You mentioned Gongsun Elder had an issue during her breakthrough. What exactly went down? She answered honestly. I was being controlled at the time, so I don't know the exact details. My mom also refused to tell me anything. By the time I saw her again, it was already too late, and there was nothing to be done.
I wasn't there, and my own father, that guy, didn't even protect her. He didn't even want to pursue the matter further. The only person who could make him that hesitant is Guo Pingding. He understood. Ah, so that's it. No wonder Gongsun Elder took you away. When favoritism fades, even the most sincere feelings can't withstand constant erosion. That initial spark eventually dies out, which is truly regrettable. She looked at her hands and said, For someone with deep pride, sympathy is an invisible needle that stings, and if that needle comes from former sectmates, it hurts even more.
Even though life in Dongdu is peaceful, it's still a precarious situation, really. I won't object to you bringing my mom back to the Moqing sect. In fact, I'll even support it. At least that way she'd have a safe haven. But if she's unwilling, I can't force her, he sighed. Yeah, you're right.
Luckily, it's me who came. I have a unique ultimate skill, the Nirvana healing, which can cure all kinds of ailments and bring people back to their peak state, she asked, startled. A healing method? But my mom's injuries are really severe, I'm afraid. Seeing is believing. Seeing is believing? If you don't trust me, you can come with me and give it a shot. After that, the two went to see Gongsun Hao's mother. She angrily snapped. You must have heard something from Ahao, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come back and made this offer. Honestly, I didn't want too many people to know. And this rotten brat blabbed everything. Xie Yan interjected.
Ahao was just worried about you. Please don't blame him.
I truly can't hide anything from you. My mission in coming to the Great Tang, junior that I am, is to invite Elder back to the sect. Please, just give me a chance to try. Who knows, it might actually work.
She said, The reason I suffered quis deviation is incredibly complex, not something that can be fixed with ordinary methods. But looking at your stubborn face, I guess you won't give up, will you?
All right, fine. He used the Nirvana finger on her hand, he thought. Gongsun Elder's hand looks like. Could this also be from Q deviation? But with my Nirvana finger, any problem is a tiny obstacle.
System notification. 5 primordial points consumed for this Nirvana finger treatment. He was stunned. 5 points. Chi deviation is that serious, and it only took 5 points. Is the system broken or something? She let out a relieved sigh. Phew, I was pretty exhausted before, but now I feel completely refreshed, like I could even tackle another page of ledgers, Gong Sun Hao cheered. It worked. Xie Yan, however, was bewildered. So that's it. He tried using the Nirvana finger again. No way, let's try another Nirvana finger. Not only was there 0 reaction, but not even a single primordial point was deducted. The first time only took 5 points, and Gongsun Elder just seemed less tired, not actually recovered or anything. She praised. That's truly an amazing skill. If it were a regular injury, that one touch of yours probably would have refreshed someone's spirit 100-fold and brought them back to their peak, Gongsun Hao anxiously asked. Still nothing, he then asked, puzzled. Gongsun Elder, what exactly happened when you were breaking through? Why were you injured so severely? She said calmly. Failed breakthrough, hidden deviation, hidden injury. Simple as that. Hao just keeps thinking I was framed, and he won't listen to a word I say. He pressed on. Could you elaborate a bit? I come from the Mo Qing sect, so I know a thing or two about cultivation methods. Maybe I could even help you analyze it. Stroking her hair, she replied. It's a bit embarrassing, but my constitution is unique. I can't cultivate the Shanu Sutra, but I was the most talented disciple after the sect master's senior sister, and as competitive as I am, how could I possibly accept not being able to cultivate the Mo Qing sect's orthodox true inheritance?
So I spent all my time researching, trying to use the joyful secret art as a foundation to transform my constitution to match the Shanu Sutra, and of course it failed spectacularly. Consuming a portion of my lifespan, that's how I ended up like this. Haha, seeing that I didn't answer her, she asked. What's wrong with you? I replied. The lone Mingyu shines through the ages, meaning it pierces through the past and the future, completely draining the Yang life force, so her cultivation will remain as it is.
Is Elder Gong Sun trying to combine the Virgin Sutra and the Joyous Union secret arts to comprehend the demonic embryo Bright Moon body?
She asked again. Demonic embryo Bright Moon body. So it already has a name. If you say so, someone in the sect must have mastered it, right? I said embarrassedly. That's right, it's the sect leader's direct disciple, and also my wife, Shinzi.
She sighed. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward, and the old waves like me will probably be crushed to death on the beach, I explained. It also involves the spiritual energy infusion from the 9 sects gathering, and in fact, the spiritual energy infusion is the main reason, she said softly.
Oh, I said happily. Elder Gongsun, besides my wife, the sect leader is now at the 6th level of the innate realm, and there's also the unfathomable transmission elder. The demonic passion sect is full of talent now, so there must be a solution to your condition, I thought. I originally planned that if I could use the Nirvana finger to heal Elder Gongsun, then I'd shamelessly ask Gongsun Hao for guidance on the All Heaven's ultimate forbidden knowledge of that sword vein from the Great Heaven Demon sect.
The Mara True skill, which uses everyone's emotions as a source of power, and evil thoughts are also a type of emotion, is perfect for me, I calculated.
Since the Nirvana finger is useless, this request can't be made, I excitedly said. The past cannot be changed, but the future can be pursued now that Elder Gongsun has left the Great Heaven Demon sect. It's normal to return to the demonic passion sect. Moreover, the sect leader and the Great Elder always remember you, hoping you can return.
Elder, please bring Ahadeo back with me, I thought.
As long as I can return to the sect, I'll find a way to learn this ultimate skill. So this time, no matter what, I have to persuade Elder Gongsun to return.
She spoke. The sect leader now is Zhao Hongyan, right? That child is very smart.
Who knows? Suddenly she hesitated and fell silent,
then continued.
Who knows, she might laugh and say that I'm just torturing myself for nothing by cultivating spiritual energy.
Come on now, Xie Yan said in a panic. No way, no way. Our sect leader is beautiful and kind and would never think that way. Why is Elder Gongsun thinking so much? She said.
Do you understand Zhao Hongyan better than I do? I watched her grow up, how could I not know? Even if she doesn't laugh at me, with her disciple Zhu Yu in front, wouldn't others think of me as an example when they see her disciple? Too embarrassing, I'm not going back.
Don't go back,
Xie Yan said anxiously. Elder Gongsun, my wife's success is the result of perfect timing, location, and harmony among people. She definitely couldn't have done it on her own. It's very different from you researching it alone. Elder, trust me. Without the sect leader's support, Shinzi is nothing. If Elder Gongsun doesn't return, Gongsun Hao can't return. If Gongsun Hao doesn't return, who am I going to ask for the cultivation technique from?
Suddenly, Gongsun Hao shouted loudly, Is being laughed at worse than your current state? The sect leader is so powerful. If she can cure you, so what if she laughs a few times?
What does it matter, Mom? Stop making a joke out of your health. Let's pack up and follow Gongziji back to the demonic passion sect,
She said angrily. You little brat. You're lecturing me now. Fine, fine. A grown son doesn't listen to his mother. I can't control you anymore, Gong Sun Hao said. Can you stop being so stubborn? You don't have the strength to protect yourself right now, she said calmly.
If you want to go back, then go. I'm not going, Gong Sun Hao said angrily. Mom, she turned her back. Don't call me Mom. You are you, and I am me. I'm sleepy. Don't stay here and disturb me from sleeping.
Gong Sun Hao closed the door.
Xie Yan asked caringly. Ahao, are you all right?
He said.
It's okay. My mom is just a little stubborn. I'll persuade her, Xie Yan thought. Of course. I hope you can persuade her. That way you'll be happy, and I'll be happy. But the problem is, it seems a bit troublesome.
I consoled. No, Hao, based on my observation of Elder Gongsun and my understanding of women, I feel like we're going in the wrong direction. Maybe Elder Gongsun doesn't care about losing her strength, but something else Gongsun Hao didn't understand.
Something else?
I was born in the Great Tang, and might not know the demonic passion sect too well. Yu Hongyan, the sect leader, is extremely talented and stunningly beautiful. The great elder, Wu Lingxian, changed her cultivation to the yin demon skill, but still maintained her beauty. The second elder, Yan Mi Linger, is as passionate as fire and as bright as the sun. The third elder is cute and charming, with 1,000 kinds of allure.
And the fourth elder, my wife, Qin Xinzi, is one of the 5 beauties of the great Han.
Ahao asked. What are you trying to say? I replied. Elder Gongsun suffered a cultivation deviation, reducing her lifespan, and maybe her beauty has also faded a lot, otherwise she wouldn't hide her face,
she thought at this moment. Ahao. Losing the cultivation skill doesn't matter, since you're there to support me. But your mother was once a great beauty, and only Wu Lingxianzi could overshadow her in her most beautiful moments. Even if the cultivation skill can be restored, the aging from the reduced lifespan cannot be reversed. You little brat, you keep making people angry in front of outsiders. It's infuriating.
Back then, when I left the sect, Xiao Hongyan was just a child. But now she can be the sect leader on her own, and she still remembers me. The demonic passion sect has Xiao Hongyan and the Lingxians to support it. And in the future there will be successors like Xie Yan, and the fire of Qin Xinzi's private inheritance will continue to burn. It's all too good, but unfortunately, there's no longer a place for Gongsun Bianxian there,
Xie Yan said seriously.
The reason she doesn't want to return is because the old acquaintances are still beautiful like immortals, while she herself is wrinkled and ugly.
This is what torments Elder Gongsun the most. Shu Hao waved his hand and said, My mom's getting older, not uglier. Even if she gets old, she's still breathtakingly beautiful and has never been insecure.
Don't talk nonsense, Xie Yan asked. If Elder Gongsun really doesn't mind getting old, why does she wear a mask? Doesn't she want people to see her real face?
Shu Hao said.
Because she loves to study and wear jewelry. The main materials of that mask are ivory and white jade, plus pearl decorations. The exquisite craftsmanship makes it look very lifelike. She has a dozen masks like that, and wears a different one every day.
Shi Jian continued to ask. Then why is Elder Gongsun wrapped up tightly from head to toe, not letting others see even a bit of skin? Shu Hao continued. Because of physical weakness, exposure to wind and sun will make her uncomfortable. She also doesn't want to stay in the room all the time, so her clothes are all windproof and sunscreen. What's the problem with that? Shi Yan patiently asked. What about gloves? Shu Hao replied. She has a cleanliness fetish. If she doesn't wear gloves, she'll wash her hands a dozen times a day. Otherwise, she won't let you touch her without gloves on, Xie Yan realized. Each explanation is strangely logical. I'd be damned if I believed it.
And how? Are these explanations your own observations? Or did Elder Gongsun tell you? Zhu Hao honestly said. My mom told me, because since I was little, I needed a lot of effort to suppress the evil thoughts. My normal reaction is a bit slow and vague. She doesn't want me to be too indifferent, so she often talks to me,
Xie Yan wearily said.
The elder blocked all the truths because she didn't want you to worry. You really believe everything. The problem of aging is very troublesome. It seems that the World Master doesn't have the reversing age function. My Nirvana reverse fist doesn't have secret medicine. Cultivating spirit communication can increase lifespan a bit, but has no effect on aging.
Shu Hao sighed and thought. If there was something that could reverse time, that would be great. I'm not asking for a divine artifact. Just a little facelift would be enough. Even if Elder Gongsun agrees to let me fix her face with Nirvana, given her cheap and old state, what will she end up looking like? It's better not to fix it. What's the point of a mask, unless you replace the whole body? Xie Yan suddenly realized. There is. The treasure of the Huashen sect, the Bilu Shaguo, produced by Bai Yu Shaluo, can also make the body have a fragrance that attracts others and adjusts the body of the bearer, maintaining the best state of the body.
Xie Yan turned to Xie Ran and asked, Ran, how long have you been awake? Wait, what did you just say? Xie Ran said, I've been awake for a long time. If I wasn't afraid that you would seal the little monk again, I would have spoken a long time ago. As for the emerald sand fruit, at the Chao Lun competition, all the sects use treasures to reward or show off. The emerald sand fruit is one of the items displayed by the Hua Shen sect this time. This kind of fruit doesn't have much effect. Besides being fragrant and attracting bees and butterflies, it only has the effect of reversing age, retaining youth.
It is said that it is the reward that Lian Myron got when she was promoted to Right Envoy, but I have never smelled it on her. Maybe she doesn't wear it often. Xie Yan suddenly realized. So that's how it is? You know these things? Who told you? She stuck out her tongue and said, Liar, pants on fire. Not telling you.
Shu Hao asked. Fragrance that attracts people, Xie Ran said, Ahao, what's wrong with you? Xie Yan said, I thought of an old story. When it first opened, Jiyu Wang Tower once had a lei tai competition with Umeng Pavilion. Because of this, my mom even sold all her accumulated wealth, but Jiyu Wang Tower lost. Umeng Pavilion's trump card was breathtakingly beautiful, with a mysterious fragrance, winning everyone's applause.
My mom was so angry that she scolded Lian Xiaoyun for being shameless.
Cheating. I always thought she wanted to use Umeng Pavilion to make Jiyu Wang Tower famous. But combined with what your sister just said, it's really that mom wanted to restore her youth. Xie Yan turned away. Xie Ran asked, Ahahao, what are you doing?
Xie Yan enthusiastically said, Need you even ask? Of course I'm preparing gifts to go to the Hua Shen sect's branch and kneel down and beg. Xie Ran stopped him.
You? Wait a minute, did you let the dogs eat the brains of your competitors? Lian Qilua won't pay attention to you. Xie Yan suddenly realized. That makes sense. Then I can only sneak in and steal it. Gods who dare to block me will be killed. Buddhas who dare to block me will be killed.
Xie Ran panicked. Stop right there. You're just a Heaven 2 realm cultivator. Are you trying to fight the entire Hua Shen sect? Do you want to die? Xie Ran said. Gongsun Myren is extremely charming but not very smart, Xie Yan said. Leave this to me. Shu Hao shyly said. Xie Gongzi, you have helped me too much already. This matter is not related to you. It is better if you don't participate. Xie Yan refused. But I am more suitable to take action than you. If you feel it is too troublesome for me, let's make a deal.
I'll help you get the emerald fruit. Could you, perform that move again? Trisk. Heaven never closes all doors. Hasn't the opportunity come? Moreover, the intention to repay this time is even more natural than before. It is perfect. Xie Ran disdainfully said. So you are in the same league as Kui Rong, obsessed with Gongsun Myren's beauty. A dog takes the beauty first, and then watches sword dances every day.
Xie Yan immediately used the Huajian secret record angrily. Shut your mouth.
It's not a sword dance that I want to see. It is that stab of your sword, heaven-marked judgment sword. No one survives the blade. I have seen people cultivate with evil thoughts, and I even know a similar method myself. But your move of using evil thoughts to nurture the sword, drawing the sword to truly kill, has really opened my eyes. Shu Hao thought. This move is not for show, it is only performed on a specific person. Once used, I cannot control it. Xie Yan said, I know, aim it at me. You can have some faith in me. Even if you're faking it, you have to fake it all the way. Use a dummy to take a blow from him first, then let everyone study it together. Yeah, perfect strategy.
Shu Hao agreed.
Indeed, I should have faith in you. Okay, you wait for me here, I'll go into the room to get the sword. Shen Yan prepared himself. I've already started posing, Shen Ran said. I am looking forward to it.
Seriously, on a theoretical level, besides the Zhongtian realm which exists eternally and is self-generating, everything else will eventually die. Even if you mastered all 9 levels of the innate realm, you'd still kick the bucket. Though I'm only at the 2nd level of the innate realm.
Xie Ran shuddered slightly. That powerful, he chuckled. Just kidding. That's just theoretical. Xie Ran sighed in relief, I was saying. How could there be such a ridiculously OP move in this world? There's got to be a limit to underdog victories. Suddenly he realized, wait a sec, theoretically, how? Are you saying this move could actually surpass realm levels? Sun Hao said. Everything that is born will eventually perish. The principle behind this move is to use your own evil to attract the evil of heaven and earth, and then use that celestial evil to target and obliterate your opponent. Once the sword is drawn, a life is taken. Once a life is taken, there is death. Nothing can escape, avoid,
or be resurrected.
He was horrified.
The more I hear, the less I understand. This is even more unbelievable than the mystic eyes of death perception. At least the mystic eyes need to target the lines of death. If you miss, you just go blind. But this thing, draw the sword, and you're dead. No one can defend against that.
Sun Hao said confidently.
Of course it can be countered. And the one who can counter it is me.
Determining someone's death isn't easy, and the stronger the opponent, the longer I need to prepare. For true experts, that time is enough to escape far away, or even kill me instead. So, not being able to counter this move is just theoretical.
Xie Yan chimed in. No wonder you waited so long to strike Elder Guo. I thought you were holding back, and finally couldn't resist anymore before you killed him, he retorted. How could I, besides Long Er? I wish I could wipe out the entire Guo family.
Suddenly, he emitted many bolts of lightning. Xie Yan asked in confusion. Ahao, have you already determined my point of demise? He replied. It's just forming, but it's pretty stable. Your intuition is sharp indeed. If it were Guo Nu, he wouldn't feel anything until he was about to die. If you run away now, all my preparation would be wasted. If I attack you immediately, it would severely affect the efficiency of continuing to lock you down.
Xie Yan said confidently.
Rest assured, I'll stand here and let you lock on. I won't fight back, and I won't run. The negative karma is heavy, and very pure, but it's not directed at me. Is this what you call the evil of heaven and earth?
This kind of.
Reverse-directed negative karma is something I can't absorb with my current grasp of the Maga Luo True Skill.
Looks like relying solely on the Maga Luo True Skill won't be enough to counter his move. Moments later, the space remained silent.
He recalled how he felt nothing when he was an uninvolved bystander. Now that he was locked on, he felt his scalp tingling, his whole body sweating, and his hair standing on end.
Sun Hao said, although you're much stronger than Guo Nu, you aren't attacking me at all. I don't have to distract myself to dodge or deal with anything, so determining your point of demise is easier and faster.
So are you ready yet?
Xie Yan said in fear. No way. Every cell in my body is screaming in warning. It feels like facing an evil god, and he's only at the second level of the innate realm. Unbelievable. Can Xing Tian handle this? I can't gamble. If he can't, I'll have to compete for rewards with those weirdos who are hell-bent on suicide. So he used the flower between fingers sword, and the sword gave birth to Yuanling. Sun Hao suddenly released him. I knew you'd use that move. Your Yuanling really counters me. As long as it's here, my malice will dissipate like smoke, and I won't be able to continue attracting evil. Naturally, I won't be able to redetermine your point of demise. No matter what, this sword strike can't be unleashed.
Xie Yan spoke up.
The reason I wanted you to use this move on me was to tell you, there's always a higher mountain. Although your move is powerful, once it's useless against the person you've locked on, it'll waste a lot of fighting opportunities. I'm untalented and don't understand the path of malice very well. Ahahao. Why don't you tell me again how to cultivate this move? See if I can help you improve it. Where's Ran, my little sister? Don't worry about that girl. She's probably angry, because I've kept her locked up for too long. She probably got bitten awake by mosquitoes. Ran is a good sister. As her older brother, you should worry about the mosquitoes a bit. That's just on the surface. Anyway, back to the topic from before, Zhi Gongxi. You want to learn my Heaven's Judgment Death Strike, the sword that leaves no escape. I'm a bit curious to see if you can change something. The premise of improvement is that you want to learn it. That's not wrong. If you want to master the Heaven's Judgment Death Strike, the sword that leaves no escape, you must first cultivate the Great Heaven Devil sect's Immortal Heaven Devil scripture to the level of great accomplishment. But this is a dangerous and insane technique, with negative karma constantly clinging to you. You use evil to nurture your cryption cultivation. The stronger you get, the higher the chance of being devoured by negative karma. Only when you reach the stage of great accomplishment will it be a bit more bearable. The Great Heaven Devil sect has the Evil Water Lake, which is used to nurture evil. With dense negative karma, I soaked in that lake and grew up, and combined with my special constitution, it's easier for me to withstand negative karma and maintain a clear spiritual platform compared to ordinary people. I also had some luck along the way, seizing opportunities to suppress my cultivation realm, to cultivate to great accomplishment, and still be safe and sound. But even though I can easily suppress the evil now, I still can't forget the painful feeling of being devoured at the beginning, and I dare not recklessly raise my cultivation level.
This is not an easy skill.
So Hao is worried about this? Then that's no problem. Although I mainly cultivate the flower between fingers sword, I also have some research into negative karma entering the Dao. I'm definitely not just saying it casually. The Magaluo True Skill isn't just purely negative karma entering the Dao, but what I play with is the emotions of sentient beings, including negative karma.
Messing with evil, I ain't scared of nobody.
I see. Your martial arts are truly bizarre. The key itself doesn't seem malicious, but the end result is overflowing with told ya. I'm researching the path of evil intent, duh. If the current Huajian version of my Maluo Zhengong was easily detected, wouldn't that defeat the purpose of the disguise? Even so, I don't want to harm you like this. I'll give you the entry-level cultivation method of the Tianma Dao Dian first.
Practice it until you're fluent. Personally experience the extremes of this technique.
If you can still handle it then, I'll pass on the Tiandipan Si Jianchu Wu Hu to you. At the tavern, Hayo the Magnificent announces, skill successfully learned. Skill name, Tianma Dao Dian. Skill description. Nurture quit with evil. The key exists within the body. The body becomes the furnace, the soul, the grindstone, forging demonic malignant essences. Once the essence is formed, one can control the evil thoughts of all beings. Endlessly, the essence can be sacrificed to the evil of heaven and earth, creating a heaven-tier weapon, which when combined spreads across the 8 wastelands, oppresses the 4 seas, and fills the surrounding heavens and earth. Do not cultivate this technique lightly, for it will be loathed by all living things.
Cultivating this technique means being constantly surrounded by evil thoughts every moment.
If one doesn't have great willpower, they'll suffer a backlash. After reaching grand completion, the demonic malignant essence will transform into extremely yin and evil spiritual essence, forever unforgotten, current level, entry level. Sounds pretty rough, no wonder my good bro was worried about hurting me. I've experimented with so many demonic cultivation methods, but I've never encountered one as troublesome as this Tianma Dao Dian. You could call it a match for Chen Huang's Ba Nan Ma Gong. No becoming demons, no living. As long as I don't go crazy, I'll risk my life to cultivate it. Moreover, according to the description, even after reaching grand completion, there's still a risk of losing control. What a scam technique. How has Gongsun Hao lived such a miserable life? However, while it's extremely dangerous for other people, it poses no threat to me at all. I'm not afraid of being entangled by evil thoughts. My Ma Luo Zhengong specializes in dealing with this. After eliminating the danger, the benefit of the Tian Mahadao Dian using evil Qi to nourish Qi is immense. The cultivator's Zenki will be at least 3 times higher than someone of the same realm. After cultivating to a certain level, even the heavens and earth can be considered one's Dantian, completely eliminating worries about Qi depletion. The Bannan Ma Gong initially had the function of absorbing evil thoughts and converting them into Zhenki, but the Bannan Ma Gong still requires one to create evil thoughts themselves, while this Tian Ma Dao Dian doesn't need that at all. Infinite evil surrounds it naturally. Not just from living beings, even the evil of heaven and earth counts. There's just no comparison. As long as I can master the Tian Ma Dao Dian, my Zhenki will be eternally infinite.
Wait, my Jingtian, the meridian I opened, is also infinite, right?
What the hell am I cultivating for? Seems kinda noob. The only difference is that before cultivating, it was a small pond, and after cultivating, it's a large swamp.
Looking at it this way, it's actually meaningless. In short, let's just master the Tianma Dao Dian first. Without the pool of evil water that Gongsun Hao mentioned to assist it, countless evil thoughts are needed to cultivate the Tianma Dao Dian. It has a similar effect to the Huajian Jianzi.
All techniques that borrow the power of others for cultivation have some similarities. For example, that person's emotional value will be higher than normal. I have to find someone at the Xian Tian realm to try it out. If my guess is right, it will save a lot of time. Greetings, my lord, I have returned. What's the situation? I went to the Huashen sect branch and used the Qing aura observation technique. There really is a treasure aura, but there are 2 of them. Qing isn't sure which one it is. Alright, that's good. When the time comes, we'll sneak in and steal them all. If we can't steal them, we'll rob them. My lord, if you're like this, what's the difference between you and Gongsun Hao, beauty? How can there be no difference? He's at Xian Tian 2nd level, I'm at Xian Tian 3rd level. He's using his real identity to steal and rob. I have a bunch of disguises. Even if I'm exposed, no one will know that it was Xie Yan who did it. Okay, as long as my lord is happy. However, when I passed by my sister's room, she told me to tell you to reconsider all the bad things you've done to her. She wants to cut ties with you and divide the assets. Is she very angry? So angry that she's curled up in her blanket like a worm. That's good. Let me go take a look. What's wrong, Rancharan? No matter how bad Rancharan is, she's still at Xian Tian 1st level, meeting my requirements. Let's try using her. You're too mean. Isn't it just sealing her meridian points twice? I admit I was wrong. Don't scold yourself. I didn't do it on purpose. There was no other way in that situation.
What else did you want me to do? I've tried my best to coax you. Are you done, huh? What are you saying, my lord? Do you want to anger your sister to death? There's no other way, my lord has cultivated a new technique and needs some entry-level evil thoughts. Ran, don't you want your older brother to get what he wants? Quickly shed some tears of pearls to help your older brother cultivate. Although this monk eats meat and drinks alcohol, this monk cultivates seriously. This strong man expects a Buddhist cultivator to be moved by the slightest joy or anger. Is there something wrong with your head? Even if this monk's cultivation is not up to par and I harbor evil thoughts, this scene is definitely offered to my own beloved Xie Yan first. How could I distribute it to you? What is this strong man thinking? Crap, I forgot about the brother pitting technique that girl is cultivating. Ran, no. Then let's act out a deeply moving play. I'll push you to the brink of death, and you'll turn your love for me into hate. Hate until you go crazy.
No, Master. Qing is Master's guardian spirit. Even if Master treats me cruelly 1,000 times, I'll still love you like before.
Qing Why are you so hopeless? What does Master mean by that? Could it be that I have to follow the ways of the world of the god of war, capture the divine monk Giwa, and harvest them all at once? However, I just used the divine monk Giwa to make a dung pill, so they might be connected again. Alright, I have another option, Ran. You can continue to lock yourself up, no need to wait for me to come back. I almost forgot about this dung pill treasure. Xian Tian fake is still Xian Tian, not to mention they also have dung tribute. These two have deep-seated evil thoughts towards the sounds of pleasure. Their evil thoughts must be abundant.
Qingyi, get ready. We're going to attack the Kui estate again.
But my lord, the Kui estate hasn't been repaired yet. Master Kui Bei is currently staying in a temporary residence in the outskirts of Dongdu. It's very secluded. Isn't that even better? Even if they scream for reinforcements, they won't arrive in time. We'll strike quickly and retreat quickly. Welp, guess hubby's back. I was already clashing with my inner monk. And now if I fully master Gongsun Myron's swordplay, I'm gonna pop. No point in worrying about the future, I'm such an idiot, a total moron. Don't give up, big guy. The Kui Manor is crawling with hidden experts, and we've got tons of negative karma to work with. Yeah, but what good is it? One guy at Heavenly 3rd stage, plus 4 Xiantian experts at Heavenly 2nd stage. Quantity changed to quality. I almost blew my disguise as a baby. That was way too close. Good thing, I had a lot of negative karma. But even after all that planning, I couldn't circulate the Heavenly Demon scripture in time. The Mala True Art shamelessly stole all the negative karma and turned it into a sliver of potential. The main thing is, it's passive. My current Mala True Art can't contain it at all. Plus, the Mala True Art is rooted in my soul. Can't get rid of it even if I wanted to. With the Mala True Art in the way, even soaking in the evil pool of the great heavenly demon sect probably won't do much. Gong Sun Hao said the easiest way to get started is absorbing negative karma. But it's also the most dangerous. A real demonic shortcut. Most disciples of the great heavenly demon sect can't do it. The veterans all agree it's complicated. But the flattery route is the least risky. You subtly suck up to the heavenly demons. And you don't even need to absorb negative karma to get into the heavenly demon scripture. I'm too high level to go down that low road. But guess what? Now I have no choice. I gotta start killing innocent people. Raping, pillaging, being greedy, and ungrateful. The modern great heavenly demon sect has come up with 5 ways to get on the heavenly demons. Good side. Crap. Either they're too complicated, too time-consuming, or they cross my moral lines and mess with my values. This is too damn hard. I've decided. Those great heavenly demon sect disciples hitting up brothels for chicks is slow and lame. I ain't doing that. I'm going for something different. This woman has no good intentions, so I won't feel bad if I screw her over. Plus, she's strong AF. Like one versus many. She can totally help me get initiated in one shot. No need for me to hit on other girls. I know myself pretty well. It's easy to impress a woman as worldly and skilled as Lian Yuluo, but she's not going to fall in love with me. Besides, she's switching up her affections way too fast. If she doesn't have an ulterior motive, I'll eat my hat. Plan change, Qingyur. I'm going to seduce Lian Yuluo. You take this chance to infiltrate the Flower God sect. Once you find the Azure Relic fruit, we'll swap. That way, Lian Yuluo won't just be my tool for cultivation, but she'll also be someone who witnessed firsthand how perfect I am. This tree ain't bad. Guess I'll pick it. Gazing with heartfelt longing through autumn waters, I await your return, unable to suppress my joy. According to the heavenly demon scripture, the heavenly demon of the great heavenly demon sect isn't just about specific methods, but it's like the great Dapo of swords. It's a name for the practice that aims to embody a set of rules,
a dabo, a concept. Yesterday's rulers now accompany the enemy. Those who can meet and roam free beyond mortality with clear minds may use dance that transcends death to entice.
This means instead of the traditional initiation by nurturing intent with evil, the heavenly demon method is to stimulate resonance with the heavenly demon Dabo, achieving enlightenment and entering the sect.
The stronger the resonance, the more you understand. But I only need to get initiated, then level up. Using the system, I don't care how much I understand.
Grass and trees sprout, mountains open in spring, startled birds emerge from the water, white gulls wetting their wings with dew, clear streams line the fields, dogs bark not far away. Now to complete the ritual setup, once I handle things with Lian Yiluo, I can get initiated into the heavenly demon scripture.
At noon in Peach Blossom Stream, meet in the eastern capital. I hope your heart is like mine, desiring to see the beautiful scenery. Sniffle Lian Yiluo is so talented. Chinger is smitten. Chinger, stop reading. You're ruining the mood. Who told you to? This ritual needs Big Guy to be fully committed. Ching Fora can't help. She can only help Big Guy read. Lian Yiluo's reply.
Now I just need to know when, where, and what time to meet. I don't need to read those extra words before that.
Big Guy. It's normal for you to be admired. Why are you reacting so strongly to Lian Yiluo? Could it be that she's also into Big Guy? Ching Yi, you don't get it. Smart women don't fall in love easily, especially if they're smart and rational. This reply is so cheesy it makes my skin crawl. Lian Yiluo's got some deep thoughts. I've only met her a few times. It would be weird if she fell for me.
Even if I have superhuman charisma and I'm exactly her type, she wouldn't fall in love at first sight during my glorious moment at Liu Fang Wu Hua. It has to be at that awkward moment at Jiyu Wang Guan that's super suspicious. Or maybe she felt something when she saw Big Guy.
Haha. Ji Yun Tao is a pretty boy about my level, and she scammed him without batting an eye. You think she's the type to be swayed by looks, even if she feels something? With Yan Ruyu as a precedent, I know that when it's time to scam someone, emotions don't stop these girls. Big Guy's right.
Thinking about Lian Yiluo's personality, bringing the azure relic fruit to increase the success rate of seducing me isn't impossible.
If that's the way it's going, things could get tricky. Then Ching'er is useless now. Besides seducing, Big Guy's also in charge of scamming wealth. This is really not good. Sniffled Ching'er thinks people are so complicated. Dongdu is so scary. Not just my side. The great heavenly demon sect is acting strange too. They suffered a loss, yet they're temporarily holding back. They haven't continued to bother Gongsun Elder and her daughter, but a clash is inevitable. Once I get the azure relic fruit, the Malafake is not urgent. I still need to coax Gongsun Elder back to the demon sentiment sect first. Phew, finally done. Even though the things behind are very troublesome, but the initial ritual is quite simple. Ching'er 4, step away a bit, I'm starting here. Tao resides in the earth. The self manifests in the heavens. The sword inscription proposes the Tao using offerings to seek good fortune, giving birth to radiance, using offerings to awaken, guiding fire to become willows, using offerings to give birth to green, water gives birth to spirits.
Please bestow the divine power upon the bones, guiding the connection between heaven and earth.
My lord, look, it's burnt to a crisp, yet it's still moving.
Qingjier, don't stare too hard, it's horrifying. Gongsun Hao was right about this. No wonder he said it's best to close your eyes when marked by the heavenly demon. Not to mention the dark, damp feeling all around. This thing is truly terrifying. The first time I was struck by the Yi Dao's heavenly demon curse, it was also a heavenly demon's mark. Except that was the so-called outer realm heavenly demon. Seems like this heavenly demon is indeed different from that one. The feeling is completely different.
Ah, here it comes, Ching'er. Cover your mouth. Don't scream anymore. It's almost over. Almost over, my lord. The fire-led sacrifice is missing one last step after the mark reversal, the heavenly demon's ambrosia. Only by drinking the ambrosia can the entire ritual be completed. My lord, do you hear something? Ching'er hears something. Yeah, I hear a heartbeat coming from inside the egg. My lord, you're really going to drink that? It looks like cursed poison. We've come this far. How can we give up now? No matter how you look at it, this ritual doesn't fit the style of the main world.
I wonder where the great heavenly demon sect got it from.
Let's bottoms up. My lord, what's wrong, my lord? What's happening, my lord? It's nothing, so this is the feeling of being stared at by a heavenly demon.
Inadvertently, I saw a pitch-black road of the great Dadio ahead, with demons and monsters all around, eerie voices urging me to quickly offer the covenant with the Dago. This kind of stare doesn't have any offensive power, but it really numbs the mind, affecting both daily cultivation and combat. I must quickly complete this task, otherwise, sooner or later, I'll be tormented to the point of a nervous breakdown.
My lord has to sell his looks again. Living is really not easy. Qinger can only sigh. Relax. When it comes to seducing women, I'm not afraid of difficulties. Moreover, she's offering herself willingly. A mere yuan chi luo is no match for your lord. Where did she say to meet? And what time? 11:45 a.m. Peach Blossom Valley of the Eastern Capital. At the Peach Blossom Valley of the Eastern Capital, what a stunning and graceful beauty. Lian Xiaoyun today has a truly affectionate demeanor. The scent on Lian Qiluo is no different from the other day. Looks like she didn't bring the emerald sand fruit with her. Is she confident she can attract me? That's fine. This master doesn't need someone doing two jobs. Logically speaking, the system wouldn't deceive me. Lian Qiluo's admiration for me must be genuine. Lian Xiaoyun, you came early. Have you been waiting long? Perhaps she's not greedy for some dual cultivation with this body. After all, she comes from a reputable sect. Moreover, the system hasn't mentioned greed, but really, the timing of when she has genuine feelings of admiration is really too coincidental. Why do I feel like I'm plotting against Xie Daoyun again? But it's the other way around now. Shi Gongzi, you've arrived. Facing this kind of girl who offers herself at the door, playing a heartbreaker is extremely simple, but no matter how simple, I still need to feign affection a bit. Heaven knows if this feigned affection of mine will fall into her trap. At that time, I'll lose everything and become a laughingstock. However, this possibility is very low, but I can't help but be cautious. From afar, I already see Xiaoyun hiding among the flowers, under the peach tree. Is she perhaps mimicking the act of burying flowers by Yi Huaming? So I'll observe what her purpose is first. Frowning while burying flowers is just an image using flowers as a metaphor. Rootless flowers buried in a grave. A person's life outside the grave is like drifting duckweed. Ordinary people like Tai Shen don't have such hobbies. Shi Gongzi has guessed wrong. So what does Xiaoyun mean by doing this? Based on my experience of being pursued by girls, perhaps she's attracting my attention or something. Swallows fly. Mandarin ducks sleep. Every branch and blade of grass has awakened. The falling petals are delicate. Only the tiny things on the ground are still fast asleep. Tai Shen raises a swarm of bees. Here I came to see how they're doing through the winter. The scenery here isn't bad, so I took the opportunity to invite Xie Gongzi here too. You raise bees underground. Ah, Xie Gongzi, look. They're flying out. Oh, they really are bees. This type of bee only builds nests underground. They're chubby and don't fly high. They're great at collecting pollen, but only operate near their nest, never straying far to find flowers, limiting their range. Generation after generation, they won't see any other scenery besides this peach blossom forest until the end of their lives. This girl really is something else. I thought she'd show off her intelligence and cleverness, conquering me with the aura of a powerful female lead. Didn't expect her to go in this direction. Regarding the Liu Fengwu flower incident, perhaps Shu Gongzi has already guessed Tai Shen's foolish actions. I'm truly sorry if I gave Shu Gongzi a bad impression of the Dongdu government. The reason Tai Shen invited Shu Gongzi out was to explain a bit, to resolve any misunderstandings. I didn't expect Li and Yushi to bring it up first. Don't worry, it's been a while, I'm over it. Shu Gongzi is generous and tolerant, but if Tai Shen doesn't explain clearly, I fear Shu Gongzi will always think Tai Shen has ulterior motives. Either way, it's not a good thing. Since Lian Xiaoyin has put it this way, alright, I'll listen to your explanation. Is she playing the damsel in distress card? Going against expectations? This is getting interesting. Let's talk. As we walk, Shu Gongzi said he'd introduce the sights of Dongdu to Gongzi, can't waste any time. Arranging for you two to confront Kui Rong, Tai Shen has nothing to say. Tai Shen and Kui Bei are both the Fuyin and Xiaoyin of Dongdu. No matter what our personal feelings are, we can't show hostility on the surface. As for why I dragged you two into this, it's actually related to an old incident. Kui Rong once kidnapped a young disciple of the Flower God sect. The matter was eventually swept under the rug, and Kui Rong didn't receive any punishment. The kidnapped child suffered immense trauma. Her cultivation didn't improve, and she eventually left the Flower God sect. That child wasn't very smart, nor did she have outstanding talent. Xiaoyin and Fuyin didn't need to create conflict because of her. The Flower God sect certainly wouldn't bother the son of Elder Lu Guanzong for a normal disciple, and even benefited from the situation. Kui Bei even passed a proposal that he had suppressed Tai Shen for a long time. Everyone except her had a perfect ending. Tai Shen benefited as well, so the matter was dropped. If it was such a perfect ending, then why did Lian Xiaoyin drag Yuntao Huimin and I to target Kui Rong? Because something similar happened again. Just that day, at the Liu Fengwu flower event, Kui Rong once again forcibly harassed a disciple of the Flower God sect in broad daylight. Luckily, Tai Shen discovered it and stopped him in time. I angrily rebuked him, only to discover that this scumbag had long forgotten the girl he ruined back then.
This time, Tai Shen refused to compromise.
I remember that when I collected the divine resentment spirit, I did hear Kui Rong admit to this. Perhaps Liankila isn't lying, so she really is venting her anger for the disciple, deliberately targeting Kui Rong.
Kui Rong is way too full of himself, and he only has a little bit of literary talent. Then I'll inflict a severe blow to him in that area, trample on him, and crush the thing he's best at. From now on, whenever he writes poetry, no one will praise him. They'll only think of the embarrassing scene he made at the Liu Fengwu flower event. With Kui Rong's personality, that might be even worse than killing him. But I really didn't expect that this idiot Kui Rong would actually like Gongsi Niangzi. Thinking about his dumbfounded expression after learning Gongsi Niangzi's identity, I want to laugh every time, haha. Ah, well, that part was indeed unexpected. As for borrowing Jin Gongzi's help, it's because Jin Gongzi is both talented and kind-hearted. If we succeed, he won't turn against me. He's the perfect person to trick. Ah, please don't tell Jin Gongzi the last part, Shu Gongzi. Yun Tao Huiyin is a righteous person. He really won't turn against Lian Xiaoyin, so Lian Xiaoyin invited me out to atone for her sins, because she thinks I'll turn against her. Shu Gongzi misunderstands Tai Shen. Tai Shen really wants to befriend you. Tai Shen comes from the flower god sect, and I love flowers and beautiful things. Shu Gongzi's appearance is handsome, and you have the powerful Huajianjianjihi. Isn't it normal for me to be attracted to you? But most importantly, 100 years ago, the sect leader of the Ma Qingzong, Wen Tingjun, once researched cultivation methods with the predecessors of the flower gods sect, creating great achievements together. 100 years later, Shu Gongzi, as the successor of Huajianjianjihi, has come to the Great Tang and met Tai Shen. Isn't that fate? Is that true? Wen Zongchu was acquainted with the flower god sect's predecessor. Could this predecessor be Yuan Ling of Wen Zongchu? I'm not too sure about that, but that predecessor was a famous beauty who always longed for Wen Zongchu, so I'm very curious. Just how handsome does a man who cultivates Huajianjianji have to be? After meeting Shu Gongzi, I finally understand. If that Wen Zongju was a man like Shu Gongzi, then it's understandable that the predecessor longed for him. I didn't expect Lian Xiaoyin to think so highly of me. I'm a little embarrassed. Not at all. Shu Gongzi is just joking. Tai Shen is only speaking from the heart. Haha. Is this what Liankila is like? In private? I don't know if she's acting or being genuine, but even if she's acting, it doesn't prove anything. Women can pretend anything for love. As for whether Liankila's inner self and actions are consistent, thinking about it, Liankila's sudden change of feelings towards me really was after seeing me unleash the Huajianjianzihi, so thanks to the blessing of the old sect leader Wen Tingjun, a junior like me gets to benefit. Logically, it makes sense, but I have to keep observing. Speaking of which, what are Shu Gongzi's two Yuan Ling like? Why are they both wearing hats? We met while traveling, went through some things, and got close for a while. The way the Yuan Ling looks now is how we looked when we first met. They said it was their standard travel outfit. So that's how it is. Shu Gongzi must have a lot of stories, right? Just hearing about your travels makes people's hearts flutter. What's up with that? Hasn't Lian Xiaoyun ever been outside? The situation in the Great Tang and Great Han aren't the same. Sects here are basically government reps. Most disciples can't just bail from their sect area whenever they want. Even if they do go out to train, there are a million rules and restrictions. Can't just up and leave. When I was little, I wasn't strong enough, and always got left behind on those training trips. Just stuck in the sect, never got out, grew up, got a bit stronger, but then I started getting official duties, so still couldn't leave. So that's how it is. Without even realizing it, I've been staring at the same Dongdu scenery for like 15 years. Lian Xiaoyun, Xie Gongzi. I'm really happy you came to the Great Tang. To Dongdu, I'm glad I can see scenery beyond Dongdu. Shu Gongzi said he wants to make it up to you, but when I really think about what I can offer, Xie Gongzi probably wouldn't even give it a second glance. Guess I gotta find another way to repay you. Born here, raised here. I'll show you Dongdu through my eyes. Xie Gongzi, take a look at everything. What do you think? I just want to see the scenery like you said, along with that time. Good disciple. Wake up. Teo care, wake up, huh? Shifu, where is this place? Good disciple, this is that person's dream realm. My dream realm, Shifu. You finally mastered the way to enter dream realms. That's right. Your teacher combined old ancestor Chen Zhuan's congenital sleeping skill and the Qingming Dao's dream soul divine travel great art, and finally created the Grand Zhuan dream entry technique. Good disciple. Isn't your Shifu awesome? Awesome. So awesome. When you came back, the reason your Shifu was in seclusion was to research this divine power. The scenery of this immortal mountain cloud sea is pretty nice, just as expected. Your dream is just a corner of the mountains and sea's great world.
That's right, Shifu. Then what's over there?
Ji Yundao's Shifu turned his head and said, "Didn't expect the Ziwei star has rotated for so many years in the Great Han, but it's still our Grand Xuan sect's disciples' turn. You returned from the mountains and seas great world. Did you gain anything?" Ji Yundao replied, "Disciple learned a lot. The inheritance of the immortal Dao truly broadened my horizons. Furthermore, the great Dao of the mountains and seas great world is much lighter than ours. After experiencing it,
Disciple can unleash power several times, even dozens of times greater. There were definitely some gains." Hearing his disciple's answer, he smiled, stroked his short beard, and said, "That's good then. The great Tao of the mountains and seas, great world, is extremely strict and a bit picky. Unfortunately, I don't have a corresponding body over there, otherwise I could release my consciousness to take a look." Ji Yundao immediately said, "That translocation stone from the Fangexin Tri, besides the Ziwei star, no one else can use. Otherwise, Yundao could have taken Shifu there to experience it." He listened, then jumped up several high peaks and shouted back, "When I reach the innate 9th level, I'll naturally go take a look and meet those Emperor Lords."
"Good disciple, this time you saw the great Emperor's Ziwei. Did you feel any familiarity?" Ji Yundao chased after him and replied, "That's right. Disciple discovered that the appearance of that Emperor Lord is very similar to the portrait of the founding ancestor in the Ancestor Hall. Furthermore, he seems to care a lot about the Grand Xuan sect, and asked Disciple a lot about the current situation of the Grand Xuan sect."
Could it be that the meaning of that person is that the great Emperor is our Grand Xuan sect's founding ancestor?
He narrowed his eyes and asked her.
Yundao walked closer to him and said, People from the mountains and seas great world probably can't enter our world, Disciple feels like. Could it be that the founding ancestor is that great emperor's corresponding body?" He clasped his hands behind his back and closed his eyes, saying, "Reversed, reversed." She didn't understand, and asked again. He then explained, "It must be reversed. There's one more thing you must understand. No matter what those extraterrestrial gods and demons say, you must firmly believe one thing, the supreme world of the extraterrestrial heavens." Hearing this, Ji Yundao said, "The supreme world of the extraterrestrial heavens. But the mountains and seas great world is not inferior to us. Disciple can still fight with those true immortals, but is completely no match when encountering heavenly immortals, golden immortals, let alone higher existences like the grand beginning immortals, grand all-embracing immortals, along with the strongest four directions Emperor Lords, who are probably at least the innate 9th level. It's baseless if they are any stronger. But once you admit the baseless, it can also become reality."
The Buddha, the Tao, the immortals, demons, gods, and saints recorded in the ancient books of every sect's cultivation techniques are all, in the end, different aspects of the great Tao. This world has a fundamental difference from those personifications of the extraterrestrial gods and demons.
The Buddhist school has countless theories on consciousness only, and the Confucian school offers explanations for nothing exists outside the mind. While our Taoist school can't fully endorse them, we do admit there's some truth to it. The consequence of these baseless ideas actually materializing is that the great Tao of this world has been seized by those outer realm fiends and gods, who constantly drain our inner strength for their own gain. His master turned to look at him and continued, "That's why, apart from a handful of sects with unique cultivation methods, the major sects rarely disclose information about the outer realm to disciples below the 4th innate stage. Your knowledge is too narrow, and you're easily influenced." Ji Yundao realized this with a start, then bowed and cupped his hands, saying, "This disciple humbly accepts your guidance. However, before this I've already..." Not waiting for him to finish, his master continued, "The influence isn't significant. The ones truly sustaining this world right now still aren't us. Your understanding is still very important, but not that important. However, ultimately, this world will belong to you all. It's not too late to start embracing the understanding of the supreme outer realms now." "Your mistress is calling me from outside." "My boy, you're currently in the Great Hall, apprehending some Mo Luo Lao Zu, right? Why are you being so relentlessly thorough?" "That's right. In the Great Mountain Sea World, this disciple heard there's someone called Mo Luo Lao Zu, who occupies many worlds, and has been at odds with the 4 emperors for over 100,000 years. Now that I'm back, and suddenly hear this, Mo Luo Lao Zu, alias, I want to see if there's any connection between them."
He's been clashing for over 100,000 years. Time in these worlds is truly cheap. Anyway, whether you capture him or not, don't return to Great Han for now. Wait until your master discusses the Ziwei star matter with the Imperial clan. Then I'll contact you. Yes, this disciple obeys your command.
Ji Yuntao woke up from his dream conversation with his master. He sat on the bed, muttering, "Baseless, huh?" Over with Xie Yan, he was out for a stroll with Lian Qile. The two walked and chatted merrily. They stopped when they reached a bridge.
Lian Qile leaned on the railing, saying,
"This is the longest I've ever given a tour. I wonder if the arrangements were all right, young Master Xie. Are you bored?"
Hearing her question, Xie Yan, standing next to her, replied, "Being alone with a beauty like young Mistress Lian, anything we do feels significant. How could I possibly be bored?" Seeing his reply, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly, then said, Hearing your tone, you must say that to more than just me. You're quite the ladies' man." She hesitated a bit, then continued, "Today is almost over. I'd like to take young master to one final spot."
"It's my secret garden, young Master Xie. Would you like to come?" Her face flushed as she asked him, He didn't quite get it, so he just blurted out, At the foot of Xiaonan Temple, a subsect of Vermilion Bird Temple, in the eastern capital, a boat was slowly gliding on a wide river. Xie Yan stood looking up at the distant mountain, asking, could it be that Envoy Lian's secret garden is at the foot of Xiaonan Temple, the subsect of Vermilion Bird Temple? That's quite tricky. Hearing him say that, Lian Qile smiled and replied, "Exactly. That way no one would ever associate it with me. Isn't that clever?" Holding a flower in her hand, she continued, "Xiaonan Temple discovered wild 3 jewels Udumbara flowers halfway up the mountain and asked me to cultivate them. That's how I found this hidden spot. The 3 jewels Udumbara is incredibly precious, so I often come to protect them, which doesn't raise any suspicions." She looked at the flower in her hand, then lightly blew on it, and the petals of the flower in her hand drifted away. Wherever the petals flew, flower buds instantly burst open, and flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, brightly lighting up the river with 2 lines of blossoming flowers along its banks. Xie Yan gazed at the blooming flowers and exclaimed, "So beautiful." Lian Qile shyly glanced at him and said, "Initially, I transplanted 10 saplings, but only 1 survived. I almost cried. But now they're thriving, and getting a compliment from young Master Xie makes all the hard work worth it." Their boat continued to drift slowly on the river. She pointed and said, "We're here." With that, the boat gradually entered a grotto within the large mountain. As they entered, they conversed. "This grotto is pretty obvious. Didn't others discover it?" "What about the monks on the mountain?" Xie Yan wondered. But after successfully transplanting the 3 jewels Udumbara, I negotiated with the abbots of Vermilion Bird Temple and Xiaonan Temple, and this spot now belongs to me." Hearing her reply, he immediately said, "To be able to get a piece of land from the Vermilion Bird Temple, young Mistress Lizian is truly impressive." Praised by him, she chuckled softly and said, "It's not as complicated as young master thinks. I merely diverted the water source for the 3 jewels Udumbara deep into the grotto. That way, no one will accidentally cut it off, and I can come and go any time I wish." Xie Yan turned to look around and continued, "If this is your secret garden, then it turns out young Mistress Lian likes quiet, dim spaces." Lian Qile gently opened a box in her hand and said, "Normally it's hustle and bustle, but when I'm alone, I really do like peace and quiet. As for the dimness, it's because it serves as a backdrop to highlight other things." From the box flew out fireflies, glowing brightly wherever they went. Their boat passed through a grotto with shimmering rock walls. Seeing it, Xie Yan was surprised. "This is?" Lian Qile looked at him and replied, "These rock walls are mostly quartz, emitting a faint glow in multiple beautiful layers. Whenever I'm in a good mood or extremely unhappy, I really love being here, catching a few fireflies, and watching them glow in this pitch-black darkness." She gently raised her hand and continued, "Once all the fireflies fly away, it's both dark and utterly still, as if the world has vanished, silent in the void. Only I remain, free and unbound, as if I could go anywhere." She retracted her hand. "But with walls surrounding me, I can only rely on a few illusions to ease my mood." With that, she gently brushed her hand against his. He looked up at her. "Lian Yuxi," she went on, "I, as a Shaoyin, belong to the common folk, an incorruptible official, and as a Yuxi, I teach my disciples and love my fellow sect members. No one can ever find fault with me, but I'm truly just so exhausted. Whether it's life or people, nothing ever changes. My fate is like a stagnant pool of water that withered ages ago." She gently brushed her pinky against Xie Yan's, then leaned in close and said loudly, "Young Master Xie, how about you take me away? Let's ditch Eastern Capital, ditch the Huashen sect, and be a free-spirited couple, just like a pair of mandarin ducks." The system notifications kept flooding in. Receive +0, 01 affection points from Lian Qile. Receive +0, 01 affection points from Lian Qile.
Receive +0. 1 affection points from Lian.
It took him a moment to snap back to reality. Then he stammered, "Lian Xiaoyin, are you serious?" But she just chuckled, quickly pulled her hand back, walked to the bow of the boat, and turned to look at him, saying,
"I was just kidding, young Master Xie. Did I scare you?"
She turned her back to him. Well, that was truly the end of it. Seeing her strange behavior, Xie Yan mused. Her emotions and actions always line up. All this time, I haven't detected any malice from her, not even a hint of greed. Is Lian truly into me, or does she have some other agenda? Now I'm not even sure anymore. Suddenly, Qing'er's voice echoed in his mind. "Brother? Your Excellency! Your Excellency!" Qing'er has pinpointed the exact location of the treasure light. Lian sat gazing at the starry sky, murmuring, "Perhaps I've been a bit too enthusiastic in entertaining young Master Xie tonight, haven't I? Otherwise, young Master Xie wouldn't want to return the favor by making me wait a moment." She then blushed shyly and recited, "My form, a drifting cloud, my heart, a willow's down, my breath, a silken thread, naught but a wisp remains, a lingering scent in this cloudy sky. Where will you wander, my dear? What fruit will you bestow upon me?" She tilted her head, her gaze fixed on him, and asked.
At a branch of the Hua Shen sect, two maids were chatting. "So, Yushi still isn't back?" one asked. The other replied, "Not coming back early. That just proves the meeting went super smoothly."
Suddenly, a shadowy figure streaked past. Demonic lotus true art, 6 breaths, wind severance, 2 streaks of black light shot straight into their necks.
A moment later, they both came to, looking at each other. "Why did my vision suddenly go black just now?" one asked. "Mine too," the other replied. "This is a sign of blood loss. Looks like that Fu Yinxi really messed us up badly earlier. I swear, Zheng Shengtian and I can't exist under the same sky."
Xie Yan zipped inside. As he moved, he mused. Xingzhi mentioned that when she got here, a flash of treasure light appeared and then vanished. Maybe Lian has it on her, and the remaining treasure light is in her room, the one I couldn't get into. So, it's a restriction that even wards off ghosts, huh?
Demonic lotus true art, vermilion breath, demonic breath. He placed his hand on the restriction, HMPH, but it can't stop me. With my vermilion demonic breath, I can shatter any restriction. The restriction was destroyed in an instant. He opened the door, slipped inside, and it silently closed behind him. Once inside, he activated the demonic lotus true art's aura tracing. Didn't sense any unique aura. The emerald sand fruit isn't some rare, self-hiding divine item, so why can't I pinpoint its exact location with sense sensing? Fine then, I'll just check the map. I'm bound to find it somehow. Suddenly, he was surprised. He noticed a hidden gap below, a secret space. He immediately slipped inside. This must be Lian secret chamber for secluded cultivation, huh? Aura tracing. His attention zeroed in on an item. Found it. The shape and feel. There's nothing else here that resembles the emerald sand fruit more. He reached for the book on the table. This is Lian date plan. Why are there also makeup notes? He flipped through the pages and read. Meet at Peach Blossom Valley at the 3rd quarter of Xi. Take a boat through the canal. Go see Du Shoal. Master Xi's disposition is free and unrestrained. No need for overly intimate contact to displease him, just be natural. The emerald sand fruit has miraculous effects, but besides its aid. After it's done, Master Xi will definitely be furious if he finds out. Give up. As he read Lian meticulous notes, his mouth twitched. She researched me that thoroughly. Notes on how to win me over. He continued to read Lian innermost thoughts. Perhaps I'm not Master Xi's type. I only hope we can treat each other with sincerity. For Master Xi to know that Lian genuinely doesn't wish for forever. I just want to shed the past animosity, truly know each other, exchange our hearts, and forge a profound memory. Quote, after finishing, he mused, Lian Chila. He gently placed the notebook back where he found it and thought, actions can be faked, emotions can be put on for a while. But time doesn't lie. Lian couldn't have possibly guessed I'd see all this. Could it be that Lian actually likes me? I zeroed in on Lian as a target because I figured she had shady intentions, and I wouldn't feel guilty after tricking her. But if she really just admires me, then me pulling a scumbag move on her, how is that any different from those great demonic sect bastards? Then he rummaged through the items on the table. Oh wait, no, there's still a difference. I don't just deceive for beauty, I steal their stuff too. That's even worse. He swept the books on the table aside, and found a pink pouch tied shut on the surface. Seeing it, he exclaimed, this is it. He picked up the pouch, contemplating. To calmly make me hurt an innocent girl, Is this truly testing my good conscience? Especially since this girl actually has feelings for me.
But if I give up the demonic art first moon ritual, I've already started it, where am I going to find another target to harm?
If I actively go fishing, I can definitely find a suitable target. But the problem is, it takes time. And how can I get it done in less than 10 days or half a month? If I don't complete the first moon ritual, the great demon overlord will always have his eyes on me. The feeling of being watched all day long is really creepy.
He opened the pouch and peered inside. Damn it, just looking can't hurt, right? That's it. A man knows when to hold, M. Knows when to fold, M. Forget Lian Kila. I'll take the azure jade fruit.
He took the fruit out of the pouch, examining it. There aren't any other fruits around, so this must be it. Aren't they saying the azure jade fruit is supposed to be fragrant? Why doesn't it have any scent?
As soon as he finished wondering, a captivating fragrance emanated from the azure jade fruit. He thought in surprise. So that's how it is. The principle of the azure jade fruit is to make the person who touches it constantly emit a fragrance, similar to how animals attract mates. Whose weapon is this? Holy crap, this is too scary. No way, no way. I definitely can't take this thing outside. He picked up the peak and then threw it away. He caught the peak again, looking at it. A bit heavy-handed, but luckily, the spirit puppet can forcibly cut off contact. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to leave the Hua Shen sect. Mala True Skill. Scented Desire Nasal Inhalation is complete. Going back. Express rejection to Lian Kila, already found another way to join, or maybe try the shortcut of bottomless longing. When he turned to the side, he discovered many letters on the table. He was startled. Duan An. Are these love letters Lian Kila prepared to write to me? Let me see. He opened a letter and read, May I be a star, and you be the moon. Dedicated to Wen Lang. It's not that I'm waiting, it's already Wen Lang, Wen Lang. Are these the love letters between Zhongwen Tingjun and that senior? He continued searching through the other letters. Maybe I can even find everything about Hua Jia Ruan Yu, the old senior's drama. Can't miss out on this, let me see.
So this Hua Shen sect senior's name is Ruo Shihua. This letter is her way of thanking sect leader Wen for his heroic rescue of a beauty. The writing is beautiful and clearly resembles Lian Kila's. He stroked his chin with interest and continued reading the letter in his hand. Afterward, sect leader Wen replied, Perhaps it was a dot of lovesickness. Going out to kill. Do you know? Pity the flower. People work hard. Lamenting Wen Lang's heart, meaning too far, he exclaimed, Rather die together in one place than be separated in two. Sect leader Wen truly lives up to his title as the creator of the flower-intertwined sword finger. He has no shortage of flirtatious tricks like these. It's just that I didn't expect. There's nothing he can't do. No wonder Senior Ruo Shihua fell into the trap so quickly.
The belt is gradually widening.
As if without regrets, because you're tired. Lian Kila has completely vanished.
She actually researched the love story of sect leader Wen and senior Ruo Shihua. Not only did she collect their love letters, but also all sorts of gifts between the two.
Golden Phoenix Jade Dew once meeting, then winning over countless people in the world. Discovering this blind spot, gifts from sect leader Wen to the Hua Shen sect are very reasonable. And items Senior Ruo Shihua gave to sect leader Wen are also at the Hua Shen sect. He looked at the notebook. Let me find the reason. This is the last one. Seems like it's what Jihua, later Senior Ruo Jihua, wrote to sect leader Wen.
He opened the notebook and read it. Thin rain, wet flowing light. Fragrant grass, yearly pities, resentment long. Unlucky, not coming. The door half closed, slanting sun, causing me to spend the spring with tears.
After reading, he was surprised to find it different from what he imagined. He flipped through the pages, thinking to himself, Why is the atmosphere different from before? What's going on? Waiting for an old friend, yet knowing the old friend has changed heart, who makes a daughter both soft and unyielding, but the heart is still as one. But people's hearts are not like this. As white as snow on the mountain, as bright as the moon on the 15th, hearing that the person has someone new, things end here. After reading, he wondered. This collection of poems is already a work after the two had been together for a while. Why is it all describing someone who is unfaithful in every way? Did they not break up peacefully in the end?
Suddenly, he was astonished, widening his eyes as much as possible.
This is an entire blank page filled with hateful red words. Those words seemed to crawl into his mind, taking over his consciousness, causing his entire hand to be covered in blood. He hastily broke free and threw the book to the ground. He said, sweating profusely, The resentment is too heavy. This Hua Shen sect senior's strength is truly powerful. Just the writing on the paper from 100 years ago can still infect me and cause hallucinations. That's not right. The ending between sect leader Wen and Ruo Shihua was definitely not a good one. Lian Qila is definitely not aiming for their karmic entanglement. What exactly does Lian Qila want to do? What does she want from me? He asked himself, then chuckled lightly.
Almost got tricked for real. Are the women of the Hua Shen sect all this scary? Xie Yan remained seated in the room, reading the other volumes. Stealing a virgin orchid to a race. Forcibly embracing both grasses. Due to one-hearted person's heart is not as good as grass. He sighed a long breath and said, "So that's how it is."
He closed his eyes. I thought I could enjoy the shade of my predecessors, but it turned out to be a cycle of cause and effect. Turning around the karma created by those who went before almost caused a junior like me to swallow the bitter fruit whole. Sect leader Wen, you really know how to harm people.
He stood up and continued reading the book in his hand. Based on the recorded letters between the two and the records about Ruo Shihua that the Hua Shen sect collected, these two still went their separate ways in the end. Later, Ruo Shihua secluded herself for 30 years, and after achieving great martial arts, she went to find sect leader Wen, but sect leader Wen's whereabouts were unknown.
After disappearing for 3 years, the pugilistic world has long forgotten about Hua Xianzi, who was once famous. If it weren't for her leaving behind a self-created cultivation technique, perhaps the Hua Shen sect wouldn't have kept so many records about her. That cultivation technique is called the Nu Luo Xinjing, which can cultivate a special substance within the body called the Nu Luo Zhizhong.
Once this thing encounters a successor of the Hua Jianjianzi, it will immediately release a certain pheromone, hypnotize the cultivator, make them fall in love, and actively throw themselves at them, with endless affection. Ruo Shihua understands the implications of the Hua Jianjianzi's successor all too well, knowing they will definitely not refuse a beauty who actively throws herself at them. Once they're even momentarily moved, they'll be infected by the rouge energy of the Nu Luo Zhizhong, parasitizing the function of the Hua Jianjianzi. Once parasitized by the Nu Luo Zhizhong,
the Hua Jianjianzi's constitution will be secretly converted.
The practitioner of the Nu Luo Heart Sutra can choose to seize or kill the floral spirit, and naturally, the successor of the flower finger sword art will no longer be able to summon their floral spirit either. The craziest part is that if a flower finger sword art successor falls for Chao, they won't develop any negative emotions. Instead, they'll still be madly in love with the Nu Luo Heart Sutra practitioner. Doesn't that just play right into their hands? After finishing, Xie Yan closed the book in his hand and said, "Good thing I've always been on guard against Lian Qila, even if there was a slight waver. At most, it was just a little embarrassment and reluctance. From beginning to end, there were no true feelings at all, otherwise I would have truly fallen under Chao's spell. A woman crazy in love, truly both pathetic and terrifying."
Ruo Shihua wanted to cripple Sectmaster Wen's primal spirit.
Sectmaster Wen immediately went into hiding, continuing to transmit his art to disciples.
The Flower God sect then targeted Sectmaster Wen's successor. So, once every 100 years, someone like me gets to read the annotations on the Nu Luo Heart Sutra. This cultivation art has great limitations. It's a dragon-slaying art and way too demonic. The Flower God sect master didn't like it much either, only keeping it out of respect for Ruo Shihua.
After Lian Qila was promoted to Celestial Siet Governor of Dongdu, feeling bored, she casually practiced this cultivation art. At the time, she didn't even pay much attention, otherwise she wouldn't have bothered to flip to the annotation page after finishing.
I wholeheartedly unleashed the flower finger sword art to stimulate Lian Qila's Nu Luo seed. Her affection is completely the result of the cultivation technique. Perhaps she herself was confused and didn't understand, which is why she went back to look up Ruo Shihua's history.
She then discovered the huge surprise left by the predecessor for future generations. Demonic Jade Young Master Xie Yan, innate third layer, possessing 2 or 3 primal spirits no less formidable than the heart-like deer intestine and 100-knotted deep intestine spirits. This predecessor's cultivation art actually has such a miraculous effect. However, after the predecessor created it, there were no successful cases. Is the actual effect of this cultivation art really that miraculous? It's still unknown. If successful, there are abundant rewards. If it fails, it'll leave behind a scandalous romance. Here's the sweet spot. All this trouble ultimately leads to good. I should definitely try it. If that's the case, then I'll loosen the suppression on the Nu Luo seed and throw myself wholeheartedly into this game. Xie Yan picked up the small cauldron and said, "Looks like, even if I don't come knocking on her door to cultivate the heavenly demon Tao scripture, Lian Qila will come flirting with me herself sooner or later. What's the big deal? Anticipating her every move is just par for the course, isn't it? This time, I have no self-reproach left in my heart, since I've seen through her little play. Next, I'll unleash my own power.
My turn to play begins."
Xie Yan returned to Lian Qila. Seeing him, she said joyfully, Young Master Xie, you're finally back. This humble one has waited for you for so long.
He approached her and asked, "Young mistress, do you trust me? I have a gift I want to give you, young mistress. If you trust me, please take off the treasure you're wearing that can ward off spiritual attacks, then close your eyes and listen to me." Hearing this, she reached behind her head and pulled out her hairpin, then smiled and said, "Could young master be planning to sing the Cloud Palace melodies for me again?" Not singing, "I wish to tell young mistress a story." Leonkila closed her eyes and asked, "Oh, what story?" "A story young mistress will definitely love." He leaned close to her ear and said, "You can open your eyes now." Hearing him, she opened her eyes. What she saw made her confused. This is Xie Yan and Leonkila had arrived at the Wulu River. He lightly coughed twice and said, "We've traveled for so long, and finally we've reached the Wulu River, the border between two nations." She was still perplexed and let out a confused hum.
Xie Yan pointed ahead and continued,
"Look, it's monkey rain again."
Lutong Town has no major sects, so the Mantianexing tea house made a deal with the monkeys to help clear out evildoers. Over time, it became an interesting local feature. When I first came, I was scared silly too. Leonkila followed his gaze. Something like this actually exists? Didn't young Master Xie want to tell a story? Why are we? He slightly bowed his head and said, "The story I want to tell is the legend of demonic jade young Master Xie Yan and Flower God sect's right envoy, Leonkila, embarking on a cultivation journey in Great Han. Young mistress, are you willing to hear this story?" Hearing these words, Leonkila was overwhelmed with disbelief and asked again, Travel, Great Han, with young Master Xie? No wonder you told me to put away the heart-shattering needle, so that's how it is." He continued, "If young mistresses cannot leave Dongdu, then I can only use this method. I still hope young mistress won't mind that this illusion is just an imagined scene," Leonkila replied. "Though it's imagined, the memories between young Master Xie and me are real. I will forever cherish this journey." She reached out her hand towards him. "Young Master Xie, please lead the way." He reached out and clasped her hand, replying, "All right, come with me." Don't be fooled by the unassuming Mantianexing tea house in Lutong Town, in Great Han. It's actually an entertainment complex for dining, drinking, and fun, no less impressive than Yuming Tower and Gugong Restaurant, you know. I'll take you to Zhaohu City, to the Zhaohu City Entertainment District. Xie Yan and Leonkila chatted and played happily. Then the two of them went to the Zhangguang flower boat pageant, and together they went to the Luoyang Buddhist debate, and then to the Jie ruins. Here, the sky was filled with sparkling bright stars. Leonkila closed her eyes, feeling the beautiful sights they had visited. At this moment, Xie Yan called out, "Young Mistress Lian." Seeing young Mistress Lian awaken, he tilted his head and asked, "Have you woken up?" "Young Mistress Lian, are you satisfied with this story?" Suddenly, Leonkila embraced him tightly. Deeply moved, she said, "Very satisfied. I love this story. I really love it." From his embrace, she looked up at him and continued, "In young Master Xi's story, I'm not the young mistress, nor the right envoy. I'm just an extremely ordinary Leonkila, but I truly loved it, and was deeply moved." "Young Master Xie, you're the first man who's made me this happy. I probably won't ever have such joyful memories again, young Master Xie, my Xie," she cried emotionally, looking straight into his eyes. "I like you." A notification popped up for him. Obtained 0.01 affection points. Leonkila gained 0.01 affection points. Leonkila gained 0.01 affection points. Leonkila still held his hand and turned her face away, wiping her tears lightly, then continued, "This is too pathetic. I shouldn't be talking like this right now, lest young Master Xie makes fun of me." Hearing her confession, he asked, "Lian Xiaoyin, do you like me?" "Really?" She turned away, but still shyly glanced back at him and replied, "Of course it's real." Quote, "Golden wind and jade dew, once met, are better than countless encounters in the mortal world." Quote, "But I'm stuck here, unable to leave this place, while young Master Xie is a wanderer of the Jianghu, destined not to stay for long. Yet if we can have a joyful time together, then I'll be content in my heart." "Young Master Xie, are you willing?" She turned back, taking his hand as she asked. So Lian Xiaoyin thought that way. He paused slightly and said, "Since that's the case, I ought to agree properly. I also like Xiaoyin. I don't wish for forever, only to have had it." He looked at her earnestly, making her so emotional that she kept calling out, "My Xie." She hugged him tightly, so happy. He hugged her back, then subtly smirked and said, "I'm also very happy." Slender clouds skillfully drift, Meteors pass regret. The Milky Way quietly crosses. The two stood embracing on the boat, bright moonlight shining down from the sky, casting their intertwined shadows on the river's surface. Golden wind and jade dew, once met, are better than countless encounters in the mortal world. The two soared up together, gentle feelings like water, yet the period is like a dream. Enduringly, one remembers the path back to the bridge. The two embraced intimately, under the bright moonlight. Leonkila closed her eyes, about to kiss him. If love between two lasts for a long time, it's not about being together morning and evening. Suddenly, he unexpectedly shoved her away. Shoved away by him, she couldn't believe it, looking at him and asking, "My Xie, what's wrong?" At this moment his face darkened, and he replied, "Lian Xiaoyan, I'm sorry, I once tried to accept your love, to make myself love you too, but honestly, I just couldn't convince myself. Now, I just can't stand it anymore." He puffed out his cheeks, fighting back his nausea. Still not understanding, she asked again, "I don't understand, my Xie." Before she could continue, he cut her off. "No, don't call me my Xie. There are a few things I actually wanted to say the moment I saw Xiaoyan. I just didn't want to hurt Xiaoyan, but I really can't hold it in anymore. What do you want to say?" There's always been a rumor circulating in the Jianghu about me, saying I like older women, which might have caused Xiaoyan to misunderstand something. His countless hurtful words struck her heart. "I'm a dashing, righteous youth. How could I be into old women? It's only right to like someone your own age. Pink, how old are you now? You're ancient. Stop dressing like an innocent young maiden. You're young. No, wait, you're old and haven't learned anything good. You disgust me. Sorry, I'm quite straightforward, but I have to make you realize yourself. Stop being so depraved. This is for your own good." Hearing Xie Yan's words, Leonkila was utterly shattered. She was shocked, speechless. "You." He turned to leave, but didn't forget to turn back and add, "Lian Xiaoyan, it'd be more suitable for you to go find an old man. I'm being serious here. You can't keep a young man like me. We're easy come, easy go. In the future, we should keep our distance. I'm out of here." With that, he flew away, leaving her calling after him, You, goodbye." She still couldn't believe it, incessantly calling out, "Don't go, Xie Yan, come back here." Suddenly, the power within her exploded outwards. She collapsed in pain, clenching her hands together, muttering, "From start to finish, he never felt anything. The female Luo Heart Sutra has lost its effect. Damn it, he actually treated me like a joke. A cultivator of the flower-picking swordfinger is truly nothing good." She looked up, her eyes filled with bitter hatred. "Xie Yan, you better not let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll definitely make you pay many times over for today's humiliation." An incense stick's time later, Xie Yan, after having traveled a good distance, stopped. He turned back and said, "Looks like Leonkila has gone berserk. Could it be that since she couldn't get this master's love, her cultivation technique backfired on her? No wonder she didn't chase after me." However, even if she wanted to use the Great Tang's official forces for revenge, Kui Pei wouldn't just let her use public power for private vendetta like that. Moreover, this private matter is utterly humiliating for her, so avoiding her later is enough. Gotta say, the Great Tang system really gets people. As for personal revenge, I'm not afraid of her either. If she really comes looking for trouble, I'll just feed her and Hua Wu to Zhao Daru for a meal. And finally, I should compare strengths with elder brother Heavenly Demon. He looked at his upturned palm and said, he had just created an energy orb in his palm. He thought to himself, the moment I bid farewell to Leonkila, besides putting aside negative emotions, I could clearly sense an extremely powerful surge of energy, though I don't know if it was malice or resentment that she generated. In any case, the Mara True Art showed no reaction, so perhaps this is the final sacrifice needed for the Heavenly Demon Hand acceptance ritual. A skeleton appeared around him. It flew and swallowed the energy orb he had just created. As long as I offer this sacrifice to Elder Brother Heavenly Demon, I'll be able to initiate into the Heavenly Demon Taoist scripture. A stream of light energy flew straight down from the sky, striking him directly. Receiving the energy, he read the notification panel and chuckled. All that trouble for half a day, and I've finally initiated into this Heavenly Daddio demonic scripture. Current prime points, 16,026, 93,755. Acquired skill, Heavenly Demon Tao Codex. Skill description, condenses the Heavenly Demon's evil seed, all living beings, evil thoughts. Current level, LV0. After reading the notification panel, he slightly lowered his head and said, after I started cultivating it, a heavenly demon evil seed slowly began to form in my danchin. These evil thoughts, once refined, can transform into heavenly demon true chi. However, the evil thoughts generated by the entry-level heavenly demon Daio Codex weren't even enough to be refined into heavenly demon true chi before they were siphoned off by the Mara True Art. Normally, with the Mara True Art already running, this cultivation technique essentially counts as started, so I can't actually keep cultivating it.
Luckily, I have the system, so I don't need to cultivate it myself. Just burn a few prime points. Current prime points, 16,026, 93,755. Acquired skill, Heavenly Demon Daio Codex. Skill description, condenses the Heavenly Demon's evil seed. All living beings, evil thoughts.
He reread the notification panel, then muttered to himself.
But accumulating prime points isn't exactly a walk in the park. Even if 10,000 people gave me extreme emotions 10 times a day for whatever reason, I'd still only earn a measly 1 prime point daily. 1,000,100.001 equals 1. 5,100.01 equals 500. A normal person providing extreme emotions 10 times consecutively in a single day would totally break down. The base population isn't even a million.
So thinking about millions of prime points in the long run is practically pointless. Considering the current scope of the Longevity Heaven's influence in the main world, all I can say is that it's a long road ahead. Only accumulating prime points from close range is relatively quick. Plus, if 5,000 people each continuously give me 10 doses of negative emotions, I can snag 500 prime points in no time.
He stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "So, from a logical standpoint, it's fine to just leave this Heavenly Demon Dao Codex on the back burner for now. I'll wait until I've refined some Mara technique or cultivated some sword chapter to LV6. Then I'll deal with it. Besides, the fact that I could even get this started so quickly proves I'm pretty damn good at cultivating the Dabario through evil thoughts. Gongsun Hao won't have any issues with it anymore. He won't feel like he's screwing me over by limiting my options."
Suddenly, he was startled. Streams of black Q started pouring into him. This is bad. The Mara True Art is sucking up all the evil thoughts and even starting to swallow the Heavenly Demon evil seed. If this keeps up, I'll have completely messed things up with Lian Qiluo for nothing, and the Heavenly Demon Dao Codex will revert to its uninitiated state. He swore under his breath and continued. "The Heavenly Demon Daso Codex is way too low level. It can't withstand the Mara True Art's absorption at all." He reached out and jabbed the button on the notification panel. "Whatever, just level up the Heavenly Demon Davio Codex first. Level it up for me." As soon as he pressed it, a red notification popped up from the system. This skill is incompatible with the host. Forcing its cultivation will warp the host's inherent nature. Each level up will require significantly more prime points to shield against its negative effects. Oh, really? This warning is exactly like when the 8 Tribulations demonic art first showed up. I saw Gongsun Hao cultivated successfully, and his personality seemed perfectly normal, didn't it? He reached out and selected the Yes button on the notification screen. More is more. Then, "It's not like I'm short on prime points. Level me up to LV5. Another notification popped up. "Current realm, Hushin 9th tier, Xiantian 3rd tier, Soul Manifestation realm. Remaining prime points, 12,026.93755. Acquired skill, Heavenly Demon Dao Codex. Skill description, Evil Fruit Blossom, Evil Embryo Manifestation. Nurtures true chi with evil, surging endlessly. No cultivation required. True chi is born from malice, and inherently possesses a malevolent, murderous nature, always in a state of fierce intensity, surpassing Xiantian even without being Xiantian. With total true chi 5 times that of cultivators at the same realm. Current level, LV4, conditions insufficient, unable to level up." Seeing he couldn't level up any further, he cursed and then said, "Stuck at LV4, I almost forgot that for Xiantian level cultivation techniques in the main world, LV4 is always a major bottleneck. You need to meet specific conditions to keep leveling up. The Mara True Art is still absorbing, and it's sucking harder and harder. At this rate, I feel like in just 3 more minutes, it'll completely drain my Heavenly Demon Davio Codex. LV4 really can't hold up. It absolutely has to be LV5. But how am I supposed to know what conditions I need to meet right now? Are these 2 cultivation techniques destined rivals, always needing to duke it out?" Suddenly, another notification popped up. "Heavenly Demon Dao Codex and Mara True Art detected to be mergeable. Merge, yes." Before he even finished reading the notification, Xie Yan stared blankly. "Mergeable!" He slammed his hand down on the notification panel in a rage and yelled, "Why are you only telling me this now? Where was this heads up when I needed it? If you'd told me about this when the Heavenly Demon Dakyo Codex first initiated, none of this recent bullshit would have happened. Merge my ass. This Heavenly Demon Dakyo Codex is seriously both a ripoff and a scam." Initiating skill name evolution. Heavenly Demon Daio Codex Merge.
Heavenly Demon Dao Codex, Mara True Art, consumes 500 prime points. Confirmed skill name, Mara True Art. Current realm, Xiantian 3rd tier. Soul Manifestation Realm. Remaining prime points, 11,269.375. Acquired skill, Mara True Art. Current level, LV5. Current effect, combines demonic arts to form a peerless marvel, deeply ingrained in the soul. After merging the Heavenly Demon Dao Codex, the evil embryo will rapidly manifest one of the Heavenly Demon's malicious aspects, the Kinara King, nourished by Mara True Chi. Total True Chi increases threefold, gains the malicious flame characteristic, and one's mental fortitude is also affected. Spontaneously surges without end. Don reading the notification, Xie Yan said, "Nice. The Heavenly Demon malicious aspect is something the Heavenly Demon Dao Codex only gets at LV5, so of course it automatically forms after merging. But wait, before merging, my total True Chi was 5 times that of others. How much did it get nerfed after merging? Is one self-referential, and the other compared to other cultivators? Was the Mara True Arts Foundation just that good to begin with? Whatever. Anyway, as long as I know it's powerful, that's what matters. Especially now that evil thoughts are being generated automatically all the time, and my mental fortitude is always topped off. No more needing to stop and hunt down people to generate evil thoughts for me. This is way more convenient than before. After activating the Heavenly Demon malicious aspect, evil thoughts will probably multiply and grow much faster too. Let's test it out." He drew even more evil thoughts into his body. Let's see what my Heavenly Demon malicious aspect can do. Mara True Art. Heavenly Demon malicious aspect. Kinara King. He felt the surge of power within him, then raised his hand and exclaimed, "My true chi is overflowing, this feeling right now. Before, I'd have to unleash my thought flame realm to 3 times its power just to get a taste of this. Not only that, before, even if I unlocked the thought flame realm and my total true chi multiplied, due to the max efficiency limitations of my cultivation techniques, all it really did was boost my endurance, nothing else. But this Kinara King malicious aspect, born from the Heavenly Demon Dao Codex, is totally different. Aside from its malevolent, murderous nature and immense true chi, it doesn't have any other special tricks. It relies on sheer, massive power to create miracles, but it has no upper limit. Its power output limit depends solely on my total true chi. I can dump my entire true chi reserves into a single attack if I want." He gestured with his hand like. Plus, this thing recovers true chi super fast. Now I get why Kui Hongyu always looked at people with that annoyed face. He can land 10 blows in one go. Who the hell can fight back against that? He unleashed his new move to test it out. The gust of energy from his technique went through the tree, uprooting it. A moment later, Huo Pei jumped down to where Xie Yan had been standing. He picked up some debris from the ground and commented, "The murderous aura here is too heavy." Then, observing his surroundings, he wondered, "The terrain within 3 miles has been completely flattened. Could there have been experts from the Great Devil Sect fighting here?" The remaining Dao aura is at the 3rd level of the innate realm, but the murderous aura is so heavy that even Kui Hongwu might not be able to unleash it. Since when did the Great Devil Sect have such experts? The approaching Hua Chao Lun Kui event, and now even more anomalies in Dongdu. At this moment, Xing Fire was sitting by the window, resting her chin on her hand, sighing. Xing Fire has returned, but Master is still out there pretending to be a member of the Great Devil Sect, ruining new technique experiments everywhere. She flew outside. Qinger is bored. Time to find my little sister to play with. At the Liangting Pavilion's luxurious rear courtyard, Qinger flew over and called out to her little sister. "Qinger came to find you." Then she stopped abruptly. "Oh, you're here." Xie Yan turned around and said, "You guys are back." Qing Yi screamed in fright when she saw the monks sitting with Xie Yan. The monks, seeing her, guessed, "Isn't this the kind-hearted ghost that Shengxiu saved?" Xie Yan, seeing her reaction, said, "What are you avoiding? These people are good monks. They won't send you to the afterlife." At a Hua Shen sect branch, Lian Qiluo returned to her residence and found it empty. 2 maids were reporting to her, "It's like this. By the time we noticed the restriction outside your boudoir had disappeared, there was nothing left. Even the secret room where Protector Yu was in seclusion was cleaned out. The reckless intruder broke into Protector Yu's room and even left a note, saying they were an ardent admirer of Protector Yu, who couldn't contain themselves, and took some of Protector Yu's belongings to ease their longing. They hope Protector Yu remembers them. Fang Xin, Zhonghuo, Fan Sa,
Bei Ling. After hearing everything that had happened, Liang Qiluo was furious, spitting out each word. Fang Xin, Zhonghuo, Fansa, Bei Ling. That audacious bastard. Men are all the same. Hua Tang Tang, Hua Chuanling. Put out a wanted notice. Even if we have to turn the entire Great Tang upside down, we'll find this Bei Ling.
On Xie Yan's side, he immediately received a system notification. Receive 0,001 rage points from Liang Qiluo. 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 Seeing this, Xie Yan exclaimed, "Oh damn, not bad." At the Jinye River, as the tide rose, Xie Yan asked, "You want to entrust Qingdare to me?"
Qingdare was behind him, crying incessantly. Still surprised, he continued, "It's fine if she follows me, but you really don't need me to help you inform Zhu Shizi or the Great Joy Sect." Dharma Master Shengxiu Qinwuke turned his back and looked out at the vast sea.
Hearing his question, he turned his head slightly and said, "There's no need. The poison has already penetrated all my internal organs. There's no way to save me. Soon, this humble monk will dissipate all my power and pass away." This humble monk came from the Great Joy Sect, thinking I would be a monk all my life, strictly adhering to the precepts. But I was moved by Zhijushi, failing to be Qin Wukui, and failing to be Shengxiu. A life of utter absurdity, never following my true heart. Now that the truth is revealed, there's no turning back, but I've managed to remove all my shackles. No need to continue to disguise myself, deceive others, and deceive myself. The sunset shone directly on him, while the sea below continued to surge. He turned completely to face him and continued. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The tide rises and falls. All destinies are arranged by heaven, and human fate is just the same. This humble monk has repaid all my karma. I am free. Do you hear the sound of the waves lapping? It's the sound of the tide of the Jiye River. How spectacular it is.
Xie Yan, hearing him say all this, replied, "I hear it. The Jiye River has high tides twice a year, and today just happens to be one of those times." Qinwuke sat down cross-legged and continued. "Long ago, when I traveled the world, I happened to meet a high monk who gave me a verse. Meeting Xi and being stubborn, encountering joy and feeling sorrow, contemplating the tide and finding fulfillment, the one who sees the tide and passes away." He put his hands together. "The first half of the verse has already come true. Now it must be time for the second half to be fulfilled." Then he began to recite, "In my life, I did not cultivate good karma, only liked killing and arson. Suddenly, the golden rope is loosened, and the jade lock is broken." The wave's energy had begun to throw everything at him, but he still calmly sat and recited, unmoving. "Alas, the Jinye River, the tide comes today recognizing me as me. A dazzling light appears." Xie Yan quickly used his sleeve to shield Qing'er. He looked toward the light. "Qing'er, the light is too bright." That is. Although Qing'er was shielded by him, she was still hit by some of the light. She huddled against him and cried out, "It hurts." The light shone upon Qinwuke. The figure of Buddha appeared in the sky. "It's Sakyamuni Buddha," Xie Yan said in surprise. "Qingsoer." At this moment, Qingsoer also looked up at the Buddha and said, "Qingsoer, Qingsoer is okay." After hearing the Dharma Master's voice, "It doesn't hurt anymore," Xie Yan was still paying attention to the light on this side. Is Dharma Master Shengxiu reciting scriptures? It doesn't sound quite right. Qinwukui's body was beginning to crack, but his reciting continued. "If I become a Buddha, and there are still hells, hungry ghosts, and beasts in this world, I vow not to attain enlightenment." If I become a Buddha, and all sentient beings across the myriad worlds have not attained true perfection, I vow not to attain enlightenment. Qinwukui's body gradually shattered into pieces. "If I become a Buddha, and those born in my realm remain ignorant of their destiny, or if myriad beings still fail to comprehend the truth, I vow not to attain enlightenment." Countless images of the Buddha surrounded him. His entire body was gradually dissolving. "If I become a Buddha, and all sentient beings in my realm cannot instantly manifest divine powers, or if countless beings in my realm fail to become Buddhas, I vow not to attain enlightenment. If I become a Buddha, and all sentient beings born in my realm, even those scattered in remote and desolate places, cannot resolve to attain true great nirvana, I vow not to attain enlightenment." His whole body began to shine brightly. For the salvation of all sentient beings, he awakened the Bodhi mind, not seeking the supreme path for himself, but wishing for all sentient beings to abandon suffering and attain happiness, quickly achieving Bodhi. "Amitabha," the Buddha replied. "Excellent.
Xin Wukei's entire being seemed reborn, his body radiating dazzling Buddhist light.
Seeing him ascend to the heavens, Qingge immediately cried, wanting to follow. "Master, please don't go." Seeing this, Xie Yan quickly pulled her back. Qingge, after Shen Zhu finished reciting those verses that seemed like Buddhist scriptures, his entire being underwent a complete transformation, and he followed the myriad Buddhas into the magnificent black hole in the sky, vanishing from this world. That was the last time I ever saw Shen Zhu. Xie Yan continued. "Eminent masters, please don't blame me for hiding this. After all, Master Shen Zhu's identity was special, and he didn't want to trouble any of you further down the line, which is why I didn't contact Vermilion Bird Temple. I don't know much about Buddhism, but what happened to Shen Zhu was definitely a miracle, and the outcome is pretty good, wouldn't you say?" Qingge sat beside him, wiping her tears with her sleeve, and said, "Even if Master has left, he will forever live in Qingqi's heart." After speaking, Xie Yan glanced to the side, thinking to himself, "I was busy working outside, and Qingge called me back midway. The bomb between Shen Zhu and Vermilion Bird Temple finally blew up. Good thing I prepared early and already patched together a story. Once they're gone, there'll be no one to cross-examine, and I can even elevate Shen Zhu's status a bit more. Having my old brother's final destination be among the myriad Buddhas might be a bit over the top, but I've actually seen similar things mentioned in the Buddhist scriptures of this main world.
That when an individual with profound Buddhist dharma passes away, similar auspicious phenomena appear, like ethereal images of the Buddha and arhats leading the way and all that jazz. But for others, it's usually just one figure. Shen Zhu is a bit more badass, even bringing Mahayana Buddhism, so having the myriad Buddhas receive him can definitely be considered good treatment.
Kong Gao listened to the story and said,
"Only eminent monks of profound virtue give rise to such auspicious phenomena upon passing, it is said. The Xie River's tide reaches today, my home is me."
"It seems Shen Zhu has truly attained Tao," Kong Ji said. "Such auspicious phenomena, with the Buddha personally leading the way, means Shen Zhu has achieved arhatship."
"But Benefactor Xie, the place where you sent Shen Zhu off was the Xie River, which is quite far from the Xie ruins. And was Shen Zhu being heavily injured?" Xie Yan broke into a sweat when asked, and replied,
"Perhaps Master Shen Zhu wanted to fulfill the words an eminent monk once bestowed upon him," he said, then thought to himself, "Actually, I just cobbled that together from Lu Jishen's stories." Hearing him say that, Kong Gao bowed his head and said, "What a pity we don't know who that eminent monk truly was, to bestow such profound verses upon Shen Zhu. Didn't Shen Zhu tell you the background of that eminent monk?" When asked, he shook his head and replied, "No, Master Shen Zhu only mentioned it in passing, not in detail."
Suddenly, Kong Shi said, "That's not the main point. The main point is that Shen Zhu has already attained Tao, achieving true enlightenment."
Hearing that, Kong Gao turned and said, "It's not just simply attaining Tao. In the end, Shen Zhu made a great vow of enlightenment." Hearing this, Kong Shi said, "I've never heard of the concept of great vow enlightenment before. This is clearly something Shen Zhu realized himself, transcending karma on his own." Then Kong Yuan heard and spoke up. "That's not right. The Buddhist Dharma Shen Zhu cultivated was different. In the end, he didn't leave behind a golden body relic."
And furthermore, did you notice that the great vow he spoke at the end wasn't his own words, but borrowed from someone else?
Vermilion Bird Temple's deputy abbot, innate fifth layer Zhen Jing, then spoke.
"Benefactor Xi just mentioned that the myriad Buddhas came to receive Shen Zhu. This old monk would like to be enlightened a bit. What did the myriad Buddhas look like?"
Xie Yan thought, then replied,
"The Buddha's radiance was so dazzling, I dared not look closely. I only saw their cranial protuberances, like a topknot, and a circular halo. If I think about it carefully, I can't recall their exact forms anymore." Hearing his answer, the three monks, Kong Gao, Kong Yuan, and Kong Shi, beamed with joy and said, "A cranial protuberance on the crown and a halo are both marks of the Buddhas. It's truly the myriad Buddhas coming to receive Shen Zhu, and every single one of them was real. He transcended on his own, verifying all of Shen Zhu's final Tao incantations. Amitabha. He must have attained Tao, not just arhatship, but Buddhahood, a new Buddha."
Kong Shi continued,
"Senior brother Zhen Jing, if Shen Zhu's Buddhist Dharma has been verified, then wouldn't that be?"
Zhen Jing heard, then bowed with clasped hands and said,
"Excellent, to save all sentient beings, allowing everyone to become a Buddha."
Shen Zhu, as a Buddhist cultivator, has found a new path.
The three eminent masters continued. "So,
To say that Great Vow Enlightenment means guiding others to cultivate to true enlightenment, but Shen Shu hasn't guided anyone yet, has he? Unless Shen Shu was talking about the path for everyone to become a Buddha.
So, to achieve true enlightenment, one must make a great vow?
Xie Yan listened to the monks, feeling exasperated, and thought to himself, I didn't say anything, you guys are just making it all up. But if I brought out Shen Shu's mask in front of them right now, I'd definitely get a huge amount of origin points. Too bad I don't dare. He secretly regretted it, Zhen Jing continued.
Regarding Shen Shu's Dao, there will be an opportunity to seek out junior brother Kong Ming. He's currently at Xiaonan Temple. You all go tell him about this first. Kong Yuan heard that and said, That's right, senior brother Kong Ming is Shen Shu's master and has poured a lot of effort into him. This is a fitting conclusion then.
The three eminent masters collectively saluted Xie Yan. This time, we must also thank Benefactor Xi for clarifying our doubts, Xie Yan sighed, then replied, I never intended to proactively announce it. The eminent masters only learned of this after encountering Xingqier. It's all due to fate. Are you masters leaving?
Then, before he could finish speaking, a voice rang out.
Oh right, there's also Qingjor. If Shen Shu has attained true enlightenment and transcended this world, then Vermilion Bird Temple cannot possibly ignore Qingjor.
Hearing these words, Qingjor and Xie Yan jumped in surprise.
Master Kong Gao. Zhen Jing clasped his hands and said, Qinger, don't be afraid. Even if monks like this humble one aren't proficient in Buddhist Dharma, Vermilion Bird Temple doesn't lack talented individuals. They can surely successfully guide her. Master Kong Yuan then continued. For this period, we've troubled Benefactor Xi to care for her. In the future, Vermilion Bird Temple will take over Shen Shu's work and continue to look after Qingger.
Master Kong Xi also spoke up.
It seems you're Shen Shu's little tiger. Rest assured, we will definitely take good care of you.
Qingger cried out in fear, hugging Xie Yan's arm tightly.
No, absolutely not. Master Shen Shu already said that Lord Xie Yan's Buddha nature is no less than his own. Qingger only wants to stay by Lord Xie Yan's side, to cultivate to true enlightenment, and even transcend to become a Buddha. The three eminent masters heard her say that, and turned to discuss. Benefactor Xi's Buddha nature is no less than Shen Shu's. Benefactor Xi possesses Buddha nature. Being by Benefactor Xi's side, one can transcend and become a Buddha.
Xie Yan then spoke. That, Buddha nature, stuff? I don't really get it. I just don't have much ability. Merely happy to chat with Master Shen Shu. He then thought to himself, Qing Tricker's rainbow farts came at just the right time. I almost lost custody of her to these three baldies.
At this moment, Cheng Jing decided, all right, if Shen Shu has already entrusted Qingger to Benefactor Xi, then he must have his reasons. The three of you, go back first.
Hearing this, Master Kong Yuan hesitated. Cheng Jing continued,
You guys becoming Buddhas? That's a new field of study. You haven't even learned how to save people yet, so what makes you think you can save ghosts? Stop fussing over Qinggoder. Let Qinggoder follow Benefactor Xi.
Xie Yan, who had been listening to everything, finally spoke up. Qinggosier is actually super happy following this strong guy. She doesn't have a single trace of resentment. Who knows, maybe she'll even become a Buddha someday if she's happy enough. Don't worry too much.
Only then did the three masters give up. The three of them bid farewell to Xie Yan. Amitabha. So Benefactor Xi has Master Shen Shu's approval. Since senior brother Cheng Jing and the little benefactor have already said so, we won't trouble the ghost anymore. We shall return to Xiaonan Temple for now.
Hold on.
Xie Yan interrupted. How many times do I have to say it? This junior monk already took refuge in Buddhism ages ago. Don't you blind monks keep calling this junior monk a benefactor?
Hearing him say that, Cheng Jing smiled and told him, Taking refuge in Buddhism is a process. Just completing certain rituals is enough, little benefactor. Don't rush. Xie Yan puffed his cheeks and snorted.
Now that Shen Shu's matter is resolved, does the little benefactor wish to continue our game of Go? Cheng Jing calmly asked. While the masters were discussing the matter inside, a figure subtly flashed past the area.
Elder Kong Gao turned and said,
Let's do that then. Let's go back to Xiaonan Temple first and find senior brother Kong Ming, Elder Kong Yuan replied. All right. As the three prepared to exit, a voice spoke up. Are these three masters? The three elders looked at the person opposite them in surprise, speaking in unison. Benefactor Ji Yundao respectfully said, It wasn't long ago I bid farewell to Xiaonan Temple. I didn't expect to meet the three masters again so soon. Are you here to find?
Elder Kong Gao replied.
No, Elder Kong Yuan continued. Benefactor Ji, are you staying here? Senior brother Cheng Jing is still here. At this moment in the courtyard, the vice abbot and Xie Yan were playing Go. The alluring ghost, Xinger looked at the board and praised, as expected of a master. Without even looking at the board, you completely annihilated Ranran.
Xie Yan coolly spoke up.
Speaking of which, why did Master Cheng Jing come to visit Ranran? The little lass and I were separated in the eastern capital. I had no idea you two knew each other. He thought to himself. Big Sis Sect Master gave me a list of Great Tang's major powers. This Master Cheng Jing was described as extremely prominent among the radiant prosperous city's figures, considered one of the leading vice abbots of the Vermilion Bird Temple. Cheng Jing was known as a blind monk with a clear heart. Though he couldn't see with normal eyes, his understanding of Buddhism was profound. Rumor had it that he had opened his heart's eye, acting no different from an ordinary person.
Big Sis Sect Master had even deliberately red-flagged a rumor concerning him, that he once, under the Great Tang Emperor's witness, had a showdown with the Great Joy Sect. The Great Joy Sect sent out one of their 10 prodigies of Kaiyuan, the joyful smiling devil Yu, who publicly used charm to seduce the master and destroy his cultivation. As a result, not only did the master's cultivation remain unbroken, he actually borrowed the power of Devil Yu to advance to the 5th layer Xiantian on the spot.
Cheng Jing smiled and replied, It seems the little benefactor didn't tell Benefactor Xie. Xie Yan chuckled. Kids these days, they grow up and don't tell you anything. As an older brother, I can only ask the master. Ran, focused on the go board, interjected. Why are you prying into this? You're too nosy, dude.
Xie Yan patted his sister's head, utterly speechless. He reminded her, Ranjaran, can't you talk properly? The girl angrily complained. Xie Yan, get your hands off me. Don't bother this junior monk playing Go. Vice Abbot Cheng Jing lightly chuckled at this scene.
The old man spoke. Cultivator Xie, you don't know this, but when I was traveling in Great Han, I once journeyed with the little cultivator Xie Ruan. I never expected to meet her again in the Great Tang. It truly is fate, Xie Yan exclaimed in surprise.
Grandmaster Cheng Jing knows my little sister from Great Han, he continued curiously.
How was she when she accompanied the master? She didn't cause you too much trouble, did she? Vice Abbot Cheng Jing replied. Benefactor Xie is the elder brother of the little benefactor, so this old monk only knows a little. When this old monk met the little benefactor, she had just advanced to Xiantian. A while later, as dusk fell, Vice Abbot Cheng Jing softly said,
This game of Go is finished.
Xie Ran said unwillingly, Ugh, I lost again. You blind monk? Just you wait. This junior monk will win eventually, the Vice Abbot replied. It seems the little benefactor has gained quite a lot, hasn't she? He continued. Benefactor G has waited long enough. This old monk's business here is concluded. Benefactor, what can I do for you? While everyone was still trying to understand what was happening, from a nearby tree, a figure leisurely stepped out.
Xie Ran turned around and smilingly asked,
Yundao, when did you get here? Ji Rundao smiled and replied, I saw junior sister Xie Ran debating with Master Cheng Jing, so I didn't want to disturb you. My apologies for the intrusion.
He respectfully cupped his hands and greeted the master. It's a misunderstanding. This junior has already exchanged greetings with the senior before. This time, I just happened to be in the market here. I didn't expect the master, junior sister Xi, and young master Xi to also know each other. Cheng Jing, still calm, said, So that's how it is. If Benefactor Ji has no other business, it's getting late, and this old monk must also return.
Although the little benefactor's 5 senses have recovered, her heart demon is still severe, preventing her from thinking clearly.
This old monk's opinion is that if there is doubt in her heart, it would be better to seek answers in dreams, to question herself about her confusion.
He stood up, preparing to leave, and added, Only by resolving her doubts can she untangle her inner knot and truly take refuge in my Buddha. Xie Ran was silent for a long while, then turned her head and asked, Are you coming back tomorrow? The abbot didn't look at her, lightly stepped away, and said, Once you solve this chess game, this old monk will return. Ji Yundao then sat down a distance away, gazing at the chessboard, and sighed. As expected of a Buddhist grandmaster, this chessboard, even an outsider like me, can sense a bit of Buddhist nature. Junior sister Xie Ran actually has a connection with Grandmaster Cheng Jing. Please don't waste this opportunity.
Xie Yan, sitting beside him, refuted, What? Connection?
How do you explain that, Brother Yundao? Young Master Ji replied, Young Master Xi doesn't understand much about Buddhism, but you might not know that Grandmaster Cheng Jing uses his body to impart the Tao. Every word and action contains Buddhist principles. On the surface, Junior sister Xie Yan is playing chess with Grandmaster Cheng Jing, but in reality Grandmaster Cheng Jing is demonstrating the Buddhist Dharma for junior sister Xie Yan to see. When junior sister Xie Yan cultivates, seeing the Tao of others can help her find her own cultivation method. This body impartation normally only someone at the first level of the innate realm can master. But Grandmaster Cheng Jing cultivates the Vermilion Bird Temple Supreme Scripture, the Pure World Lotus Hand Technique, and has reached a state of pure, untainted enlightenment. He can perform it with a certain amount of mental effort, but it's said that only those with a connection have this special honor, so this opportunity is extremely precious for junior sister Xie Yan right now.
Ji Yundao continued.
Well, I unintentionally heard about junior sister Xie Yan's experiences, and I couldn't offer any help. But if Grandmaster Cheng Jing has the intention, contacting him will definitely be beneficial.
Xie Yan, hearing this, said,
So that's how it is. Thank you for clearing up my doubts, Brother Yundao. Young Master Ji stood up, smiling, and replied, Resolving a knot in the heart can't be done in one go. You two siblings can talk to each other. In his heart, he thought, once a Buddhist cultivator has doubts, it really affects their cultivation more than ordinary people. Junior sister Xie Yan's situation is even more complicated than I imagined, yet she's still advanced to the innate realm. She's really something else. As soon as Ji Yundao left, Xie Yan turned to his junior sister and said, We really need to talk about your cultivation methods, your cultivation in general, or maybe even more specifically, how the heck did you advance to the innate realm? According to Grandmaster Cheng Jing's description when he met you, you had just advanced to the first level of the innate realm, with all 5 senses seemingly gone, and acting solely on instinct. I've never heard of an innate realm cultivator encountering such a situation.
Xie Yan recalled Grandmaster Cheng's description of Xie Yan, like Buddhist scriptures that are too difficult to understand.
You can roughly understand that at this time, little Ran was walking and chanting a Buddhist scripture. Waiting in the middle of the colorless crowd, a lantern carrying a glimmer of light appeared. It was Abbot Cheng Jing. Grandmaster Cheng stopped in front of her and said, Eliminate joy and sorrow, Prajna Paramita. Protect the pure practice of the 4th dhyana. It is for the joyful and steadfast bhikkhu. He looked at Xie Yan and continued to ask, Little benefactor, are you chanting scriptures? Suddenly, the light seemed to spread out, covering the entire space at that time, as well as little Ran's heart.
Back in the present, Xie Yan asked,
Junior sister, if Grandmaster Cheng Jing hadn't found you, I can't imagine what danger you would have been in, Xie Yan. Tell me honestly, what exactly is wrong with your cultivation?
Xie Yan brushed his hand away and replied,
Didn't the blind monk already say? This little monk has doubts in my heart. As long as the doubts can be answered, the problem of this little monk is easily solved.
Xie Yan hurriedly asked,
Then what doubts do you have? Tell me, and your brother will help you, Xie Yan unhappily exclaimed. Isn't this little monk looking for them? Otherwise, what does Zhuangxi think this little monk is doing on the road experiencing life? With that, she stood up and left, waving her hand and saying, This little monk is going to bed. Ching'er, seeing this, worriedly asked, Master, is the little miss okay? Xie Yan understood and replied, If she were okay, that'd be some freaky SHT.
Thinking carefully, this little girl basically doesn't sleep after cultivating, and resting is just sitting in meditation. Buddhist cultivators especially study karma. Maybe dreaming will reveal the root of the problem.
It was late at night, as Xie Yan had already passed out in her room. Xie Yan entered and, seeing this, thought, This girl didn't even take off her outer robe before going to sleep. She must be out cold.
Let big brother see what your doubts are. He reached out,
pointing 2 fingers at Xie Yan's forehead. Using the illusion demon heavenly mirror, he visualized an image to enter Xie Yan's current dream. The surrounding space floated for a long time, and Xie Yan gradually entered his little sister's dreamscape. Looking at the scenery gradually appearing before his eyes, it was somewhat familiar. Xie Yan wondered, Is this Luoyang? A familiar voice came from behind. People will change, let alone traveling outside. Opportunities are endless, and horizons are naturally broadened.
Xie Yan turned his head and saw himself and his younger sister talking about something. Xian Ran said, Senior brother, betray the demon sentiment sect, the dream self replied. What did you say? Xian Yan, standing outside and watching this scene, said, Ran is dreaming about me. My little sister had a more cute mouth back then.
Xie Yan in Xie Ran's dream, with a sad and aggrieved expression, said, But I'm already a member of the demon sentiment sect, but you're my younger sister, what should I do?
Xie Yan, seeing the image of himself, cursed.
What a wimpy-ass expression. What the heck is my memory self to Xie Yan?
Xie Yan grabbed Xie Yan's hand and turned to ask,
Elder brother, Are you the one who's making a name for himself? The demon jade young master, Xie Yan? Xie Yan, in her dream, with a timid face, replied, "What's wrong? You know too. How embarrassing."
Xie Yan, the real deal, stood outside, furrowing his brows and thought, "Is this a replay of our reunion in Luoyang? Did I really answer like that back then? Being famous throughout the land is a good thing. Why be shy about it?" Switching to another scene, Vice Abbot Cheng Jing coldly stood beside Xie Ran and said, "Xie Benefactor, please stop seeking out Rangier." Xie Yan in the dream cried out, "That's enough. I'm Rangier's older brother. What gives you the right to stop us from meeting? I won't allow it."
The real Xie Yan witnessed this scene and angrily cursed. Then argue back. "What's with the useless act?" Qingreier also chimed in, completely agreeing. That's right, that's right."
Xie Yan in the dream cried while wiping away tears, looking all pitiful as he grabbed his little sister's hand and whined, "Bro, boo-hoo, I don't want to sever ties with Rangier." Xie Yan, seeing this, was speechless and angrily cursed. "Is my memory messing with me? Or is it Xie Ran's? Did my face look like a ghost back then?" Xie Ran used a handkerchief to wipe away tears, and Xie Yan in the dream comforted, "Don't cry, big bro." The little girl was also very puzzled. Qingreier wouldn't know, since she couldn't leave Luoyang at all back then.
But this is my little sister's dreamscape. It's normal for it to be different from reality, even though my little sister dreaming about me in such a way is hard to put into words. Xie Yan, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, said,
"So that little girl is dreaming about this all day and night?
She can't resist my authority as her older brother in reality, so she's making me like that in her dreams? No way, I want to beat her to death."
Even so, Xie Yan still followed the two of them in the dream, saying, "Grandmaster Cheng Jing said that Ranchier's dream reflects her doubts. I should keep watching." In the dream, Xie Ran went sightseeing at Guiling Temple through the lens of her mind. The naive and innocent older brother exclaimed, "Wow, Guiling Temple is so big," extremely excited. In the dream, Xie Ran introduced the Buddhist treasures while saying, "All of them are stolen from other people's homes. Who else would they kill? If not him." Xie Ran in the dream looked scared and shrank back, replying, "I'm so scared. Why are the monks so fierce?" In the dream, Xie Ran discussed the relic. Xie Yan, the older brother, still looked like a crybaby, saying, "Rancher actually wants to fight for the relic for me. Boo-hoo, I'm so touched." Xie Ran wiped her tears again and said softly, "Don't cry, big bro." The real Xie Yan followed them for a while, couldn't stand it anymore, and shouted, "I can't take it anymore. My eyes have to endure pain that they can't endure." Qing Jianzhe flew to his side and asked caringly, "Master, are you okay?" Xie Yan covered his eyes, not wanting to look up, and replied, "I've been watching for half a day, and this girl is still at it, seeing me as weak, unable to do anything. What exactly are her doubts? As her older brother, is my presence not strong enough?" This dream stuff related to the subconscious is really there one moment and gone the next, unpredictable. As an outsider, even I can't grasp the key point. Can Ranger really find the answer? Here, he stood up and walked on, only to see that Ranger and himself had been together for a very long time. Suddenly one day, Xie Yan realized something was different about this dream. Xie Yan in the dream appeared and said to Xie Ran, "Bro is here to say goodbye. I've stayed in Luoyang for so long. Seeing that you can take care of yourself alone, I'm preparing to continue wandering the world.
If you want to find me, just contact the Demon Sentiment sect directly."
At this moment, Xie Yan's face was no longer as clear as before, no longer with the innocent and weak look, and his facial features were blurred.
Qinger saw this and was puzzled. Is Qinger seeing things? Why can't I see Master's face clearly in little sister's dream anymore? Xie Yan also wondered. I can't see it clearly either, he thought.
Moreover, it's not the same as I imagined. Did I really say those words to Ranshire before? Still in the dream, the memory of when they were at Lukong Town, Xie Yan asked his junior sister as soon as he met her, "It's been a long time since I've seen Ranger. Has your cultivation reached the point where you can leave the courtyard?" When they were in Dongdu, it was still Xie Yan with blurred facial features who stepped forward and said, "Want a candy? I still remember you like Lao Hu." Gradually, not only Xie Yan's face but also his words in the dream became blurred. This can also be considered a tune from some play of our family. Even a 3-year-old child can hum a couple of lines.
It's called Yung Gong Jin Yin. The image of Xie Yan gradually disappeared, leaving only that sentence.
Qinger hurriedly asked, "Master, why are you becoming more and more blurry in little sister's dream?"
Qinger looked back and forth, and it seems like she's about to forget what Master looks like, Xie Yan then explained. This place is Xie Ran's dreamscape after all. You're being influenced by her, little Qing asked in surprise. Influenced by little sister? But this is little sister's dream. Could it be that she and Master, Xie Yan, nodded in response. That's right, her recognition of me is starting to become confused, he thought calmly. I thought of it a long time ago. The Xie Yan that she imagined as weak and unable to do anything? That's not really me, but the original host who had been with her for a dozen years. It was something that couldn't be realized in reality. She had imagined a reunion with her real older brother, but I'm not the original host. Maybe she didn't notice it at the beginning, but through long-term contact, the difference between him and the original owner was becoming more and more obvious. Xie Yan had already stepped onto the path of cultivation. She wasn't completely clueless. Soul-snatching and body-swapping were things she had never seen, but she had definitely heard of them. Here, the image of Xie Yan in Xie Yan's dream completely disappeared, leaving only a blurry black shadow. Xie Yan realized that her consciousness had discovered that he was not Xie Yan. He started to think. But I sincerely regard her as my little sister, and I also have the memories of the original host. I'm not like a stranger, so she developed doubts. Xie Yan's doubt is me. Qingxi asked with a worried expression. What does that mean? Master has changed too much. Little sister can't accept it, Xie Yan replied with a slightly sad expression. Almost like that, but it's more complicated. Xie Yan began to calculate. Resolving the doubt is very simple. Just tell her the truth. Xie Yan was kidnapped by the seductress Xin Xinzi to the demon sentiment sect to be used as a cauldron and died. And I am Xie Yan from another timeline because I'm an isotope. After Xie Yan died, I took over his body. That way, Xin Xinzi is the culprit, and I'm an innocent passerby. Even if I can't continue to be Ranskir's brother, at least there won't be any conflict, right? Not to mention that Ranskir would never rest until Xin Xinzi was dead. The important thing is, who would believe it? Based on my current relationship with Xin Xinzi, it looks like we're in cahoots, colluding to do evil. Ranskir would most likely see us as the main culprits for the death of the original body. Oh my freaking god, I'm stuck with this scapegoat role. That succubus is seriously a menace. But thinking back, if she hadn't drained the original me and caused his death, I wouldn't have transmigrated to this world. Bottom line, it's one messed up legend. Suddenly, Zhu Feng spoke up. Unless I tell Ran the truth, and lead her to turn against and kill the succubus, only then can I clear my name. Xingboker was taken aback. What? Zhu Feng calmly continued. My brain must be soaked in water to even suggest that. Chinger breathed a sigh of relief, agreeing. Yeah, you're right. Suddenly, he turned grim, thinking sacrificing the original Zhu Feng alone would make everyone happy, settling old scores and fixing the mess in an instant, totally. OP. So, original body, your wife is mine now, go to heaven, and don't mess things up, little Qing cried out in fear. What scary thing are you thinking about, master? Zhu Feng ignored her, still lost in thought. Is telling the truth really a good idea for anyone? Am I just asking for trouble? But Randran needs an explanation to settle her doubts, otherwise she'll go crazy making stuff up. It has to be flawless, logical, and with evidence. Buddhist cultivators study cause and effect. A simple lie will only make her more suspicious. Making things worse, I blurted out those wild words in front of Master Shu Mi back then, and I didn't expect her to be so spot on. I really ruined Xie Yan's cultivation and messed with her Buddhist heart. I shouldn't have shown up in front of her from the start. He turned around and said, I can't break this stalemate anytime soon, or it'll backfire. I have to come up with a bulletproof explanation so everyone doesn't end up in a total bad end. Qinggrayer frantically asked. What about my sister then? Should we try planting a suggestion? Zhu Feng sighed and said, Planting a suggestion isn't that easy. The moment I try, Rantren will immediately wake up. Besides, I suspect Rantren's doubts are related to her special physique. That silly girl can't hide anything. Normally she wouldn't doubt me. I suspect I'm being influenced by the subconscious of her physique. Under those circumstances, planting a suggestion will only make her go even crazier. I'll just leave it for now and deal with it later. Luckily, it only affects her cultivation temporarily, not life-threatening. Qingir, come help me add stuff to Ranran's dream before I figure out a way. We can't let her figure out what her doubts are. While Zhu Yundao is here, I'll go talk to him about the Lotus platform, the 7 emotions, like Jing Yi reflecting the heart lotus. The next morning, Xing Ran woke up, yawning. Ugh, I haven't slept this long in ages. Xing Rier sang all night in my dream, and that blind monk said to find answers in dreams, so unreliable. After she changed, she opened the door. Just as Zhu Feng was about to knock, he said, Ran, you're awake. Xiaoran looked puzzled and said, That's rare, big guy. You're actually knocking instead of climbing through the window. Zhu Feng's lips twitched as he replied, Can't your big brother be polite for once? She pouted and said, You didn't even ask what I dreamed of, or if I solved the puzzle, big guy. You sus. Zhu Feng was a little surprised, but quickly said,
All right, I just wanted to improve my attitude with you. Don't push it. He hugged her, patting her head, his hand still caressing her hair. Xu Feng promised. Don't worry, even if the sky falls, I'll be there to hold it up. I'll definitely find a way to make everyone happy.
Just then, a subordinate came to report. Young Master Xu, someone is looking for you. They're waiting in the largest private room on the second floor. Xu Feng released his little martial sister and asked,
Who is it? Yu Wu Shuang and a bunch of beauties brought fruits to greet you. They heard that the flower god's sect's branch altar was robbed and thought of you, so they came to visit. We aren't interrupting, are we? Xu Feng's face fell as he replied, No, you came at the right time, not interrupting at all. Xu Ran, on the other hand, exclaimed excitedly, Li Chase, this little monk wants some. Xu Feng muttered inwardly. Can you not bring all this extravagant stuff every time?
One of the beauties asked. My mom owns the Haoheng wine house, so no one can hear us. So you're the one who torched Bei Ling's place, right? Xu Feng immediately denied it. I'm not taking the blame for that. Probably some righteous hero who didn't like Lian Yiluo. Xi Ran ate a lychee and said, What kind of righteous hero would call themselves Fang Xin Torch? What a weird name.
Xu Feng pointed at her and scolded. Adults are talking, don't butt in, eat your lychees, Xi Ran shouted back. You're crossing the river and tearing down the bridge. I'm the one who provided the fruit intel. Xu Feng switched to a friendly tone and said to Yu Wu Shuang, There's good news. Although Sa Bei Ling did it, I ended up with the emerald dewdrop. He took out something from his sleeve and continued. This fruit has no flavor, but after it touches the skin, it can rejuvenate you and make the person who carries it give off an alluring fragrance. Yun Wu Shuang smiled and said, So you're the one who's Sa Bei Ling. After all, Xu Feng still denied it. Don't say that.
When you give it to Elder Gongsun, remind her not to meet with the Flower God sect after carrying it, to avoid them finding out and suspecting we're with Sa Bei Ling. That would be a big problem.
Yu Wu Shuang declined. You went through so much trouble to get it, how can I just deliver it? You should give it to her yourself. The system notified. Received 001 joy points. Gongsun Hao stood up and asked,
Come meet my mom. I can see how your Kung Fu is coming along on the way. As soon as she heard that, Xi Ran took another bite of lychee and said, This little monk isn't going anywhere. Pretty Gongsun, leave the fruit, snacks, and the sisters. Gongsun Hao replied, Sure, Hao Heng Wine House has a secret menu. You can let them choose dishes for you.
Xu Feng reminded, Rantran, that's enough.
Grandmaster Cheng Jing might come looking for you again. Sorry to trouble you. Ahao.
Sitting in the carriage, Gongsun Hao wondered, You said you've already mastered the basics of the heavenly demon scripture.
That fast? Xu Feng released a bit of demonic energy and said, See, is this heavenly demon true Qi? He thought to himself. If I weren't afraid of being seen as a monster, I could even show off the heavenly demon evil visage. Gongsun Hao held the demonic energy in her hand, exclaiming in surprise, It really is heavenly demon true Qi. Whether it's the hand of annihilation or the traditional evil thought method, your mastery speed surpasses 9 out of 10 disciples of the great heavenly demon sect, and they have personal guidance from their elders. You only have the manual I gave you. Received 0.01 surprise points. Good job, Master. Xie Yan happily replied, You can't make bricks without straw. If I said I want to try to help a Hao change the forbidden knowledge, quickly mastering the heavenly demon scripture is just a drop in the bucket. Gongsun Hao asked, Bro, if you've already mastered it, do you feel anything is off? Like inexplicably irritable, easily angered, or easily falling into negative emotions? All disciples who have mastered the heavenly demon scripture of the great heavenly demon sect encounter that trouble, taking 1 or 2 Shinchen to recover, or 3 to 5 days to alleviate it. Xie Yan confidently replied, My state is excellent right now. Didn't I say it before? I used to practice other martial arts that also involved evil thoughts upon entry. The heavenly demon scripture's entry-level evil thoughts don't affect me at all, Gongsun Hao happily said. That's great, to be able to ignore the flaws of the heavenly demon scripture, even if it's just the entry-level martial art that uses oppressive thoughts. The practitioner's level isn't lower than that of the heavenly demon scripture. That martial art definitely isn't the flowery sword fingers, is it? Simultaneously cultivating 2 supreme arts and still reaching that realm, you truly are a natural talent for martial arts. Received Gongsun Hao's admiration origin points. Gongsun Hao received 0.01 appreciation origin points.
Xi Jian still confidently replied, You flatter me too much. I really do have some talent in cultivation.
Suddenly, Gongsun Hao noticed something, looking worried as she said, Your heavenly demon true Qi seems a bit unusual, much more refined than the entry level, even approaching the perfected heavenly demon true Qi, but it seems to be mixed with some kind of special trait. Xi Yan, worried that he had gone too far, then said, Maybe it's because it and my martial art of evil thoughts have influenced each other.
The beautiful Gongsun calmly said, I don't understand most of your cultivation, but if I know you really can withstand the influence of evil thoughts, after meeting my mother, I'll give you that forbidden technique. Xie Yan smiled and replied, That's great, Hao. Wait for the good news of me changing the forbidden knowledge. Gongsun Hao hurriedly reminded.
Don't be too confident. The Heavenly Decree Sword has no openings, it's not easy to change, insufficient Heavenly Demon Scripture cultivation can lead to cultivation deviation. Moreover, I suspect that perfecting the Heavenly Demon Scripture is only one of the absolute conditions, not the entire condition. Otherwise, so many brilliant predecessors in the history of the great Heavenly Demon sect wouldn't only have a few who mastered that move. Xie Yan complained, Ahao, have some faith in me, okay?
Gongsun Hao replied firmly, Even if I have confidence in you, otherwise I wouldn't be planning to give you that move now.
Otherwise, I would have waited until you truly mastered the Heavenly Demon Scripture after cultivating the extreme yin and extreme evil thoughts before talking about it.
The two of them went to meet Gongsun Hao's mother, Ala Hao. She called out, Mother! She was tending to her two little birds.
Gongsun Hao hurriedly ran over, happily saying, Young Master Xi is looking for Gongsun Fengxian turned to ask little Xie Yan, What is it? Xie Yan held out the item, respectfully saying, Please take a look, Elder.
Gongsun Elder opened the brocade pouch, saying,
What's this all mysterious about? What is it? Emerald green serpent fruit. She picked it up, very happily saying,
Xie Yan hurriedly said,
Elder, you can try taking off your gloves and directly touching it. It has a special effect. As expected, the elder knew.
Gongsun Fengxian turned back to lightly blame her daughter.
You little brat, did you reveal your mother's thoughts? Do you want to anger your mother to death? Inheriting a widow's hope, huh? Gongsun Hao then replied, Mother, it wasn't me. Young Master Xi figured it out.
Gongsun Elder turned to Xie Yan and exclaimed,
Good for you, Xie Yan. Secretly smiling, Am I old? If I still had the strength, I'd see if a palm could kill you. The beautiful Gongsun reminded. Mother, don't get tired. Xie Yan smilingly replied,
Elder, I'm wronged. How would this junior dare?
Clearly, it was Lian Yiluo who was despicable and shameless first. This junior can only help the elder take back what belongs to her. Gongsun Elder was still moved, saying, Woo-woo, I really decided to be a strong woman. But you two little brats want to anger your mother to death?
Gongsun Hao hugged her mother from behind, denying it.
It's okay, Mother. It's good that you're not strong like that. I've grown up and can protect you, and now there's young Master Xi. You won't be wronged again in the future, Gongsun Elder replied. You two little brats? Well, since Ahao Hao has already said so, how can I refuse little Xie Yan's intentions?
Xie Yan happily smiled and said to her, No, to be able to see the elder's true appearance. This junior would do anything, yet she scolds me. Little Xie Yan is cultivating the flowery sword, only good at saying nice things. You guys wait for me a bit. Let me go back to my room to test the effects of this emerald green serpent fruit.
Half a shinshin later. It's been too long, Xie Yan impatiently asked. Ahao, why don't you go in and see how your mother is doing? It's been half a shinshin. Gongsun Hao was still smiling and about to say something, when the door next to them opened. A beautiful girl stepped out and continued. You've only waited a little while and you're already impatient. How is it, little Xie Yan? Am I beautiful? As expected of the beautiful Gongsun's mother, the fragrance and curves are even more captivating.
Xie Yan praised wholeheartedly. Beautiful, sinking fish and plummeting geese, closing the moon and shaming flowers are not enough to describe Elder Gongsun's beauty. She beckoned him over. Xie Yan was confused, but still walked over,
and was immediately embraced into the beauty's loving bosom.
This beautiful woman has a good nature. I'll give you a loving hug. Xie Yan was a bit surprised, thinking, so fragrant. Moreover, this scent can actually draw out desires from the depths of my soul. This thing really is an evil object. Wait, is she using the emerald green serpent fruit's properties to tease me? That's too much, Elder. System notification. Received 0.01 joy origin points. Gongsun Fengxian received 0.01 gratitude origin points. Gongsun Fengxian. He looked up at the beauty, asking, That's right, Gongsun. Elder, I heard that you and Elder Wu used to be a double cultivation couple in the demonic passion sect. You're already this beautiful. How much more beautiful was Elder Wu when she was younger? Gongsun Elder angrily pushed Xie Yan away, saying, You little brat, you're really not lovable. Xie Yan smilingly replied, Ha ha, isn't this the elder making the first move? But the emerald green serpent fruit's properties are too obvious, Elder. Definitely don't go out and face the demon god sect, she said cheerfully. Don't worry. I've been preparing for this for ages, knowing what this fruit is all about. I've got plans for both scenarios, seeing the light or not seeing the light, and even Lian Qiluo right in front of me won't catch a single clue. Gongsun Zhanglao added, Little Xie Yan is right. If Lian Qiluo hadn't played dirty, this fruit would have been mine a long time ago, Xie Yan chimed in. That's right, that's right. Seeing this, Gongsun Hao looked content, thinking, Great, Mom is finally back to her old self. Gongsun Feixian suggested, Okay, little Xie Yan, let's talk about going back to the Mao Qing sect. Xie Yan replied with a smile. Please speak, Gongsun Zhanglao. This junior is all ears. She turned to her son and instructed. I'll go back, but I need to wait, at least until the Hua Zhaolu auction ends. There are many things there that need to be arranged properly. Whether I return to the Mao Qing sect or not is a matter between my two mothers and Hao. Gongsun Hao asked, Mom, you want to bring the whole business with you?
Gongsun Zhanglao patted his head and replied, Only you understand me. Me, Xie Yan said with a thoughtful expression. Has Gongsun Zhanglao considered the pressure from the Da Tianma sect? With Ji Wangguan's lesson as a cautionary tale, I'm worried something might happen if we delay too long. Although I'm confident in my strength, what if the Da Tianma sect sends out a master at the Xiantian 5th stage? Gongsun Zhanglao immediately interjected. As long as Yu Tingsu isn't dead, no one in the Da Tianma sect will dare touch a hair on my head. At most, Guo Pingting will just come to say some nauseating words. If they touch a Hao now, it'll be an instant explosion, and they'll be the ones getting eaten. A Hao was too stupid last time. If it were me, if you dared to push me, I'd hang myself. You dare break my limbs and seal all my meridians, and better pull out all my teeth, or you won't be able to stop me from killing myself. If either of my daughters dies at their hands, directly or indirectly, no one will survive except Guo Pingting.
Do you really think Yu Tingsu is a pushover? Xie Yan started to feel chills, thinking, Scary. I didn't expect Gongsun Zhanglao to have such a crazy beauty side. But what's the deal between her and Yu Tingsu anyway? Why does the latter care about her so much? Gongsun Hao said beside him. Mom, don't underestimate Guo Pingting's crazy dog level, Gongsun Feixian replied. If she had that much skill, my daughters and I wouldn't have lived to this day. But others and I are fine. The real trouble is, Ahao. Ahao's martial arts are all directly inherited from the Da Tianma sect. They definitely won't let Ahao just leave Dongdu like that and rely on the Ma Qing sect, Gongsun Hao suggested. Then I'll stay, you and Xigongzi go. Gongsun Zhanglao replied with a smile. Silly kid, what are you thinking? How can you, a blockhead like you, deal with your turtle old man and the little BTCH Guo Pingting? Besides, if you don't come with me, who's going to back me up? Gongsun Beauty said with a worried expression. But Gongsun Feixian raised her head and continued. You were born from me. Of course you're going with me. I want to take the Da Tianma sect's inheritance back to the Ma Qing sect. I am Yu Tingsu. The Da Tianma sect owes it. Xie Yan, standing beside him, echoed. Zhanglao is mighty. The Da Tianma sect might come to my Ma Qing sect to snatch people. The sect leader is now at the Xiantian 6th stage. No one who comes will have any effect. Gongsun Zhanglao then scolded. Little Xie Yan, what are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who causes trouble for the sect? As long as Aihao doesn't join the Ma Qing sect and doesn't leak the Da Tianma sect's martial arts, he's my son, going home with his mom, then the Da Tianma sect has no reason to find fault. The only trouble is whether we can leave this time. Hearing this, both of them broke out in a cold sweat. Gongsun Hao smiled awkwardly, thinking, Mom seems to have been exposed. Gongsun Feixian said silently, There will be a lot of trouble if we want to leave, so I need some time to rearrange, little Xie Yan. You don't necessarily have to come with us. Having you around will make it easier to reveal our purpose, which is that we want to go back to the Mao Qing sect. Xie Yan immediately affirmed, Don't worry, Gongsun Zhanglao. I have great skills. It just so happens that I have some unfinished business in Dongdu. After I finish it, call me when you want to leave. I have a way to get everyone out of Dongdu without anyone knowing. Gongsun Zhanglao praised happily upon hearing this. Is that so amazing? Explain it clearly. Suddenly she remembered and asked, Oh, right, little Xie Yan. The Huashen sect branch altar was robbed, was it you? Remember to do a few more things to confuse the eyes, otherwise it will be too obvious. Xie Yan replied, Great minds think alike. I originally planned to continue committing crimes tonight, to stir up the muddy waters. Does Gongsun Zhanglao have any suggestions? If I can't find a wealthy merchant or official with beautiful women and a bad reputation, I'll let Sabaling cause trouble. Gongsun Beauty asked beside him, Didn't you say you weren't Sabaling?
Gongsun Zhonglao said excitedly. This is easy. I have a bunch of lists here. The family and the beautiful women in the family have also been robbed. I'll go to the government to report the case tomorrow morning, and I can just transfer some of the property away. Xie Yan praised after hearing the plan.
Gongsun Zhonglao, you are really cunning. She said upon hearing this, what cunning? This is called wisdom. In Dongdu, at the Huashen sect branch altar, Lian Qiluo sat thinking with a headache. Xie Yan rejected my invitation before, but later took the initiative to answer. All because he had met Gongsun Feixian.
If everything is a layout set up by Gongsun Feixian, the main purpose is to lure the tiger away from the mountain, taking advantage of my appointment with Xie Yan to attack the Biluosha fruit. Even packing up everything, but hiding the real purpose is the Biluosha fruit. In the end, compared with Biluosha fruit, other things such as master's records and letters are probably worthless to outsiders. And it's just that I lost face. The most valuable thing is to use it to blackmail me, but the other party didn't do that. No, that's not right. If Gongsun Feixian had subordinates like Sabaling, she wouldn't have waited until today to take action, and I have been home a lot before.
Could it be that Sabaling is Gongsun Feixian, and her strength has recovered? Xie Yan came here from the Ma Qing sect, giving her the opportunity to recover.
Thinking of this, Lian Qiluo bit her lip worriedly, thinking, it's not impossible. One of the possibilities is Gongsun Feixian, but if it wasn't her, who would be staring at the Biluosha fruit? Xie Yan and his gang also have this motive. But this little thief was by my side at the time, and he didn't have the strength to do it. Besides, Yu Wuxiang can kill people, but he doesn't have the ability to be a thief. Ji Yundao may have this ability, but is he really playing the role of Sabaling in Gongsun Feixian's affairs? Is he such a despicable person? It seems that there is also a possibility that people from the Datianma sect are also involved. Suddenly, someone outside reported, Yu Shi, there is new news from Dongdu Fu. My subordinate will go in and report.
Yu Shi, in Dongdu Fu,
more than 5 families have reported the case early this morning. All the boudoir women were robbed, and Sabaling's letter was left behind to ridicule the victims.
Each of those victims is a well-known beauty in the city for a long time, including Cao Kengu's wife, and the boss lady Gongsun Feixian of Jiyu Wangguan. Lian Shaojun then asked, so many families and all the boudoirs of the beauties were taken away cleanly. Wait a minute, Gongsun Furen's house was also visited by that evil thief. The subordinate replied respectfully, that's right, it is rumored that the losses were very heavy.
Lian Qiluo became more headache after hearing this, thinking, could it be that I am thinking too much? Is that Sabaling really just a simple shameless thief? She ordered her subordinates, you guys prepare a little bit, and go with me to visit Gongsun Furen later. She calculated in her heart, I will know when I go over to see it. If her strength has really recovered, I don't believe she can hide it from me. Over here, Xie Yan took out a gold brick that Gongsun Hao gave him and played with it, thinking that he had high expectations for Pansy Sword's knowledge. But Ah Hao gave him a gold brick. The strongest forbidden knowledge of the Da Tianma sect is a gold brick. No one will believe it when it is said. The Shinmo sect has Shinmo seal to restrain the disciples. And the Da Tianma sect actually has similar methods. Although the restraining power is far less than that of the Shinmo sect, it is still very powerful to use it in the forbidden courtyard to prevent martial arts in the sect from being leaked. According to Ahao's words, apart from Tianma Daodian, he cannot pass on the other martial arts of the Da Tianma sect, even if he wants to, although he doesn't know why Tianma Daodian is an exception. So, the Grand Heaven Demon sect's Sword Meridian's innate technique, the Demon Multitude A La Sword Sutra, is indeed not for me. Luckily, that forbidden move completely transcends the Sword Sutra, has an extremely heavy karma with the Heavenly Demon Scripture, and Ahio has completely mastered it. Only then could he forcibly imprint a trace of sword intent onto the golden brick, enough for me to thoroughly study it. Holding the brick and examining it closely, Xie Yan said, this golden brick, according to Ahayu, has imperishable metallic properties. Only the golden brick can transmit his sword intent. Next, I need to wait for the sword intent within the golden brick to completely stabilize before I can use it, about half a day or so. He put away the golden brick. Guess we'll talk about it then. Guess I'll go find Rancharan first. This time, researching the Lian Dai Temple's martial arts all night with Juyun Island, and then discussing the Heavenly Demon Scripture with Ahao, has given me a pretty good idea, an idea to answer Xie Ran's doubts. At this moment, Xie Ran was standing by the lake, silently for a long time. As she was about to dip her toes into the water, Xie Yan's voice called out to Xie Ran. He rushed over, grabbed his junior sister by the collar, and asked Xie Ran, what are you doing?
Xie Ran turned around with a cheerful face and replied, oh, it's you, bro. It's nothing, Lil. Me felt like dreaming wasn't effective, so I'm trying sleepwalking. Who knows, maybe I can get a little inspiration.
Xie Yan got pissed, knocked her on the head, and scolded. You want to be the death of me? I thought your 5 senses had shut down to the point of wandering off. He lowered his voice and continued. If I had known that you would turn into this after practicing Lian Dai Temple's martial arts, I should have forced you to come with me from the start, Xie Yan then said. Back then, you couldn't beat my master, so you couldn't take me away.
She was too right, which made him a little angry, scolding.
No talking back. Xie Yan just replied. Oh. Then, they both sat down to fish. Xie Yan fished, and asked, You're free today, bro? Not going out to loaf around anymore? Xie Yan replied, What do you mean loaf around? Girl, you really don't know how to talk. The things I had to do are all done, so now I can be with you. Wasn't I going to learn Ahayou's ultimate move? After exchanging ideas with him, I realized that the heavenly demon scripture has a huge impact on one's mindset. A little carelessness can lead to a huge change in personality. He turned to his junior sister and asked, Ran, tell me, why do all the powerful martial arts in the world change one's mindset a little? Like the heavenly demon scripture, or the flower between swords finger, and your Lian Dai Temple's skill as well. Xie Yan coldly replied, In fact, the 7 emotions are like a mirror, reflecting the mind. It doesn't change the mindset, bro. You have a very deep misunderstanding of my path. On the contrary, your demonic martial arts are more likely to change people's mindsets. Xie Yan continued, I'm not arguing with you, but from some perspectives, you're right. In this regard, the demonic path is indeed relatively developed. For example, your bro here, speaking of practicing the flower between swords finger, although the influence is positive, if I had a choice at the beginning, I wouldn't have chosen this martial art at all. He sighed, looking in another direction, and said, Forget it. Saying too much is also tears. Let's not talk about it anymore.
Xie Yan suddenly happily turned to him and excitedly said, Bro, tell me. Lil, me wants to hear.
Xie Yan then agreed. Okay, let me think about how to say it. He began to tell the story. Actually, Ran, you also know, a long time ago I didn't like practicing martial arts. In his heart, he thought, Finally, I found an opportunity to talk about that topic.
Xiao Ran also remembered and continued. That's right. Before, you hated fighting the most, and you would cry at the slightest thing. Xie Yan immediately interrupted, annoyed. Don't interrupt. Let me continue. Xie Yan thought in his heart. If Juyun Island's understanding of Lian Dai Temple's martial arts is not too different, then in Rantran's subconscious, she is suspicious of me, which stems from the 7 emotions like a mirror, reflecting the mind. This is the fundamental heart mantra of Lian Dai Temple. External information is always imported into Randran's mind lotus, like a demon-revealing mirror, which can easily reveal my inconsistencies. These inconsistencies have always been engraved in her subconscious, even she herself doesn't realize it. That's why it leads to her disturbances and doubts. When Gongsun Elder mentioned the little-known legend about Wen Zongju cultivating the flower between swords finger, Rankran was clearly very interested. In fact, that's because her instinct is trying to supplement, to find a way to rationalize the reason why Xie Yan, who was different before and after, practiced the flower between swords finger, changing her brother's personality. What I have to do is join forces with her outer consciousness, her instincts, and together deceive her soul, her subconscious. I didn't mention it before because I was afraid that being too sudden would easily lead to the vigilance of her subconscious. Now there is a very good opportunity. Next is deep acting. Xie Yan began to perform. He raised his hand and looked at the sky, recounting, Originally, I could have tolerated the darkness if I had never seen the sun,
but the sunlight shone on my barren life. Who would willingly give up the light and return to the mud? Once I thought I was like my parents and ancestors. Just live like that, marry a wife, have children, and support the whole family. I die, and my children continue to live that life, looping around, ordinary and stable. Zhilaozhuang is too far away, even if you want to go. Ordinary people can't go very far. They can only circle around a few acres of land.
If there were no surprises, this would be my whole life, but I never expected a surprise to appear. Speaking of this, Xie Yan lowered his head and mentioned the name of the enchantress, Qin Xinzi.
Xie Yan patted her head and continued. That's right, it was love at first sight with her. Meeting her, being fascinated by her difference from ordinary people, was like a thunderbolt to my head, making me remember her when I left, think about her when I sat down, and see her in my dreams.
But now that I think about it, love at first sight may not be the person named Qin Xinzi, but what she represents, completely different from Zhilaozhuang, the world outside. The thread that had been tightened in Xie Ran's heart was gradually loosened. She raised her head and turned to call out, Bro, Xie Yan, dude. She leans in all close and whispers, "Okay, so there's this one thing I haven't told you. It's kind of about a man's pride, so it's hard to say out loud. But it was ages ago, so no biggie, right? Just don't tell Mom and Dad." Okay, Xie Yan's just staring, totally clueless.
Huh? Xie Yan spills the beans. It's not like I ditched home for Qin Shinzi. She's, like, the top disciple of a major sect. She'd never look twice at a hillbilly like me. I was just chasing after her, following her all the way from Shi Laozhuang to the demonic sentiments sect. Then, BAM! The sect was in the middle of a freaking civil war. Shinzi was barely keeping her head above water, let alone looking out for a nobody like me. Getting called a kept man was the good part. Back then, I wouldn't even dare to go outside. I was terrified that the person waiting beyond the door wasn't Shinzi. But finally the battle wave spread to me. If it wasn't for the sect leader and Shinzi appearing at the right time, I would have been slapped to death long ago by the demonic sentiment sect traitor, Yegutun. That was the first time I almost died. I swore I had to get stronger. The sect leader and Shinzi couldn't always show up in the nick of time. I had to survive, and the only one I could depend on was myself.
Xie Yan's face gets all sad, and she looks up at him, listening quietly. Xie Yan looks down suddenly. She points at herself, grinning. So, you know the rest. The sect leader wanted to expand her influence, and I wanted to get strong. It was a perfect match. She took me on as a personal guard and taught me cultivation techniques.
But you know how the demonic sentiments sect is. Tons of girls, hardly any guys. There weren't many techniques that were both right for me and super powerful. After a lot of searching, I could only choose the flower amidst the sword technique. Everyone says I was born to cultivate the flower amidst the sword technique, but only I know that I'm only suitable in having the face to be able to cultivate the flower amidst the sword technique. I still looked for all kinds of stories about Wen Tingjun, and the sect leader found ways to set myself inside them.
In this period, I dreamt that myself become the sect leader Wen.
Luckily, effort never fails. And finally, I cultivated the peerless martial arts, which has been lost in the martial arts world for a long time. Thinking back on it now, I can't believe I actually pulled it off. How could a blockhead like me master the flower amidst the sword technique? He conjures a wisp of flower amidst the sword technique energy on his fingertip, musing, "Gotta dial it back." I've never told her any of this before, so if I suddenly start now, it'll be super sus. But I can use it to explain why I picked up the flower amidst the sword technique so easily, which will make me seem less suspicious. He leans back against the tree, continuing, "To this day, I still don't know if I was always a bit of a playboy at heart, or if cultivating the flower amidst the sword technique turned me into one." Xie Yan thinks to himself, letting her know that the change in my personality is mostly due to the flower amidst the sword technique should be enough. But even if my excuse is perfect, who knows if I can fool Xintian? Xinran lies down next to him. Xie Yan turns to her. Ran, which version of your brother do you like better? The one before or after I cultivated the flower amidst the sword technique? He thinks. I finally got experience in speaking, knowledge, and the time, from when the original body left home to when Him and I were reunited. The gap wasn't long. It seems like less than 2 years. Such a big change. Plus having to focus on cultivation. How could an ordinary person have enough energy to take care of everything? Xie Yan replies. Both are annoying. Xie Yan calls her a two-faced brat. Looking down at his sister, he worriedly thinks, ordinary people can easily ignore this point. But if I want to hide it from Xinlian, it won't be that easy. I can only take things one step at a time and do my best. Sigh. I feel a bit guilty for lying to this little girl, but there's no other way. To prevent her from suffering a Kili deviation, revealing the truth like fire and water, no matter which angle you look at it from, only lies can achieve a perfect ending. Half a day later, Xie Yan arrives at a forest and starts studying the golden brick. He holds it up, saying, "Looks like the sword intent has finally stabilized. According to Ahao, all I need to do is touch it with heavenly demon true qi." Xie Yan unleashes his demonic energy, enveloping the brick. He continues, "Then I should be able to trigger the judgment sword intent that he left behind and gradually understand that forbidden sword technique." But Xie Yan pouts, annoyed. Is he for real? I've tried like a dozen times, and I haven't learned a single thing, unless it's because I fused the heavenly demon scripture with the Ma Luo true art, which means my heavenly demon true qi isn't pure, it's a knockoff. Don't mess with me. If that's really the reason, then I'm in deep trouble. Pissed off, Xie Yan grits his teeth and yells, "I don't believe it. Miracles happen when you go all out." Heavenly demon evil general, drag Nyla King out of his horse. Even a little sword intent isn't showing up. Not far away, Heifu Jun is listening to his subordinate's report.
This area has been completely permeated with evil aura. Master Shen Ding of the Ming Dynasty suggested that we first use Buddhist Dharma to give up evil thoughts. If it is ineffective, the recovery of all things will be affected, and the time for ecological recovery will be delayed, but the price of masters who specialize in this kind of Taoism is very expensive. Zhang Zhanxi's opinion is, the revival of all things is only affected, not that it has no effect. Let the disciples of the Flower God sect work overtime a little longer, and increase their salary by 1 level next month. Several subordinates are sitting on the ground, using the Flower God sect's Mofa Vientiane Fuzu.
The subordinate continues to report. Then, on the Great Heavenly Demon sect's side, they expressed that after arriving in Dongdu, in addition to going to Jiyu Wangguan, they also gained something after fighting, and did not arbitrarily release evil thoughts to corrode the environment. They have been staying in the manor outside the north of the city. There was no one in the vicinity of the dry forest that day. He Fujun then issued an order. Continue to send invitations, and invite the person in charge of the Great Heavenly Demon sect to Dongdu Mansion as a guest.
Even Zhang Zhanxi's opinion, the area eroded by evil thoughts is not just one area. Relying solely on the secret techniques of the Flower God sect is too slow. Let Zhang Zhanxi go to Zhaon Temple and invite a master from Suzaku Temple to help.
Huo Pei rubs his painful eyebrows,
Thinking, destroying the environment is not a big deal. The Great Heavenly Demon sect will not necessarily admit it, so someone else really did it, and Lian Yiluo is already busy to death. After the end of the Wood World, this guy continued to think and said that there was a problem with his cultivation.
Really?
Suddenly he sensed an abnormality nearby, Xie Yan's heavenly demon aura.
Huo Fujun's veins popped with anger as he shouted, "How dare you! Here we go again!" The subordinate behind him asked in confusion. "Sir," he ignores them, glaring angrily in the direction of the demonic energy, saying, "That immoral bastard, afraid of revealing the evil aura and destroying the vicinity. Does this maniac think Dongdu Prefecture is just for show? Yet he dares to act so recklessly. This official wants to see if he's truly from the Great Heaven Demon sect." Xie Yan, still focused on using the devilish avatar of heavenly demons to pull that Naraku king off his high horse, thought, "Just as I thought, a cheap knockoff, I need to use all my strength to activate the Malatru Chi to resonate with the Fatsu sword intent."
Finally he gets it. This ain't good, looks like I can't learn this move. He suddenly sensed something, turned around, and instantly recognized the newcomer, thinking, damn, I was too focused just now. A bit out of touch with the outside world. I only noticed when someone got this close. It's Huo Pei again. Why does this guy keep finding me like a fly? I'm not in a good mood right now. He's just unlucky.
Huo Pujun, approaching rapidly, exclaimed, "Such a magnificent Dharma image, such vigorous true chi, and such intense murderous aura. This is clearly the characteristic of the Great Heaven Demon sect's strongest chi."
He immediately used the Summon Ding Si Divine General technique, shouting loudly, "Who goes there? Why do you repeatedly disrupt the demonic chi?"
Xie Yan countered, blasting back towards him, and angrily roared,
"Get lost." Huo Pujun barely managed to brace himself, but he already felt things weren't going well.
In just a few seconds, the demonic chi blasted him and his Summon Ding Si Divine General technique backward. Huo Pei was sent flying backward by the blow, crashing down the mountainside.
He immediately stood up and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, gritting his teeth as he looked up and said, "The Great Heaven Demon sect is bullying people too much."
At the same time, in the outskirts of the Great Han, near Hulu Town, Xie Yan, refreshed and happy from releasing some stress, casually strolled along.
Qingzhe flew out and asked, Master, where are we going?" Xie Yan replied, "Great Han Town, Hulu. I'm about to cause a big stir. Staying in Dongdu is no longer convenient." He opened the system and continued, "Huo Pei is just a nobody. He didn't even see my face. This dirtbag can accuse the Great Heaven Demon sect, giving them some trouble. But if I alert the 5th level Heaven Immortal Masters of Dongdu, then I'll be in trouble."
Qing'er, with sparkling eyes,
admiringly praised, "Master, you're so amazing." The system displayed, skills successfully recorded. Skill name, Heavenly Judgment Fansu Sword Unleashed. Skill introduction. Gongsun Hao paid a great price to leave behind a demonic path sword art, reenacting the sword intent, relying on the extreme evil thoughts manipulated by demons, compiling 99 sword forms of the ATA Sword Sutra by force, borrowing the power of the heavenly demon with heavenly demon emotions, distorting the great Tao of swords. CT, annihilation of all beings. Current level, not initiated. Xie Yan looked at the screen, frowning, and said, No wonder this move is so powerful. Its essence belongs to a kind of hand-me-down technique, not much related to one's own strength. Is this the treatment only the heavenly demon's own get? Borrowing the power of the heavenly demon? Distorting the great Dapo of swords? Annihilating all beings? With unimaginable applications to the power of the great Dapo? I've never even heard of it. To some extent, casting this move is equivalent to temporarily having the innate power of a Tao seed, capable of communicating with the power of the great Tao to fight enemies. Unheard of. Don't know which is stronger, innate Tao seeds or this, but based on the single effect alone, this move seems much stronger. The martial arts of the main world really know how to play with the power of the great Daoyo. In comparison, the application of the great Dao by the spirit transformation cultivators of the small world is much more superficial. This move is so OP, which is originally a good thing. Too bad. The screen flashed red.
Warning: due to the high similarity between the skill and the heavenly demon Great Dakyo, cultivation will be forcibly assimilated. You can spend origin points to block the negative effects, but after blocking the negative effects, cultivation will be impossible. Xie Yan angrily cursed, "You bastard! Now that this kind of warning has appeared, how would I dare to cultivate it?"
he said gloomily. Moreover, after the heavenly demon scripture merged with the Mala true art, the cultivation method of the devilish avatar of heavenly demons is still there, but the cultivation method of extreme yin and extreme evil thoughts is gone. The two are probably completely incompatible. Even if I ignored the system's warning and cultivated, it would be like trying to make bricks without straw.
Xie Yan angrily smashed the system screen, cursing, "What's the point of this?" Recalling when Gongsun Hao gave him this golden brick, he said, "I feel guilty toward Ahao. If I hadn't seen the system's introduction, I wouldn't have known how much he had paid. No wonder his sword shi imprint took so long. He probably didn't want me to see his weak appearance. Singai, I don't even know the exact cost." Qing'er then flew to his side and asked, "Master, you can't learn the strongest part." Xie Yan waved the brick in the air, scoffed, and said, "Why do you think your master traveled tens of thousands of miles to the Great Han?" He put it away again, continuing, "If the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain, right?" Qing'er looked blank, asking, "Master, are you planning?" Xie Yan took out his sword, finishing the sentence, "This move is, after all, a kind of sword art. If it's a sword art, it must be related to the sword Great Tao in the system's description. Robbing it fits too. Distorting the Great Tao of Swords is still the Great Tao of Swords." He swung the sword a few times, confidently saying, "I'm a spirit transformation cultivator. I possess the Great Dakyo of Swords to some extent. Even if I can't learn all of this sword art, forcibly comprehending a bit of the essence from it and merging it, surely that's possible." Xie Yan pointed the sword at the sky, directly aiming at the golden brick, and a brilliant light appeared. He shouted loudly, "Let me pry out the Great Tao of Swords. Let's see how difficult this Fansu sword intent really is." A powerful, dark, billowing aura spread around the sky, and Xie Yan, he looked at his hand, saying, "As expected, using the Great Tao of Swords can activate Ahao's imprinted sword intent, and the manifested form is completely different from when it was released using Mala True Chi before, shedding all the superfluous, getting closer to the essence." After half an incense stick's time, everything gradually dissipated. Qing'er quickly flew over and asked, "Master, did you learn it?" The golden brick in his hand then gradually cracked into pieces, and Xie Yan looked at it and replied, "Saying I learned it is not really learning it. I can't even grasp a tiny bit of it. This move is fundamentally not a normal sword intent technique, and I also lack many necessary conditions. But I used the sword refinement chapter to successfully refine the sword intent that Ahalio left behind and merge it into the heavenly sword and the heavenly devil Asura True Chi from the heavenly devil scripture that I integrated as well. Later I can also borrow the help of the Fengtian sword to unleash the Heaven has judged, sword comes forth with no survivors, move once. It's a pity that Ahadio's sword intent is only enough to activate one complete use before it dissipates. I'm not the same as Ahao. I have Xing Tian. It's not easy for others to kill me. If I fight, I can fight with my opponent until their brains explode. Using this move to cheat the heavenly ninth realm might be a bit of an exaggeration, but dealing with someone in the 6th or 7th heaven realm isn't impossible. It's definitely doable. Qing'er exclaimed with admiration. Wow, that's so amazing. How about Master finds Gongsun Myron a few more times
and asks for a few more one-time use sword intents? It's such a waste.
Xie Yan smiled and said to the little girl,
"What are you thinking? I already said it requires a huge price, and the price will definitely not be small. One must know when enough is enough. Ahao has already been very good to me. How can I be so insatiably greedy?" Qing'er understood upon hearing this, and replied, "Oh." Xie Yan then put his sword back and continued, "Moreover, I have already fulfilled my previous promise. I originally intended to borrow the help of the sword's great Dao to see if I could modify this move, but now it seems I was arrogant."
Taking a step back, let's summarize a bit.
Use the Mara true art to absorb evil thoughts and repay Ahako so that he doesn't suffer and suppress his cultivation realm, so that he can continue to improve using the Heavenly Devil scripture. He pondered, really curious.
How on earth did he have contact with the Heavenly Devil Great Dao for so long and still be normal?
Just now, I only borrowed the sword intent to have contact for a moment and couldn't bear it anymore. This is really beyond the limit. Even the most durable nerves will weaken. Ahageo's ability to achieve great success, in addition to a tenacious mindset, must have other reasons.
I remember him saying that his physique was special or something.
Xie Yan opened the magic portal,
stepped in, and said to Qingbrier, "Head to Gongsun Zi. Everyone is playing mahjong." Gongsun Furen burst out laughing and said, "Eat, haha, I won again. Lian Xiaoyun, did you know there were thieves in my house?
So you're giving me money? Letting me win 9 consecutive times? I'm so embarrassed." Hearing this, Lian Qiluo also replied, "Gongsun Furen, you're really joking. If there are thieves in your house, are there no thieves in mine? It's obvious that all of you are teaming up to bully me. Change players, change players. Call Hua Zhang and Zhang Hua to play 2 rounds.
Gongsun Furen then mocked, "Do you think I would cheat you? That's just heartless. I've given you so many good ideas." Wu Jiyu also replied, "This servant thanks you, Furen." Suddenly, Xie Yan slowly walked in, drawing Lian Xiaoyun's attention. Wu Jiyu said, "You were only paying attention to playing mahjong. I didn't realize you were here too, young Master Xi."
He politely greeted Lian Xiaoyun. "Long time no see." Wu Jiyu asked, "I heard Gongsun Furen say that this game called mahjong was taught to her by you."
"It's really interesting. Can I bring it back to the Umang Lu, young Master Xi?"
He said, "Of course you can." In his heart he thought, WTF. His face remained calm, but behind his back, the hatred points jumped so much the system almost crashed. If it weren't for the system's reminder, who would know that this woman actually can't wait to kill me?
Gongsun Furen spoke up.
"This kid Xie Yan is young and has a thin skin. Don't tease the younger generation. Quickly call Hua Zhang and Zhang Hua out here. Let's play another round."
Lian Xiaoyun replied,
"That's true." The system notified that Lian Xiaoyun's hatred points had increased.
He also broke out in cold sweat, thinking, "Elder Gongsun, I thank you for omitting the words related to young and younger generation in front of her. She would have exploded."
All good things must come to an end, and Lian Xiaoyun also stood up to excuse herself. "I've disturbed you for so long, this servant should take her leave."
"Next time, let's play mahjong with Furen again," Wu Jiyu replied. "All right. Next time, remember to bring the bets that I like. I will definitely play with you to the end."
Wu Jiyu said, "That's not allowed. That's a different price from Furen."
Xie Yan also said goodbye. Wu Jiyu walked slowly, Lian Xiaoyun, at the Hua Shen sect's branch.
As she flew back, she thought, Gongsun Fantian is still a weak waist. Mengsat Bei Ling can't be her. As for the azure sandfruit, once that thing is worn, even if you take it off, the scent on your body will take several days to dissipate. There really isn't that scent on her body. The possibility of the azure sandfruit being in her hands is very low, unless she has been enduring from the beginning and hasn't worn it. And then someone went back to Xie Yan's place. Gongsun Furen also took off her mask, revealing a truly beautiful face. He said, "She knows I'm here. If I keep hiding, it will clearly show that I have a guilty conscience." "Elder Gongsun, you've been wearing that fruit all along. Why haven't I smelled even a hint of that special scent from you?" she said. "If I didn't have this little skill, how would I dare to drag her to play mahjong for half a day?" "Right, what exactly did you do to her? Looking at her expression, it doesn't seem like she has discovered that you are Sat Bei Ling."
"This is a long story. In short, it's good to know that she doesn't have bad intentions. Avoid her in the future."
"Let's not talk about her anymore." Aha Hahao has roughly grasped my technique of absorbing evil thoughts. "Continuing to cultivate shouldn't be a problem," she happily replied. "Really? You can go see the specific situation yourself. I'll go back first." He also took his leave. "Right, what exactly did you do to her? Looking at her expression, it doesn't seem like she has discovered that you are Sat Bei Ling. This is a long story. In short, it's good to know that she doesn't have bad intentions. Avoid her in the future." "You're also going back to see your child, Ahahayo," he replied. "How are mother and son doing? That cultivation method of little Xie Yan, does it really work on our child?" he excitedly asked. "Yes,
This cultivation method, called evil thought absorption, is truly very useful.
Sweating slightly, she blurted out, "Isn't that name a bit too random?" He, on the contrary, really liked it, saying, "Young Master Xie used some tricks to help our child get started, and just starting has allowed him to digest some of the accumulated evil thoughts.
As long as he cultivates it to a minor success, he might not need to worry about losing control anymore, nor need to suppress his cultivation realm, and can directly enter the innate stage, 3rd level."
At Haoheng Tavern, Xie Yan picked up the letter and read,
"Go to Little South Temple to find the blind monk." He was speechless. This girl at least knew to leave a message about her whereabouts before going out, he thought. Although Ji Yundao said there would be many benefits for Ranran to follow Master Chengjing, it doesn't solve the fundamental problem. More benefits would just be castles in the air, and Ranran's situation is special.
"It's best that no outsiders know about her doubts. I should still go find Master Chengji and talk to him." Just as he was about to climb out the window, he saw Yundao below, and he pretended to be happy, saying,
"Oh, Brother Yundao, you're back." But in his head he thought, "Damn, why does this scene feel so familiar?" Ji Yundao couldn't help but wonder,
"Young Master Xie,
why are you climbing through the window?" Then he jumped down and asked,
"Good morning, Brother Yundao." "Three great masters. What are you all doing together?" one of the masters said. "Amitabha, Xie benefactor. It's past noon already. It's no longer morning," he replied. "Yeah, that's what I meant. Don't mind me, master." Daobro didn't hide anything and said,
"Young Master Xie, actually, we specifically came here to find you." He was surprised when he heard that. "Find me," he said. "I've locked down the area where old ancestor Maluo is, and I'm preparing to take action to eliminate the demon. Didn't you say you wanted to go with me to eliminate demons and defend the Dakio? So are you coming this time?" He was a little surprised. "You found old ancestor Mata Luo so quickly," he thought. "How on earth did this kid find him? I didn't see him borrowing any external forces to find him, and Jia Qi's antidote only has 1 pill left. In theory, if the fake Malu Luo doesn't come, Jia Qi will be done for. I thought that relying on her side to wait for the rabbit would be faster," Yundao said. "He's eliminating demons, of course. I have to be in on it too." "But how did Brother Yundao find old ancestor Maluo?" he replied. "These past few days, I've been taking Dongdu as the center, searching everywhere, performing spirit writing several thousand times, gradually narrowing down the scope, and finally determined old ancestor Maluo's whereabouts. It's also fortunate that the demon head, for some reason, has been staying in one place, without any major movements. Otherwise, it would really not be easy to lock down his location." Xie Yan gave him a compliment. Brother Yundao was really amazing. In his heart, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Freaking awesome! Actually found the guy using this method," Daobro continued. "Old ancestor Maluo's escape skills are top-notch. Even I'm not confident that I can hold him down, so I specially invited the 3 great masters to set up a formation young Master Xie might not know. The 3,000-star demon subduing formation of the 3 subduing demon elders." He interrupted, "I know. This formation is specially used to imprison people. In fact, I've long admired the 3 subduing demon elders of Zhuquei Temple. Although I've never personally seen their skills, I have specifically studied them." The 3 masters blushed with praise, saying, "Worthy of being a close friend of Shengxiu, you truly have profound Buddhist nature." Unexpectedly, young Master Ma Yu actually admires us. "Amitabha, Amitabha, we're ashamed," he smiled in reply. "The 3 masters don't need to be modest," Daobro said. "Then I don't need to explain much more. When the 3 masters set up the imprisonment formation, the 2 of us will join hands to eliminate the demon. This time we can definitely make sure old ancestor Makaluo has no return," he replied. "Awesome." "What?" he thought in his belly. "Holy crap. 3 monks plus 1 Ji Yundao? How could fake Maluo even sprout wings to escape?" When the 3 monks were still at the innate stage, 2nd level, they could already seriously injure an innate stage, 4th level, to the point of almost dropping down to the innate level. Now that these 3 have all upgraded to the innate stage, 3rd level, their strength is not what it used to be. If fake Maluo is really imprisoned by these 3 monks, relying on Ji Yundao's methods to kill him would just be a matter of moments. The important thing is that fake Maluo doesn't admit that he's a fake once he's killed by Ji Yundao. Even if Chengsheng Tian stands up to refute the rumor saying that the old ancestor Maluo that Ji Yundao killed was a fake, people will say, "Before death you call him old ancestor. After death you say he's a fake. Chengsheng Tian, you're really amazing." Once caught up in this dispute, the showy style of the Chengsheng Tian organization will no longer be in an ideal state. It's best for fake Ma Luo to die in the hands of the blessing envoy and in a way that's so sensational that the whole city knows about it, so that we can further consolidate the showy style of Chengsheng Tian. But right now it's obviously not the ideal state. He inwardly screamed, "Bro, K-bro, Aren't you making things difficult for this awesome Xie person? He patted him and said, Brother Yundao, don't worry, I will definitely help you, he thought. I must wait for an opportunity to act, and see if there's a chance to let this bro escape, and conveniently record some markings on his body.
As for Dao bro, he replied emotionally, young Master Xie, you really are a good person.
He thought to himself,
thank you, I'm not a nice guy. If I wasn't afraid you'd suspect my inconsistent attitude and jump to unnecessary conclusions, I'd totally find an excuse not to go, and then switch to Gospel Envoy.
The three big shots, seeing them so united and determined, they exclaimed, Benefactor Ji and Benefactor Xie are both young heroes, acting for justice. The 5 beauties of Great Han and the 5 young lords, their reputations are truly well-deserved.
A month ago, in Anshun town, a terrifying force swept through this place, and the people couldn't hide the fear on their faces. Who exactly are you people? What grudge do you have against my Iron Water sect, senior brother? These guys are covered in the dark purple hue of a heretical sect, unless they're Kulmai, the legendary figures.
They chanted in unison, we are the myriad generals of all beings, for an eternity of darkness. What joy is there in life? What suffering is there in death? We offer our decaying bodies, returning to the embrace of the motherland.
He recognized them. You're the Eternal Life sect. The desolate scene was devoid of any beautiful life.
How beautiful indeed! The vitality transformed in the moment of life and death and resentment is truly a sweetness that reaches the bone marrow. As long as I continue the blood sacrifice, I too may have hope in the future. The secret technique the old ancestor passed down to me is truly the key to eternal life.
Jushin Maluo, old ancestor. Eternal Jushin Maluo, old ancestor. Eternal Jushin Maluo, old ancestor.
Back to the present.
At the river estuary in winter, a black-robed boss figure walks in. What a coincidence, I didn't expect you guys to arrive first. The head of Xionghe Tang replied, the old ancestor summoned us. How could we be late? Did it alarm the authorities? The head of Heimintang said, this time, Heimintang is here to offer a blood sacrifice. We've chosen a small gang far from Dongdu, and the brothers have all benefited, leaving no one alive. The authorities haven't noticed either.
The other one said,
my harvest isn't any less than yours, Heimintang. We're all doing this for the old ancestor. Why compete with each other?
Now 4 more arrive. Dang Huo, Wu Jian, Xiao Ri, and Da Xiaohuang.
Except for Xiao Huangtang and Da Xiao Reitang, which were exterminated by the authorities, everyone else is here. After entering the main hall, how much have you all lost? What's wrong with having a few less people to share the blood sacrifice with me? Your words are absurd, Heimin. All those who followed me to the Eternal Life sect were captured and killed by the authorities. How can I willingly let it go? The head of Wu Jiantong said, it's just the authorities. The Great Hall isn't enough to scare us. When the old ancestor is strong enough to revive, the overthrow of Dongdu is near.
You guys must have heard the news about the Gospel Envoys recently, right?
That's right. It was the 3 Gospel Envoys who wiped out the Ying Manor in Dongdu with their swords and caused a ruckus at the Huashen sect. They also enthusiastically added, it's said that these 3 are the divine generals sent by the old ancestor, but no one in the martial world has ever heard of them, yet they can easily dispatch 3 powerhouses with the strength of the 3rd level of the acquired realm. The old ancestor is truly unfathomable. I wonder how many lives they had to sacrifice to reach such a realm. Maybe one day I too will.
Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, extinguishing the candle flame.
Old ancestor. The old ancestor has manifested. They all knelt down. We welcome the arrival of Mokluo, old ancestor.
Something truly formidable emanated from him, he said. Very punctual, very good.
Report your harvest. Then, one by one, they said, this time, Zihong Hitang has offered 12 people. Hei Mintang 40, Da Xiao Huan Tang 37, Dang Huo Tang 10, Xiao Rei Tang 18, and Wu Jian Tang 21.
He said, good.
You have all done very well. All right, it's time. The head of Wu Jiantang said, thank you for the old ancestors' praise. I will definitely work hard for the Eternal Life sect, giving my all, even in death. Does the old ancestor want us to secretly bathe Dongdu in blood? But his reply was very strange. Or is it that only you have completed your mission and can dedicate your life to the Eternal Life sect?
A surge of power emanated from the Maluo old ancestor. They were all controlled, exclaiming in unison,
ah, finally, I can become a part of the old ancestor's flesh and blood, becoming the Eternal Life sect. What joy is there in life? What suffering is there in death? What joy is there in life? What suffering is there in death? We offer our decaying bodies, returning to the embrace of the motherland. Under the control of the boss, They all committed suicide and offered their flesh and blood to him. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something dangerous, so he immediately vanished. This time, I definitely won't let you escape. From that head, Yun Tao's voice exclaimed, heavenly canons, earthly principles, judgment, bind. 5 Thunder Transfiguration, spirit shackles lockdown. In a split second, chains are summoned to restrain him. He says, Ma Luo Lao Zu. You use evil arts to devour the essence of others, nourishing yourself. This blood debt is a heinous crime, unforgivable. Today I will show you justice, Xie Yan, watching from below, mutters. This move is different from the power Ji Yundao used before. Haoran's righteousness is threefold stronger. Wait, the aura of this power is clearly spirit energy, and it's even triggering a resonance with heaven and earth. Spirit energy amplified dozens of times. To be able to cast this kind of magic, Ji Yundao must also have spiritual roots. But why can't I see it at all? Moreover, in the world of the great Dabo, many rules forbid magic with spirit energy under the transformation god realm from triggering heaven-earth resonance. How did Ji Yundao do it? Unless he has at least reached the transformation god realm. I once heard that Ji Yundao had joined the Ziwei Great Emperor. Today, it seems he has clearly learned secret techniques to mobilize the heavenly spirit energy from the immortal Dao civilization. Definitely not relying on other immortal Dao systems of spiritual roots. Well played, Ziwei Star, truly a dominant destiny. But he only said one word, scatter. Then the chains were easily destroyed.
But Daobro is confidently saying it's useless. You can break the external chains, but the internal seal has long been deeply imprinted on your primordial spirit. 9/10 of your move has been sealed.
Meet your doom. Beidou 7 Secret. Shattering Army 7 Kills. A heaven-sent move launched at close range makes Xie Yan's eyes widen. Ji Yundao's magic has mobilized the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, inevitably requiring time to mobilize, so after getting close, he must immediately summon martial arts True Q to gain faster move speed and stronger destructive power. Immortal Dao magic and martial arts True Q are perfectly compatible.
Before, the several times that this encircling move wasn't strong enough must be because Ji Yundao wanted to use it more conveniently, so he wrote it into several books, in which some places were not suitable, and the power would be reduced. Now the book recording that spiritual power is obviously stronger. If he can seal this move, then this fake Ma Wanaluo has truly been beaten to the point where he can't fight back.
But the True Q in his body is only a little similar to Maluluo True Art, but in fact, there is not a bit of relationship. Crap. That kid actually wants to borrow the force of being pushed back to escape. Ji Yundao's Shattering Army 7 Kills didn't injure him too much. Okay, too weak. Later, I really can't find a chance to let him go. Yundao shouts loudly. Grandmasters, form the formation immediately. Immediately, a shield covering was created.
He didn't have time to escape, so he's still inside. This formation doesn't create the power to eliminate demons like the Zhufu formation, but its advantage is that it cannot be destroyed. If you don't have the innate 5th level realm, it's difficult to break.
Xie Yan mutters desperately. If you're not innate 5th level, you can't break it. Is that necessary? Give me a little chance, Grandmaster. The Grandmaster said, Benefactor Ji, please eliminate this thief in the formation, he replied. Thank you, 3 Grandmasters.
7 Luminaries' sword light is launched, heading straight for him, stabbing through in one blow,
thinking he was done for. But in an instant he counterattacked.
Yundao exclaimed,
Grandmaster, be careful. This devil may be able to switch moves, so that the moves that others use to seriously wound him he can then use.
Fortunately, he was able to create a shield in time to protect himself. Benefactor Ji, don't worry, just go all out.
Under this formation, all attacks aimed at the 3 of us monks will be eliminated by the Grand Formation.
Xie Yan, after seeing that he can imitate attacks, couldn't help but be surprised. This is the move of imitating others, the heavenly edition of the formless art. Who is this guy anyway? The 1,000-faced corpse devil is resurrected.
He continued to rush to attack in order to break this magic array.
The continuous attacks suddenly stopped because of Ji Yundao's initial move. He said, I knew you would act cunningly.
Is my move something you can easily borrow? He then changed into a different shape.
Xie Yan was stunned and exclaimed,
Has he exploded into blood mist? This guy seems to be fine.
Even though he showed some skill in escaping just now, Ji Yundao's face remained impassive, unfazed. Ma Lao, old ancestor, today, even if you grow wings, you won't escape.
He said, Ji Yundao, yours truly doesn't want to be your enemy, and you can't kill yours truly, so why all the bluster? Ji Yundao replied arrogantly, Can't kill you. Your technique may be bizarre, but it's just some heretical demonic art. Under the radiance of my central heaven Ziwei True Art, it will gradually wear down your vital energy, and in less than half an hour, you'll surely turn to dust.
The antagonist confidently retorted.
Ha! If it weren't for these 3 damn baldies, do you really think you could imprison yours truly?
Ignoring the provocation, Xie Yan said, "Victor is king, vanquished is villain. Just accept your fate already."
Xie Yan zipped over next to Xie Yan, asking, "What's up with this guy? Can he mimic other people's techniques?"
Bro Dabio shared his conjecture.
"It's probably not the same technique, he can only use it once. I suspect he can temporarily hold on to a technique that injured him, then, at the opportune moment, co-opt it to retaliate. Plus, this demonic fiend can absorb power from blood sacrifice. His vital energy is incredibly robust, so normal attacks are extremely difficult to kill him with. Instead, they'll only make him stronger and stronger. Which is why I chose to use the Central Heaven Ziwei True Art to slowly wear him down."
Xie Yan understood a little. "So that's how it is. This guy's martial arts are seriously demonic. Isn't that formless art? Or rather, it has a unique style compared to formless art, borrowing other people's techniques. Tricky moves. You seriously plan to stall him here for half an hour? Can the grand formation of those 3 grandmasters hold out that long?" Bro Dao sighed. "For now, there's no other way. I originally thought I could completely lock down all his techniques, but I didn't expect these tricky maneuvers and his Blood River incarnation to have almost become instinct for him. My current cultivation base is still a bit lacking in skill." Xie Yan said, "Well then, let me speed things up. I can't just stand here and watch after coming all this way."
To deal with this guy and his bizarre demonic art, we need to go all out, unleashing a barrage of attacks in an instant, giving him no chance to get stronger.
It's effective.
This river of vitality has shrunk quite a bit.
Flower between fingers sword art. Every sword strike generates a primeval spirit. I'll hit him with another big one. He can still absorb that. But Xie Yan instead got excited. "Oh, excellent, you're tough. If this guy can take my fierce bombardment, then this is my chance." But he still hadn't defeated the antagonists, so Xie Yan retreated and said, "Ugh, this guy is really tough as nails. He still won't die even after all that," Bro Dao encouraged. "Young Master Xie, no need to be so hard on yourself. This demonic fiend's greatest strength is his indestructibility. His aura has weakened by 80% now. He won't be able to cause any more trouble."
Xie Yan said, "Bro Yundao, the next round is yours then. You keep stalling him while I go back and rest for a bit," Xie Yundao replied. "Young Master Xie, you're amazing. Such high output, and your aura can still be so stable, anyone else would be completely drained by now."
Xie Yan thought. 100 Flowers Soul Convergence, Vermilion Bird Demonic Breath, Miss Yan's Spirit Core Self-Detonation. Each of these moves is more draining than the last, consuming immense true chi, let alone combining 3 consecutive bursts. Only because I've merged with the demonic Heaven Dalo scripture can I execute them so smoothly. Otherwise, just relying on my previous martial arts.
Even with 2 true chi augmentations simultaneously, I'd still need a Nirvana rebirth to recover. All this output now is good stuff that breaks true chi limitations. A miraculous protective barrier, bro. After absorbing so much in one go, you gotta fight hard for it.
The demonic fiend could still keep going, he said. "Good, very good, demonic Jade Young Master. Your true chi's characteristics are just too perfect for me to co-opt." Then he used Xie Yan's technique to attack the protective barrier directly, making a crack in it. To everyone's astonishment, he immediately made a break for it.
Xie Yundao urgently said,
"Chase him. He's gravely injured, and his speed has dropped. We absolutely cannot let him escape today."
It was all within Xie Yan's calculations.
He pretended. "That was my mistake earlier. I was too arrogant. I thought my techniques, like Bro Yundao's Central Heaven Ziwei True Art, would prevent him from co-opting them. But I didn't expect him to still exploit them. I shouldn't have intervened." Xie Yundao didn't blame him. "Young Master Xie, no need to blame yourself this time. I didn't expect your techniques to be able to break the grand formation of the 3 Grand Masters. I thought I could handle any situation that arose, but ultimately, I was still too arrogant. Plus, your previous attack has weakened him to the extreme. With his remaining bit of skill, he won't escape our pursuit," Xie Yan thought, a little annoyed. "Damn it, this guy's running speed is way too slow. Doesn't he have any blink-and-you-miss-it escape tricks? What now? Looks like he can't get away."
Summon Xie Daoyun's primeval spirit. Using a punitive effect on allied forces wouldn't be too obvious, right?
Everyone lost sight of him, exclaiming, "He's gone," the Grand Master said. "He must still be nearby. He definitely used some dark magic to escape, vanishing without a trace right before our eyes," Xie Yundao wondered. This demonic fiend specifically came to the eastern capital region. Could it be he wasn't panicking but had this planned all along?
Xie Yan was also confused.
What the hell? Vanished into thin air, and even the imprint I secretly placed earlier has disappeared. Damn it, I hoped you'd disappear in an instant,
but not so completely that even I can't find you, right?
Bro Dao said. The direction where that demonic fiend vanished has the aura of some Xiantian experts. Let's go check it out. At the Listening Rain Pavilion, noises erupted. Look, honored sir, how many more times do we need to say this? Our Grand Heaven demonic sect knows nothing about this. Kui Fuyun, how many times have you sent invitations, endlessly pestering us? Our Grand Heaven demonic sect usually doesn't even need to pay attention to the young lord. Meeting here this time has already shown enough respect, so what kind of attitude is this? Guo Chuyi also said. Someone cultivating malevolent thoughts led to this place being corroded. Does our Grand Heaven demonic sect need to do such a small thing secretly? And even if we did, why wouldn't we dare admit it?
Kui Fuyin retorted angrily.
The other day, this official saw that suspect with my own eyes. The Dharma form that suspect used is exactly the same as the evil thought and the Great Heaven Demon Sect. I have no other intentions, but even if they're not disciples of the Great Heaven Demon Sect, they are at least connected to the inheritance of the Great Heaven Demon Sect. I'm here to get to the bottom of this. Old Xiang Yu slammed the table and said, That's ridiculous. Doesn't your statement imply that even if you didn't do it, you're still somehow involved?
It seems the Dongdu Prefecture is determined to pin the blame on the Great Heaven Demon Sect. Kui Fuyin's eyes remained sharp as he replied.
I just want to ask a few questions. If it's later proven that the Great Heaven Demon Sect isn't involved, this official will personally come to apologize.
Suddenly, something caught Kui Hongwu's eye, making him turn his head. The Han people and the monks of the Vermilion Bird Temple were all Xie Yan's group. The next day, 2 servant girls peeked out from a door and said, Young Master Xie, you've finally arrived. Young Master Xie, the mistress has been waiting for you for so long. The young man remained silent, thinking to himself, what happened yesterday was too bizarre. I chased after the Mara incarnate, only to stumble upon the scene of Huo Pei and the Great Heaven Demon Sect tearing each other apart. Mayu Gongzi followed the servant girls. Deep in thought, Huo Pei is like a walking stick of dynamite, trying to pin the blame of the Mara ancestor on the Great Heaven Demon Sect, wanting to investigate everyone from the Great Heaven Demon Sect who came to Dongdu. It seems like throwing mud had a pretty good effect. Both sides have already become enemies.
The young man was still lost in his thoughts. That guy Ji Yundao is pretty smart. He clearly saw that Huo Pei was using the situation to his advantage and didn't give anyone a chance to use him as a tool, dragging me and Hao Shang along and then making an excuse to run away, leaving Huo Pei's face looking like a dye house. Without Ji Yundao backing him up, I don't know if Huo Pei will be able to pin the Mara incarnate's pot on the Great Heaven Demon Sect.
The 3 had reached the entrance of some mansion, but the young man hadn't finished his analysis. With the Mara incarnate's mysterious disappearance, Ji Yundao's pursuit can only end in failure. According to Ji Yundao, he tried divination, and the opponent is still hiding in Dongdu, not far away. This is getting interesting.
The 2 beautiful servant girls bowed respectfully to Ma Yu Gongzi. Young Master Xie, please. Young Master Xie, the mistress is waiting for you inside. Xie Yan didn't respond, and continued to think to himself, that guy's escape skills are really amazing. I clearly marked him during the fight, but I still can't find him using the Mara sixth sense. He really vanished without a trace. Luckily, I still have a lead with Jia Qi, so there's still a chance to catch him. But with his unorthodox Blood River avatar technique, killing him won't be that easy. I can't waste the opportunity to use the Judgment Sword on that guy. It's too wasteful. I just need to publicly chase him down with the Netherworld Reaper axe, expose his identity as the Mara incarnate, and my goal will be achieved. A lone figure sat in thought before a candle in the room. Mali Yu Gongzi pushed open the door and said, Elder Gongsun suddenly called me here in such a hurry. What's going on? The person inside quickly responded to the young man's question. Something big has happened, little Xie Yan.
The beautiful girl, without changing her expression, said, In Dongdu, besides pretending to be Sanbei Ling, what else have you done that can't be brought to light? If you have something to say, spit it out quickly and let me see how to deal with it.
The young man asked in confusion. The more you talk, the more confused I get. What exactly happened? The beautiful elder quickly replied, I just received news that one of the Kaiyuan 10 heroes, Eagle-Eye Marquis Bian Shifei, has arrived in Dongdu. The man said in surprise, Bian Shifei? Isn't he still at the 9th level of Haotian? The others have already advanced to the Xiantian realm, but Bian Shifei is still stagnant. People said he was injured and can't recover, unworthy of the title of Kaiyuan 10 heroes. Then he asked, What's there to be afraid of about someone like that? Gongsun said, You only know the surface. The problem isn't whether Bian Shifei is injured or not. A tall, dark figure appeared in the beautiful girl's narrative. The environment of the Great Tang is different from the Great Han. Bian Shifei is currently the Emperor's most beloved daughter, the second son of Princess Nanping,
and also a direct disciple of the San Fei Si Ming Bu Jitian Xing. Although he hasn't reached Xiantian, he specializes in solving cases. The classic song of the Great Tang, 10 Great Unjust Cases Illuminated by Snow, was adapted using him as a model.
She continued to share her knowledge. When he was 18 years old, he was granted the title of Eagle Eye Marquis by the Emperor, and the nickname Eagle Eye Divine Marquis originated from that. Moreover, he has the Imperial Windriding Dragon Golden Plaque, patrolling in place of the Emperor, with the power to execute first and report later. This also means that whatever he wants to investigate, he has the ability to get to the bottom of it. The expression on Elder Gongsun's face was gradually changing.
My underground base discovered that he's been visiting the families connected to Sao Beiling, and he might be coming to my manor soon. I'm not sure if he can dig you out, or even pull out the carrots in the mud, directly exposing your other identity. Tell me everything you've done since you came to Dongdu, and I'll help you analyze it thoroughly. A blurry figure appeared in Ma Yugongzi's imagination. The truth is out there. The young man rubbed his chin, suspecting a troublesome character. Is that so? Then, he thought to himself, should I tell her? The Hun is the Great Tang. They even have a detective. The man smiled smugly. Don't worry, I'm being extremely careful while impersonating Sa Beiling. There's absolutely no way he'll connect it to me. This Bian Shifei won't be able to grab a single hair on my head. The young man thought to himself, if he can really rely on my Mara True skill shell and identify Xie Yan, then I'll be impressed. The beautiful girl couldn't help but giggle when she heard that. That's good, but Bian Shifei's reputation isn't just from hot air, so I hope everything goes smoothly. In the Dongdu prefecture, which has been repaired, a figure sat beside the rubble. Lian Qiluo said in surprise, Ji Yundao really found the Mara ancestor all by himself. The man beside her quickly responded, the warm jade prince of the Great Han really has some skills. The two continued to discuss. But if the Mara ancestor is running away, why did he run towards the Great Heaven Demon Sect and then disappear in the vicinity? Could he have something to do with the Great Heaven Demon Sect? I don't think so. The recent Feng Yun drawings are strange. Maybe he took advantage of the Great Heaven Demon Sect being troubled to escape?
The beautiful girl smiled smugly and said,
then why are you still clinging to the Great Heaven Demon Sect? The person next to her replied, I'm just following the trend. You, young Master Lilian, have done plenty of things like this. Lian Qiluo confidently said, I do things logically. The Great Heaven Demon Sect has no reason to do such a stupid thing. Based on their status, even if they really did it, they could just generously admit it and not bother with covering it up. The man immediately agreed, without denying. The mistress is right.
She sighed and continued, I'm too lazy to argue with you in the morning. The beautiful girl's expression changed. The Hua Zhao Lunkui festival is approaching, and Dongdu is getting more and more chaotic. The Fog Envoys, the Mara ancestor, that mysterious guy suspected of being from the Great Heaven Demon Sect, and Sa Beiling, one thing after another. How many demons and monsters have mixed in?
Suddenly, another person spoke. Amazing, amazing. Dongdu actually has a legendary figure like Huo Fujun. Young Master Lian, I suggest that after catching him, you hand him over to the Night Watchers. Master He will like this guy.
Lian Qiluo couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. It's not impossible, but Divine Marquis believes these traces were made by 3 Fog Envoys, a mysterious expert from the Great Heaven Demon Sect, and even the door of my tomb, which had enchantments, was destroyed by Sa Beiling. Divine Marquis, who do you think did it? Sa Beiling, the 3 Fog Envoys, or some mysterious expert from the Great Heaven Demon Sect? The truth might be beyond imagination, but after eliminating the possibilities, what remains, however improbable, must be the truth.
A clever face appears. One of the Kaiyuan 10 talents, eagle-eyed divine monkey Bian Shifei. With a confident expression, she says,
Lord Huo, young Lord Lixian, let me state my conclusion first. The clever girl confidently states her deduction. The Away, Blessing Omen Envoy, Shangguan Jiao stirring up trouble in Dongdu. The Away, Hidden Blessing Envoy, Shangguan Yan. The Away, Hidden Blessing Envoy, Yan Bahuang. The arsonist targeting young girls in San Beiling. And even the suspected Great Heaven Demon Sect expert that Lord Huo mentioned. They're all the same person.
The man couldn't hide the surprise on his face upon hearing this. Lian Qiluo exclaimed in equal shock, What? He couldn't believe it. Questioning with a dubious tone, how is that possible? Never mind Sa Beiling and the Great Heaven Demon Sect guy, but the 3 Hidden Blessing Envoys have all shown their real faces, some male, some female. How can they all be one person?
Bian Shifei replied without hesitation. The Hidden Blessing Envoys and the suspected Great Heaven Demon Sect member all left extremely obvious traces of destruction. Only the arsonist targeting young girls in Sabeiling was a bit troublesome, as even large-scale movements didn't accomplish much. Picking up the destroyed debris, she confidently deduced.
But even the wisest can slip up. Young Lord Linchin's boudoir has a restriction, and he put in some effort on the restriction. After destroying the door to enter, he grabbed everything but didn't take the door. Then, she tossed away the fragment. The same martial arts aura lingers on the surface of these scraps. The man remained unconvinced, stating his own views. The 3 hidden blessing envoys are one thing. They all practice the eternal life heaven martial arts, so it's normal that they're similar. But that Yan Bahuang, suspected of being from the Great Heaven Demon sect, clearly uses the evil intent techniques of the Great Heaven Demon sect. Beyond Shifei's eyes sharpened, forcefully replying to the man. I can confirm that the traces left on the surface of these scraps, although the true energy aura is slightly different, are essentially the same martial art. This includes the one Lord Huo mentioned, suspected of being from the Great Heaven Demon sect, and the one in Sabeiling. It's not like only people from the Great Heaven Demon sect know evil intent techniques. Divine Monkey? Lian Qiluo suddenly spoke up. Divine Monkey, are you judging based on the techniques? Others aside, it's normal for the 3 hidden blessing envoys to use similar eternal life heaven techniques, right? Moreover, they each have their own specialties. Yan Bahuang clearly specializes in body refinement techniques, one of the Kai Yuan 10 talents, confidently replying, I can sense the true meaning of martial arts. The true meaning of martial arts isn't just a simple aura of similar techniques. Different people express the true meaning of martial arts slightly differently. Conversely, if the true meaning of martial arts is exactly the same, then there's only one possibility. Suddenly, her eyes flashed. These people are all the same person, the man and the beautiful woman. After hearing the other's confident analysis, thought to themselves, Bian Shifei isn't one to speak carelessly. Could it really be the same person? If it really is the same person, based on the timeline, the earliest he appeared. Just then, the woman spoke up. Could this guy making a mess in Dongdu be Xu Feng? The one beside her was surprised. Xu Feng. Why him?
Lian Qiluo stated her deductions. I just remembered that Lord Huyao's son, Huo Yongzheng, and Xu Feng had a conflict. That very night, the hidden blessing envoy Shangwan Jiao came to the Huo Manor and wrecked the place. Isn't that too coincidental? She continued. Also, in Sabeiling, I was the first to have my heart set on fire. The one in Sabeiling stole things, including the azure green fruit. I already told Lord Huo about Madame Gongsun's situation. If Xu Feng committed a few robberies to cover up his true purpose, it all makes sense. Suddenly, Bian Shifei shook her head in denial. It's not Xu Feng.
Lian Qiluo was extremely surprised to hear this. During the Divine Monkey's analysis at Liufang Terrace, I saw Xu Feng perform. His true energy and martial arts' true meaning are far from that person's. Far from isn't enough to describe it. It's like fire and water cannot coexist, so it's impossible for them to be the same person, unless, she continued to analyze, he simultaneously cultivates 2 completely opposing basic martial arts, and both of these basic martial arts are cultivated to the 3rd level of the immortal realm. Yet, he hasn't gone crazy from chi deviation, and can still run amok. Does such a genius exist in this world? If one does, could it be Xu Feng? The woman gritted her teeth, full of anger. Xu Feng is one of the 5 beautiful young masters of the Great Han. He might just have that kind of talent. Lord Huo spoke up. Young Lord Lixian's prediction is too presumptive. Xu Feng isn't a small fry. We can't convict him, based on just predictions without real evidence. Suddenly, the woman used sound transmission. Lord Huo, do you not understand the gravity of this situation? The man was surprised, transmitting back. Young Lord Lifian, what do you mean? The beautiful girl angrily replied. What we need isn't the truth. We just need results. The flower illumination tournament is coming up. If the Dongdu prefecture can't even catch a few rats, she continued to transmit her thoughts. And because of it, we have discord with the Great Heaven Demon sect. If the other disciples of our sect find out and report it, do you think the Holy Emperor will be comfortable leaving you in your position for long? The Guan sect and the Flower God sect won't let you and the young lord off if the real culprit goes without a trace. You must quickly capture a culprit and bring them to justice. A sinister calculation flashed across Lian Qiluo's face as she continued using sound transmission. But Dongdu's reputation has already been ruined by the rat. The longer we delay, the more variables there will be. So my idea is to swap the plum for the peach, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. We catch a scapegoat to stop the suspicions from all sides. And after the flower illumination tournament, we'll have time to find the real culprit. After hearing young Lord Lian's calculations through sound transmission, Lord Huo was secretly shocked. What did that Xu Feng do to offend Lian Qiluo? She wants him dead. The devil jade young master looked at his younger sister and questioned.
Why are you reconsidering? Isn't this game over? The beautiful girl quickly replied to her brother. Studying Buddhism is about revisiting the old to gain new insights you vulgar people wouldn't understand.
The young man snapped his fingers as a gesture and spoke up. But common folk know this whole thing is just Confucian hogwash. Dude can't even come up with a better excuse, he nonchalantly continued.
What are you looking at? Look at the chessboard. Xie Yan glared at the man, annoyed. Can't you sit somewhere else? Xie Yan propped his head up with one hand, a playful smile on his face. I like sitting here. Deal with it, little girl. Ruffles head. Lian Yiluo looked displeased. So annoying. See why you suddenly changed his demeanor, his face falling into a pensive look, he thought to himself. According to Grandmaster Cheng Jing's teachings, Buddhist cultivation is about introspection, so even if he suspects Xie Yan, he won't delve too deep, nor intends to. Moreover, he's simultaneously distracting and removing Xie Yan's fixations and attention, guiding her to face them, and then let them go.
The beautiful girl was still calculating her next move on the chessboard, while the young man was still lost in his own thoughts. Or, he won't delve too deep, nor intends to. Moreover, he's simultaneously distracting and removing Xie Yan's fixations and attention, guiding her to face them, and then let them go. Suddenly, Xie Yan spoke up. There are 2 guards heading this way. Are they looking for you? Ma Yugongzi took a sip of tea and quickly replied to his younger sister. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm a law-abiding citizen. They must be looking for someone else.
The 2 men approached, showing a respectful attitude and speaking up, causing the young man to choke on his water. Gongzi, the Dongdu prefecture has summoned you. Please come with us.
The little girl stood up in surprise and asked, Traitor, did you really break the law?
The man wiped his mouth and questioned, Wait, who summoned me? And why?
Suddenly, he remembered the moment he was talking to Elder Gongsun. That's good, but Bian Shifei's reputation isn't just hot air. Then he thought, could it be that Bian Shifei? Has he really investigated something?
One of the 2 guards spoke up. You'll know when you get there, Xie Gongzi. Please don't make things difficult for us. Ma Yu Gongzi calmly stood up, inwardly speculating. That's not right. If the authorities had evidence that I was Fu Mo Shi or Bi Bei Ling, they wouldn't just send 2 guards, but Lian Yiluo herself. Elated, Ma Yu Gongzi thought. This situation hasn't gone completely south yet. I don't know what's going on. If I don't go, or if I'm forced to leave, it'll raise suspicion, and I need to figure out the specifics before I can respond properly.
Thinking this, he replied to the guards,
All right. Suddenly, Xie Yan anxiously grabbed her brother's hand. Wait a minute, you. The young man patted his little sister's head and used telepathic communication.
I'm fine, Ran. Go to Gongsun's residence and have Elder Gongsun invite Ji Yundao over as a guest.
If something happens, hide behind him. Also, tell Elder Gongsun to definitely hide the Bilu Sheguo well, or hide himself, and say that Lian Yiluo is an old cow trying to eat young grass, and can't win me over, and I'm worried she'll deliberately smear my name. A voice was transmitted in the vast space. If the authorities have spoken, the Flower Petal Festival is coming up, and the public security situation in Dongdu is getting worse. This official is also ashamed.
First, there were 3 Fumo Shi. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Huo Fujun, sitting at a table in the Dongdu Prefecture Guard's reception room, spoke up. Lian Xiaojun's reminder has refreshed my memory. Xie Gongzi has recently been visiting Dongdu, and his aura is flourishing. Does Xie Gongzi have any discoveries that differ from the authorities? He continued. That's why we invited Xie Gongzi to talk about your recent itinerary. When, where, doing what? Ma Yu Gongzi calmly replied to the man's questions. In the past few days, besides staying at Elder Gongsun's residence, either I was playing chess with my little sister, or I was chasing after the traces of Ma Lao Zu with brother Ji Yundao. The young man put on a pitiful expression and continued. As for those lawless elements causing trouble in Dongdu, I really have no clue. Xie Yan sighed. Sigh, I heard that Ma Lao Zu's Fumo Shi generals have repeatedly clashed with Dongdu Prefecture. I also hate that I can't capture those devils of Changsheng Tian and Ma Lao Zu and bring them to justice sooner. Suddenly, Huo Fujun interjected. Xie Gongzi is righteous. This official must thank you first. As for those 3 Fumo Shi and evil thought fanatics, sooner or later I'll personally punish and capture them.
But the matter of Bi Bei Ling definitely requires me to investigate and question Xie Gongzi, he said. Lian Xiaojun was the first victim targeted by Bi Bei Ling. Does Xie Gongzi know what Bi Bei Ling stole? Ma Yu Gongzi rubbed his chin thoughtfully and quickly replied.
I heard that thief specializes in robbing houses with wives and concubines.
Lilian Shishi is so stunningly beautiful, it's not surprising that thief chose her as the first target. As for what was stolen, I have no idea.
Huo Fujun provided additional information. The stolen item is called Bilu She Guo. According to what Lian Xiaojun revealed, it's something that Gongsun's wife has long wanted to have. Shadows appeared in the man's story. And according to what we know, the three Fumo Shi, that evil thought fanatic, and even Sabei Ling, his final conclusion stunned Xie Yan. They were all the work of one person in disguise.
The young man asked in surprise. Based on what I've heard you say, Huo Fujun, those 5 criminals have different genders, faces, not to mention the cultivation techniques they use. How in the world can someone split themselves into 5 people? The other person quickly replied, This does sound absurd, but Divine Hound has confirmed it, so it's probably accurate.
His face turned dangerous, and since Shi Gongzi came to Dongdu, the Fu Mo Shi started appearing, doing so many things. The series of coincidences that have occurred, you must explain them in detail. Ge Huayu was shocked. Divine Hound confirmed it.
He looked at Bian Shifei, then sighed. You want to use Bian Shenhao, one of the Kaiyuan 10 heroes, to pressure me? If it's Eagle-Eye Divine Hound speculation, then I'm short-sighted. The girl sitting in the distance looked interested. You flatter me. Ma Yu Gongzi worriedly fell into his thoughts. This big-eyed monkey really has some skills. But how far have they investigated? Besides obtaining the negative emotional source points from Lian Yiluo, I haven't gotten any negative emotions from Huo Bei and Bian Shifei. If they've really identified me as the suspect, then based on Huo Bei's grudges and my alt account, his negative emotion source points should definitely be no less than Lian Yiluo's, so it's almost certain that they don't consider my identity as Xie Yan and those 5 alt accounts to be the same. Thinking this, he asked, But how did Divine Hound come to such a strange conclusion? The young man was still deep in thought. Being caught leaving traces isn't scary. It's not knowing where I'm leaving traces that's scary. If I don't clarify beyond Shifei's logical reasoning, if this Xie Yan identity of mine does something it shouldn't in front of him, it's equivalent to telling him that Xie Yan is the culprit. Thinking this, he asked, How did you determine that they are the same person? Huo Fujun angrily said, Don't interrupt the process of providing evidence, Xie Gongzi. Please answer this official's question, the young man unhesitatingly retorted. Then I only have one thing to say to Huo Fujun. His face stern, he asked, Do you think I, Xie Yan, have anything to do with the wanted Fumo envoy or Sabei Ling? The demonic Jade Prince angrily questioned. I am the dignified demonic Jade Prince of the Great Han, a close aide of the sect leader of the demonic sentient sect, and we have no grudges. Are you out of your minds, impersonating some Fumo envoy in Dongdu? To sum it up, you can't possibly pin the dirty deeds of those guys on me, just because their appearance happened to coincide with my arrival. Even if it really was me, how low would my IQ have to be this careless? Seriously, couldn't I have waited until after I left Dongdu to do it? Unable to hide his annoyance, he vented his thoughts. Moreover, Ji Yundao and I arrived at the same time, so why aren't you suspecting him?
Do you really think I, the demonic Jade Prince, am easier to bully than the warm Jade Prince? Or is it that you feel it's okay to offend the demonic sentient sect but not the Grand Mystery sect?
Huo Fujun frantically waved his hands, then hurriedly soothed the young man. Young Master Xi is too kind, actually. This official also feels it's too far-fetched to deliberately say you are those fanatics. Regarding the matter of Sabei Ling, Lian Xiaojun strongly insisted that you, young Master Xie, are Sabei Ling, and since you were indeed suspected, that's why people were called here to inquire. Hearing this, Xie Yan calmed down, then looked at Lian Qila. So that's how it is, he thought to himself. As expected, Lian Yila has been the one trying to smear me from beginning to end. If Bian Shifei hadn't combined all 5 of his alternate accounts into one, increasing the severity of the matter by a level, Huo Bei probably wouldn't have sought me out for questioning.
The young man continued to speculate. If that's the case, then this is easy. The real person in charge of this Dongdu prefecture is clearly Huo Bei, not Lian Yila.
The demonic Jade Prince put on a wronged expression and said, I finally understand what's going on. Although this is hard to say, it's just a misunderstanding. Lian Xiaojun might have some issues with me. Which is why this misunderstanding arose. The young man continued to pour out his heart. That day, Lian Xiaojun and I became like close friends upon first meeting. Although it was our first time meeting, it felt like old friends reuniting after a long time. We went out to play together and expressed our feelings. But Lian Xiaojun developed some unrealistic ideas about me. I had no choice but to hastily reject him. if I express something incorrectly or hurt Lian Xiaojun. I never imagined that Lian Xiaojun would become suspicious of me because of this. Hearing this, Huobei secretly glanced at the beautiful woman, thinking, such a thing actually happened. The man stroked his beard, secretly judging. So that's what happened. No wonder this woman has been scheming to bewitch me in every possible way to convict Xie Yan. Lian Qila looked embarrassedly at Huo Fujun, then explained,
Young Master Xie is probably mistaken.
I was only admiring the young master's talent and respecting the young master's spirit of chivalry. Or perhaps I used some words incorrectly.
She tried to salvage her embarrassment and continued. As an official of Dongdu Prefecture, impartiality is paramount. I would never judge wrongly due to personal matters. The young man calmly replied to the beautiful woman, If I have misunderstood, I really should apologize to Lian Xiaojun. But regarding this matter of theft, I really don't know where to begin. He thought to himself, Great, she admitted it herself. I was really worried that this woman would push it back and forth and refuse to admit anything,
directly denying going to Dongdu with me for a day. The young man said loudly, Lian Xiaojun should know very well at that time basically. The demonic Jade Prince thought to himself, Sis, don't be stubborn now. You clearly did it yourself. We weren't at the scene. I'm already giving you a lot of face. Don't make me recreate the scene then. You'll lose even more face.
Suddenly, the beautiful woman revealed a meaningful smile that startled the young man. He panicked, his face seemingly paling. That was close. I almost fell for this woman's trick. Since I stepped in, these three haven't mentioned when the azure sandfruit was stolen.
The man calmed down and speculated. Since there's no third party, the decision of when the azure sandfruit was stolen is in Lian Yila's hands. If I mention not being at the scene, it's equivalent to admitting that I clearly knew the time of the crime. Thinking this, he said, Lian Xiaojun probably also knows that I am an outsider to the flower deity sect, so I didn't know the location of the azure sandfruit at that time. The demonic Jade Prince continued to ponder, is this woman deliberately trying to smear me? Is she really suspicious?
But she's not suspecting that I'm Sabe Ling, but that I'm Sabe Ling's accomplice, someone who knows about it, so she's still waiting for me to step into the trap, saying things like, what time I wasn't at the scene.
Lian Qila had a calculating expression, secretly waiting for the prey to fall into her trap. This person isn't revealing anything. Does he actually know about it or not? Thinking this, she questioned, Young Master Xie, we don't need to waste any more time. You have enough motive regarding the azure sandfruit. Inviting me out to Dongdu to take a walk, I'm afraid you were also testing the waters, and the time the imposter Fumo envoy Sabe Ling appeared coincided with the time you entered Dongdu.
Huo Fujun also joined the conversation. If young Master Xi can't provide evidence to prove your innocence, for the sake of Dongdu's peace, this official can only invite young Master Xi to stay at the Dongdu prefecture for a while as a guest, Xie Yan calmly reminded. Then Huo Fujun must think carefully. If you keep me here today, tomorrow another Fumo envoy or some Sanan Ling or Saji Ling will appear. Dongdu prefecture will lose a lot of face. Or do you want the real culprit to laugh at this?
He continued sternly. Lian Xiaojun felt ashamed and angered. Huo Fujun, you're a rational and calm person. Why are you being reckless with her? The young man thought to himself.
Lian Yila is really impressive. I almost confessed without being beaten. It's a pity she didn't notice one point. Huo Bei will never stand on the same side as her. This is my chance to break the situation. Hearing this, the man quickly replied, What you say makes a lot of sense. Lian Xiaojun's previous deductions were not without basis. You are indeed highly suspected. He continued to express her thoughts. Young Master Xie, tell me clearly about your itinerary on the day Sabe Ling stole items from Lian Xiaojun's residence.
The young man said with a worried face, Hey, how about Lian Xiaojun talk about the specific time when the theft occurred in your residence first? He secretly judged, TCH, this guy is so dumb, what's the point of saying that? Lian Yila will deny it by saying she has no witnesses and nothing, just using her mouth.
The beautiful woman said gently.
That day, after the two of us parted, within half an hour, the demonic Jade Prince secretly speculated. As expected, this woman is stretching the time. Later, I was outside experimenting with the destructive power of the cultivation technique. Damn it, I can't say that either. If it was later, I could pull in the monks of Vermilion Bird Temple.
Xie Yan's face contorted with worry. But that time coincides with the time Huo Bei discovered another alternate account of mine, and this may be the thinking for me to prove my innocence. But how can I remind Huo Bei without clearly confessing myself? This is clearly taking from here to make up for there. It's all a sieve in the end.
Suddenly, the door was pushed open. The young man wondered in surprise. Wait, why are they here?
Bian Shifei spoke. Pausing for a moment,
Huo Fujun, Lian Xiaojun, someone else has come to the door.
Huo Bei asked in surprise. Why is she here?
The demonic Jade Prince hurriedly ran to the door. The two people who had just pushed the door open entered. Elder Gongsun, what are you doing here?
The beautiful girl raised her hand to stroke Xie Yan's worried head, then comforted him. If I didn't come, would you be bullied to death? You're such a silly kid, you don't even know to find your elders when something happens. The young man quickly replied, Elder, why do you have to get involved in this muddy water? Elder Gongsun suddenly raised her voice and pointed at Huo Fujun and Lian Xiaojun. I've heard it, Lian Yila. You're already an old hag, but you dare to suspect my Xie Yan of stealing some kind of fruit. Come here, tell this old woman where your suspicion came from.
Lian Yiluo responded to Elder Gongsun, Madam Gongsun. Out of respect for the Great Heaven Demon Sect, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Don't force me to expose your scars in front of everyone.
The masked woman crossed her arms, retorting angrily. Oh, I didn't know I had scars that you wanted to expose, Lian Yiluo. You're old enough as it is and you're still trying to get with Xie Yan from our family. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Instead, you want to retaliate first, pulling rank with your seniority, she continued. You should know in your heart why Xie Yan rejected you. Sometimes you have to look for the reason within yourself. After all these years, your eyesight is still terrible. Are you even serious about getting hitched? If you put in just a little more effort, you wouldn't be so desperate as to go after a kid like Xie Yan. Young Master Ma Yu and the people following the madam whispered behind her. Elder Gongsun's attack is so strong. Is that really okay? Lian Xiaojun excitedly replied. It's no biggie. Gongsun Fantian, don't go spitting blood. Isn't Xie Yan messing with me all you're doing? If you're so capable, try getting him to make someone else nauseous. If you're so capable, return the azure lucid fruit to me. The masked woman couldn't help but say. PF'd. You're the one spitting blood. I think your rotten fruit is pretty rare. Yes, you and I once fought over the azure lucid fruit as a bet, but that was years ago. If I wanted it, I would have taken action myself. Why would I need a junior to steal it? So hilarious. Huo Fujun worriedly reminded them.
Ladies, let's make things clear. The East Capital Prefecture isn't a fish market for you to be arguing.
The two women, even though they were facing each other, immediately turned to glare at the man when they heard him. Huo Fujun, don't butt in, scaring him into obediently listening. Yes. The beautiful girl's face darkened as she questioned. HMPH. Today, I just want to argue with you, madam. You don't want the azure lucid fruit? HMPH, nobody believes that. You can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me. Ever since your cultivation technique backfired, you've been hiding behind that mask. Isn't it because the backlash ruined your appearance? You want to use the fruit to restore your beauty? Upon hearing this, Gongsun Fantian raised her hand to take off the mask and started arguing. This old lady, Lian Yiluo, triumphantly provoked. What about her? Want to tear off the mask and reveal your ugly face to everyone to prove your innocence? You're sacrificing a lot for a Xie Yan. The woman took off her mask while replying. Unfortunately, it's meaningless. With your cunning, even if you obtained the fruit, you wouldn't carry it with you. You'd only wait until everything settles down in a year and a half to use the fruit to restore your appearance. The beautiful girl confidently berated her opponent. So, even if your face is still unbearably ugly under the mask, it doesn't prove that Xie Yan didn't steal the azure lucid fruit. The mask was removed, accompanied by a scolding, What are you barking about? When did I get disfigured, Lian Yiluo? You've been reading too many stories and have too many wild ideas. Lian Xiaojun couldn't hide the shock on his face. How is her face? How could it be like that? Huo Fujun, one of the Kaiyuan 10 greats, who had been watching the argument between the two women, now spoke up because of the beauty behind the mask. Looking at this, Madame Gongsun has no problems at all. A beautiful woman with red lips and white teeth, truly worthy of being the most beautiful woman of the Gongsun family, praised even by Imperial Grandfather.
Young Master Ma Shu, standing behind, sighed in admiration. Amazing. This reverse tactic of Elder Gongsun's, she's fundamentally denying Lian Yiluo's reasoning. The woman, unwilling to accept the truth, questioned.
If your appearance is still the same, then why have you been wearing a mask all this time? Elder Gongsun smiled triumphantly and replied, Because it looks good. This mask is made from a complete piece of white butterfly shell. The patterns on it were personally sketched by Wu Daisy, worth 10,000 gold. Only I can wear such a mask. I have 18 of them. Each one is a unique masterpiece.
Lian Xiaojun turned green with anger. Fine, then why are you covering yourself up from head to toe so strictly, not letting anyone see even a bit of skin? Gongsun Fantian replied provocatively. I fall over with a gust of wind. Heavens! Other people's beauties are not as strong as bears. I am like a weak woman, my body is frail.
I cannot be exposed to wind and sun. I must wear clothes made of windproof material when I go out. The woman still refused to give in. Then why are you wearing gloves? The masked girl quickly retorted. There's so much dust outside. If I don't wear gloves, what if my hands get dirty? I don't want to have to wash my hands all the time.
She smiled confidently and said, Trisk, have you heard clearly, Lian Yiluo? You openly and secretly welcome me, not daring to meet me, ha 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 ha. When I was young, I was known as a beautiful girl. Even after marrying and having children, I'm still a charming, enchanting married beauty. You're exaggerating too much by saying I'm ugly. Her face full of triumph, she reminded. Lian Yiluo, don't you think about it. With your meager wealth, only the azure lucid fruit could catch my eye. You even dared to use it as a bet and cheat me. I am a generous person. I don't hold grudges against you. What are you still hung up on?
Lian Xiaojun replied with an unpleasant expression. Very well, Madame Gongsun. It seems you've brought the azure lucid fruit with you. The beautiful girl spoke without any worry. What nonsense are you talking about again? The azure lucid fruit emits a fragrance when worn. Do you smell anything on me?
Huo Fujun scratched his chin and speculated. That's right. There's no special scent of the azure lucid fruit on Madame Gongsun. Eagle-eyed divine monkey also joined in the reasoning. From what I know, even if you take the azure lucid fruit off, the effects and the scent on the person who wore it for a few days wouldn't completely disappear. Madame Gongsun is truly very clean.
The woman refused to accept it and tried to refute. She might have used some kind of Chimen's secret technique to hide the effects of the azure lucid fruit. Upon hearing this, Elder Gongsun quickly took off her gloves and said, In that case, why don't you all come and search yourselves?
She confidently dropped her gloves to the floor and challenged, Lian Xiaojun keeps insisting that we colluded to steal the treasure, but we can't produce evidence to prove our innocence, so let the East Capital Prefecture investigate until they're satisfied. Do I need to take off each item of clothing myself for you to see clearly, or will you take them off yourself?
Lian Yiluo was so angry that she choked.
You. The two women looked at each other, exchanging words. You men don't dare to touch my clothes, Lian Yiluo. Do you dare? Gongsun Fantian mocked.
Young Master Yu behind him was extremely satisfied with what the elder did. Damn, that's a low blow. The jade green sandfruit is clearly on you. Elder Gongsun's mind game is absolutely ruthless.
Huo Fujun, seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, spoke up to remind them. Ahem, Lian Xiaojun. This is Dongdu Prefecture. What kind of state is this making such a ruckus, Madame Gongsun? You too, if it's just a misunderstanding, just explain it. Lian Xiaojun was just hasty and spoke quickly. Why take it to heart? Gongsun Feitian turned to leave, but didn't forget to instruct.
That's good then. I'm just afraid someone wants to force a confession, stubbornly pushing it onto my child and me, along with little Xie Yan.
Huo Pei seemed to be plotting something. Xie Yan's affair is basically a private grievance with Lian Yilu. If we openly arrest him, and then the Shadow Envoy makes trouble again, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to Dongdu Prefecture? Even if Gongsun Feichin isn't that person's wife in the Great Devil sect, based on her reputation, she can still say a few words in front of the Holy One. If we can avoid offending her, let's not.
Now that things have come to this point, there's no need to cause any more trouble with Lian Yilu.
Thinking this, he spoke up. Recently, Dongdu has been plagued by storms, and many things have been chaotic in my mind. This official and Lian Xiaojun are worried, and our words were a bit harsh. But inviting Xie Gongzi here was just to ask a question or two, if it's clear that it's a misunderstanding. The beautiful girl reluctantly agreed to listen to Huo Fujun. You have a point. I was rude just now. Lian Yiluo placed her hand on her forehead, looking remorseful. I was hasty because Dongdu has been noisy and chaotic recently, and the common people are spreading rumors that outsiders from the Great Han are causing trouble in Dongdu. And because Xie Gongzi comes from the Devil sect, the rumors have spread. I consider myself a sworn sister of Xie Gongzi, and I was worried about this, so I was eager to clear Xie Gongzi's name. She held out her hand and continued. I suggested inviting Xie Gongzi to my Huashan sect branch as a guest, and we'll discuss it after the Shadow Envoy's matter in Bailing passes. Having me and the Huashan sect as guarantors would also be good for clearing Xie Gongzi's reputation.
Ma Yu Gongzi froze solid when he heard her say that. Damn, this woman's mental fortitude is strong. She was just broken down by Grand Elder Gongsun, and she immediately reacted.
Huo Fujun quickly chimed in. What the woman said is perfect. This official, representing Dongdu Prefecture, fully entrusts this matter to Lian Xiaojun, Xie Gongzi. Why not go with Lian Xiaojun to the Huashan sect branch as a guest until the Hua Xiaolun ends?
Zhang Xiaonian immediately refused without hesitation. I'm not going, he thought to himself. Tsk, that deceitful old Huo Pei, pushing the suspect onto the Huashan sect, if guessing who the culprit is depends on his unique eye. And he trusts that Lian Yiluo guessed wrong. then Lian Yiluo bears all the responsibility, and it has nothing to do with Dongdu Prefecture. What a good calculation. The man, seeing this, threatened. Why is Xie Gongzi unwilling? Unless you really have a problem, Ge Huayu quickly retorted. Huo Fujun, are you confused? Lian Xiaojun clearly has a deep misunderstanding of me. If I go to the Huashen sect's territory, wouldn't that be the same as letting her do whatever she wants with me? He continued. I'll just ask one question. If I really go to the Huashen sect branch, and Lian Xiaojun uses torture on me or falsely accuses me, should I resist or not resist? If I don't resist, then I'm a fish on the chopping block. Resisting is unlawful violence. Running away is admitting guilt. And no matter how I run, she'll have an excuse.
After a long analysis, young lad said again, Anyway, this matter is also related to Dongdu's reputation, so I agree, might as well go with the flow, and stay in Dongdu Prefecture for a few more days. Then, Huo Fujun heard this and said, Oh, if that's the case. Suddenly, Lishan Yiluo interrupted.
Huo Fujun, repairing things in Dongdu Prefecture will take a few days, and your manor has already been destroyed, and even you yourself have been injured by a fanatic. If the Shadow Envoy comes again, can you protect Dongdu Prefecture this time? Ma Yu Gongzi angrily cursed inwardly, God damn, this woman won't let go. Then Gongsun Feitian couldn't help but shout, Lian Yiluo, are you not done yet? Why don't you just take my child, me, and Xie Yan with you? Conversely, according to your highway robber logic, we're all suspects. The young man quickly spoke up. The elder's body is weak. How can she go to a dangerous place like the Huashen sect? I've already taken a step back and agreed to be confined. Can't I even choose where I'm confined?
Suddenly, Lian Xiaojun angrily retorted. The two shadow envoys and the evil crazy maniac have twice or thrice made a fuss in front of Huo Fujun and then escaped safely. To put it bluntly, if those evildoers are really Xie Gongzi in disguise and he makes a big fuss, can you, Huo Fujun, suppress him? Huo Pei felt that the situation was not good and sternly reminded her.
This, Grand Elder Gongsun, was not to be outdone and quickly provoked the woman. Conversely, if we don't go to the Huashen sect, or Huo Fujun, you can do a good deed and let my child and me go with Xie Yan to the suburban villa where you're staying.
Xie Yan spoke up.
Lian Xiaojun's words are too harsh. Huo Fujun has encountered fanatics 2 or 3 times and has always driven them away, and no one has been injured so far. I completely believe that Lord Huo can guard Dongdu Prefecture. Huo Pei was surprised in the distance.
Xie Gongzi,
the young man continued. Moreover, if Lord Huo can't suppress me, can you, Lian Yiluo, suppress me? Then he used his ability, Flower Realm True Fool.
Gongsun Feitian, seeing that the situation wasn't good, spoke up to reassure him. Little Xie Yan, don't get excited.
Ma Yu Gongzi replied to that madam with a face devoid of emotion.
Grand Elder Gongsun, even if my demon sentiment sect isn't a righteous sect, we still have the integrity of a demon sect. This time, I came to visit the Grand Hall for you, and also for the sect.
On my shoulders is the reputation of the demon sentiment sect, and I can't tolerate other sects repeatedly humiliating us. The atmosphere around was extremely oppressive. Ge Huayu was surrounded by a source of light. If the Huashen sect wants to detain me under the guise of entertaining me as a guest, then please, Lian Xiaojun, rely on your ability to invite me there.
Huashen Zhao, or should I say Huo Fujun, you did a great job, sending my mom and me to Xie Yan's suburban villa where you are staying, Elder Gongsun suggested.
Xie Yan retorted. Young Master Lian is speaking harshly. Huo Fujun has encountered and driven away maniacs a couple times, and no one has been injured so far. I fully trust that Lord Huo can guard Dongdu Prefecture. Young Master Shi, moreover, if Lord Huo can't suppress me, can you, Lian Qiluo, suppress me? Xie Yan immediately went wild. A surge of rouge-like chi enveloped him. He stood suspended in the air using flowery crotch footwork.
Elder Gongsun advised.
Little Xie Yan, don't get agitated, Elder Gongsun. My demon sentiment sect, even if it's not a righteous sect,
still has the integrity of a demonic sect. This time I'm visiting the Great Tang for you, and also for the sect. I carry the reputation of the demon sentiment sect on my shoulders, and I can't tolerate other sects humiliating us over and over again.
If Huashen Zhao intends to detain me under the guise of hospitality, then I invite young Master Lian to rely on his skills to invite me away. As he finished speaking, Xie Yan's chi became even greater, and the ground cracked into small pieces.
Big talk. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his move, soul-seizing urgent stride, suppressing mountains and rivers.
A beam of light appeared beneath Xie Yan's feet, then a giant Sion pagoda crashed down on Xie Yan's head. Elder Gongsun and Ahao were pushed back by the power of the technique.
Seeing this,
Elder Gongsun said, Mingwan Dao, how dare you? You actually came here to bully the weak.
A large figure stood behind Kui Bei and said,
Put away your sword, you little brat. How dare a mere second-level Xiantian dare to gnash your teeth in front of your elders? Kui Bei replied in surprise. Sect leader, why are you—
Ming Wandao, sect leader of Luguan's sect, 5th level of Xiantian. Why am I here? If I didn't come, Luguan's sect's reputation would be completely ruined by you. If this matter continues, your position will be hard to maintain. This brat comes from the demonic sect of the Great Han. If his identity is suspicious, why shout angrily, detain him temporarily, and decide after 3 days and 3 nights? Then he turned his sharp gaze to Lian Qiluo and said, And the woman from Hua Shenjiao, what did you just say? Asking if Luguan sect can guard Dongdu Prefecture. Now do you dare to say it again in front of this old man? I wouldn't dare. This humble one spoke too quickly without thinking. Please don't blame me, sect leader Ming, Lian Qiluo replied. Elder Gongsun, standing behind A Hao, said, Ming Wandao, Xie Yan is the representative of the demon sentiment sect of the Great Han, and also my guest. Today you are forcing him to confess without evidence, and you even want to make a move and call people to arrest him. Do you intend to turn against the demon sentiment sect? Ming Wandao replied, Nonsense. I can't stand listening to your nonsense. Today, he stirred up his chi in Dongdu Prefecture with the intention of committing violence. That is a crime. If you have any objections, call the sect leader of the demon sentiment sect to talk to this old man. HMPH, you don't know how to find people, Elder Gongsun said with feigned anger. At this moment, Ming Wandao sensed something and turned back to look at the Xian Pagoda. The entire pagoda was being attacked from the inside, and rouge-like chi was gradually spreading throughout the pagoda. The rouge-like chi covering the entire pagoda grew more and more. Boom! Xie Yan shattered Ming Wandao's technique, catching Ming Wandao by surprise, and he said, Although it was just a technique this old man casually casts, it could actually be broken by this little brat with 3rd-level Xiantian chi. Ming Wandao, Lian Qiluo, Kui Bei, Bian Shifei, Elder Gongsun, Gongsun Hao, everyone was very surprised. After struggling to escape from the pagoda, Xie Yan said, Senior is powerful. This humble one exhausted all his strength to break free from the restrictions, Xie Yan thought. Damn it! As expected of a true 5th-level Xiantian expert, even a casual move can force me to self-destruct my flowery crotch nascent soul 5 times to break it. Fortunately, after merging with the heavenly demon scripture, there's been a difference. My chi is abundant, and I don't need to waste origin points to cast Nirvana Finger. I still have plenty of energy after self-destructing 5 times, and the recovery speed is fast. Actually, using Vermilion Bird Demonic Breath could also break this move in a short time, but he looked at Bian Shifei and continued thinking, Bian Shifei is here. I still haven't figured out why this guy knows about my 5-in-1 identity. To prevent accidents, even the best flowery crotch version of Vermilion Bird Demonic Breath shouldn't be used in front of him. Xie Yan continued. But Xie Yan always does things clearly. I'd rather be a shattered jade than an intact tile. It's still unclear. Even if Senior kills me here with 1 palm, you will never force me to admit to something I didn't do, he thought again. At times like this, being humble is meaningless. On the contrary, I have to be tough. Maybe it will have some effect. Anyway, with Xingtian here, he can't kill me, let him hit me. As long as no bad things are related to this Xie Yan identity, everything else is fine. With Elder Gongsun's shrewdness, the Azure Sandfruit probably won't be exposed. They can't determine the evidence. Ming Wandao glanced at Xie Yan and said, all right, you little brat is really stubborn. It won't be too late to interrogate you after this old man teaches you a good lesson. A giant Sion Chi tore through the roof, summoning Yu Cheng Xuanwu Divine, responding, True Lord. Ming Wandao summoned a large Dharma idol, holding a sword wrapped in a Sion snake, and immediately waved his hand to grab Xie Yan. Xie Yan ran for his life, and as he ran, he thought, what is this move? The suction is too strong. I can't completely control my body, and I'm automatically going towards his arm. Although I don't want to escape, I feel that under the influence of this special suction, even if I use the 6-portion Demon Luo body, I would still be absorbed within this range, and unable to escape. I'm afraid only using the sword escape technique of the great Tao of the sword can escape the influence of this move. At this moment, a voice carrying a Taoist sound came. Dharma has no fixed form, no emptiness, no form of enlightenment, no impermanent form, no birth and death form. Ming Wandao's Dharma idol was increasingly grasping Xie Yan, and after he heard the above sentences, he was also surprised. He said, this is impermanence and non-emptiness, equality and non-birth. Gradually, Ming Wandao's Dharma idol gradually opened its hand and released Xie Yan. Sounds of Amitabha rang out. Ming Wandao looked grimly in that direction. It's you, monk Chengjing. On the lotus throne, Chengjing the monk sat cross-legged, hands clasped in front of his chest.
Behind him stood Ranran from the Kun Instrument Society.
When he called for a 5th level innate to rescue Xie Yan, he helped him avoid a crushing defeat. Namo Shakyamuni Buddha, benefactor Xie has proven himself to have nothing to do with the Azure Sandfruit, so why are the Luguan sect and the Huashan sect still dragging their feet and not withdrawing? Cheng Jing asked as Xie Yan was released.
Xie Yan's face was blank as he pondered. What happened just now? Why do I suddenly feel so light? The power of Ming Wandao seemed to pass right through me without any harm. In that instant, it was like my whole body turned into a projection without substance. Is this Cheng Jing's doing? One by one? Peak 5th level innates? Huh?
Ming Wandao asked Cheng Jing.
Cheng Jing, what do you mean by this? Do you want to fight this old man? Cheng Jing replied. Now that this humble monk is fated to be here, I only hope this matter will remain a conversation. I dare not contend with sect leader Ming, Cheng Jing replied. Then he continued, You have a righteous heart without evil, and you have a suffering that cannot be proven. This old monk is blind and cannot see the light, and should not interfere in matters of the court. But benefactor Xie is fated to be with this old monk, and today, young Lord Lishan is making accusations without clarity. I fear there is a misunderstanding. Earlier, the two of you were resolving the matter, and behind, his two brothers were chatting idly.
Xie Yan asked, Who told you to come here? If I didn't pull someone to get here, your corpse would be cold already, Ranran replied.
Cheng Jing advised, Why not let benefactor Xie stay at the small monastery for a few days temporarily? It will also be easier to resolve young Lord Leader's doubts. I only hope sect leader Ming will temporarily restrain his anger and not harm the innocent. This damn monk really knows how to vent my anger. You've ruined my mood.
Ming Wandao turned to look at Xie Yan with sharp, gleaming eyes and said, Kid, Xie Yan, I'll let you off for today, but you better behave yourself. My Luguan sect still guards Dongdu Prefecture.
Then he looked at Kui Bei and continued, Kui Bei, this old man has other important matters. You handle the matter here yourself. Remember to quickly eliminate those little thieves. Don't let outsiders laugh at the Luguan sect. Yes, I will follow the sect leader's instructions. Kui Bei cupped his hands and replied, then left like a gust of wind.
Kui Bei sighed. He's finally gone. It would have been better if he didn't come. As soon as he arrives, there's a whole pagoda worth of newly practiced moves. If it weren't for Grandmaster Cheng Jing's persuasion, I'm afraid Dongdu Prefecture would have to be completely rebuilt again, Kui Bei said. This time, I thank Grandmaster Cheng Jing for his timely intervention, so this matter could end smoothly. This official is grateful. With Grandmaster Cheng Jing vouching for Xie Gongzi's matter, this official can also rest assured. Amitabha, Prefect Kui is too kind. Xie Yan. Old Xiang bowed and said,
Grandmaster Cheng Jing, Elder Gongsun, luckily, the two of you took action to help this junior. I am extremely grateful. Namo Shakyamuni Buddha. You brat, why thank family? Also thanks to A. Hagyo for making a special trip here. I only came with Mom. At this time, the MVP of this scene, Ranpran, spoke, Hero, what about this humble monk? This humble monk also made a special trip to save you. Ranpran's the best. Big bro will buy you cloth when we get back.
Shidyan turned to look at Kui Bei and said, Thank you, Prefect Kui, for enforcing the law fairly this time and not listening to falsehoods. As for young Lord Luan, before he could finish, Luan Qiluo interrupted. Please believe in Xie Gongzi. Before, I was wholeheartedly for public affairs, without any personal matters mixed in.
Although she said that, everyone knew what was in her heart. At this time, Xie Yan received 0.01 points of resentment from Lian Qiluo. Xie Yan thought, Haha, as expected, this woman cannot be offended casually. He continued, Young Lord Lishan, we are destined to be without fate. Don't be obsessed with me anymore. Let go. He said that, but he also thought that, but if he had already offended her, he had to offend her to the end. Lian Qiluo made a cute face and pretended not to understand, asking, What did Xie Gongzi say? I don't understand.
Every time Lian Qiluo finished speaking, the original point of anger from Lian Qi towards Xie Yan increased by 0.01. Anyway, no matter what I do, she won't let me go.
Elder Gongsun stood with his arms crossed and said, Why say so much to her? If she were 20 years younger, no, 10 years younger, this elder would not refuse this daughter-in-law, but unfortunately she was born too early, and you were born too late. If she really called me elder, it would give me goosebumps just thinking about it. Elder Gongsun smiled like he had a good harvest. The words from Elder Gongsun's mouth were like 1,000 sword kisses stabbing at Lian Qiluo. But all fatal, Lian Qiluo was angry but still smiled. Say what you want, but Xie Yan still received the original points of anger from Lian Qiluo, this time receiving an additional 3.001 points.
Xie Yan hugged his head jokingly. Damn it, Elder Gongsun said. Why are you mad at me?
At this time, Bian Shifei came forward to Xie Yan and said, I have long heard of the 5 beauties, the 5 princes of the great Han, and today I met Prince Mo Yu, and he is truly worthy of the name. Facing the suspicion around him, the threat of the 5th level innate, he is still unyielding and unbowed. I am Bian Shifei. If Gong Zichu doesn't mind, I hope to make friends, and later, if there is an opportunity, we can talk about the things I have seen and heard in the Great Han and the Great Tong.
Divine Marquis is too kind.
I have to pee right now. I have to go back to the bathroom quickly. I won't say much to you anymore. Talk again another day. If we are fated to meet again, gotta scram, gotta scram.
This Prince Mo Yu is truly a very good person.
In front of the small temple gate, Madame Gongsun and her daughter were about to enter. A young monk said, Madame Gongsun, please wait a moment.
Grandmaster Chengjing said,
Benefactor Xie, this old monk's few points of brazenness can protect you temporarily, but if Benefactor still has unfinished business in Dongdu, it might be best to resolve the knot with young Lord Lian.
Huh?
Xie Yan asked in surprise.
Matters between men and women are difficult to understand. If the relationship between Benefactor Xie and young Lord Lian cannot be resolved, today's matter will be difficult to end.
Benefactor Xie has business to do in Dongdu, and must form a good relationship with the Dongdu prefecture. The Grand Master is right. It's just a misunderstanding between me and young Lord Lian. I'm afraid it will be difficult to resolve in a short time. I can only take it one step at a time.
Right, Grandmaster. There's something I'm very curious about. Bian Shifei's conclusion that those Dongdu troublemakers are all the same person makes me feel a little confused. I don't know why Prefect Kui and young Lord Lian believe his words so much, Xie Yan asked. Chengjing replied. There has always been a rumor in the court that Divine Marquis Bian was born without a father and was born by Princess Nanping, although I don't know if it's true or false, but Divine Marquis Bian really has an inherited talent. It is said that he is a Dao seed attached to life, and from birth he has been able to distinguish various kinds of martial Dao true intent. Moreover, ordinary martial artists, even if they have reached the 5th or 6th level of the innate realm, do not understand martial Dao true intent as deeply as he does. Martial Dao true intent is the reflection of martial artists, ideas about the Dao they cultivate. No 2 leaves in the world are exactly the same, and everyone's martial Dao true intent will have a unique point. Even if they cultivate the same kind of martial arts, martial Dao true intent will only have similarities and not be exactly the same. Perhaps that conclusion was made by Divine Marquis Bian after observing the traces left by the battle.
So much for the profound martial intent showdown. Can he even make heads or tails of my weird martial arts? Impressive, Xie Yan thought. To actually see martial intent, I spent all day guessing, and I didn't even dare to shake hands with him, afraid he'd catch on to something. This doesn't seem like the will projection of the Eternal Overlord first, does it? At least I can change my will projection a bit. I don't really understand this martial path. Luckily, the Asura True Art and Flower Intertwined Sword style are completely different. Great Daos, no matter what, they don't share the same origin. Good thing I have the hack system. Good thing I didn't use any martial arts when I made my character. Abbot Chengjing continued to explain. A battle between Xiantian experts is different from the Hautian realm. The martial intent left behind lingering for days is normal. However, ordinary experts can't glean any useful information from it. Perhaps this is the special trait of an innate Dao seed. How terrifying. I, the fake innate Dao seed, have finally met a real one.
After a moment of thought, Xie Yan said, Thank you, Abbot, for answering my questions. It's a pity I don't know what kind of scoundrel that guy is, almost dragging an innocent person like me into this, Abbot Chengjing replied. Amitabha, I hope Shi Shizu can resolve his misunderstanding with Lian Xiaoyun soon. In addition, this old monk still needs to discuss the matter of the little Shizu with you. The little Shizu's essence is extremely compatible with the 7 emotions mirror of the Lotus Antechamber, making cultivation incredibly smooth, and her martial arts are improving by leaps and bounds. Cultivators want to nurture a mind lotus, and memories and past events will also be influenced by the mind lotus, mirroring her heart and reflecting on herself. Most cultivation-related problems can be answered through the mind lotus without seeking answers from others, Rancharan thought smugly. Born to be a genius, I'm almost sorry, Abbot Chengjing continued to explain. The little Shizu's cultivation is too smooth, but her heart hasn't yet returned to the faith while the mind lotus has already formed. This is inherently a good thing, but people will inevitably have troubles, big and small, and their thoughts will be reflected one by one, causing the cultivator to look back on themselves. If the cultivator can let go, everything is fine, but some troubles cannot be easily let go. The little Shizu's realm has reached the point where her mind lotus has formed, but her state of mind hasn't kept up. She can only passively be reflected upon by the mind lotus, little by little, facing it directly but unable to let go, refusing to reconcile. Originally, one's self and the mind lotus should form a bond, but with the little Shizu, it has become a struggle. Moreover, the mind lotus is growing stronger, while she is sinking deeper into unresolved doubts.
In order to not be affected by those judgments and choices, the little Shizu sealed off her 5 senses, cutting off the supply to the mind lotus, ensuring her own clarity.
Disciples of the Lotus Dais antechamber are not allowed to go out before their cultivation bears fruit, precisely to prevent disciples from leaving behind seeds of disaster outside that cannot be resolved, turning normal cultivation into ascetic training.
Given the little Shizu's situation, it is actually the most terrifying problem of the Lotus Dais antechamber. Xie Yan looked at Ranran, thinking. So Ranran being like, this isn't cultivation, but to avoid certain problems of the mind lotus, she can't help but fall into an abnormal state. Ranran not going out is because I proactively came to the Lotus Dais antechamber. It's my fault. Xie Yan continued to ask Abbot Chengjing. Wait, Rantran's self-imposed seclusion is to ensure her own clarity, but after being helped by you, Abbot, to recover her 5 senses, she didn't become the terrible state as before. It just shows how good your Buddhist Dharma is. Well, if, Abbot Chengjing interrupted, Xie Yan, the pure world lotus art that this old monk cultivates, studies purity and immaculateness, and the little Shizu is influenced by it, to a certain degree when facing the difficult problems of the mind lotus, she can see as if she doesn't see, and hear as if she doesn't hear, which is why she can maintain some semblance of normalcy. But to completely not be affected by the mind lotus, or even turn the tables and control the mind lotus, relying solely on intervening little by little each day is not enough. After the flower-tide rebirth, this old monk must return to Vermilion Bird Temple for closed-door cultivation, so I intend to help the little Shizu resolve this trouble during this time. Ranran glanced at Xie Yan and said, The blind monk wants me to stay at Little Southern Temple to cultivate with him for a few days. What a great thing. Following the master to learn Buddhist Dharma is better than me running around myself. Xie Yan then ruffled Rantran's hair and said, Aren't you going to thank Abbot Chengjing? If that's the case, then please trouble the abbot, Rantran then said. Thank you, blind monk.
Xie Yan flicked the girl's forehead in anger. That really hurt. Where are your manners? Call him abbot.
Bope, Chengjing continued.
As for Xie Shizu, this old monk has a letter here. Please help me deliver it within 10 days. Deliver it to the hands of the Ming headmaster of the Luguan sect.
Xie Yan was startled and said, Deliver a letter to the Ming headmaster within 10 days. Then doesn't that mean this junior must leave Little Southern Temple? About the Eastern Capital Prefecture, Xie Shizu delivers the letter for this old monk. The Eastern Capital Prefecture will understand. As for the 10-day limit, Xie Shizu is not familiar with the Eastern Capital and unable to find the Ming headmaster, and that investigating the surroundings will take many days. Isn't this normal?
This junior understands. I will definitely deliver the letter to the Ming headmaster, Xie Yan thought. The monk is truly a good person, delivering a letter in 10 days. This is clearly paving the way for me. To be able to have such a strong backer in the Eastern Capital, Ranjaran has made a great contribution this time.
After the conversation, Xie Yan also left with Elder Gongsun and Ahao.
So Abbot Chengjing is helping you, because it's related to little Jin Ranran. That's right. I also don't know what the master sees in that girl. This time is good. Continuously owing people favors twice, I don't know how to repay them for a while.
Xie Yan continued. But thinking about it, I really didn't expect the master to have such great face. Using a single letter to allow me to leave at will, without worrying about the Eastern Capital Prefecture and Ming Wandao causing me trouble, Lady Gongsun explained. Little Xie Yan, perhaps you don't know, Abbot Chengjing is not simply the deputy abbot of Vermilion Bird Temple in the Great Tongjianghu. He represents Vermilion Bird Temple and serves as the imperial censor, a third-rank position, mainly supervising law enforcement, an extremely important position, so that Ming Wandao has to give him some face. So Abbot Chengjing actually has such an identity. After speaking, Xie Yan thought, the information that the sect leader showed me before, the abbot of Vermilion Bird Temple, it seems that the intelligence had some errors. Just now there was a monk here, so I couldn't ask, what exactly is the matter between you and Lian Qiluo? With her cunning, how could she actively pursue you and be rejected by you? Lady Gongsun asked. Xie Yan replied. So the elder doesn't know. I thought the elder looked so fierce at the Eastern Capital Prefecture that she knew everything. This old woman was angry at that woman. Based on what you told little Shiran to pass on, I just made up a few words. Xie Yan frowned and sighed. Then that's a long story. This matter still has to be blamed on sect leader Wen Tingjun. After half an incense stick's worth of time, Xie Yan also finished telling the story between him and Lian Qiluo. Elder Gongsun laughed loudly. Ha ha, you're killing me with laughter. Serves her right. That Lian Qiluo. Xie Yan continued. That's how it is. After Qing Krier stole the item, I also knew her secret. Although I wasn't moved originally, I also had some regrets, and, in a fit of anger, I said too harsh of words, which led to this woman turning around and biting me like crazy.
Hayo asked, your heavenly demon scripture's initiation, could it be that you used the scatter and abandon, move on Lian Qiluo? That's one way to put it, Xie Yan replied.
You smelly men, Lady Gongsun glanced at Xie Yan.
Xie Yan smiled and waved. It can't be helped. Wasn't I acting in self-defense?
Lady Gongsun continued. Little Xie Yan is very clever, knowing to have the little ghost under your command steal the item, and you make a date with Lian Qiluo to get an alibi, but you have offended her too greatly. You have underestimated how terrifying a woman's grudge is. Even if she knows clearly that it wasn't you who did it, she will definitely pin the blame on you, and won't even mention the likely perpetrators, especially the accomplice who committed the crime.
I still want to draw attention to myself and shoulder some of the pressure for you.
Xie Yan replied. I thought about it too. I figured, since she didn't have any proof about the slapping incident with Bei Ling, she couldn't do anything. Kui Bei wouldn't even care about her. Who knew Bian Shifei would suddenly appear, raising the stakes to a whole new level?
Madame Gongsun's eyes lit up, and she egged Xie Yan on. Since you've already offended her, you might as well get rid of this woman completely. Kill her, or she'll cause trouble for you sooner or later.
Roji jumped,
saying, Whoa, kill her. Isn't that a bit much? We already robbed her, and I even used her for cultivation practice. That's bad enough. Even if she doesn't have a good impression of me, it doesn't directly harm me.
Madame Gongsun crossed her arms and said,
It'll be too late when she makes her move. People in my demonic sect are good to those who are good to them, and ruthless to those who are not. Little Xie Yan, you're still too kind.
Xie Yan chuckled and said, Even if I had that idea, I don't have the strength to do it, Elder Gongsun. Aren't you overestimating me? I'm only at the 3rd level of the primordial realm. Lian Qiluo is already at the 4th level. Plus, killing an official is a big deal and will leave traces. I'll probably be hunted down by the Great Tongue government. As Xie Yan spoke, he thought to himself,
Elder Gongsun is truly vicious. As expected of someone from my demonic sect. Elder Gongsun continued to incite. What are you afraid of? Change your identity, and who will know who you are? Bian Shifei couldn't see through your disguise skills anyway.
Otherwise, Bian Shifei's attitude at Dongdu Prefecture wouldn't be so neutral.
But Lian Qiluo's martial arts aren't weak, so it won't be easy for you to kill her. Too bad this old lady's martial arts are crippled, or I'd do it myself.
Xie Yan was sweating bullets, looking terrified. He thought Elder Gongsun looked murderous.
Elder Gongsun continued.
You can only guarantee your freedom now because of the monk's reputation. But as long as the envoy of divine blessing and Sa Beiling aren't caught, Lian Qiluo will come looking for you again and again. It's come to this, so hurry up and tell this old lady everything. Are you still secretly dealing with the Eternal Life sect outside? Haha, Elder, you're too serious? Although this little one is playful, I wouldn't get involved with a sect known for blood sacrifices and extermination, Xie Yan said, wrinkling his face. Madame Gongsun said, resting her chin on her hand. If you're not, then our most important task now is to cut off your connection with the Envoy of Divine Blessing. The best way is for the Envoy of Divine Blessing and Sa Beiling to cause trouble again while you're being watched by that old monk. The bigger the trouble, the better. You little brat, you're just taking advantage of my doting on you. Besides, it'd be best if we could prove that Bian Shifei's judgment was wrong. Although Sa Beiling is also guilty, it's not as serious as the Envoy of Divine Blessing's crimes. I always carry the emerald sand fruit on me. Back at Dongdu Prefecture, it was just to catch Lian Qiluo off guard. What if she calms down and gets ambitious, looking for a chance to strip this old lady naked? Even if she strips me, she might not find it.
But better safe than sorry. I'm just afraid that if the emerald sand fruit is really on me, Dongdu Prefecture won't dare to do anything to me. But if your Sa Beiling fox is exposed like that, at least the Envoy of Divine Blessing's crimes must be cleared. Xie Yan then asked curiously.
Elder Gongsun, where exactly did you hide the emerald sand fruit?
Little brat, why are you asking so many questions? Madame Gongsun replied, her face flushed.
Xie Yan coughed and said, Just now, Elder Gongsun said to cut off my connection with the Envoy of Divine Blessing. But actually, I have the same idea.
Wow. I, Xie Yan, who has lived an upright life, actually have to resort to doing evil to clear my name. My plan today is just to try to disguise myself as the Envoy of Divine Blessing and cause a big mess. Ah Hao, hearing this, was speechless.
That's because I understand my Broji too well.
But it's best not to do anything to remove Sa Beiling from the others. To avoid provoking Bian Shifei's competitiveness, which could cause more trouble, Xie Yan rested his chin and thought again, I can still pull some tricks to have those clones cause trouble everywhere, disrupting Bian Shifei's judgment, but at the same time, there's a risk of exposing my trump cards when teleporting everywhere.
Xie Yan proposed a plan. Elder Gongsun, what do you think about the Envoy of Divine Blessing first appearing and causing trouble somewhere in Dongdu, and then I find Ming Wandao delivering a fake letter? How's that for a show? Madame Gongsun agreed and asked, Then who are you planning to find to disguise as you to deliver the letter to Ming Wandao? Do you have subordinates in Dongdu? Are they trustworthy? Will they reveal any flaws?
Xie Yan froze, thinking in his head, I'm not planning to find someone to play me. I mean to recreate the theft of the emerald sand fruit. Forget about disguises. First, tell Elder Gongsun how to plan my escape from Dongdu later. But I've never revealed that the secret can be swapped with Xie, not even to the sect leader, Elder Gongsun suggested. Let this elder give it a try. Xie Yan and Ahao asked in surprise. Iron Feather Sect, western outskirts of Dongdu. The envoy of divine blessing is causing a ruckus, burning down a building in a muddy fire. The envoy of divine blessing. Is it the envoy of divine blessing? Someone in the building said. Stop it. We have no grudges with the Eternal Life Sect. Why? Just as he finished speaking, a cloud of black gas exploded in the night sky. The envoy of divine blessing said, No need to wait. Do you think you can hide by pretending to be a member of the Eternal Life Sect?
Dragon Tiger Gate, northern outskirts of Dongdu. Whether it's in the Yellow Springs Hell or Azure Heavens above, all this land belongs to the demonic sect. You ungrateful fools, don't think your miserable lives can withstand this crime. Yangang Market, southern part of Dongdu, an envoy of divine blessing stood on the roof, declaring clearly, first this place, then the entire landscape of the Great Tang. People of the world must know, although the world is vast, places that can tolerate those who insult the eternal life. Sect cannot exist. A few days later, at Madame Gongsun's residence, Madame Gongsun said, Little Xie Yan, you've been dragging this on for 7 days, causing such a ruckus that Dongdu Prefecture is in chaos, but they haven't even caught a shadow. The places I chose are all small sects. With no rules, we attack and leave. The whole process doesn't exceed 3 breaths. It'd be weird if Dongdu Prefecture could catch me. Dongdu Prefecture is searching high and low for your true self. I already helped you block Lianxi Luo once. They probably visited Xiaonan Temple a few times already. You still haven't sent a letter to Mingwan Dao. I bet those monks are about to come find you and give you a lecture. I'm out of ideas too. Before the letter is sent, I can't guarantee the frequency of your crimes, otherwise the plan will become too obvious. It has to seem somewhat coincidental that you stir up some big trouble on that day or the next to avoid suspicion.
As expected, you're really clever. I'll send the letter tonight. And I'll have Xie perform a transformation spell on you, Xie Yan thought to himself again. The targets I've chosen to hit these past few days have all been garbage sects.
The blood sacrifice that caused trouble for Cheng Shengtian, that Jiaqi investigated, can be considered karma for them, and it can also coincide with the plan to defeat the longevity sect.
At this moment, Xie transforms Elder Gongsun, making him look exactly like Xie Yan.
As for the personality, needless to say, among these people, Elder Gongsun is the only one who deserves to win an Oscar. Elder Gongsun asks, How is it? Do I have the style of young master Mo Yu?
Xie and Ahao praised him endlessly. This one has eyebrows that Xie likes so much. This one is too pretty. I will call Elder Gongsun Xie Yan so that my fellow Taoists can easily distinguish him, Gongsun Xie Yan said. The face is barely passable. The height, body shape, and even the clothes are exactly the same, without the slightest error. Little Xie Yan, your little ghost servant, is really amazing. Her name is Yi, right? It's a pity that my cultivation is gone and I can't see her appearance. Ahao stood next to him and said, I can only sense a little bit of ghost energy. Yi blushed shyly with sparkling eyes. Xie is not that amazing.
Xie Yan clapped his hands and praised, Elder is really amazing. In just a few days, you've reproduced my voice, some of my small movements, my walking habits, and even my waving habits. This mimicry ability is not something that ordinary people can do. You must have done research on the art of disguise before.
But even though the demeanor and appearance are extremely perfect,
Xie Yan was speaking when Gongsun Xie Yan interrupted. Little Xie Yan, you haven't finished your sentence, but this elder understands.
But you don't trust me. That's your fault.
After saying that, the elder used the Huajian sword finger exactly like Xie Yan. Xie Yan, sensing that something was wrong, said, No, that's not right. Gongsun Xie Yan replied,
It's just a superficial imitation. For better or worse, I'm still an elder of the Monqing sect. I've studied this Huajian sword finger in detail, although I can only disguise my external appearance now, and I don't have any attack power. But pretending to be something I'm not is not a problem at all. As long as we don't actually fight, outsiders won't be able to see through the flaws.
Gongsun Xie Yan walked over, patted Xie Yan on the shoulder, and asked, Little Xie Yan, do you think this old man looks like your acquired stage level 3? She then said in surprise, Just now, when you made that move, your Dao aura was scattered. Has your martial arts recovered?
Gongsun Xie Yan replied, Of course it hasn't recovered. This is just a disguise. Do you feel like I can't be exposed like this? Xie Yan replied. I didn't expect that you could even fake your cultivation level. If that's the case, then there really are no flaws, Xie Yan added. But you still need to pay attention to a few things. First,
Qingse's transformation spell can't withstand attacks from acquired stage level 2 or 3 or above, otherwise it will revert to its original form, so if you don't have to attack, don't attack.
Second, Gongsun Elder must pay attention to avoid getting too close, or you will be seen through. After all, this is just a false shell to deceive others, and it can't be hidden when touched. Third, stay far away from Bian Shifei. Even if you really meet him, don't use martial arts in front of him. This person can see the true meaning of other people's martial arts, so it's easy for him to see through the flaws. Gongsun Xie Yan thought, and said, Bian Shifei and Ming Wandao probably aren't on the same side. I know very well where Ming Wandao is in Dongdu. Don't worry, I'm going to deliver a letter, not to find someone to fight. Even if I have to attack unexpectedly, I'll let Akahao do it. Xie Yan then said, I was just about to say, take Ahio with you. Ahio's evil thoughts can somewhat cover up Chingareir's existence. I'll have her stick to Ahio for the time being, so that she can maintain your transformation spell at any time. In addition, she can also maintain contact with me so that you can respond accordingly. Gongsun Xie Yan smacked Qingzir on the butt and said, Oh, that sounds so confusing. In short, little Xie Yan, don't worry, it's just delivering something. This old man can handle it. You can rest assured, go stir up trouble. Remember not to mess with those small sects anymore. If you want to find trouble, find a big place. The bigger the trouble, the better. Don't give Lian Qi Luo a chance to play tricks.
After saying that, she hugged Xie Yan to her chest. Young Master Xi came at the right time. It's been a long time since I've seen Mother so happy, Ahao said. Qing Zhangyir also happily chimed in. He, 2 adults, double the happiness. Xie Yan continued. Got it, I have a target. This time the commotion will definitely be big enough. There's no time to delay. Let's split up and attack quickly.
Scene change to the Yumeng brothel, where a man and a woman are reciting poetry and flirting. The dew on the flute brings deep thoughts. I vow not to kneel without a complete original piece. Where is the Jinhe in this messy world? Let us be surprised at the time. Return to old intentions. Join hands with the person in front of me.
Ming Wandao was sitting, drinking tea and enjoying the play. He seemed to be righteous, but today he went to the brothel to relax and unwind. The madam next to him said, Today's play at Yumeng brothel is the classic work Ying Ying Sends Off Xiangsheng, which is even more popular than Red Plum and Proud Snow. Yesterday, is everyone satisfied? Ming Wandao said angrily. The place I came to is a brothel, not a theater. Yet you added a man to offend my eyes? What is this?
The madam then explained,
Doesn't Master like it? Then I'll change it for Master. How about Pannier rescuing Feng Chen? You praised it the other day.
Ming Wandao replied impatiently. Like my ass. If I had known that ungrateful bastard would be rescued and go with someone else, I wouldn't have said a word.
Aren't you the best brothel? Don't you have any new tricks?
Is that all?
If Jiyu Wang Pavilion hadn't been burned down by the great heavenly demon sect, I wouldn't be sitting here, the madam replied. If Master doesn't want to listen to the play, I'll arrange singing and dancing for you. The madam thought to herself, Ying Ying Sending Off Zhang Sheng and Panja Rescuing Feng Chen are both the most popular plays, but you're criticizing them like this. How exactly did Ji Wang Pavilion entertain this guest before? At this time, Ming Wandao continued. Trisk, I've booked the whole place, so why are there still people disturbing my leisure? So it's you.
Gongsun Xie Yan and Ahao entered. Seeing this, Ming Wandao immediately asked, What's wrong, Monk Chengjing? How did he let you wander the streets, and you dare to appear before me? You've got guts, kid.
Gongsun Xie Yan replied. You've misunderstood, Grandmaster Ming. This junior is here on behalf of Grandmaster Chengjing to deliver a letter.
Gongsun Xie Yan used his flower-laden sword finger to deliver the letter to Wan Mingdao, as if to deliberately provoke the old man. Please accept it, Grandmaster Ming.
Taking the letter, he thought, it's just a normal discussion on Buddhist law and small talk. What a joke. And he sent this kid to my doorstep just for that. This Grandmaster Chengjing is clearly looking for trouble, letting this kid run loose, and he expects me to just turn a blind eye. Thinking for a moment, he said, Fine. If that old stinking monk sent you, I won't make things difficult for you. Upon hearing this, Ahahio felt a great weight lift from his shoulders. Phew, the letter has been delivered, and he's even used his flower-laden sword finger. This should be enough to prove everything is done.
Ahao hadn't even finished his thought when Ming Wandao switched to battle mode, wanting to spar with Xie Yan again.
The death penalty can be waived, but the living one is not so easy, kid. Last time you made me furious, and now you've fallen right into my palm.
Come on, let's have a fight first and then talk, Ahao shouted loudly.
Whoa, Gongsun Xie Yan was secretly transmitting a message to Ahao. Calm down, it's not time to draw the bow and unsheath the sword. But, Ahao stammered in reply. Don't worry, I can handle it. At this moment, Ming Wandao's eyes shone brightly. It's fine if you want to both come at me at once.
Let me see what the new generation of heavenly talents are capable of. A smile appeared on Gongsun Xie Yan's face as he secretly transmitted a message to Ming Wandao. Grandmaster Ming, you're an author, aren't you? Ming Wandao looked surprised and asked, Gongsun Xie Yan continued to transmit his message. I've also read the book, Chronicles of the Strange and Bizarre, that you wrote, Grandmaster Ming. Does this kid want to get close to me? Ming Wandao transmitted his reply. Gongsun Xie Yan continued to speak. However, besides, Chronicles of the Strange and Bizarre, those, romantic tales, books from Master Gongqua's Flower District, were also written by Grandmaster Ming, weren't they? What nonsense. Ming Wandao unleashed an extremely powerful wave of spiritual energy, ready to pounce and attack Gongsun Xie Yan. His face became grim, his hand gathering spiritual energy. He transmitted his reply. This old man writes books, but the books I write are the Chronicles of the Strange and Bizarre, and I don't hide my identity. I'm famous under this name, and it has nothing to do with those lecherous things that Master Gongqua writes. Grandmaster Ming, you don't need to deny it so quickly. Anyone with a discerning eye who has read both of these books can find some similarities. A person's writing style is something that can't be faked. Furthermore, with Grandmaster Ming's status, you wouldn't be lacking for women, so why do you go to so many brothels to watch plays? Isn't it to write those romantic tales? After hearing Gongsun Xie Yan's words, Ming Wandao's face grew even angrier as he roared, Are you looking for death? Xie Yan didn't flinch. Instead, he calmly continued, Why are you so angry, Grandmaster Ming? Unrestrained debauchery is just the view of common mortals. You and I are people of the same path, so why care about such things? Just so you know, the old man waiting for the river to clear is my pen name. Ming Wandao temporarily stopped his attack and asked, You said you are the old man waiting for the river to clear. At this moment, Gongsun Xie Yan further explained, It's not just the old man waiting for the river to clear. I'm also the old horseman of Mount Chu Ming. I'm not particularly talented, but that's another one of my pen names. Kind-hearted young woman is also one of my works, Ming Wandao thought. If this kid had only mentioned the old man waiting for the river to clear, there would be an 80% chance he was a fake, but he also mentioned the old horseman of Mount Chu Ming. A seasoned person like me has always suspected that these two great masters were the same person. Now he's directly admitting to both identities. Could he be telling the truth? Gongsun Xie Yan opened his fan and further explained, I've read all of Master Gongqua's works, so I could tell at a glance that he was deeply influenced by me. Every line and every word contains imitation and respect for my works. The way the two main characters communicate in Supreme Beauty, and the way the Sacrificing Life Theory echoes back and forth in The Story of the Female Master, both use my secret techniques. Tui Niangzi, the most recent one, has a breakthrough point with its two female protagonists. The romantic plot is somewhat impressive, but it still can't escape the shadow of Chuyan Mi Li, Lily. Actually, this book could have been written better. It's a shame. At this moment, Ming Wandao covered his mouth and coughed a few times. You make a good point, Master. It's just that I couldn't imagine it. I've always felt like something was missing. It really can't compare to Chu, Yan Li, Lily. Honestly, it's been a real headache for me. At this moment, the two Chuas were communicating telepathically again. Gongsun Xie Yan continued. I saw this point, so I came here specifically to point out the blind spot to Headmaster Ming. Grandmaster Gongsun Xie Yan took out a book and handed it to him, continuing. Your problem, with 100,000 words, can be summarized in just 9 words. Those who learn from me live. Those who resemble me die. He repeated Gongsun Xie Yan's words, his mind suddenly enlightened. Those who learn from me live. Those who resemble me die. Those who learn from me live. Those who resemble me die. I can only say this much. You must comprehend it yourself. He laughed loudly, saying, Ha ha! Those who learn from me live. Those who resemble me die. So that's it, I get it now, this old man gets it. I pursued the artistic realm of the Grandmaster too much, completely abandoning my own style. You're right, how can imitating ever surpass the original? Please stop. I have many issues I wish to discuss deeply with you. Please, sit down, don't refuse. So that's how it is. Respectful invitation is inferior to obedience. Ahau asked himself, What's going on? Why is Mom calling Ming Wandao brother? Having just passed a dangerous situation, Gongsun Xie Yan thought, that was close. I finally tricked this hothead. Good thing this old lady is the biggest bookstore owner in Dongdu, and often reads Fengyu novels. Of course, I've also read Zhu Zixu. This person even copied Zhu Yanli's
Yi Liansa in general, and Bai He's writing style is extremely similar to Wan Mingdao's super famous Zhi Guai Qi Tan series. It's just that Zhu Zi Shu isn't too famous. Besides me, perhaps no one else has noticed this coincidence. Other Fengyu books are mostly banned from sale by the Dongdu government. But only Zhu Zi Shu has never had this happen. Plus, with this writing style, it's absurd to think Zhu Zi Shu isn't Ming Wandao. This guy is a hardcore reader of Dai He Hu, and moreover, Dai He Hu's writing style is also extremely similar to Qiwan Mingshan Lao Ma Fu. The main characters in the stories are all from the Ma Jing sect. With so many coincidences, these two must be the same person and might even be from the Ma Jing sect. A righteous gentleman like Ji Wendao wouldn't write that kind of book, but no matter who Dai He Hu and Qiu Mingshan Lao Ma Fu are in the Ma Jing sect, these two names must be pinned on Xie Yan. Now, if it's not Xie Yan, he has to take the blame. That's right, Elder, oh Elder, this is all I can do to help you. I wonder how little Xie Yan is doing on his end. North of Dongdu, the manor tower of the Datianma sect, Xie Yan was standing observing Dongdu. No one's there, that's not right. A restriction has been set up around this manor. The probes of the Maluo Liu Shi can't see through the inside. Could it be that the Datianma sect is afraid of being investigated by the government? So they've started playing the turtle? Choosing to cause trouble at the Datianma sect again, one is because they have many experts. A fight will definitely cause a big commotion, making the evidence extremely clear. At that time, Lian Qiluo won't be able to pretend to be stupid. The second is also to fuel suspicion that the imposter Mao Siluo is related to people from the Datianma sect. Isn't it perfectly normal for this Cheng Shengtian's good news envoy to beat up people from the Datianma sect? Just right to completely sever ties with that imposter Mao Siluo.
1 arrow, 2 kills. For this battle, we don't even need to use transformation. Mentally prepare and fight with all our strength. People of the Datianma sect, listen to my command.
Xie Yan then performed Na Luo Zhengong, Tianma Yi Xiang, Jin Na Luo Wang. This sect leader, who came to smash the Dongdu good news envoy of the Chengsheng Tian evil crossing green dragon Meng Zeng, is playing the trick of throwing stones and hiding his hand. He smashed through Dongdu, but the explosions were loud, and large sparks were engulfing a corner of Dongdu. Just a measly Xiantian 4th level. Yet you dare to offend Chengsheng Tian, impersonating Ma Luo Lao Tzu to insult me, to insult my sect. Do you know your crime?
Today Before he could finish speaking, he received a pile of shock points from Bian Shifei,
Chui Hongwu, Yulong Air, Xiang Yu, Liu Feng, Guo Chengyi, Lian Qiluo, Luo Huading, Chui Bei, Wang Xingzhou. Their faces were just as surprised as Xi Yan's. Bian Shifei, Hoshen 9th level, 3rd Law Division Eagle Human God Marquis.
Lian Qiluo, Xiantian 4th level, Right Envoy of the Flower God sect. Ji Yuhuan, Xiantian 3rd level, Elder of the Flower God sect.
Xin Moxui, Xiantian 3rd level, Elder of the Flower God sect. Luo Huating, Xiantian 4th level, Left Envoy of the Flower God sect. Yu Longjir, Xiantian 2nd level, Young Lord of the Datianma sect. Kui Hongwu, Xiantian 4th level, Elder of the Qi Meridian of the Datianma sect. Guo Chengyi, Xiantian 3rd level, Elder of the Saber Meridian of the Datianma sect.
Xiang Yu, Xiantian 3rd level, Elder of the Saber Meridian of the Datianma sect. Liu Feng, Xiantian 4th level, Elder of the Sword Meridian of the Datianma sect.
Kui Bei, Xiantian 3rd level, Governor of Dongdu. Yu Xingrong, Xiantian 3rd level, 3rd Elder of the Luguan sect.
Wang Xingzhou, Xiantian 4th level, Grand Elder of the Luguan sect. No fanfare, no announcement, not a peep, just a freaking initial stage of the 3rd level of the innate realm elder from the Subduing Demons Vermilion Bird Temple. Their eyes meet. Welp, this guy's a goner.
Shi Jun's internal monologue is basically a string of curses, Motherfuer. A setup just for me. I knew this was coming, but damn, there are way too many powerhouses here. Earlier, Wang Xingzhou, initial stage of the 4th level of the innate realm, Grand Elder of the Luguan sect, declared, Everyone, the barrier is in place. I, Wang, representing the Luguan sect, guarantee that today's discussion will absolutely not be leaked.
Opening the conference, Kui Bei stated, The reason I've invited everyone here today is to resolve all troublesome matters before the Huaqiao martial arts tournament begins. Therefore, I've specially invited Lord Shenhao to preside over this.
Standing next to Kui Bei, Bian Shifei continued, Since Prefect Kui has extended the invitation, then I, Shenhao, shall accept. Everyone has probably heard that in the past few days, the Apostles of Fortune have been wiping out quite a few small gangs, claiming to be punishing those who impersonate the Eternal Life sect. Let's put aside whether this is the Eternal Life sect's way of deceiving everyone. A few days ago, I investigated the remnants of the demonic Rakshasa ancestors' martial intent,
and can confirm that he's not the same person as those Apostles of Fortune.
Kui Bei, puzzled, asked,
So these apostles of fortune and the demonic Rakshasa ancestor who performed the blood sacrifice aren't working towards the same goal. We can't rule out a false flag operation, but I can't figure out what benefit this would bring them. If it's really just to mislead the investigation, it probably wouldn't cause such a big commotion, Bien Shifei replied. At this moment, Lian Qiluo chimed in. The apostles of fortune want to cause trouble for the demonic Rakshasa ancestor. Xie Yan also pursued the demonic Rakshasa ancestor's whereabouts before. I think they might be in the same group. Furthermore, Xie Yan left Little Nanshan Temple a long time ago. In the past few days, the Apostles of Fortune have been continuously committing crimes. Has anyone looked for his whereabouts? Lian Qiluo is determined to stick to Xie Yan like glue. Bu Yuan immediately retorted to Lian Qiluo. What do you mean, Envoy Lian? Didn't senior brother Chengji say that Shi benefactor accepted his commission and left the temple to work? Kui Bei sighed, covering his face with his hand, and said, Vice Prefect Lian, this is Dongdu's affair. Don't bring your personal grudges into it all the time, Lian Qiluo. Don't speak without evidence. Luo Huating, initial stage of the 4th level of the innate realm, left envoy of the Huashan sect, played dumb to divert attention. This one is just stating a possibility. At this time, the 2 elders of the Huashan sect were trash-talking Lian Qiluo behind her back, using sound transmission. It seems the conflict between Envoy Lian and that demonic Jade young master from Great Han is quite deep. Ji Yuan, initial stage of the 3rd level of the innate realm, elder of the Huashan sect, said, I heard that he rejected her advances. I don't know if it's true or not. If it's true, then we've underestimated Lian Yushi's face. Shin Maksui, initial stage of the 3rd level of the innate realm, elder of the Huashan sect, said, At this moment, Kui Bei cleared his throat to return to the main topic. Today, borrowing the Great Heaven Demon sect's base is also so everyone can say what's on their mind. Not limited to the Great Heaven Demon sect, but also the initial stage of the 3rd and 4th levels of the innate realm. Experts from the sects present here, I hope everyone can show Lord Shenhao their true martial intent, both to prove their innocence and to avoid unnecessary suspicion, Kui Hongwu asked. Prefect Kui, you said this, and called a bunch of people over here. Isn't that to suppress us? No way, Kui Bei explained. This official also hopes that everyone can gather together to come up with countermeasures. We can't let the demonic Rakshasa ancestor and those apostles of fortune continue to cause chaos in Dongdu without us being able to do anything about it, right? Prefect Kui, my Great Heaven Demon sect. Regarding this matter, Liu Feng, initial stage of the 4th level of the innate realm, head elder of the Sword Vein of the Great Heaven Demon sect, said. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Longear interrupted, Elder Liu, dragging this on until the Huaqiao martial arts tournament isn't the way to go. This matter has been entangled with the Dongdu prefecture for a long time. It's better to prove our innocence today to avoid future troubles. Kui Bei cupped his hands respectfully and said, Young Master Yu is so understanding, this official, on behalf of the Dongdu prefecture. Before he could finish thanking, a palm from Xie Yan collapsed the roof, accompanied by a resounding voice. People of the Great Heaven Demon sect, listen up. The Apostle of Fortune of the Eternal Life sect, Qinglong Mengzhang, is here.
Only one initial stage of the 4th level of the innate realm trash, and you dare to offend the heavens. Impersonating the demonic Rakshasa ancestor's name, to humiliate my sect. Do you know your crime? At this time, the demonic Rakshasa true form was standing against a group of experts.
What are the odds that all the experts of Dongdu are gathered here today? Are you kidding me? Kui Bei's hair stood on end, his eyes bloodshot, his teeth clenched as he shouted,
It's him. No need to say anything else.
Kui Bei immediately activated his Dharma idol and started fighting, skipping the Dharma body, summoning the Dingba Divine General and heading towards Xie Yan. He's the one who released the evil aura everywhere to cause destruction.
Liu Feng exclaimed upon seeing the Dharma idol. A truly condensed evil thought Dharma idol, Kui Hongwu added. Why does this feel so familiar? The aura of the heavenly demon scripture. Could it be? At this moment, Xie Yan blocked Kui Bei's Dharma idol with a move, thinking in his head, holy crap, this lineup is twice as strong as the original. Surrounded and attacked, concept intent, how am I supposed to fight this? What are you waiting for, attack? Kui Bei shouted as he fought. Immediately, Lian Qiluo flew over to help, unleashing the Huashan sect's secret transmission, Crimson Peony in the south.
Lian Qiluo looked at Kui Bei and said, This person is only at the initial stage of the 3rd level of the innate realm. Prefect Kui is too hasty. Vice Prefect Lian, don't just laugh at this official. If we can't keep this person here today, that would be the biggest joke of our Dongdu prefecture, Kui Bei replied. Rest assured, Prefect Kui, just one initial stage of the 3rd level of the innate realm. Before he could finish speaking, Lian Qiluo activated his Dharma idol, unleashing a large palm strike, the Huashan sect's secret transmission, splendid brocade of flowers, towards Xie Yan's evil form. The glittering move scattered thousands of petals across the sky, covering Xie Yan's evil form.
There are so many of us. Let's attack together.
Liu Feng then released a sword strike, the demonic abyss Asura sword scripture, sword 79,
slicing Xie Yan's evil form in half, cutting it as easily as cutting fruit.
Liu Feng said coldly.
Dead. Where does he think he can run? At this moment, Xie Yan could only gape in shock. Damn, my Kinara king was destroyed in an instant.
Some expert tried to stab Xie Yan in the back, but Xie Yan used a doppelganger to block it, planning a sneak attack.
Thinking I could, HMPH, just as he was about to strike, Xie Yan realized something.
Luo Huating from behind cast Hua Shen's secret transmission, Deep Freeze Soul.
This was the remaining 4th level innate expert from the Hua Shen sect. This cold is too strong, even true Q can emit ice. With a HMPH, another doppelganger was destroyed. At this moment, Kui Pei unleashed his, summoning the Violet Armored Divine General and Divine Sword Slaying Demons to destroy Xie Yan's clone. Die, you scoundrel.
Xie Yan's doppelgangers gradually dissipated into nothingness, and a group of experts began to discuss, "It's a doppelganger. The doppelgangers are too real. Can't see any flaws at all."
Can't beat them, Xie Yan thought. A gentleman doesn't gang up on people. Time to bail. With 6 clones, where can you run? Like life has boundaries, like heavenly demon transformation. As they scattered energy attacks on Xie Yan immediately summoned another evil general to withstand the attacks.
Kui Hongwu exclaimed in surprise. One of his evil generals was just defeated, yet he can create another one so quickly.
This little thief is too fast. Can't catch up to him. Leave it to Wang Mu. Wang Jingzhao summoned a Dharma form. Summoned Celestial Illumination Holy Great Emperor. Unleashing another slash, Xie Yan's evil general was instantly cut in half.
It's still a doppelganger. Everyone must not let him escape. Just as he was running, a great formation from 3 eminent monks appeared above Xie Yan's head.
All like great power virtue subduing demon formation, blocked him. Xie Yan thought again, damn, it's this big shield again. The 3 monks have already seen the method of breaking the shield of Mara's disguise. If I use Vermilion Bird Demonic Breath again, I'm likely to be discovered, let alone Bian Shifei is also here. What if he sees any flaws? Forcing me, huh? In that case, Xie Yan was getting too heated. Let's go big. Thought Fire Realm, 4th level Kinara King, amplify ×4. An ultra-huge, evil general flew at high speed to break the great formation of the 3 monks, exerting every effort to create a miracle. Bong. An extremely powerful palm strike hit the shield, but it couldn't break it. Actually, I can't break it. And I'm also infected with a layer of Buddha fire. This is troublesome. Mara True Art always feels restrained. Should I praise the Buddhist school's cultivation method?
Moreover, I don't believe that this move, under normal circumstances, can't be broken by someone below the 5th level of the innate realm. Today, this old man will go all out again.
Ugh. Does it have to be? At this moment, Xie Yan's body stiffened, unable to move. Looks like I'm about to level up. Mara True Art LV5 originally includes the cultivation realm of the 4th level of the innate realm. It's just that my Mara True Chi's content was not enough to level up before, so it has always been stuck at the 3rd level of the innate realm. But since merging with the heavenly demon scripture, evil thoughts have been surging endlessly, not only keeping the ideological mind in a state of fullness at all times, but also converting all the indigestible evil thoughts into Mara True Chi's content. Plus, just now I opened the 4th level thought fire. The total power of Mara True Chi increased 4-fold in a short period of time, also causing the content to exceed the target. With all the conditions met, Mara True Art automatically operates, sealing the heavenly Dafio's rhythm, and it can't be suppressed anymore.
Seizing the opportunity, Lian Qiluo and Kui Pei charged forward together. Kui Pei said,
"That guy is actually leveling up. Can't move during leveling up. Good opportunity. Kill him."
The Dongdu experts immediately launched moves to finish off Xie Yan, 5 Emperors, Mirror of Truth, Luminous Heavenly True Seal,
Mara's Asura Sword Scripture, Sword 83, Mara Wilderness Without Boundaries, Lonely Star Shatter's Army, Hua Shen's Secret Transmission, Myriad Destruction of Silent Emperor. This time, Xie Yan is going far and doesn't know where he'll end up. Dude's getting ganged up on, 4 against 1, that's just dirty. Xie Yan's body is slowly falling, and falling. Xie Yan's getting dogpiled by 15 guys. He was planning to break through to the 4th level of the Immortal Realm but got interrupted and can't move, now he's just freefall. Title: Jing Tian Mode activated. Current effect: you have received the Resistance Will of a World. When critically wounded and near death in battle, automatically activate the title effect. Before this battle ends, your life value will be locked at a near-death state. No attack can defeat you. Your power will surge continuously, and your attack power will also be doubled. Maintaining the title effect will consume 1 origin point of tether.
When origin points are exhausted, the title can be changed, and the title effect will automatically be interrupted.
As soon as Xie Yan activated, Xie Yan's hand started to move, his fingers clawing at the ground.
The group standing in the air looking at Xie Yan in the pit started to discuss animatedly. Liu Feng kicked things off. This guy took that kind of hit and he's still breathing. Kui Hongwu chimed in. His advancement was clearly interrupted, so why do I still sense that his aura is stable at the 4th level of the immortal realm? Lian Qiluo jumped in too. His power is still not enough to be a threat. It's good he's still breathing. We'll catch him and say hi after we beat him. At this moment, Xie Yan slowly stood up with difficulty. His mask was shattered and he was thinking. No wonder this formation's power is doubled compared to when they ambushed Yidao Qi. The process of imprinting the Tao rhythm of heaven and earth was interrupted.
And yet, the Mara true skill magically got stuck between the 3rd and 4th levels of the immortal realm. A small portion of true energy has successfully transformed, while the majority of true energy is still stuck in place.
Xie Yan spread his arms and legs, looking up at the sky, as if challenging. Come and eat me, you rascals. Everyone who saw Xie Yan's face was scared out of their wits. So this dude is actually a disfigured person. Xie Yan's eyes turned blood red, and he laughed loudly, saying, You guys saw my real face, he continued to think. If it were anyone else, having their advancement interrupted would have led to a chi deviation and mental breakdown long ago, but I'm safe and immortal.
Just in time to get ganged up on, beaten into a near-death state, and automatically activate Xingtian, locking the state at this special moment, I already have the Mara True Chi of the 4th level of the immortal realm. Even if only a small part has been transformed, this infinite life value is the highest value judgment of the Xingtian system, so I am now at the 4th level of the immortal realm, no more, no less. He put his ear close and circulated some true energy in the palm of his hand. Sure enough, true energy has a spirit, so this is the true Qi with spirit of the 4th level of the immortal realm, completely different from the feeling of knowing it's there but not understanding why, like Hua Jian Yuan Ling. This is really the threshold for entering Qi with spirit. Every ray of true energy is like it's alive. The skill level of the Mara true skill did not increase. It's purely the quality of true energy that has entered the 4th level of the immortal realm. There is no change in my advancement, but just relying on the true Qi with spirit of the 4th level of the immortal realm. For the application of my existing moves, for the Mara true skill, it is enough to raise it to another level. The feeling is really magical. Finally, I can use the 4 demonic manifestations with a true name, but this situation cannot be broken simply by using the 4 demonic manifestations. A little warning, I'm about to go crazy. You guys better run fast, or I'll take you down one by one. Xie Yan, you mad dog, I'll take you on alone now. At this moment, Yandian cast the Mind Fire Realm, strengthening it by 14. The power is too terrifying, causing the ground under his feet to be destroyed by his power, and he advanced towards the immortals of the Great Tongue. I am now stronger than I imagined. I can't control my power a bit. He looked at the people of the Great Tongue and firmly said, If you run slow, you will die. At this time, how could they believe this dying guy? The 5 people shouted, Come on, stop lying, don't be so shameless. At this time, Kui Bei saw this and incited. This thieving scoundrel seems to still have tricks. I'm afraid it's a feint. Everyone doesn't need to hold back. Directly knock him down. The elders of the Flower God sect joined forces to cast the Flower God secret transmission, Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers. A giant pink Dharma image appeared, surrounded by extremely beautiful flowers on its head, intending to end Xie Yan with one move. Kui Bei stood outside and smiled confidently, saying, Well done, elders of the Flower God sect. You should have used this move a long time ago. At this time, Xie Yan cast the Kinara King, Mara True Skill, Heavenly Demon Evil General, Kinara King.
Xie Yan's evil general resisted the above move, but was completely covered by the combined move,
attacking fiercely. Seeing this, Lian Qiluo said, You're dead! Xie Yan shouted loudly and continued to cast Asura King. Lian Qiluo, Kui Hongwu, Liu Feng, Wang Xingjiao wore astonished looks. Xie Yan cast Mara True Skill, 4 demonic manifestations. Asura King, Brain Demon. Mara True Skill, 4 demonic manifestations. Garuda King, Womb Demon, summoning 2 more evil generals with terrifying and grotesque faces. 3 realms, 6 paths, no heaven envoy, current state. Even with the assistance of Xingtian, the 4 demonic manifestations can only condense the Womb Demon and the Brain Demon at the same time. Never mind. Xingtian, plus the strengthening of the 4th realm Mind Fire, My current total amount of true energy is 24 times that of a normal 4th level immortal, with the characteristic of one blow releasing all the true energy of the heavenly demon evil general, coupled with the evil generals of the brain demon and womb demon of the 4 demonic manifestations erupting together, and the infinite life limit of Xingtian. I don't believe I can't break this shield of yours.
Meanwhile, the 3 old monks were struggling to maintain the formation against Xie Yan's onslaught, barely managing to say, "Senior brother, the demon-sealing grand formation is showing signs of instability. Don't panic, he only just advanced to the 4th layer. Without any special techniques, relying solely on brute force, he absolutely cannot break this formation of great virtue," Kong Yuan chimed in. Exactly. If he had access to the same demonic power Shi Shizu borrowed from old ancestor Mara that day, he would have used it already. He wouldn't have waited until now.
Mere physical strength that hasn't even reached the innate 5th layer is nothing to fear.
Everyone's face paled, a look of dread washing over them. Lian Qila asked. "What the heck is going on?" Kui Hongwu replied. "His aura is clearly that of the innate 4th layer, yet the pressure is like a mountain, like the sea. Even Lian Qi's renowned perfected heavenly demon scripture shouldn't be this threatening." Liu Yu's face was filled with panic as he choked out.
"This is bad. Seeing danger, the fastest runner is definitely Kui Bei," he shouted. "Fall back, now." At this moment, the Flower Goddess sect's formation retracted, so they could summon all their strength and haul ass as fast as possible.
Xiao Jun left. Kui Hongwu and Liu Feng rushed to Xiao Jun's side to protect him while he escaped. At this point, 6 legs were sprinting like mad, except for the 2 legs that couldn't keep up anymore. On the other side, Bian Shifei was running more leisurely, carried away by a Taoist using a spiritual body. Shen Hao arrived at Wang Mu's side, heading towards the left. Xie Yan continuously spammed his techniques, using the monastery's true chi for fun, Garuda King, Asura King, Kinara King. This is the strongest move I can imagine right now, Violet Demon Sealing Rosary Formation. Explode, 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 explode. I'm practically immortal, and my inner energy is free to use. With explosions like this, those guys are running for their lives. Time to die. Within the barrier, Brother Xi's self-destruction lit up the entire sky, as beautiful as twinkling stars shining across the fields. Ji Yundao looked back and said, "This is." At this moment, in the pleasure quarter, Gongsun, Xie Yan, and Ming Wandao also realized something.
The light and the explosion shook the entire area. The light was like an atomic bomb going off.
Due to the excessive self-destruction, the monks' protective formation shattered, the golden color no longer covering it, only the purple color dominating the area.
Yu Erlong ran while confusedly saying, "Never seen anything like this before. How can this happen?"
Kui Hongwu looked back and said with emotion,
"If I hadn't spared no effort to risk my life, perhaps I could have barely managed to do something similar." But before he could finish his sentence, Brother Xi started another round of explosions, more explosions.
Kui Hongwu saw the scene above, his mouth agape and his eyes wide, and said, "How many more times can this guy explode?
How can there be such a strong, innate 4th layer cultivator in the world? Doesn't his inner energy ever run out?"
In Dongdu at this moment, everyone in the city was pointing towards the area where Xie Yan self-destructed. What's going on?
Tonight, the area within a 5-mile radius around the Moxie Forest on the outskirts of Dongdu has been completely leveled. After arriving at a safe place, the old Taoist asked Bian Shenhao if he was okay. "Thanks to Elder Wang's protection, I am still safe and sound," Bian Shifei replied. "That's good." Bian Shifei's face was looking in one direction. Cut to Kui Bei, who had just escaped by the skin of his teeth and reached a safe place behind the old Taoist. "Heh heh heh, I didn't expect that guy to be able to unleash such a terrifying move in the middle of a battle. This guy's power has surpassed the norm. According to the innate strength I've seen, although his stability is somewhat better than his, he can't unleash his inner energy in such a terrifying way in terms of power. If you want to take him down, unless the headmaster makes a move, but others." At this moment, Bian Shifei patted Kui Bei on the shoulder to comfort him. "Prefect Kui can rest assured. During the first shock, his power was focused on destroying the Grand Formation. Even if some people didn't react in time, they probably won't die. In the subsequent explosions, they've already run far away. Although they didn't run to the safest place that I saw, they'll probably only be swept by the aftermath once or twice at most. However, this guy's inner energy is like a festering sore clinging to the bone marrow. It's not just murderous aura if you really get hit."
Ji Yu Yundao was surveying the mess and destruction left by Xie Yan's suicide bombing, although he encountered Kui Fuyin of the Luguan sect on the way, and he understood what had happened.
But he still felt a bit emotional after arriving at the scene. The area within a 5-mile radius was all wiped out. Looking at the scale of the inner energy released, it was actually from an innate 4th layer cultivator who had just advanced. Ji Yundao landed and sat down on a stump to think. The inner energy is full of murderous thoughts. It's even more like the Great Heavenly Demon Sect than the Great Heavenly Demon Sect. He fought many people alone without falling into a disadvantage, and even injured a group of innate third-layer masters of the great sects in return. This fortune envoy named Meng Zhang is really powerful. Plus, the fortune envoy Shangguan Yan, who was previously suspected of being a nascent soul immortal cultivator. The strength of the fortune envoys of the Eternal Life sect is really not to be underestimated. Heard those gospel envoys have been dealing with people impersonating the Eternal Life sect lately? This is getting interesting. I wonder who's the real deal, them or that old demon Mara I've been chasing. At this moment, Xie Yan gathers true energy on his hand, unleashing the Sun Radiance Grand Search, sensing the energy in all directions.
If we can find this arrogant and tyrannical organization, all the better.
The aura left by those gospel envoys before was too faint, mixed in with everyone else, not enough to use. This time, he probably leveled up to the 4th level of the Xiantian realm and went all out. The aura left behind is super thick, completely overwhelming the aura of all the other experts around, definitely enough to track him down. Let's see where this self-proclaimed gospel envoy is hiding. Ting ting ling ling, blade-clad soldiers, chi medium, spirits descend. Myriad forms manifest miraculous traces.
Right now, a strand of Xie Yan's evil true energy appears on Ji Yundao's hand. If this tracks back to Brother Xi, he's so screwed.
Meanwhile, in the northern suburbs of Dongdu Hubei province, a small house by the lake, moonlight shining overhead, a picturesque and romantic scene.
Xie Yan stands with his hands on his hips, looking at the house, thinking, running this far should be enough.
He rubs his head and chuckles. Good thing I made it back after that fight. He pushes the door open and sneaks inside. Lucky I got away. All that ruckus actually boosted the gospel envoy's reputation, though. He sighs and continues. But after this fight, the next time the gospel envoy shows up, it'll probably be the 5th level Xiantian experts from the sects. I should stop attacking for a while to avoid trouble.
Scene change to the dreamlike pavilion,
a secret forest in the back garden. Because Ahao can't see Qingrier, she can only hear what Qingrier says. Qingrier, Ahao calls. Here, I'm here.
Tell my master. My mother successfully lured Ming Wandao, proving she wasn't at the scene.
But what's going on his end? Even I could sense the huge commotion. Ming Wandao must have gone over there.
Over here, Xie Yan sends a voice transmission to Qingdare, saying there were some mistakes, but the process doesn't matter. The good result is what counts. Anyway, all of Dongdu now has a deep impression of me, or rather, of the gospel envoy.
At this time, Xie Yan looks at the flow of true energy around him. As expected, being forced to interrupt the process of stealing the Tao rhyme of heaven and earth has after effects. The punishment from Xingtian is over, and after using Nirvana Finger to heal the wounds, my Mara true energy is still stuck between the 3rd and 4th levels of Xiantian. Luckily, I already had some Mara true energy from the 4th level of Xiantian. During the unexpected upgrade, I had a chance to hack it. If I missed it, there wouldn't be another.
I can also slowly convert the remaining 3rd level true energy in my body using the water demon skill.
At this moment, Ahao tells Qingshener to continue relaying the message to Xie Yan. Oh right, tell my master that to deal with Ming Wandao, my mother revealed the names of his 2 novel authors. One is Xuan Mingshan, Old Horse Driver, and the other is Dai Hehu. My mother said he should quickly find out about these 2 people to prevent Ming Wandao from discovering any loopholes in the future. You're welcome, Qingshener nods, responding repeatedly. Master, Elder Gongsun has pinned your lustful villain persona on herself.
Proft. Xie Yan chokes on his saliva when he hears what Xingvier said. He scratches his cheek, thinking, wait, what's going on? What the hell is happening? I finally got rid of the lustful bookworm label, so why did Elder Gongsun pin it on herself?
Qing'er explains in detail. The situation is very complicated. If it wasn't for this, then it would be that, so don't blame Elder Gongsun, she was forced to do it too.
Okay, Xie Yan replies to Qing'er with a depressed expression. He continues to think. As expected of Elder Gongsun, the diplomatic war god of the demonic sentiment sect, that mouth of hers could talk a dead man back to life. Elder Gongsun is 3 more cultivation realms ahead of a bellicose fool.
Ahao continues. In short, my mother has completed the task successfully. The suspicion on your lordship has been completely cleared.
Okay, Xie Yan says. This time, it's lucky that Elder Gongsun and Ahao helped me. Ahao smiles brightly and replies, we're all family. No need to thank us. Hurry back to Little Southern Temple to report to Grandmaster Chang Jing.
Also, remember the names Chu Mingshan, Old Horse Driver, and Dai Hehu. My mother has helped you create an absolutely favorable impression in front of Ming Wandao. You need to continue to maintain it in the future. Xie Yan answers cheerfully. Haha, I thank Elder Gongsun. While they are talking, Xie Yan's system alarm goes off. What's going on? Why is the system screen flashing suddenly? 9 Heaven's mysterious maiden. Urgent as the law commands, the black true energy is spinning, suddenly with a bang, and disappears.
Ji Yundao is surprised. The abundant aura is impossible to search for. Could this person have died after using his ultimate move?
Impossible. The scene has no traces of innate true energy damaging the life force, leaving behind remnant energy.
This is the first time I've seen the divination art show this reaction. Could this gospel envoy of the Eternal Life sect have the ability to seal his own heavenly secrets?
At the same time, in another frame of forest, Kui Hongyu asks, "Young Lord, are you not injured?" Young Lord replies, "Yes, I have no obstacles, only." Then he looked at the two elders who were being corroded by Mara true energy, and gradually continued. Elder Sheng and Elder Guo seemed to be ambushed by the true energy of that reckless person.
The two elders who were sitting down, healing their wounds, replied, "Young Lord, no need to worry. Our injuries aren't severe. It's just that this kind of Zenki is extremely strange. It's simultaneously eroding our spirit and body, causing our Zenki flow to be disrupted. We can suppress it by circulating our cultivation arts with all our might. However, this Zenki is like a festering sore. We don't understand the details of that person's cultivation art, so we can't eliminate it quickly."
Liu Feng, who was standing to the side with his arms crossed, said, "That demonic art is too weird. Besides the evil intent, it seems to be also inducing other desires, leading to a chaotic mind and body, and hindering the smooth flow of your cultivation arts. You too should use your Zenki to protect your hearts, maintaining the stability of your minds." Kui Hongwu, who was standing to the side, angrily shouted, "How can this be? There are so many people here, yet we're still letting him run wild like this." "Hongwu, what are you planning to do?" Liu Feng turned to ask. "The reason that guy could display such might just now is either because he took some pills or used some forbidden technique. In short, there's no way there won't be any after effects. Now is the best opportunity for us to turn around and kill him." At this moment, Kui Jun persuaded, "That won't do, Elder Kui. That envoy Fu Yin is extremely strange and defies common sense." "Don't chase him anymore," Kui Peiji asked, his eyes bloodshot. "He charged into the great heaven demon sex manor, and I leveled an entire forest."
"Are we just supposed to swallow this humiliation?"
At this time, the young lord calmly explained, "I can understand Elder Kui's thinking, but there's no need to be like that. Some things, it's not that we're afraid of the unexpected, but that we're afraid of what might happen if we go too far."
"Even though we escaped, didn't those people from the Vermilion Bird Temple, the Luguan sect, and even the Flower God sect also escape? Envoy Fu Yin has been causing trouble in Dongdu for so long and still hasn't been brought to justice. If we're talking about losing face, it's the Luguan sect and the Flower God sect who are losing face. We're the victims." Kui Jun looked into the distance and continued, "Grandpa is about to arrive soon. Let him handle Envoy Fu Yin. We just need to resolve all worries before he arrives." Scene changed to another area in the forest. Two elders of the Flower God sect are inside a shield. Their injuries aren't too severe, and their bodies are covered in scattered silk threads. "Cough, cough," one elder said. "This evil-killing Zenki is too strange. It's constantly eroding my spirit and body, affecting the efficiency of my cultivation. I'm afraid that I won't be able to eliminate it all in a short amount of time. Fortunately, Right Envoy's hidden needle in the heart can help the two of us alleviate some of the mental torment," the other elder replied.
Lian Qiluo, who was standing to the side as a protector, reminded, "Don't talk anymore. Quickly circulate your cultivation arts. Although it can reduce mental pressure, the physical oppression isn't easy to bear either."
Standing next to them, Luo Huating was asking the monks, "Are the three grandmasters all right?" One of the monks replied, "We're fine. Buddhist cultivation arts are originally used to restrain this kind of evil-killing Zenki. But to be honest, it's also because we monks don't have thorough understanding of Buddhist philosophy. We can't completely suppress that wild man."
Luo Huating continued, "Self-detonation. Sure enough, the grandmasters also saw it. This person seemed to have used the exquisite unified Dharma aspect divine power of the three of you, but in reality he injured the enemy more than himself, and he himself was also injured quite badly. In the end, he could only self-detonate. However, his Zenki is so abundant that he could create such great power. However, what this humble one finds strange is that a normal initial stage self-detonation would basically exhaust all strength. Even if there are some famous experts who are known for refining Qai, normally self-detonating 2 or 3 times would also affect their strength. Then, how could he self-detonate consecutively like that?" The monk replied, "Could it be that he used some forbidden technique or took some pills? There must be some after effects. Now that side has completely quieted down, he must only have a sliver of strength left. How about we call a few uninjured initial stage 4th level benefactors to chase after him while he's weak, capture him, and then eliminate him?" Silence. 8 eyes met. Luo Tinghua was all like, "You go chase after him yourself. Too smart for that, huh? Go let him self-destruct and die again? What? Nah, I'm booking it out of here.
Luo Tinghua sighed and said, Abbot Bu Gao is right. However, this person just advanced to the initial stage 4th level and has already forced us to this point. Who knows what other tricks he has up his sleeve? What if he's also thinking of waiting for us to take the bait? Bu Gao replied flatly. So that's how it is.
Things have come to this. The most stable way is to return and invite an initial stage 5th level expert to leave the mountain. Next, we will report to the sect leader and invite the sect leader to come to Dongdu to oversee things. Benefactor Luo is right about the calamity. I must also return to the Little Southern Temple to report to senior brother Cheng Jing.
At this time, Lian Qiluo cut in again, relentlessly targeting Xie Yan, determined to pursue him to his death.
This humble one still feels that young Master Demon Jade, Xie Yan, cannot escape involvement in this matter.
He has been suspiciously missing these past few days, and moreover, Envoy Fu Yin started taking action right when he disappeared.
Luo Tinghua looked at Lian Qiluo and said, Qiluo, are you crazy? Do you think Xie Yan is that strong?
The three monks immediately retorted, Impossible, Benefactor Lian. Do you not trust senior brother Cheng Jing? Although Benefactor Xi comes from the demonic sect, he is definitely not this kind of person.
Lian Qiluo replied.
Of course, this humble one trusts Grandmaster Cheng Jing. This humble one just doesn't trust Xie Yan. With Xie Yan's cunning, it's not certain that he doesn't have some trick to deceive Grandmaster Cheng Jing.
From afar, a voice rang out. Xie Yan was drinking and chatting at the Umeng Pavilion with your old man. How could he split himself to fight with you all here?
Wan Mingdao appeared, leading 3 underlings behind him. Flower God sect, don't cause trouble for no reason, and disrupt my old man's judgment.
The next afternoon, in front of the Vermilion Bird Temple's door, Xie Yan had a beaming face, waving his hands repeatedly, saying, Thank you for the Grandmaster's care. This one bids farewell. My little sister is still simple-minded, and I still hope that the Grandmaster will guide her more, Cheng Jing replied. Benefactor Xi, rest assured, this little benefactor and this old monk have fate, of course. This old monk will try his best to take care of her. Ran, who was furious, echoed, You're the simple-minded one. As Xie Yan walked away, he thought, with Mingwan Dao as a witness, and the fact that I'm still apparently at the initial stage 3rd level, a lower cultivation than Envoy Fu Yin, I've completely cleared all suspicion. Grandmaster Cheng Jing directly let me go. He's truly a good person.
It's just that I've increased the workload of the Grandmasters. They were already busy, and now they have to take care of Ran, and also be wary of Envoy Fu Yin, who just advanced to the initial stage 4th level.
Phew, but I'm quite free. After returning, I have to seclude myself for a period of time to completely transform the Maluo Zhenki to the initial stage 4th level, otherwise I can't be at ease. Right now I have to go meet Elder Gongsun first to discuss the next plan, and I have to ask clearly about why she took my Yellow Book author nickname outside. Scene changed to dusk. Bixia Mountain Valley, a property of the Great Heaven Demon Sect in the northern outskirts of Dongdu. A group of people are creating a formation around some rooms to eliminate Xie Yan's Ma Luo Zhenki. Inside the small rooms, countless Ma Luo Zhenki emanate, reddening the sky. Kui Hongwu stood against the cold and said, We must completely eliminate the strange Zhenki on Elder Guo and Xiang Yu. Relying on them to eliminate it themselves will take too long. I've told the disciples of the Chimai Ji, Buddhist heart demon suppressing formation to help, which can speed up the process. The young lord then ordered, Everything depends on Elder Kui. We must treat these 2 elders before Grandpa arrives. Kui Hongwu replied, Young lord, rest assured, with the help of the disciples.
As early as noon tomorrow, as late as Yu hour tomorrow, they will be able to recover. At this time, inside the room, an elder is trying to expel the demonic Q from his body as quickly as possible to avoid being eroded.
In the corner of the room, a strange red flame appears, surrounded by black Q.
From that flame, a figure gradually appears, against the fiery red background.
He stood before the Heavenly Demon Sect's elder, lost in thought.
As expected, to completely eliminate the erosion of this kind of true energy, I need to go even deeper. Unknowingly, my reaction to the outside world has diminished to the lowest level. A mere initial stage of the 3rd heavenly layer offers no resistance whatsoever.
Truly a delicious bait, something you can only dream of finding. Fate really is on my side. This gospel messenger from the Eternal Life sect is actually benefiting this lord. Cutting off his train of thought,
he lunged forward like a moth to a flame, his blood energy erupting, engulfing the Heavenly Demon Sect elder. The elder only felt a momentary sensation before being enveloped in a ball of blood. After being trapped, the elder struggled frantically, but to no avail.
The blood orb suddenly floated into the air, and after a stick of incense's worth of time, the orb gradually shrunk, becoming smaller and smaller. The Mara fiend had completely absorbed the heavenly 3rd layer elder,
a look of utter satisfaction on his face. After absorbing him, he sighed in contentment. Whoa! Devouring an initial stage of the third heavenly layer for the first time is seriously replenishing. Excellent. Doesn't seem to have had a huge impact on the outside world. Time to find the next target. Meanwhile, at the Azure Blossom Sects branch in Dongdu, Leon Kila and Luo Haoding were observing the strange phenomenon in the sky.
Someone is breaking through, Leon Kila said. Elder Xin is advancing to the initial stage of the fourth heavenly layer. Who would have thought that her injury would turn out to be a blessing in disguise, Luo Haoding replied. On a pavilion, two maids were equally delighted.
Wow, someone is advancing. It's Elder Xin. We were both injured, so how can Elder Xin break through to advance? While our master is still in secluded cultivation, healing her wounds, one maid asked, puzzled. The maid beside her replied, Perhaps our master will advance as well soon, the two maids said. That's right, your mistress will advance soon, but will advance into the belly of that Mara demon. After absorbing him, he thought to himself gleefully. As expected, the taste of women is much better than men, but Shin Mo actually advanced. He regretted missing out on a meal missing an extremely delicious dish. The Luguan sect has Ming Wandao. The risk is too great, and the Vermilion Bird Temple has 3 uninjured monks. Seems like this Lord's feast can only stop here. Next up is the final matter. At this moment, at Elder Gongsun's mansion, Xie Yan was asking a servant girl, Is the elder not here? The servant girl replied respectfully, That's right, because the madam's business at the Purple Tower had a conflict with the head steward in the tavern. The madam took the young master out this evening.
Afterwards, the servant girl led Xie Yan around to the place the madam had instructed. As they walked, the servant girl said, The madam instructed that if young Master Xi arrives, he should be invited to rest in the drawing room, and she will return as soon as possible. Please go this way, young Master Xi, thank you. Sitting in the waiting room, Xie Yan thought again. Hao's evil thought-devouring light technique has entered the preliminary stage. Even if I don't pay too much attention to it, it's about to advance to the initial stage of the third heavenly layer. Ran following Grandmaster Cheng Jing to resolve the Heart Lotus will probably take some time as well. If there's anything unresolved, it's only that Mara Fiend left. But he insists on playing Turtle. Only Ji Yundao has a way to continue investigating his whereabouts. Either I wait for Ji Yundao's contact, or I wait for Jia Qi's news. There's no rush anyway. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Xie Yan sensed something and gave a sharp glance, shouting, Get out here! The Mara Fiend appeared and said, Sharp senses indeed. He stood floating in the air, his ethereal soul wavering, and he continued, Your strength is indeed not just the initial stage of the third heavenly layer as it appears on the surface.
Are you the Mara Fiend? Xie Yan asked. The Mara Fiend chuckled and asked in return, Oh, Mara Fiend, how did you know this lord was a fake?
Xie Yan explained coldly, Spare me the bull. That bunch of gospel messengers are bombing all over Dongdu. Moreover, a Mara ancestor like you was chased and beaten from the Great Han to the Great Tang by Ji Yundao, who is in the initial stage of the third heavenly layer, beaten until you had no power to resist. What makes you the leader of the Eternal Life sect? Though he said so, Xie Yan thought enemy, still always calling Mara Fiend, inadvertently said it directly.
The Mara Fiend replied calmly, Ji Yundao is the Ziwei star descending, favored by heavenly mandate. It's not hard to not be able to defeat him. This lord is just avoiding him. Not a bad way to put it, I believe it. The Mara Fiend was not to be outdone, and replied, Your way of speaking is not bad either. This lord also believes it. Xie Yan was surprised, but quickly retorted, I don't care if you believe me or not. What are you doing? Sneaking around Elder Gongsun's house.
You misunderstand. This one came specifically for you. What do you mean? Xie Yan probed.
The Malay impostor propped his chin and continued,
No rush. This is the second time we've met, right? How should I address you?
Are you Ma Yu Gongzi Xie Yan, the twin annihilation sisters Shangguan Yan and Shangguan Zhao, the evil crossing white tiger Yan Bahuang, the wicked crossing azure dragon Meng Zhang, or the devilish sky sword master Ji Zhilan Wei? As soon as he heard this, Xie Yan's face turned pale as if he had just seen a ghost. At this moment, Xie Yan thought, This guy is Jin Jinye's man. I only used the name Devilish Sky Sword Master Zhi Lanwei in front of Jin Jinye. Zhu Yanping spilled the beans. Did he use some kind of trick before he died to pass on information about me to this guy suspected to be Jin Jinye? Now it makes sense.
It seems this Malay impostor is a bait that Jin Jinye is using to lure out the real Malay old ancestor and the Chengsheng Tian organization. I knew it. How could a fake Xiantian 4th stage guy just appear out of nowhere? Jin Jinye 2, Zhu Danyu 2, you were just playing with makeup to mess with me. The play that I and Elder Gongsun performed could make the people of the Dongdu Prefecture no longer suspect me, but clearly it can't completely convince this Malay impostor. This guy probably learned about my relationship with the fortune envoy from the Dongdu Prefecture.
Perhaps, from his perspective,
If those fortune envoys are all the same person, then the devilish Sky Swordmaster cannot be an exception. This is a big headache now. Lost in his thoughts, the fortune envoy looked at Xie Yan and said, "The so-called fortune envoys probably all belong to the higher-ups, right? Looking at it now, if Changsheng Tian is a large organization, then all of the higher-ups are the same person. With your ordinary strength, you can cause such waves with 4 identities. In addition to avoiding scrutiny from others, I fear you're also trying to create the image of a powerful Changsheng Tian. Am I right?" Xie Yan smirked. "Not bad deduction skills. You can even guess everything correctly. It's a pity, I fear, even the character called Ma La Old Ancestor Zhongqian Zhi Jing is originally you." Before he finished speaking, Xie Yan scratched his head with one hand and pointed straight at Mao Vola's imposter face and said, "I'm so sorry, just a moment. Since I arrived in Dongdu, this guy said I'm the fortune envoy, that guy said I'm Sanbei Ling, now it's your turn to appear and spew nonsense. Can you stop already?"
"You're just flexing. Nothing else," Xie Yan thought in his head and then said, "Even if we rewind 100 meters, it's okay for Dongdu Prefecture to suspect me, but what are you? You're just a rat crossing the street that Ji Yundao chased from Dahan to Datong, a chicken thief who runs east and west. Are you worthy of questioning me?"
Xie Yan carefully scrutinized him with his eyes, thinking, running in front of me and rambling so much, on the contrary, proves that he actually isn't sure about my relationship with the fortune envoys. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked coming over to test me. He would have directly called Ji Jinye to fight and then taken me away. As for specifically mentioning the devilish Sky Swordmaster, he's probably harboring the intention of scaring me, wanting to see if I'd reveal any flaws. After all, if it's just exposing my relationship with the fortune envoys, the Dongdu Prefecture would have exposed it long ago. It wouldn't necessarily make me show any expression.
It's a pity you ran into someone whose face wouldn't change even if the mountain collapsed. You scared the wrong person.
Seeing Xie Yan thinking for too long, Mala's imposter asked again, "Xie Yan,
why are you suddenly tongue-tied?"
Xie Yan calmly replied,
All right, I see it now. You all want to find the fortune envoy, right? You just surround your fortune envoy, don't do anything important, give up on anything bad, stare at the passersby and analyze whether this person is Shangguan Jiao, whether that person is Shangguan Yan, then examine Yan Bahuang hundreds of times to see if he's a man or a woman. Now you've lost your mind and ran out here to ask me, are you the fortune envoy? I'm also powerless. Or you can call the cops.
Hearing what Xie Yan said, he threatened Xie Yan. "Are you really not afraid of me telling these things to all of Dongdu?" Brother Xi challenged. Go ahead and tell them. If you don't, I'll call you a dog. I've already thought of every word for you." Ma La, old ancestor, takes the initiative to show his face, shocking the world and exposing the unspoken secret of Ma Yu Gongzi of Dahan.
Very well, then let's wait and see. I won't see you off. Next time, if you want to force me to do something, it's best to investigate everything thoroughly. Don't see wind and think it's rain. My old brother Ma La imposter.
He turned to glance at Xie Yan.
The Ma La imposter thinks, I've been deliberately provoking this guy to get angry, but he didn't provide any emotion origin points, Chiinsk. Then I can't determine this guy's identity. What exactly is the principle? Back then, at the Xilan treasure vault, that Zhu Daniu imposter didn't give me any points either. On the contrary, Zhu Daniu himself was very generous. You're not planning to stop this one? Ma La's imposter asked.
Xie Yan turned a full 180 degrees to answer him. What nonsense are you talking about? You are Xiantian 4th stage? I am Xiantian 3rd stage. At most, our grievances. Are you talking nonsense in front of me? I'll just take it as your brain drinking water. Why should I risk fighting you? Of course, if your martial arts were lower than mine, I could easily take care of you. Moreover, I'm not a righteous person like Ji Yundao, nor am I from the Dongdu Prefecture. I am a demonic disciple of Dahan. Even if you kill the Emperor of Datong, it has nothing to do with me. Or do you think demonic disciples can still have a sense of justice, can't tolerate a grain of sand in their eyes, and will help when they see injustice? If it weren't for Ji Yundao's sake before, I wouldn't have taken action either, and moreover, you have to thank me for escaping in the end. Although it wasn't intentional, from this point it can be seen that this young master is kind to you. Xie Yan was flapping his lips, but in his mind he was still thinking, TCH, with that little bit you want to probe this young master will never consider the problem from the perspective of a criminal. Taking action at this time is definitely not a fight, but an admission of guilt. What kind of attitude is that towards a benefactor? Young Master Xi, your tongue is really sharp. Having finished speaking, he unleashed a deadly move, Rahu Blood Pounce. Punching it out quickly. If words don't work, I'll punch. I wonder if your strength is as good as your mouth. He stabbed Xie Yan with his blood-she sword, and Xie Yan immediately responded with the flower petal sword finger. If you wanted to fight, you should have said so earlier. Wasting so much of this young master's saliva. I thought you believed I was scared to make the first move. That Mara Ghoul flew into the air, laughing loudly. Ha ha! If it were a few days ago, this venerable one would have really had a hard time taking you down. But sadly, fate has given this venerable one another chance.
and you've fallen right into my trap. He unleashed his deadly move, the cataclysmic soul summon. Xie Yan was trapped in the center of the swastika.
Thousands of bloody arms wanted to embrace Xie Yan to warm him up, then wrap him tightly to keep him warmer, to get closer. Seeing this, Xie Yan shattered the attack with the flower petal sword finger, 100 flower demise, severing those threads of blood. Seeing this, the Maragul said, "Useless. Why don't you use that true key?" Xie Yan used the flower petal sword finger again. Curved will slashes. You know which move I'm talking about, so hurry up and use it. The Maragul, trying to provoke Xie Yan, got too heated and went in for a close-quarters brawl. He cursed as he fought.
Use your mother's ass, fucking chatterbox. Looks like this venerable one underestimated the power of the flower petal sword finger. That Xie just points at the sky, hating his life. He was unmatched as he was counting how long it would take for the Maragul to make his chi concoction. He's on the verge of fighting, but life isn't always... As it seems, he hasn't even hit the Maragul, and he's already spitting up blood. Oh, that Maragul stabbed Xie through the heart from behind. He even challenged. Now how do you want to react next? Are you going to use the fatal wound to activate your mysterious immortal berserk skill, or display your clone doppelganger technique? But no matter which one it is, it's not a method that the Jade Devil, Prince of the Devil Emotion Sect, should have.
Xie Yan, impaled, still taunted, blood gushing from his mouth, but he still cursed. "You fucking dog, are you crazy?"
Then Xie Yan spat blood onto the Maragul's face.
He flexed and transformed into a sports car, his clothes all torn. But his pants were super durable, they wouldn't tear. The sword stabbed into Xie Yan was pushed out, spinning around several times. Xie Yan gathered all his strength to punch that Maragul in the face. Seeing this, the Maragul was surprised, impaled through the heart, but not dead. On the contrary, he's unleashed even stronger power.
Without any true Kua mixed in, the power of his physical body can rival a 4th-level immortal. That's it. It's all correct. Everything's correct. You still say you're not the evil heaven sword seed, Xie Yan. You're exposed. Exposed, your mother.
Xie Yan tensed his ass and sucked in his chest, punching the Maragul flying 80 kilometers. Xie Yan pointed directly at the Maragul's face and continued to curse.
"Open your dog eyes and look. Where are you?" The Maragul, kneeling on the ground, suddenly realized something. Wait, when did the illusion start? The illusion began to crumble gradually, and Xie Yan's nascent soul flew towards the Maragul.
Xie Yan emphasized,
repeating 2 or 3 times, "I told you, this young master isn't any evangelist." Then the nascent soul pressed the Maragul's head down to enlighten him, making a big hole in his face. But Xie Yan's mouth didn't stop cursing. "Damn it, why can't you understand human language?"
Xie Yan thought again about the Maragul. "I knew this guy definitely wouldn't accept this. Psychological attacks are useless. He definitely won't give up. After all, I have a trait that normal experts don't have, but anyone who can seriously injure me and then get beaten up by me will have a very deep impression. That is, the instantaneous recovery of the Nirvana finger, the immortal berserk trait of Jingtian, the path-breaking trait of the vermilion bird demonic breath. Other things, whether it's true Q clones or mental realms, aren't rare among experts in the main world. These 3 unique points are currently visible. This guy suddenly ambushing me is forcing me to use my trump card. It's a pity that I thought more thoroughly than him, so I let him enter the Joy Demon Heaven realm long ago, making all his probes useless. Before, I unintentionally used the flower petal version of the vermilion bird demonic breath against this guy, but still concealed within it the trait of 100 flower demise and Miss Yan's nascent soul, so it's easily mistaken. As long as I don't unleash the burning trait of the vermilion bird demonic breath, it probably won't remind him of West Orchid for the time being. As for whether the Joy Demon Heaven realm will evoke his associations, if he could be certain, he wouldn't need to probe me. I've used this before at Lufeng Yuhua. It can't be hidden from someone with preconceived notions. Instead of trying to hide it, it's better to use it openly. Anyway, this is the flower petal version, so there's another layer of disguise. While lost in thought, Xie Yan's eyes noticed something ahead. A column of blood appeared, attacking Xie Yan and forcing him to take a few steps back. The towering pillar of blood radiated outwards, covering a wide area. From within the pillar of blood, Manhua materialized, saying, "To think you could lead me into a spirit trap without me even realizing it." As if on cue, Xie Yan's nascent spirit appeared before him, startling him and causing him to question, "How did this get inside me?" Xie Yan's nascent spirit entangled Manhua. Xie Yan called out from afar, "Since you don't want to let me go, then today this young master will grant your wish." One nascent spirit isn't enough. This young master, Xie Yan, sent finger hearts toward Manhua, but these heart-shaped swords come with another nascent spirit for you. At this moment, the gossiping girl standing behind Xie Yan inquired with concern, "Young Master Xi, what happened? An ambush?
What a commotion.
It's nothing, just ran into a petty thief, Xie Yan replied, then thought, what a pity. This is Elder Gongsun's home after all, and there are many innocent people here. Otherwise, I would have detonated the nascent spirit directly just now, and I definitely could have dealt with that guy. His train of thought was cut off.
Xie Yan sensed something. Damn, this guy wants to peace out early.
Xie Yan zoomed away, but didn't forget to turn back and instruct the servants. You guys stay away a bit, don't stay here, be careful of getting hurt by the aftershocks. Young master, be careful. Young master, stay safe, the servants responded.
The guy Ma Lei held the two nascent spirits with a sphere of blood and said, the flower-assembled nascent spirit is indeed quite interesting, with its own unique characteristics. Pity that with my blood river seal they have no effect at all. Just a single flower-assembled sword finger remaining, there's no need to use it in front of me. It seems you like using nascent spirit self-detonation to attack your opponents. Why don't you try to see if you can still control them to self-detonate now?
Xie Yan was speechless.
Then he thought, does this guy really think the flower-assembled nascent spirit is a normal triple-realm primordial spirit dharmic image? His sealing technique can't hinder my control over the nascent spirit. It's just trapped between two masses of concentrated quadruple-realm blood energy. Even if it self-detonates, it probably won't cause too much damage. I have to hit him with something stronger.
Seeing Xie Yan stay silent, Ma Lejia cornered Xie Yan and said, if I'm not mistaken, you just used the Spirit Joyous Illusion technique. You still don't admit that you're the Western Azure Demonic Sword.
My demonic sentiment sect has countless secret arts. Just a small Spirit Joyous technique. Do you really think it's the exclusive domain of some blessed sound envoy or something?
Moreover, Xie Yan replied and immediately unleashed the flower-assembled true domain, Mind Flame Realm, Quadruple Realm. To slap the faceless demon, Xie Yan provoked. Who gave you the right to look down on the flower-assembled sword finger?
Frog at the bottom of the well art explodes. Explode for me. A magnificent scene appeared. Xie Yan's nascent spirits exploding like pink fireworks in the sky. Exploding so that Grandpa of Malajia feels it.
Xie Yan watched the fireworks he created, thinking, the Mind Flame Quadruple Realm in the state of the flower-assembled true domain can increase the flower-assembled true chi fourfold, but the flower-assembled sword finger isn't the heavenly demon scripture. In a normal fight, the attack of the nascent spirit won't change. It's just that it has strengthened all survival abilities in an all-out offensive form.
But it's not the same when used for self-detonation. Faced with a flower-assembled nascent spirit, self-detonating with 4 times the power, this seal is no different from a piece of paper.
After the explosion ended, Xie Yan raised his head high and looked at the bright moon, saying, where are you? With that guy's strength, maybe he's still not dead after those 2 big surprises just now, right? Seeing that things didn't work out,
to avoid alarming the quintuple realm immortals of Eastern Capital, he chickened out. Truly decisive. No one to be seen, Xie Yan paused to think for a moment. This guy can't be killed unless he's lured into the Lotus Root Lake. However, in his reaction just now, he probably already knows the process of my infighting with Zhu Danru in the Lotus Root Lake, even though the Netherworld Demon Domain can isolate spiritual sense probing. How exactly could Zhu Yanping send my information out? If there's a chance to kill this Malajia in the future, I still can't use the Xie Yan account. Martial arts and stuff can be debated, but things like the Lotus Root Lake are too real. I can't let Jinjinye behind him confirm my true identity. As for now, Xie Yan said, lucky I didn't die and met this creator, provoking this young master and then running. You think you can really run?
Xie Yan then unleashed the flower-assembled Evil Eye Celestial Patrol.
This Evil Eye Celestial Patrol of Old Man Zhu Min, cooperating with Xie Yan, killed Yi Daoqi.
Tonight, this technique has the effect of creating 10,000 eyes in the sky, patrolling all things within 10 miles. Today, this young master must make you lose both your pants and your underwear.
He searched for Malajia, but also saw Yingji gossiping. Ming Wandao and Bian Shifei are probably heading to the source of the commotion, and the 3 people of the demonic sect are having a heart-to-heart talk with each other. Finally, he found Malajia. Shi Zhan flashed a loving and affectionate smile. Found you. You're so dead, son.
While running away, Malajia tried to set up Xie Yan, but it wasn't easy to be reverse-ganked by Xie Yan, he thought. Truth and falsehood mixed, still not confirmed.
Suddenly, he sensed an ominous premonition, and goosebumps rose on his spine. That's right, Bro Ji let Yuan Ling stab that Mara minion from behind, and yet he still caught up. The Mara minion was surprised. But then, Xie Yan pulled a firecracker prank, blasting a huge area. After the explosion, Xi stood in the air, observing. Xie Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, he ran away again. This guy is a pro at running. You run, and I'll chase. Let's see where you can run to. A few moments later, boom boom boom, Bro Shi lit up fireworks with Yuan Ling, illuminating the night sky, causing a huge commotion in Dongdu. The dazzling fireworks lit up Dongdu like daytime.
The underlings in Dongdu saw the dazzling light and asked each other, "What's going on? Something's happening. Something's happening. The whole sky is glowing red. Quick, report it to the Dongdu government." Xie Yan picked the right color of fireworks. The Mara minion looked at Xie Yan with a resentful expression, but couldn't say a word.
Then, he turned into blood mist and scattered around, shouting, "Enough." The blood mist formed a sinister face.
Trying to take a bite out of Xie Yan, Broji smirked and said,
"Are you begging for mercy? This daddy will tolerate it a bit longer, Xie Yan. If you keep pushing me, don't blame me for being heartless." He spoke. While grinding his teeth, Xie Yan continued to provoke him. "Oh yeah, show me how heartless you can be. I've lived for decades and never seen anyone like you. I can't stand you anymore. You want to die." The blood mist spread wider and wider, surging around, coiling around Xie Yan, trying to swallow him whole. Seeing this, Xie Yan said, "Now you're showing your true colors. But it's too late, baby."
Suddenly, the Mara minion froze in midair, being sucked in by an invisible force.
But before he could figure out what was happening, Xie Yan's dharmic image appeared behind him. He shouted, "You wretch! Causing such a ruckus in my territory, and you still dare to be arrogant." The blood mist gradually condensed and was suppressed, becoming smaller and smaller.
In the blink of an eye, the blood mist was only the size of a drop of blood, resting in the palm of Mingwan Dao's dharmic image.
Mingwan Dao crushed the drop of blood, saying, "Die."
The Mara minion turned into a streak of blood and evaporated through the hands of Mingwan Dao's dharmic image.
He was surprised. He got away. The streak of blood from the Mara minion gradually dissipated. He confirmed again that it had disappeared.
Xie Yan was also surprised. Looking around vigilantly, not seeing anything, Xie Yan used Flower Shadow Step
and used the evil eye of heavenly inspection to search again, but still couldn't find him, Xie Yan thought. Can't find him, he actually disappeared this time.
This situation is exactly like the last time Jiyun Dao and the 3 demon-subduing elders chased after him. Before, I thought his Mara's sixth sense wasn't strong enough, but now it seems, even with my evil eye of heavenly inspection upgraded, I still can't find him. Strange, why didn't he use this trick when I was chasing him before?
Wanning Dao looked at Xie Yan from behind and said, "Does the Mara Sentiment sect still have tracking methods? That evil demon is too weird. How is it? Did my Davio master find him?" Wan Jian asked Xie Yan affectionately. Hearing Dao Master Ming call him that, Xie Yan glanced at him, thinking, "He called me Dao Master Xie." What the heck? Xie Yan remembered. Oh, the old groom from Harvesting Name Mountain? This old codger Mingwan Dao really likes reading banned books. He's even calling me Dao Master, Xie Yan also asked. Forget it. Couldn't sect leader Ming find him either? Wan Ming Dao replied with a sullen face. I'm not good at tracking, but my attack just now should have at least crippled him for life.
Even if he escapes, it won't be easy for him. Mingwan Dao turned his gaze and asked Bian Shifei, "Kid, do you know such a lucky coincidence won't happen often? Who knows when he'll actively seek us out next time?" Grand Sect Leader Ming, don't rush.
You, who calls yourself Old Ancestor Ma Lukao, are quite skilled at escaping. If we can't find his weakness, even if you make a move early, the result might not be different. You little brat, what you're saying is really grating on my ears. At this moment, Bian Shifei looked around and said, "Looks like we've disturbed quite a few people, but thanks to that brief observation just now,
this humble one has grasped some characteristics of Old Ancestor Ma Luo. This place is quite crowded and complicated. Let's find a quiet place. This humble one needs to ask Xie Gongzi a few questions." At this moment, the breeze was gentle within a cave dwelling, and 3 people were seated. Bian Shifei asked Xie Yan, "So, that demonic head specifically came to Consort Gongsun's residence to find Xie Gongzi. Now that you mention it, this matter is indeed strange."
That demonic head appeared and kept saying my true identity was the gospel envoy, wanting me to appear in my true form. Then, after some incoherent rambling, we started fighting. I originally thought my suspicions had been cleared, but who knew one wave would be followed by another?
Xie Yan replied. Bian Shifei rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, and continued. Old Ancestor Maka Luo has not only been hunted and investigated by the official authorities lately, but also pursued by the Gospel Envoys. His intention to find the Gospel Envoy is not surprising, but why would he come looking for you, Gongzi? Shane Gongzi.
Do you know what happened tonight? Xie Yan frowned in response.
Bian Shifei continued. Just now, Grand Elder Zhang Yu and Grand Elder Guo Chengyi of the Great Heaven Demon Sect, along with Grand Elder Ji Yihuan of the Flower God Sect, were poisoned by Old Ancestor Ma Luo. These 3 were experts of the 3rd level of the Immortal Heaven Realm, but they suffered severe damage to their vital energy in the previous great battle. I'm afraid Old Ancestor Ma Luo seized this opportunity to strike. Xie Yan was surprised and said, "Such a thing happened. As he spoke, he fell into silent thought. No wonder he kept challenging me. It felt like fighting him wouldn't be a problem. So he sucked dry 3 third-level experts.
Isn't this a steal for him? If I hadn't injured them, how would he have had the chance?
Beyond Shifei looked at Xie Yan and explained further. But I'm 99% certain that Xie Gongzi is not a gospel envoy.
Oh, Xie Yan was surprised. It's like there won't be 2 completely identical trees in this world. Everyone's habits, behaviors, and health conditions are different. Even if they wear a mask, we can infer through small details such as the puffiness of clothing, the size of footsteps, or the heartbeat and breathing. This humble one's specialty is discovering details.
An ordinary person only needs to take action in front of this humble one, and this humble one can already recognize that person's body. And the details of martial artists are even more numerous and easier to predict than ordinary people.
Xie Gongzi's breathing efficiency during qi circulation and the body changes during skill usage are somewhat different from the gospel envoy who ambushed the great heaven demon sect.
Of course, the most important thing is that Grand Sect leader Ming has proven that Xie Gongzi was at the dreamlike brothel when the gospel envoy Meng Zhang ambushed the great heaven demon sect. I think there probably isn't anyone in Dongdu who can get past Grand Sect leader Ming's eyes. HMPH, of course. Ming Wandao replied confidently.
Bian Shifei looked at Xie Yan and continued. Xie Gongzi can rest assured now. You don't need to worry about being criticized by others in the future. The Dongdu prefecture probably won't target you anymore.
Thank you. With the divine marquis words, this humble one can rest assured, Xie Yan replied with a sneer. But inside, he was thinking with a mocking smile. This kid is messing with my gun barrel, Bian Shifei. Ah, Bian Shifei, you've truly underestimated the heroes of the world. The art of disguise of the Heavenly Corpse Palace's Gongzi was created specifically to deal with those who only know how to grasp details like you. Facing those who don't understand the industry, the art of disguise is like replacing heads for the blind to see. But for people like Bian Shifei, it's just right. I am the only student of the Purple Corpse Heavenly Palace, and I always keep in mind the points to note in Disguise Essentials. Each time I impersonate a different identity, I will completely change my habits to create a completely different behavior pattern, from breathing to eyes to even hand and foot movements, all coordinated with each other.
If not, I would really have been exposed this time. Hey, wait a minute. Luckily, Bian Shifei only met my clone, Meng Zhang. Otherwise, he would have contradicted his own conclusions. Judging from the true meaning of martial arts, these clones are all one person. But judging from face reading, these people have countless differences. It seems that my gospel envoy clones can't appear in front of Bian Shifei anymore. If not, he'll overturn his own conclusions, discover the door to the new world beginning to rearrange the clues, and my suspicions are very likely to reappear. And it's all because of Lian Qiluo. If she hadn't insisted on dragging me into the water, things wouldn't be so troublesome. After thinking, Xie Yan sighed and said, since the divine marquis can distinguish right from wrong, of course, this humble one can rest assured. It's just that I'm afraid there are still people in the Dongdu prefecture who won't let this humble one off. Why does Xie Gongzi say that? Bian Shifei asked.
Xie Yan continued. This time, old ancestor Ma Luo came to see me, not only simply saying that I was a member of the Gospel Envoy, but he also said with his own mouth that those Gospel Envoys were all me. I think you know this information. Or someone is secretly contacting old ancestor Ma Luo, or they are originally old ancestor Ma Luo. Regarding the Gospel Envoy appearing in Dongdu, it's all one person, and Gongzi Ma Yu is facing the greatest suspicion. Who else knows about this besides the Dongdu prefecture? Bian Shifei rested his chin on his hand and said, the higher-ups of the Great Heaven Demon Sect, Flower God Sect, Lu Guan Sect, and Vermilion Bird Temple all know, because we needed to investigate the Gospel Envoy Meng Zhang before, so we revealed the information to a few people. Xie Yan's eyes darkened, thinking, this trouble is not small. Then, he continued, this time the Great Heaven Demon Sect suffered severe losses, and the people they lost happened to be the 2 grand elders who had a grudge against me at Guang Temple, so the possibility of them cooperating with old ancestor Ma is not very high.
The Vermilion Bird Temple is even less likely. With Grand Sect leader Ming here suppressing the overall situation at Luguan Sect, I'm sure no one would dare to go rogue, right? What does Xie Gongzi mean?
Bian Shifei thought of something, and asked hesitantly.
At this moment, Xie Yan said, a gentleman's revenge is never too late.
She did the deed, but Xi Luo will take the heat. Cutting off Lian Qiluo, he pointed directly and named her. I think besides Lian Qiluo there's no one else.
Xie Yan confidently affirmed, a clean reputation of mine has been ruined by a petty person, I ask you. Besides Lian Qiluo, who else can frame me like this? Divine Marquis Bian. Lian Qiluo's sharp tongue is just like old ancestor Ma Luo's, even more venomous. I suspect Lian Qiluo is old ancestor Ma Luo. Even if she isn't, she must be related to her.
Ming Wandao chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Indeed, that Lian Qiluo has been targeting Grandmaster Xi. I've proven that the Grandmaster is innocent. But she still stubbornly refuses to let go. Maybe there's really something wrong with her.
Hearing Ming Wandao's echo, Xie Yan seized the opportunity to push the boat. Moreover, how would old ancestor Ma Luo know that the third-level Immortal Heaven experts were injured? You know this matter. And it seems only people in the Dongdu Prefecture would know, right? Bian Shifei's face turned green and replied, "It shouldn't be so." Right, moreover, it's not just the Great Heaven Demon sect, the Flower God sect also lost a Grand Elder.
Xie Yan then turned to his teammate Ming Wandao to add fuel to the fire. Sect leader Ming. Wasn't that murdered Xiantian level 3 expert close to Lian Qila? Not really. Those two sisters even fought each other over the position of right envoy. Lian Qila reached Xiantian level 4 earlier, so she snatched it.
Hearing Ming Wandao's input, Xie Yan affirmed,
"See? We suffered a loss too, but the loss was her rival." "It was her," Bian Shifei replied.
"If old ancestor Ma Luo and Lian Xiaoyun are truly involved, this official will continue to investigate thoroughly."
"Well, how about this? It's getting late. I've got some stuff to take care of. I'll head out."
Ming Wandao also stood up and said, "That kid Kui Bei is still busy in the Dongdu Manor. Aren't you going back with me to explain the situation to him? Never mind for tonight. I really have things to do." With that, Bian Shifei took his leave. Bian Shifei's business was actually ditching work to go drinking with Yu Longjie. Ming Wandao then turned to Xie Yan and whispered closely, "I'm off too then. Too much has happened tonight. Dongdu Manor has been a mess for ages. I need to go back and check it out. Another day, I'll find Grandmaster Xie to continue our chat about writing dirty poems." Xie Yan forced a smile and said, "Ha, I'll definitely keep you company."
At this time, on someone's rooftop, under the clear sky and cool breeze, Yu Longjie was sitting, and Bian Shifei arrived. Seeing Bian Shifei arrive, Yu Longjie spoke up. "You finally made it. I've been waiting for you for half the day." "I went to dig up provisions to buy wine," Bian Shifei replied. Then he tossed a jar of rice wine to Yu Longjie, saying, "I remember you liked Vietnamese rice wine the most back in Chengdu," Yu Longjie continued. "Rare to see you remember this friend's preferences." Then the two of them sat and talked all night. "Right, about tonight. My condolences." "Condolences for what? Don't you understand me? I only wish a few more of those damn old geezers from the Dao sect would die. Ha, you can't let others hear you say that. I'm only speaking my true feelings in front of you." Grandmaster Cheng Jing, who was listening to something, said, "Autumn is full of events. Namo Shakyamuni Buddha." Hearing this, Ran glared and asked, "You stinky monk, what are you talking about being full of events? What's it got to do with anything?"
Cheng Jing replied and continued, "Little benefactor, don't be distracted while comprehending within this old monk's inner realm."
Focusing mind and ki within the inner realm of the monk Cheng Jing. Within the inner realm, Ran was holding a lamp looking at the words on a stone tablet. "It's pitch black here. Is it because you're blind so there's no light?" In Ran's head she thought, no need to waste lamp oil. Being blind is such a disadvantage. Ran then asked the old monk, "Why do you want to carve Buddhist scriptures here? Does it have any meaning?" Grandmaster Cheng Jing was still carving there, calmly answering, "Nothing special. Just reminding myself, focus the mind, purify the qi. What is the joy of a female cultivator? Buddha won't directly tell you, but you yourself have to experience it once to understand the truth within."
The old monk then turned to look at Ran, continuing, "In this world there are countless paths. Buddha is the most reasonable path among them.
Whether the level of enlightenment is high or low, regardless of age, the path ahead will be wide open, achieving perfection."
Hearing this, Ran approached the old monk and said,
"You make it sound so easy. My master once said that my comprehension is good enough already. Isn't this Buddha just a bunch of stuff that becomes chaos no matter how much you cultivate? But there's one thing I feel is very reasonable. Buddha is the most magical and fastest shortcut in the Tao. Overcome it, and you'll ascend to the heavens in one step. Fail to overcome it, and you'll suffer immensely."
Sigh, Buddha really makes people unable to grasp it. Grandmaster Cheng Jing, upon hearing Ran's words, smiled like a flower. Ha.
Ran's face turned red, pointing at the monk and asking, "Blind monk, what are you laughing at?"
Cheng Jing rubbed Ran's head and explained, "Didn't this old monk already say, conversion is a process, little benefactor, don't be in a rush? At the age of 4, this old monk shaved his head.
At 28, achieved minor completion of the Pure World Lotus Technique. At 46, achieved major completion of the Pure World Lotus Technique. How old are you? How long have you been cultivating? Why be in such a hurry?" Finishing his words, the old monk tapped Ran on the head, saying, "Slow down." After that, every time he tapped her head, the old monk would tell Ran to slow down. After the temperament slowed down, Ran let out a long breath, and the old monk rubbed her head as if in praise. When the monk rubbed her head,
Ran Ran looked at the monk with a flushed face and didn't understand anything. Cheng Jing said gently, "Slow down. Understand." Ran Ran jumped up, her face scrunched up and said, "Nah, don't understand." Cheng Jing kept carving, saying as he worked, "Haha, it's okay if you don't understand, you're still young. You have so many possibilities in the future, no need to rush." Click clack, as an outsider, she's just watching the story unfold, but one day she'll understand. The old monk carved keng keng, clack clack, and Ran Ran held a lamp to read the words in the courtyard of Hao Hong restaurant. Qing Shi hurriedly flew to meet Xie Yan. Qing Shi said, "My lord, that fake Ma Lao Zu is already suspicious of you. Does that mean you're in danger?" Xie Yan explained to Qing He. "There's no danger at all," I asked myself. I didn't reveal any slip-ups when facing him. Unless Ji Jinye is embracing the idea of killing the wrong person rather than letting one go. But if he really has that mindset, there's no need to come and probe me. You have to know. If he truly thinks I'm the envoy of blessing, he would know how strong I am. Coming to probe my strength would be an uncontrollable risk. It's clear that Jinye must have identified a target for him, not just pointed to anyone randomly. As for the imposter himself, he's not a concern for me right now. The commotion he's causing is even bigger than mine. Whether it's the Dongdu Prefecture or the Great Heaven Demon Sect, the Flower God Sect, no one will let him off if someone dies. I won't have the chance to kill him personally, kinda a bummer. Qing Kai stood to the side and asked, "My lord, aren't we going back to find Lady Gongsun?" "Waiting for someone." "No rush," Xie Yan replied. Waiting for someone, Qing Vor had no idea who they were waiting for. Seeing the person arrive, Xie Yan said, "See? Aren't they here? This must be Bro Ji Yundao. How could it be anyone else?" Scene changed to Lady Gongsun's mansion, which is now a complete mess. Lady Gongsun and A Hao are listening to a servant recount the story of the fake ghost and Bro Shi trashing Gongsun Elder's house. "Madam, that's what happened." Lady Gongsun, holding her head, said, "All right, I know. You guys are okay, so that's better than these things. What other losses are there?" The female servant next to her replied, "Well, all 137 people in the mansion are fine." But at this moment, the female servant held out a blackened peacock. "Except for the little green peacock you raised," Lady Gongsun erupted, her mask hot with anger, and cursed, "That bastard Xie Yan and that damned Ma Lao Zu." At this time, Lady Gongsun held the peacock in her arms. Regretful, my little green, A Hao, standing beside her, said, "Just received news. Today Ma Lao Zu continuously attacked countless Xiantian Stage 3 experts, absorbing all of their blood essences. Young Master Xi fought with him. I wonder if he was injured anywhere." Lady Gongsun turned around 180 degrees in surprise and said, "HMPH. Would that kid let some small fry Ma Lao Zu injure him? What's the reason the 3 Xiantian Stage 3 experts from the Flower God Sect and the Great Heaven Demon Sect were easily hit? Do you know?" That day, that kid barged into the Great Heaven Demon Sect's manor and ran into a bunch of elders from the Great Heaven Demon Sect, Luguin Sect, Vermilion Bird Temple, and Flower God Sect who were on the scene. At that time, there were 5 Xiantian Stage 4 experts alone, yet he still forced them back, and many elders were injured. No grass grows within 5 miles of the ink-stained forest after the battle. Even I, at my peak, couldn't achieve that level of destruction. Although on the surface this little Xie Yan's strength is only Xiantian Stage 3, his true depth is unfathomable. His combat ability is far superior to ordinary Xiantian Stage 4 experts. For my demonic sentiment sect to have such a talented person, this Ma Lao Zu alone definitely can't hurt him, A Hao asked, puzzled. So since young Master Xi has such strength, why hasn't he returned so late? Gongsun Elder replied, "Who knows? Maybe Bian Shifei and Ming Wandao are holding him up. This kid's got a complex mind, no need to worry about him. And don't waste this, I'm so old, and I've never tasted peacock meat. Tell the chef to make it for dinner tonight." Saying that, Gongsun Elder handed the peacock corpse to A Hao. "See, love them all you want, but when the time comes, they're still gonna get eaten." "Ah, okay." A Hao nodded and took it. At this time, in some brothel, Ji Yundao and Xie Yan were chatting. Xie Yan was telling Ji Yundao about the fake Ma La causing trouble everywhere. After hearing the story, Ji Yundao said, "I didn't know young Master Xi encountered so many things these days. I didn't expect it. But what's done is done. No point dwelling on it," Xie Yan replied. Ji Yundao questioned, "But the envoy of blessing, and you being the same person, I really didn't expect that. So many changes. It's quite similar to the style of Ge Huayu, the thousand-faced young master." Xie Yan replied casually, "Who knows? Maybe Ge Huayu has joined the Eternal Life Heaven already. Or maybe the Inner Demon Sect has a hand in it too." Ji Yundao frowned.
That's not impossible. Oh well, it's not my turn to worry about this now.
Xie Yundao stood up, cupped his hands, and said to Xie Yan, "Young Master Xie has worked hard these past few days. I must apologize to you."
Xie Yan also stood up and asked, Brother Yundao, what are you apologizing for? As I see it, it seemed like young Master Xie intentionally let Mala Laozu escape earlier. Xie Yundao, what? Bro Xie? Xie Yan's face twitched, thinking, as expected, he's suspicious.
Xie Yundao continued, "But seeing what happened tonight, plus young Master Xie sharing so honestly, I understand that it was just a thought in my mind. But being able to admit this to young Master Xie can also be regarded as me resolving the knot in my heart." Xie Yan waved his hand. "Brother Yundao, you're flattering me. Believing without any doubt is just blind faith. Brother Yundao isn't that kind of fool." So what are Brother Yundao's plans next? If the Dongdu Prefecture is closely following the matter of Mala Laozu, of course I don't need to participate deeply in this matter anymore. I believe they also don't hope I interfere too much.
So Brother Yundao will return to Dahan. Nah, the upcoming Huachao martial meet is going to be so hype, it'd be a total waste to leave now. Remember our promise back when we were approaching the eastern capital?
To make our names known throughout this Tang Dynasty's Jianghu, Xie Yundao grinned confidently.
Xie Yan also smiled brightly, agreeing wholeheartedly. All right, Emperor Xie Yundao has been successfully brainwashed by Xie Yan. If you've got skills, you gotta show. Fem off, keeping it all bottled up is just a pain.
Then let's jump into this Huachao martial meet together. Let the Tang Dynasty's Jianghu know the awesomeness of us, the fifth young master of the great Han.
A few days later, the day of the Huachao martial meet, 10 years ago, your teacher participated in the Huachao martial meet, although I didn't make it into the top 10 strongest fighters. But the time I spent giving my all, eagerly competing with young talents from all over, is something I still can't forget. I don't know when, but 10 years have passed, and the Huachao martial meet of the eastern capital has begun again.
Your teacher brought you here so you can broaden your horizons, witness the vastness of the world, where experts are as common as clouds? The disciple replied, "Yes, I'll try my best to fight my way into the top 10, to make up for your regret back then, Master."
Haha, you silly kid. The Huachao martial meet only limits the age of participants, not the cultivation level. Even though you're already at the 9th level of the Hulianqian realm, it's still not enough in the Huachao martial meet. What your teacher means is that there will be experts of the Xiantian realm participating. Letting those with Xiantian cultivation fight in the city, if they can't control their power, wouldn't that be a massacre of the common people? Your teacher also doesn't know. 10 years ago, the Huachao martial meet was still held outside of Mount Lao, in the outskirts of the eastern capital. The champion back then leveled the entire mountain peak within a 2-mile radius. Now the arena has been moved into the eastern capital. Indeed, suddenly the disciple sensed something, and asked his master, This, master, have we been trapped inside a landscape painting? A painting-like scene upon entering the eastern capital made the two masters and disciples feel astonished. The scene before their eyes was so peaceful. Beside a branch of persimmon tree, a young lady was being poured tea by a waiter. A child was asking her mother to pick persimmons for her. When she got the persimmon in her hand, the little girl couldn't help but rejoice. Looking at this change, the master said again, "No, this is indeed the eastern capital. But why has the eastern capital transformed into such a state? It looks like some kind of illusion, a work of the Divine Bloom sect." A young woman in her 20s came over and asked, "You two aren't locals, are you? This Huachao martial meet? In order to welcome tourists and Jianghu talents from all over, the eastern capital government has specially decorated some areas in the city, hoping to bring a little surprise to everyone." Wow, a Huachao greeter, this is indeed unexpected enough. I brought my disciple to participate in this Huachao martial meet. Where do we sign up? The young woman in her 20s pointed towards them and said, "The registration place is by the lake of Lake Guangxin. You guys are a bit late. The Huachao martial meet has already started, but the registration period hasn't ended yet. It's still not too late to go now. Follow me." Inside the pavilion, which was packed with people cheering. Their speed is so fast, the fight is so exciting. Even if you can't see clearly, it's worth it to feel the atmosphere, a subordinate of Ming Wandao said. Since our sect leaders started patrolling the eastern capital, monsters and demons like Old Demon Mala and the Blessing Envoy have never appeared again. It's not an exaggeration to say that Headmaster Zhong Ming is the guardian god of the eastern capital. A subordinate of the vice sect leader immediately chimed in. When your sect leader arrived, those people were clearly still active. It was clearly because our vice sect leader came to the eastern capital that those people were scared to show themselves. The subordinate of Ming Wandao retorted, "Haha, if you're counting it that way, why not count the vice abbot of the Vermilion Bird Temple and the sect leader of the Divine Bloom sect? It's not like only your vice sect leader is intimidating." The guy on this side also said with disdain, "Alright, you're just a small Homination Realm disciple.
What does the matters of those higher-ups have to do with you? Look how happy you are. The Ming Wandao disciple said again. Not talking about the higher-ups. Then let's talk about people of the same generation. Who do you think is the strongest in this Hua Chao martial meet? Our Zhang Shixiang Zhang Miao has already advanced to the second level of Xiantian and has also received the true teachings of the sect leader. He will definitely be able to take the top spot and win glory for our Luguan sect. The other guy folded his arms and replied, You guys don't even put our great heaven demon sect in your eyes? Our Xiao Jun is also at the second level of Xiantian and is also one of the Kaiyuan 10 talents. Your top spot should definitely be our Xiao Jun's. The Ming Wandao disciple said leisurely, So what if they're Kaiyuan 10 talents? Look, even now, Bian Shifei is only at the 9th level of Hoqian. Shen Shu of the Vermilion Bird Temple has been missing for a long time. Heaven knows if he's dead outside. Such a big fluke is still considered a treasure.
What? The Bian Shifei disciple also pointed his finger and shouted, I spit on you, sour grapes. Bian Shenhao is someone who the higher-ups have long acknowledged. They've said that he's accumulating power for a long time.
The Buddha of the Vermilion Bird Temple has indeed been missing. But missing doesn't mean he's dead. You're dragging these two people down to step on them, aren't you ashamed?
The Ming Wandao disciple retorted.
Ha! If the Kaiyuan 10 talents didn't have luck, could your great heaven demon sect have been allocated 2 spots? The Bian Shifei disciple also retorted, HMPH. Then I'll say that since Bian Shifei and Shen Shu can be Kaiyuan 10 talents, why doesn't your Luguan sect have any? At this moment, a monk passing by chimed in, saying, Excuse me, Shixiang Shen Shu has been traveling around in search of the Buddhist path for so long that he hasn't shown his face. In the end, he's transcending himself for the sake of practicing his own Buddhist dharma. You guys are arguing, so argue. Please don't bring him into it.
This guy thought to himself, how rude. The two guys scratched their heads. Yeah, probably didn't get the monk's approval.
The monk joined the fight and said, Shixiang Shen Huang is no less inferior to Shixiang Shen Shu. One hand, subduing demons, has received all the true teachings of the abbot. The top spot probably belongs to Shixiang Shen Huang. How could those two guys who were arguing not be angry when another person suddenly joined in? Enraged, he pointed at the monk. GDM, you damned bald donkey. You're just shamelessly promoting your own monk in the end. How can you be so shameless? The monk laughed loudly and added fuel to the fire in response. What about monks? Shixiang Shen Huang looks so handsome when he hits the demon sect. At this moment, the girls chatting in the back were disturbed and chimed in. It's so noisy. Can't you guys be quiet? Men are really noisy.
The girls started chatting with each other again, talking about the hot topic, the top spot. Do you guys think Xie Yan and Ji Yundao will show up? I heard that the handsome 5th young master of the Great Han is a bit different from our Kaiyuan 10 talents. He pays more attention to appearance and temperament. I don't know how his martial arts are. If he's handsome and talented and his martial arts are also amazing, then it would be too perfect. The two guys leaned into the ears of the girls and instilled, Xian Ji Yundao. Those pretty boys who are famous for their looks are nothing to be afraid of. Women are just shallow. They can't move when they see someone handsome. Just at this moment, Aji Zhu walked by, and the Ming Wandao disciple was struck by Cupid's arrow. Too bad for him, Xie Yan is a cherry boy. And he's thinking, no way, are there really girls this pretty? Even monks would get the hots. Damn, what a babe, the girls are waving. It's gong sunning. Is gong sunning here to watch the flower plucking tournament too? Ming Wandao is straining his brain, thinking, nope. Master taught me, gotta keep a clear mind, women only slow down my sword draw. He was lost in thought just now, so he glances over there. Just then, the Ji and Tao bros arrive. Ayo, we're the Warm Jade and Dark Jade young masters from Great Han. We've been spotted at Liu Fang Terrace. Ji Yundao looks around and says, didn't expect so many commoners to come watch the flower plucking tournament too. Whoa, so many people. Xie Yan's hyped. The girls nearby are buzzing. So much charisma, and they're gorgeous. Are they from Great Han? A girl runs up and asks, the three of you make such a picturesque scene. Bless up, bless up. A monk saw those two, and his face is all red. The two dudes who were arguing earlier huddled together, whispering, yeah, I admit they're handsome, but so what? What makes a man is how tough his fists are. Yeah, I don't believe those pretty boys are strong. They def can't beat Xiao Jun. No way Great Han people are tougher than us Tang boys. Hearing that, Xie Yan makes his move, pulling them into a dreamland, to give them some enlightenment. The two are kneeling, bowing to each other, chanting, I'm guilty, my mouth's trash, I'm not a man, I'm a worthless bum. Ji Yun, sensing something's up, asks, Zhe Gongzi, isn't that a bit? Xie Yan cuts him off. Yundao bro, I'm doing them a favor, making sure they remember. With a trash mouth like that, if they ever run into a major demonic powerhouse, they'll die without knowing why. Just then, Xie Yan drapes an arm around Ahao. Ahao turns and says, Shi Gongzi's showing all the mercy he can to these guys. Ahao gets me. But everyone knows our Shi is petty, narrow-minded, and always gets his revenge. The three of them head to the registration area. On the way, Xie Yan asks,
Now that we're here, Ahao, you really not joining the flower plucking tournament this time, Ahao replies. I'm just doing my mom's favor. Showing them around for a bit. I have zero interest in the flower plucking tournament.
Actually, with you two's strength, you'd basically be unmatched in the flower plucking tournament. Xie Yan asks, surprised. Why do you say that?
Ahao explains.
Over the years, the flower plucking tournament has become a big deal, a place for disciples of big sects to show off their strength, small sect disciples to learn something, rogue cultivators to put themselves up for hire, and the younger generation to brawl.
Because it's aimed at the younger generation, there's an age limit of 30. Martial artists around that age, you probably couldn't find more than a handful in the entire Great Tang that could match you two, let alone here in Dongdu, not Shendu.
Xie Yan. So there's an age limit. I thought I could spar with 4th level Xiantian elders from the 4 major sects.
Yeah, that sucks, Xie Yan.